Corky, I've got this.
But Teemo's AWOL. You need a recon. I'll help you find him.
I know where he is. The Bilgewater pages are missing from his scout journal.
Yeah,
Besides,
well.
weren't there enemy bogies spotted over Piltover?
Bogies? Bogies? Why didn't you say so?
I'll help you save Teemo.
Lieutenant Lulu, this, rock is the most important part of the mission. You've got this. Bye.
I always have to guard the rock. I can do a lot of things. I'll fix that.
Teemo? Teemo, sound off. Whoa, a double cannon. Oh.
Not a single bogey. Nothing. It's absolutely nothing. She thinks I'm washed up. Well, not this, my boy.
This rock never does anything.
And I'm gonna... What? No Tristana?
Nope.
Oh, mission's gone south. Want to go cause a ruckus?
I thought I struck gold when I got one yordle. Now look what we got.
You got. Don't care how much those yordles are worth on the bounty board. They're a ticking time bomb of trouble.
Quit your whining. That cage is runic iron.
Oh, Corky.
Prepare to face Vandal City's most decorated lioness!
That makes 3. I'm rich.
What was your plan?
Oh, I'm just a distraction.
What?
As I said, tick, tick, tick.
But... Oh.
Donna, I've been watching this rock all day, and it doesn't do anything. I'm starting to think that maybe... Don't touch your gun! Rock! No!
Son of a...
Teemo!
Is that all the mustard you got? Right now, get off of me!
Drop your weapon, you little...
What's a Vandal gunner without her support?
What I tell you, you don't mess with yordles.
Whew, thanks. I thought I wasn't gonna. Not with friends like these furballs. What were you here for anyway?
Vandal Scout mission badge number 389. Adopt a pet. Cute, huh? It's a soul-devouring sea worm! Teemo, wait!
Teemo, wait!
Welcome to the final day of the Wild Rift North American Series Championship. It has been a truly wild ride. We have watched teams rise and fall, but today we will see who is the #1 team in North America and who will be on their way to the Icon Series. My name is Daniel Tigon Gonzalez. Welcome to the broadcast here in Mall of America. But joining me today on our desk for the final day is Smacks, Pastry Time, and Michael Udall. Woo! Gents, it has been a heck of a journey so far, hasn't it, Smacks?
Yes, it has. It's been so fun seeing all the gamers compete here in the Mall of America, and it's finally culminating in this final day. We've got our top 3, going to narrow it down to a top 2, and then a top 1.
I just want to point out I'm still in front of a roller coaster. That's like pretty dope. I've been like desperately trying to get on the log ride that's behind me. So if it's a quick day, maybe I'll have some time.
Listen, I'll ride along with you.
Hey,
But for now,
Desk
we got
trip.
some quality Wild Rift action. I mean, this is the top 3 teams in North America. They are, in my opinion, a cut above the rest. And I feel like every game we're going to see is going to be a banger today.
Yeah, and while it's been a roller coaster of action, we still ended up with those top 3 teams playing for the $80,000 prize pool for our first ever Season 1 WNS Championship. First place gets $30,000 and the all-important invite to the group stages of Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. Our second place team gets $17,500, but more importantly gets into the play-in stage. So a little bit more of a barrier to get on into, with third place heading on home with $12,500. We take a look at the teams participating today. We started with 8 fantastic teams that battled through 3 majors over the whole circuit, and now only 3 remain here, Pastry.
Yeah, kind of as expected in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
You look at the seeding coming into this event, and hey, 1, 2, 3, and 4 all finished exactly where they were supposed to.
It's going to maybe be the entire way through
Exactly.
in correct order, depending on
Except
how
Ailish.
Immortals and Sentinels and Tribe play out. Yeah, at least in the top 4. Ailish were the big surprise over this weekend. I was really happy to
A
see them.
beautiful surprise. I mean, their
yeah.
ability to perform against, some of these teams that we're supposed to outclass them, going into it. And also the power of friendship. Like, they're just such a lovable group, and that's something that I really love to see, is players coming out here and shining.
Yeah, that was the same thing we saw from SuzakuGG, our 4th place squad, unsigned. And one of the great things about Wild Rift Esports, it's right here at the beginning. You all at home can get on in. So the battle of teams that have had the support with the organization and teams that are using the power of friendship have been a lot of fun throughout. Now let's take a look at our matches for the day. We've only got 2, but they're 2 big ones today. We've got a best-of-5 matchup in the lower bracket finals between Tribe Gaming and Sentinels. And then the big boss afterwards, Immortals at the top.
Yeah, I got a little bit of business to do before we get there, but yeah, a lot on the line. Obviously, you come to win this event. You can't do that unless you make it to the grand final, so IMT are going to have that shot already. But Sentinels and Tribe, 2 teams that are desperate to continue on their runs in international, not just big domestic prowess. And Tribe's been there once before, Sentinels hasn't, they've fallen short, and that slot into the grand finals is going to give them a pathway to Icons as well.
Very Christmas-colored themed colors for the teams, too. We got the red match and then the green waiting. First day of May, but we're still festive.
As an LCS caster, I appreciate it. We got a lot of blue logos in our league.
No, all the time. Now we got a little bit of red here. When we think about these top teams, I want to think about some of the top players and performers in our top 3 teams. So let's start with you. Who is the standout for you, Michael Udall?
I mean, it's got to be Hoon from Immortals. We saw his win rates on the Ari, on the Yasuo, both 90% plus. Someone that I feel like has been really showing up. And also, another one is going to be Tribe starting. Lots of mid lane prowess, a lot of mid lane dominance this tournament so far. And those have been 2 players that really specifically caught my eye so far.
Pastry, what has been one of the standout moments of the tournament so far? If we're going from players, what is a big moment for you?
I mean, Jochu's 1v3 in the Baron pit on Akali, but I caught still ringing in my ears up to day #1. I mean, there's been so many incredible plays. Even the first time actually Tribe and Sentinels played was a very dramatic 3-game series, and I think the teams have learned a lot. If there's one thing I've learned from watching these teams, that they have leveled up a lot. Even day after day, like Suzaku looked like a very formidable beast despite falling short just with a couple days of practice. So these teams, there's going to be a lot going on with all the prep and all the time they've had to really refine.
Oh, for sure. Smacks.
I hope that, first of all, I hope that Tribe and Sentinels repeat that and have a close series, because yesterday was all sweeps, so I want to get as many games as possible. My favorite moment, I mean, I already talked about it a little bit, but Ailish beating Cloud9. Sorry to the boys over in blue, but that was just so heartwarming. That was such a fun moment for Ailish, sweeping them and continuing on into that tournament too. A lot of people had them bottom 2, but they upset it.
Yeah, and it's been fantastic having the audience here at the Rotunda at Mall of America. You can see fans have been lining up all weekend long to come and cheer on some of their favorite Wild Rift teams. And now we've got 3, but you can hear the audience in the background. Huge part of what we've been missing for such a long time here with Udall. No fans, and now all of a sudden, boom, put right in there. You feel the energy, and the players have had to adjust to it, but it's been such a great sight to see.
Well, I love the players having the ability to rise to the occasion, to rise to that energy. I mean, Ailish is a team we were talking about where I felt like they had such a large crowd presence, right? They're starting to win, they're starting to get kills, and everyone's roaring and going crazy. As a player, you can't hear what's being said, but you can feel that. You can feel the rumble of the table, and it affects you. And that's something that, as we go on, it's Championship Sunday. I expect that energy to be only larger, and these players, for these last 3 teams are going to have to feel that.
I think my thing, though, and this is a common narrative where players get nervous or the tension or the stress can be there. I think the longer I'm in esports, the less I believe that narrative. Yes, it happens to some players, but for the most part, players, especially these young, very talented, very momentum-based players, they scale really aggressively as the crowd gets louder and more behind them. So I'm very excited to see what they bring out today on the most important day for these teams.
Yeah, it's Max, you got to cast in front of the crowd. What was that like?
The crowd was also electric, but the players, I could hear the players popping off on the stage also. I mean, especially Just Mobile Gamer. He was screaming. That was so fun. So I can't wait to see what the top teams have in store for us. Maybe trash talk, maybe some screaming as well. Maybe not quite as loud as JMG, but maybe they can get there.
Yeah, and again, one of the beautiful things about Wild Rift Esports in its first official year. So it's almost like the Wild West again. You got the players that are getting substituted at the last minute. You had a team like Ailish that qualified through the last chance qualifier, take down the team with the most established esports organization in the world in the form of Cloud9. And that's the beauty of this esport here, Pastry, that I love that we're getting to share with everyone at home.
Again, I'm old, big boomer now in esports. Been around a long time, maybe too long.
That's not what I meant.
But this is the kind of thing that really revitalizes me. I get the same feelings I got when I first started casting League of Legends 10 years ago with this game. I love it. I'm so excited.
Oh, that's wholesome. I mean, if Wild Rift can turn into what League is, or even a half of that, that would be an amazing sign for the scene. And I feel like the future for Wild Rift is looking bright, but we are down to the best of the best, right? We've been talking about unsigned teams, but now we've got the 3 juggernauts in North America. The recent Horizon Cup, Immortals has been winning everything this year, and Sentinels has not been able, they're my boys, but they haven't been able to break up into that cusp, but they've gotten so close and they've looked great doing it. So really, that's just what I'm looking at, is this is the 3 best teams, hands down, in North America right now.
All right, okay. So with that said, we've talked a lot about the teams, a lot about the settings. We did a little bit about the players, but now we're going back to a game that we played on day number 1. It's our card game. If you had a player card to put down, what player would it be? So, Smax, we're going to start with you. You got your players right here.
I do. I've got the deck of cards here. They gave it to me after casting for so long, and I've got my favorite card right here, Beginnings. The best way to begin this segment also. Beginnings has been so crucial for the success of Sentinels, and I think he has been the biggest factor in their wins and sometimes even their losses too. We saw yesterday they couldn't quite compete with Immortals, and I think a lot of that was because Beginnings was going over to the Karma and the Enchanter style. I think this team really functions at its peak when Beginnings is engaging on things like the Galio and the Alistar, and when he's doing that, I think he is the best support at this event.
Huge success on the Galio, caught out my boy starting a couple times there in the battle against Tribe Gaming to put them in the winner bracket finals. Also, you can see there 4.6 KDA, so a little bit of the stats on the cards as well.
That's quite a lot for support.
Yeah, that's pretty a lot. All right, Pastry, you're up next. Who do you got as your player card to watch?
So I will say I was very excited to crack my fresh pack. Pop up in Beginnings. I think it was in my collection this morning, but Smax has ended up with it over there. But thankfully, I have another ace here. It is Gume from Immortals. The unsung hero in a lot of ways. This is a team full of absolute superstars, right? Immortals are good basically everywhere. Even Araki, who is the quote-unquote weak side player who picks tanks a lot of the time, certainly not all the time, has been absolutely popping off as well. So Gume is this kind of player where he's the AD carries often end up being the crux or the glue of a team, but he's just making Senna and other champions work like no one else really is in this tournament. Every AD at this tournament has a strong think that they can do. I feel like Gume does them all well better than everyone else. And to me, this is the big X factor why Immortals have looked so clean against a lot of the other teams. It's not just Hoon going off. It's not just Lebmont being amazing. It's Gume is always there, dishing out CC, dishing out damage, regardless of the champion or the lane. He does it all. A very, very impressive play. And I think one we don't see enough of, but that's not going to be true today.
Yeah, one of the highest KDAs in the tournament at 9.3 for the most successful team. You can imagine how that works, but still Gume dishing out the damage and making sure he stays alive. An 80 carries job. Yeah, deal damage,
exactly.
Don't die.
All right, you're doing great.
Mug Udall, your turn. Who is your player card?
Listen, I got the extra minted, the legendary, the one and only. You know, I'm sticking with it. We got I was hyping it up. He got his Ari up to the 90% win rate yesterday. But, I mean, you see, he's got the 4.8 KDA.
These are old stats, by the way.
Yeah,
They're
these
probably
are old
going
stats.
up.
They're probably going up. But, like, you know, KDA matters. Yeah, Gume's got a 9.3. That's really high. But Hoon is often the one making the space, making the plays around the map that allows Gume, you know, allows Immortals to, you know, play comfortable in the side lanes, get the gold effectively. I really feel like Hoon is such a consistent playmaker. Like, it's like every single game I see, he is, you know, gold up on his opposing laner, and that's just something that is very rare to see in Wild Rift.
Yeah, getting to chat with Hoon in the post-game interview after they qualified to go to Icons after their success over Sentinels and the winners was such a great moment, because you could see how much it meant to him, how much he's been beaming about it. You've seen him in the content around Immortals where he was playing with Immortals mid laner from PC League of Legends Power of Evil, and they very much carried the same type of swagger, the same type of weight. So definitely a formidable force in the mid lane. For me, I got a couple of these Hoon cards. You know, they're okay. Oh, there's a beginning here. You know, I opened my packs.
My card.
That's not
Lebmont?
quite it.
You want Lebmont?
Lebmont is actually pretty good.
Pretty good.
But mine is actually, Lebmont here, you can see the KDA. It's nice, but mine's actually over there, sitting on the throne. As we take a look at that.
Excuse me?
It's my boy in the mid lane for Tribe Gaming, being propped up by Tibbers. It's starting. If Tribe Gaming are going to get on through it, it's going to be the man in the mid lane that takes care of business. Starts the fights, ends the fights, everything goes through him. So starting one of the best mid laners in all of North America, trying to stake his claim to being more than just everyone's favorite streamer, but everyone's favorite mid laner, sending to NA. So it's been a ton of fun here at Popeye's Point here in Mall of America. Those are your players to watch. Going to be a lot of fun. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have the lower bracket finals. It's do or die for Tribe Gaming and Sentinels. We'll see you in just a couple.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
closer to finding out what team we're going to be sending to Icons, and most importantly, what team is one step closer to becoming the WNS Season 1 champions. It is going to be an absolutely amazing day, loving the energy that we have out here in the crowd. And to start it off, we're going to be going into this lower finals. To start things off, it is going to be Tribe Gaming that's going to be hitting the stage. Come on up. All right, in the Baron lane, we have Chuck. In the jungle, T-Tigers. Our mid laner starting. Our dragon laner, it is going to be DNZO. And then, of course, on support, Max Green. All right, Tribe Gaming, let's hear some noise, everyone. Now, in this lower finals, they are going to be taking on Sentinels. Come on up. Right, in Baron lane, we have MTS. Our jungler, Sheesh. In the mid lane, we have Molly. Then in the dragon lane, Rest. Last but not least, our support Beginnings. All right, gonna be Sentinels going up against Tribe Gaming in the lower finals. Let's get some noise cheer on these teams. It's going to be an epic match, everyone. All right, players, you can take your seats. All right, players, take your seats. We're about to get started, and we're going to head back over to the analyst desk to hear from the guys before we get started into game number 1.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Great job down there in the rotunda. I don't know about y'all, but I'm jacked up to play now. You know.
I just love how the whole crowd was like, "Shee!"
We were doing it too.
We all did it too.
Yeah, all of us looked at each other like, crowd's going to do it, right? Great job, crowd. You guys deserve the applause as well. All right, so one of the best parts about all of this is the audience, and you got to see how much it meant to the players. So let's take a look at one of those teams, starting with Tribe Gaming, the number 3 seed in North America. They've been working their way on through since Horizon Cup, as they were the representatives of NA in 2021, but found some road bumps along the way here, Smacks.
Yeah, and I want to point out something as well. On Friday, they played and they did lose to Sentinels while Chuck was wearing his baseball cap. And I talked to Starting after that game. He said, nah, the hat's unlucky. He's wearing the bucket hat for the rest of the games. And he's wearing it on stage today. So we do finally get to see if it is a hat gap and if the bucket hat is the secret to success.
Wait a second. So Starting also has Lottie's hoodie, I believe. Is it? Oh! He's not wearing it today. So, what does that mean for Starting? Because he played pretty well.
He did
yesterday.
I mean, he was the one who told me that it was the bucket hat that won them the game.
So it doesn't matter what he's wearing. It just matters what Chuck's wearing.
I think so.
Okay.
And we're about to see it.
He's got some sort of hood. Maybe it's not a hoodie, but it's a zip up with a hood.
That's true.
There's the hat. I told you.
Hat.
I don't know how he fits it under the headset, but you know it's worth it if it's a good luck charm.
I'm pretty sure Starting played with his hoodie up yesterday as well. So Sentinels definitely can navigate headset/apparel. I assume Udall, this is something you're familiar with from your time there.
Well, I mean, it's really important. You know, you got to dress for success. You got to, be zoned in. And we saw Starting wearing his training outfit yesterday, right? Like he's taking the weights off, and this is really the match that is. This is it. This is what they've been playing for. This is their chance to, again, play at Worlds and to redeem themselves. In a lot of ways, speaking to these players, they're not super happy with their performance at Horizon Cup. They want a second chance to go out there and show why they are one of the best teams in the world.
And they're playing more like that team.
Yes.
They're playing a lot more like the team that went to Horizon last year. Like, this is a team that has not been happy to be 3. They're looking more like 1.
Yeah,
if
we'll
they
see.
can continue their form.
Yeah, but they've got to go through team number 2. That is Sentinels, who have gotten very close to international play, but haven't quite made it on over. But so far, throughout the majors, they've been very clearly number 2. Almost there with the Immortals, but definitely better than Tribe, better than Cloud9, better than Suzaku, better than everyone else. And MTS and the rest of the squad need to prove it right here, right now, after a tough loss in the upper bracket finals to Immortals 3-0.
Yeah, it was a really tough loss as well. You could tell on the stage their presence was really shaky. They were definitely not expecting to not even take a single game there. And going up against Tribe, also, these guys who swept through everything yesterday, it's a very different look from both of them. I mean, you saw Dienzio cheesing up there.
Yeah, I mean, from a momentum standpoint, like you mentioned, Smacks, Sentinels just came off a difficult loss, whereas Tribe, they've been riding high. They've been gaining that confidence as we go along. But really, this is where champions are born. This is what divides you. How do you bounce back after a loss like this? Because forget about it. This is the only match that matters, right? You want to win, but really qualifying for Worlds is also a very big component, and Sentinels has given themselves the opportunity. The fate is in their hands. This is their chance. All they need to do is win 3 games, and they will go to Icons.
It's a good pep talk.
They can hear me. Boys, take off your headset. I got you.
It's almost like you know these guys or something.
Interesting. I mean,
I know Pierce is probably giving him a pep talk yesterday, today, this morning.
Sure. That's true. He's very energetic coach, which you love to see. For me, though, this is an experience thing. Tribe are obviously super experienced. Sentinels have a lot of experience on some of their players, but the pieces they brought in to become the number 2 team and challenge for the number 1 spot in North America, they added 2 very young players. And I think we've seen that yesterday when they lost. It's just like Immortals' experience was kind of fully on display, and Shishamali couldn't get going. That's not what I want to see from these 2 players. This is the time where I want to see the young guns rise up on the pressure of the stage.
Right, and speaking of getting going, you brought up Sheesh. That's going to be our marquee matchup. It's T-Tigers and Sheesh head-to-head in the jungle. Both these squads live and die on those players. There's a lot of star players that love me some starting. He's great. But T-Tigers is the driving force for this Tribe Gaming squad. He's up against Sheesh, who is known as one of the most fierce junglers in North America.
Well, and he's so mechanically dominant when he's on form, right? But I feel like Sheesh has these games where he's just popping off, destroying everyone. Is pretty consistent, but sometimes we'll have games where he's, not really felt. And as a jungler, that is like one of the worst things, is where your presence isn't felt, because that means most of the lanes are having a disadvantage fight in favor of the opposing team.
Especially on this team. Sentinel's bot lanes are very engaging utility heavy, right?
Yes.
Rest and beginnings look best, but beginnings can be on engage, and rest can be on Ashe or Twisted Fate sometimes. They've got a lot of secret sauce in the bottom side, but they do not play to carry through the way Tribe can with the Enzio. For me, Sheesh and Mali have to go off, and Sheesh is going to be the one leading that pack.
And for Sentinels too, they do play that style, but so does Tribe. We saw yesterday in both of their games against Suzaku, their Dragon Lane duo was playing the Karma and Morgana. So this is something that both junglers have at their disposal if they need it. A lot of utility sent over to them so they can play these assassins, these bruisers. We know they're really good at the Riven and the Rengar. And if we go back to Horizon Cup, T-Tigers got the Vi too from Arcane.
Hey, she got buffed.
Yeah.
680.
Well, and talking about the Rengar, we saw Sentinels in their matchup against Immortals consistently first picking it, prioritizing it over every other pick. And personally, I feel like that's a mistake. I think Sheesh is very good on that champion. That champion is strong, but I think there are a lot of counters. And I also think there are other more flexible picks like the Riven, right? When we saw Sentinels having a lot of success against Tribe last time, it was through Riven because of the flexibility that pick has on their team. They have 3 amazing Riven players, and when they pick it, you have no idea where it's going.
Yeah, and to that point, some of the best teams in Wild Rift have the ability to flex multiple champions through multiple. I think yesterday we had 4 picks, and we still didn't know where any one of them going until the final pick, and that is what some of the great teams do here in the WNS. All right, so we've set the stage. Talk teams, talk players, talk momentums. Now it's time for you to talk up your team with your predictions. Who did you all pick? Let's see it there on the screen. Oh, and Pacer Time joins me
interesting.
here.
We got to swap spots.
All right, you don't.
Any hashtag full sends in the chat? The boys, they need your energy, all right? They need you. They need you sending this, tweet it out, put it in the Twitch chat. But seriously, I mean, Sentinels, from the beginning, these are my former boys. I used to play with them.
From the beginning.
It's almost like startings.
We are on fire
sorry,
today. No, that was amazing. Are you kidding me? But yeah, it's like I have a lot of love for this team. But I was telling you guys, like, I think it is not going to be an easy task for them, right? The fact that they, had a very difficult mental game yesterday and Tribe has been having so much momentum, I really feel like it's a bit of a coin toss. Like, of course, I am predicting Sentinels, and I really do believe in their chance and their ability to win here, but it's Mally and Shisha's first LAN, first time ever playing in this environment, first time ever playing with this level of pressure on their shoulders, and the question is going to be how do they show up and how do they perform?
Max?
I'm right there with you, though. As I did also predict Sentinels, I think that they can definitely do it today. I think that the momentum that they have beating Tribe already in this tournament and in other events before is really going to benefit them and take some pressure off. They can just say, hey, we've done this before. We've won on this stage before. Just forget about the games against Immortals. We don't have to beat them right now. We just need to beat Tribe.
All right, Pastry, quick point.
Yeah, I typically predict based on seeding, so this is a different one for me. For me, like, Tribe have just scaled a lot. They're a different team from the last time they played Sentinels, and starting is just... He does not want to lose. He can see Madrid already. He's booking the tickets.
In the throne.
Starting is he's ready to go. And with the way he's been playing, if Mali can't rise to the occasion, I certainly hope he does. It's going to be a quick one from Tribe.
All right, so with that, we are ready to get ourselves into the draft. Today's matches will be played on the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, designed for exceptional mobile gaming performance that keeps all the players ready to go, equal across the playing field, no different devices. Thank you so much, Sony, for sponsoring our event. All right. So with that, you can see maybe a little bit of pep talk here, headphones off. So she's getting a little bit of the crowd there. Pierce overlooking the squad. And I kind of wanted to dive into that. Both these squads have coaches that are personalities, that we could say. Pierce is someone who definitely is willing to get into the mix and talk to his boys. Same with Hot Sauce on the opposite side. In your experience there, Udall, what are some of the things that the coaches definitely bring here in Wild Rift?
Well, and I was talking about the ability to reset that mental. That's one of, I think, the most important, if not the most important role as a coach, is the ability to get all of your players in a situation where their mental is ready to perform, right? They've put in the hours to have the mechanical prowess. They know how to play the video game, but what they need is the belief that they can win and that they should be making these aggressive plays and the belief in themselves. And, really, with Pierce, I think that's something that he definitely focuses on. And speaking with Hot Sauce, like he mentioned, he really is not like super analytical as far as like helping with draft. He really is just there as, team dad, like making sure that all of the players are getting along and feeling good about, playing together.
I love this. That, again, early esports Pastry, as you know, a lot of coaches at first, it's organizational. Let the star players, let the talent do their thing, and definitely having someone to reset their mental, help them stay up when things are going tough. That is such an important part of a coach's role here. All right, so it seems like we had an audio issue with one of the players, so we're taking a little bit of time here back on the desk. So I wanted to tee it back on up. We didn't really go into strategy and meta that we've seen. Coming into today, I know Udall's like, ooh, we're talking strategy. It's my time. We've seen a lot of teams play through this Hullbreaker meta.
Yes.
Why don't we explain that one more time for our friends at home?
All right, so Hullbreaker, a new item dropped in Wild Rift, and really what it's going to do is if you're not by any of your teammates, it provides you a lot of armor as well as magic resist, as well as not Baron buffing cannon your minions, but like consider it half that, right? So the split push pressure is really what it provides. But I actually think Hullbreaker, as we've been going on, we saw a lot of it on Friday, but yesterday teams were kind of doing it a little bit less. When I was talking to them, they felt like it was becoming less important. But what's been rising in power, Karma's no longer on the bound table. It's these engaged champions. It's the Galio, as well as, I feel like Jace is someone that we saw have a lot of success yesterday. And so it's definitely going to be a meta shift for Sunday.
How many Jace games do you think each jungler practiced on this last night after watching what Lebmont did on that champion? I feel like they must have gone into the practice tool doing all their Jace clears, trying to figure that out, because Lebmont made that champion look so good against the second seed team. I feel like that's just going to be rising in priority, and I want to see if either of these junglers have been picking it up.
The other champion I'm excited for, which we could see in the jungle, we've seen it a little bit, but not from these teams, is Irelia. Seen it from starting already in mid lane. I think both these teams, in fact, all the teams left in the tournament could bring her out. She's extremely potent. So I think if you have that, if you have the technical prowess to play her well, and your team's ready to play alongside Ailish and give her time to scale, she can completely take over a game.
It's actually really funny when we were on the desk stage, or the casting stage yesterday, and everyone was talking about the board and where to place Irelia. Pierce was in the crowd. He's going, S tier, S tier. Wait a second, never mind. You didn't hear that. B tier. Like he didn't want to reveal it. But yeah, I fully agree with you. I think Irelia is
the
that
worst
good.
kept secret, I'd say.
All right, we're taking a look at these shots of the crowd. We've got ourselves a full house here at the Rotunda of Mall of America. If you're out there and you hear us, make some noise for our players on stage. Yeah!
I love this.
Something that we've just missed so much over the last several years. It is fantastic to be back in person and live. Oh, person in front row, that's a great sign. Great sign there. Someone's got to speak up. We're on a Sentinels desk here, Pastry. I guess while the players are getting back on in, I've heard that draft is almost about to start here. Ooh. We got some of the audio things fixed on up. We take a look at Max Green. I think one thing that has been fun is that because these three teams have been the clear top three, it's interesting to rank them. Who is the best in each role? So when we take a look at these teams here, Udall, I want to ask you, do we have any best in North Americas in their role in this matchup?
I mean, I think the first player that comes to mind is MTS. You know, and that's, like, obviously I'm a bit biased. I played with Sentinels, but really the data points I'm pulling that from is we asked every single team and like every single player, pretty much every single player, who are the players that you respect the most and you think are the best in your role outside of yourself. Right. And MTS was a name that pretty much every single Baron laner mentioned, and sometimes people would only mention MTS. And so for me, as far as best in role, I'm looking at MTS, you know, in the Baron lane for Sentinels.
I think to Max's point earlier, beginning's also maybe on the table there as far as supports go, but looks like we have a draft.
Draft is underway. Our best of 5 lower bracket finals elimination match starts right now. Tribe Gaming and Sentinels. It kicks off with Camille, Set, and Darius removed by Tribe, Xinjiao, Olaf, and unfortunately still no kitty cat there, no Yumi.
Yeah, but one enchanter that is recently added to the game is that Karma. It's still available, and I think this is a big strategy that we're going to be seeing all throughout the rest of the day. Based on the Immortals and Sentinels games yesterday, Karma didn't actually look that good. And I think a lot of that is because both supports want to engage.
Yeah, and Tribe taking, you know, a play out of Immortals' book. First picking the Galio, taking it away from beginnings, but also one of the best champions, in my opinion. But let's talk about Sentinels, because they lock in the Riven and the Garen, and I love those for this team.
This is what I was going to say. It seems kind of weird, but Sentinels banned 2 other junglers. I mean, 2 good ones from G-Tigers, but a lot of, like, support/solo lane bans from Tribe on the other side. And Riven was the obvious pick that stuck out to me, so they obviously have a plan. They rate beginnings Galio and their Galio so highly they're willing to take it over all these other power picks first on blue. Giving Garen Riven over seems scary, but looks like they've got a plan. Shen and Jax.
The Galio denial here also means that Tribe isn't playing that Karma and Morgana matchup that they went with yesterday, which likely means that they're not going for the triple bruiser strategy. And it is revealed to us now with that Shen also, they're going for more of that teamfight style front to back, which to me I'm very excited about that, because that means Dienzio is going to be playing a marksman.
But it's also double global. Shen and Galio really, they are super strong in teamfights, but also can play the side lanes. But the last pick in this first half of the portion for Sentinels is going to be the Lux, securing that forest, looked very powerful on it yesterday. Also a global in their own right, in the sense that they can throw their ult across the map, do so much damage.
Yeah, Dienzio, one of the best 80 carry players without escapes. Again, you think of the Varus there, but also a very good Ziggs player. So you still have flexibility with playing something else if he wants to. Maybe the Jace, maybe the Irelia, a lot of these things that we talked about earlier as the second ban phase comes in. And Beginnings has the wherewithal to pick, ban, and say hi to everyone at home. He's feeling pretty confident
when the camera's on him.
Ari and Alistar banned away so far.
Interesting. So it seems like Molly's afraid of trying to scrap with him in the mid lane here. We might just see Molly's Diana if it comes through, but I was hoping Molly would actually challenge starting want to take even something like Ari into the 1v1 and be a bit more aggressive. So we'll see what the actual pick ends up being, but clearly worried about starting's playmaking here.
The Senna ban is really good. I really like removing that away from DMGO.
Especially with that front lane.
Yeah, and with Sentinels too, they did open with this Lux Dragon lane in their first series against Tribe. They played it in that first game. They haven't actually played it since. They did not pull it out against Immortals. This is something that they specifically prepared for Tribe's duo.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty solid, as Rengar is going to be the last ban for Tribe, taking that away from Sheesh. Like we mentioned, you know, it was picked so highly yesterday in their series versus IMT, but I like the adaptation from Sentinels not picking it up in the first 3, and that's going to be a threat for Beginnings. That is quite the kill lane in the duo for Rest and Beg. If they hit a hook, if they hit a binding, that's going to be a dead Dienzio. That's going to be a dead Max Green.
We haven't seen Thresh the entire tournament up until this point. It has not been picked. When it was released, I remember it was the talk of the town. Every single support had to get their hands on this Thresh. And it's because it has so much utility and crowd control provided to the rest of the team. Ooh. Really difficult to play into Morgana, though.
Yeah. I was going to say, against like Ziggs and Varus, love the Thresh. Forgot Morgana was still up. Yeah. So unfortunately, that one's just going to slide on in there. Genji's like, oh, yep. Not bad, good. All right, yeah, we'll just move that one in there. Corki as well for starting. Not going to be, more of a duelist, definitely just wanting to farm and be more of a carry here. But starting's Corki also been very good. I know there are some memes floating around about it. Our Battery had some words off camera for me, but I think he's proved us wrong. Even though Corki can apparently build every item under the sun, they all apparently work, and Doodle's very happy.
Is that Mally? Is Mally about to pull out the Ori? Game number 1. I love to see it. I haven't watched Mally play this champion a lot, though, right? I know I'm getting hyped. I know she's my baby girl, but, like, Mally known to be an assassin player, right? Normally playing these Dianas, playing these Rivens, and having a lot of success. So this is a stylistic shift for Mally, but I like the composition they built around it. A lot of, frontline presence with the Garen, with the Thresh, but Tribe as well, as far as front to back go, is looking terrifying. They've got a lot of beef, they've got a lot of CC, and a lot of damage coming out from the Corki.
Are you sure Sentinels aren't subbing you in right now?
Yeah. Check his phone.
You're gonna have to run down to the stage. We're a bit away.
All right, so with that, we've got our teams locked and loaded. And, we've had a lot of Sentinels bias here. I think in that first game, there was only one Tribe Gaming fan here. And so just for all you to remember, let's go, Tribe! All right! So with that, let's send it down to our casters for the first game of the day.
I got one of your buttons.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Degon, and I mean, what an epic pop-off. I don't know if we can really do that.
Yeah, I didn't bring my jersey, I'll be 100% honest.
Yeah,
that's strictly
our bad. But, I love the support. I love this enthusiasm from Degon, pretty much Tribe's #1 fan here. But welcome, everyone. This is the lower finals against Tribe and Sentinels. And remember, Dimitri, there's so much stakes on the line.
Exactly. Not only are they trying to vie for the second spot into Icons, we've also got a massive prize pool and for that massive trophy.
And the way that Tribe came out swinging in the lower bracket, they have not dropped a single game. And with that, we're on the Tribe hype train with Degon and Pastry as well. We're in that camp right now, but anything can happen as Tribe and Sentinels will take to the Rift for Game 1.
Ooh, we've got an exciting game for everyone here at the Mall of America and everybody at home who's joining us. We're getting ready for Game 1, just like Rafa just said. If you guys can hear the crowd, they're going absolutely wild for this best of 5.
Almost got tangled by my cord back there, but now we're good. Bam, Game 1, baby. Now, one of the things that surprised me, there's a couple. One, the Riven got through for Sentinels. That was pretty much permaban against Sentinels all day yesterday from Immortals. But also, this is an Orianna pick coming out from Molly. When we were doing our prep and research yesterday, we were like, I'm pretty sure we have not seen an Orianna from Molly all circuit long.
Yeah, they brought it up on the desk. We were thinking Corki and Diana were going to be huge in this series. And it is only Game 1. Maybe as we get further on, we get to see that champion pool expanded. But really starting, he's really made his name on so far. Ziggs, Orianna, and Jace. So I'm looking forward to this. This is already opening up to some explosive champion diversity.
And the way that these two compositions have laid out, it's giving me flashbacks to Year 0. More team fight focus, all 5v5 for both of these teams here opening up in Game 1. But I do want to harken back to what Michael was getting hyped about in the first round of pick and bans with that Lux and Thresh being locked in. A lot of the weaknesses that Tribe were focusing on in their series and one of their game wins against Sentinels on the first day was trying to take out Rest and Beginnings early on, snowball through the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, and I think when you look at how this matchup ends up playing out, something that Smacks kind of noted is that trying to play Thresh Lux into Morgana is really difficult. Even with the Galio, he gets a nice shield once he gets a couple levels in. It's very difficult for this lane to find any kills. So Lux is going to just have to farm, and I love this already. Beginnings making the roam up into the jungle.
Already getting some movement down. The Vision is going to note that T-Tigers is already on the top side of the map, but because Sheesh is the first one to the crab, already has priority for that objective, and because Beginnings can loop back around towards the bottom side of the crab, you're going to have double vision in the both Withers.
Yeah, you saw both teams actually put a ton of vision up into this top side. You saw all of them. They're gone now. We don't need any more vision, but they're moving on down, and Tribe, They put some early vision down into the jungle, but really they can't do much. This Lux is farming. Rest is like, this is awesome. This is exactly where I want to be.
Yeah, as long as Rest and Beginnings are able to get out of the laning phase scot-free and empowering Beginnings to go for roams.
Wait a minute. Beginnings does not have flash. This could be a kill if they find it.
They look for it, Justice Punch into taunt. The Dark Binding doesn't connect. Tormented Soul doing a lot of damage, but Beginnings is holding strong and looking for not a return. Thought there was going to be something more skirmishing. MTS has got a flash from the wall, but T-Tigers flashing right back. First blood for Tribe.
Spin to win. It's top gap at this point. Jungle comes in and helps out. MTS maybe looking for a solo kill. We see that Chuck no longer has his barrier. Wonder if we'll get a replay of that, but insane stuff just going on both sides of the map.
Tribe picking up that early lead. It's not going to be anything monumental, but having a snowballed Jax is a champion that needs resources and time to accelerate and pick up more so a 2-item wake up. You can't really spike off of one, but having that extra gold early on is going to get the Jax further and further, or closer and closer to that late game fantasy.
Yeah, I think MTS just wasn't really like super aware of where the Jax was. He's like, he knows he's top side. Morgana?
D'Enzio still has flash available and is actually just going to walk away just fine. T-Tigers was there for the counter just in case things got a little too frisky.
The Ignite, just last tick, it doesn't quite make it through. D'Enzio is able to escape. We're getting small HP margins for both of these teams. It's pretty insane already.
There's a lot of members from Tribe already grouped on the bottom side of the map. T-Tigers looking for back screen, Justice Flush Flash. There's the Dark Binding. This crowd control lockdown. An easy double for Tribe.
The black shield means that they're disincentivized from throwing out any of their crowd control. It doesn't land on the right targets, and Sentinels, they get taken down in this Coca-Cola pop-off.
And right, watch here, right? Do you have... Okay. Not quite yet.
It doesn't matter. Look at the damage, man. They got hit up.
We know what happened, though.
Yeah.
The Justice Punch Flash, just taking advantage of the fact that there's no summoners available and just being able to combo the lockdown, giving Rest no time to get out alive.
The crowd here at Mall of America can vouch for us. That play was sick.
Yes.
Oh, man. Well, Beginnings again going to try and make good on the promises that we were talking about earlier of roaming, trying to look for something across the map. What I want to see is what do these teams prioritize in terms of the neutral objectives, the Rift Herald and the Dragon. It is Cloud Drake, so a lot of movement up into the Baron side of the map, but we've been seeing teams really try to make their mark. What is their split? Do they go for this Rift Herald, try to get some early gold in their back pocket?
Yeah, if I'm definitely Sentinels, I want some gold back, considering that they're down about 1.5k gold. You need some gold to be able to combat some of the scaling components of Tribe, because remember, both of these teams want to get to the team fighting stage, but whoever has more stats and more economy by that time in the game, obviously it's going to be a much more difficult fight.
I think right now, I think Sentinels are recognizing that they really can't have control of this. Molly did go for the Seraph, but it's not quite stacked up fully, and there are some missing items coming in for Sentinels. So Tribe have the advantage, they have the goalie like we were saying, so they're going to grab this, but they're still holding across the mid lane. So Sentinel's not even going for the Dragon, wanting to push out this wave, and they get the Corki package out from this. We'll see if Tribe end up contesting.
Well, Sentinels should now have a free Dragon for their hands, unless Tribe want to contest with them. They still have the stats advantage on their side of the map, but they want to use the Rift Herald, kind of force it mid lane, and now they have them in this choke point where they cannot force onto the Dragon. They have to fight in the river.
Okay.
Rest of the Final Spark gets some initial burst damage, takes out T-Tigers alongside MTS, and they're kiting back. No one can get to Rest, so he can throw out these light bindings and Molly into the backline as well. Shockwave has already been used. Now it's Tribe that's on the run. Sentinels wins the siege. The Flash broken wing play finds the knockup and allows Sentinels to take that fight.
And Tribe are playing on two different maps right there. Chuck is splitting. He uses the ultimate to get into the Dragon Pit. They summon the Rift Herald in mid lane. Almost broke that down, but I kind of want to see that again. It looked like D'Enzio, he uses ultimate to zone off Molly, but Molly, with the presence of mind, jumps over the wall, and once he's in Blue Pit, he's safe. The rest of the damage from Tribe is not there.
Sentinels just great awareness of knowing which spaces are safe here. Another Coca-Cola pop-off, as much well-deserved as well. Taken once again.
Yeah, here we go. So Rest untouched in this fight. D'Enzio is only ulting one member. And so starting is not pumping out damage. He's hitting the Dragon at this point. I think this was a critical mistake from Tribe in terms of target prioritization. And from there, Sentinels, they just run them over. MTS is leading the charge alongside Sheesh.
The re-engage ability from Riven. This is why Sentinels have prioritized this pick so many times in the past, and why Immortals were banning it away from them. Now Tribe letting that go through. This is now a point where Sentinels are able to pivot against around one of their core picks.
And look at what MTS did. I think this is a really interesting thing. we see the Black Cleaver, but he also finished the Redemption. It's something we've been picking up a lot of the Garens. It helps out with the healing and obviously is really good for team fights as you're able to kind of supplement your team with that. So I love this, and for Sentinels, it got them right back into being in gold parity with Tribe.
That's going to be so important, right? We talked about, since these are both team fighting front to back compositions, whoever's going to have more gold when it comes to the crucial points in the game, where those fights could be the ones where death timers are so long, it gives you enough of a window to break open the base or at least take the game. Sentinels are now on parity.
Oh no.
And T-Tigers, if he gets locked up here, Max Green with the taunt, tries to buy as much time as he can, using the hero's entrance, he gets out.
Okay, that was really important for Sentinels and really good that Tribe were able to escape. But we're setting up the scaling aspects of this game. We obviously, everybody, if you see Jax, you know he wants gold, he wants levels. If you give it to him, he will scale. But getting caught out there is a crucial mistake. Doesn't have the flash quite yet, so Sentinel's unable to get that. Max Green holding.
Boy, Shockwave, nice bit of burst damage even against tanks.
Good
T-Tigers with the whoa! I don't know where that damage came from, but T-Tigers coming in, flashing forward, forcing Molly's to flash, but he's got the leaf drive going for it once again. She's trying to find out back, but you got the Stand United shield, and Chuck is going to come in for reinforcements.
Okay, so we're getting scrappy now, Mark. We're just getting right into the action. I mean, there was a good hook from beginnings, and they were looking for the play. They really wanted that turret. Sheesh, my brother. Oh no,
and they know there's no flashes available. The Counter-Strike lands onto the stun, and the package from Starting catches them out.
Okay, Sheesh and Molly, you stayed way too long under this turret. They overextended for the play. Hook from Beginnings.
Beginnings wants to look for the return play, finds one back.
And the crowd is erupting here as MTS hits another turret. Sentinels find a kill in the bottom lane. And the turret is still not down. They are fighting, dying for this tier 1.
Oh, I love it. Oh, this is the bloodbath that we wanted to see. Game 1, both of these teams know what's at stake here. And even in a best of 5 where you have more room to adapt and play, you still want to have that edge. You want the Game 1 because it's one step closer to clinching a grand final spot and the last spot to Icon.
And I'm sure both of the teams are super keyed in onto this matchup. All this year, it has been Sentinel's favorite throughout all of the majors. Tribe have lost time and time again. Now fighting for the Rift Herald, can they find their mark?
Sheesh secures the Rift Herald, but can they get in position to fight back?
Look at
Rest and Molly onto the back line. Watch for the Shockwave here. Molly wants to see if he can lock up members from Tribe. MTS trying to frontline for them. Shockwave! Comboed with Sheesh! Blade of the Exile! Wipes out Tribe!
Oh my god, in the hero's entrance, it may have saved one.
It's not enough, that's the ace for Sentinels!
And Sheesh lives, it's 5 for 0, the Rift Herald, the turret, it's gone, Mark! And Sentinels, man, they're looking hot.
And they have enough time to take out another turret. This is going to open up the game wide open for Sentinels.
And not only that, they're going to get 2 turrets. Sheesh has now entered onto the Dragon side. They're going to move over to the Dragon.
You can hear the crowd. They're cheering for Sentinels right now. Give it to them, the crowd.
Oh my god, let's take a look at this replay one more time. D'Anzio had critical ultimate use to lock up multiple members, but like you had said, it is Molly finding his moment. And from there, Sentinels again, they turn on a dime, immediately eliminate Tribe.
You just got to take it in, man.
Yeah.
This is the Sentinels we wanted to see. And even though that we had come out at the beginning of the day predicting Tribe because Tribe were looking so hot, they had not dropped a single game so far in the lower bracket. Sentinels might be the first team to do it.
It is, but they have a lot of games as well. It's game 1 of a best of 5 series. Again, Sentinels have gotten the better of Tribe all throughout this year, but Tribe have spent all of 2022 scaling. Big blunders in Major 1, Major 2 a little bit better, Major 3 obviously qualifying as the 3rd seed. They have been trying and getting better over the course of the year, and this is probably the most important matchup they will have all this weekend.
Yeah, Sentinels have a gigantic lead now and are in position on the next big fight. With the gold lead, you would think that naturally they should have the advantage to be able to close out this game, but Tribe, I have to point out, there's some critical ultimates and abilities that you can use to turn this one around. Watch for the starting package. The next time it's available, you have to watch which objective the Tribe want to pull Sentinels towards in order to force a fight or a Soul Shackles from D'Anzio.
But, I mean, Corky's already picked up the package at this point, right? Like, he's using it now. They're going to try and grab this turret. A lot of bad things have happened around this bot tier 2, so I'm sure that they're feeling a little ominous, maybe a little superstitious, so they're going to walk on out, but Sentinels taking control of mid lane. Tribe, they can't split for right now. They're trying to get gold onto T-Tigers, but I mean, they're looking for any kind of play. It is on the bottom lane with the NZO and Max Green to find picks, find flash engages, and get members of Sentinels.
The Baron hasn't even spawned yet. And that might be the next objective that Sentinels will want to play for, or at least pull Tribe towards. And like you said, the package was already picked up. No fight was picked up off of it, so Starting is going to be forced to use it.
Yep, there it is. Just has to use it, try and get into the bottom lane as fast as possible.
It's a big timer now.
And now both teams, I think, recognizing, hey, there's going to be a little bit of a lull period. We're going to be waiting, scaling, picking up waves, waiting for objectives to spawn. And in that meantime, it is, I think, a crucial period for Tribe to take a moment, take a breath, and say, how do we re-enter into this game?
Meanwhile, Sentinels are in a place where they know they have the advantage. They can take the time to split up against the map, look to see if they can catch Tribe in rotations where they're not defending their outer structures, get themselves closer and closer towards the base. Because if you get one of those inhibitor towers knocked down, and the next fight you take is a winning one, that will be enough to push to end the game and go to game 2.
Yeah, and right now, I know a lot of eyes, T-Tigers, Sheesh, Molly, look at the gold lead that is with MTS. Chuck going for the hull breaker, but he has 3 items and he's had it for a long time over Chuck. So this Garen is getting harder and harder to kill. He's going to do more and more damage to these backline carries, and it's really threatening as a carry if you are on Tribe, if you're starting DNZO, even T-Tigers. The Garen silence is honestly a death stroke at that point.
Yeah, and with the Bruiser build that MTS is going for, this isn't just like a full-on, beefcake in the Garen that takes up a lot of damage. He still can do that, but he's also going to be threatening the backline of the NZO Starting. You do not want this Garen to be sitting on top of you for too long, otherwise that Spitting Blade is going to be potentially doing enough damage to execute you with the Demacian Justice.
Here we go, Baron has spawned. We've got all of the summoner spells, all of the ultimates available for both teams. There, we even get that little cam of Michael there. He's sitting on the desk, full send. This is getting super close now, Rafa. If they are not able to get this Baron, if they're not able to make a pick, Molly, you better outplay, brother.
And there's no globals available other than Rest with the final spark. But Nice Shockwave buys some time. Stand United is forced. Max Green has to reposition and he's out of there. But can Chunk and T-Tiger get out? I can't say so, because it's T-Tigers and Chunk that gets routed off, and Sentinels are quick to punish. We'll be sending Tribe back to the fountain.
And that's 2 crucial members. Your Shen is dead. Sheesh goes in. He almost wipes off the NCO, but it's a formality at this point, Rafa. Sentinels, they're going to go for Baron and look to close out game 1.
And with the Baron buff, you can only imagine that it's just one step closer to knocking out the Nexus and sending us to game 2. Tribe, they've run out of options at this point. You are maybe, oh no. Hey, Degon, it's a best of 5. Best of 5, baby.
You got hope. You got some. Oh my God, Max Green almost gets knocked out.
MTS, does he have the movement speed? He's running him down. Max Green, do you have the movement speed? Okay.
Maybe if they got the Baron a little bit faster, he would have had movement speed, but
potentially.
It's honestly just like a participation medal at this point. Like, Max Green, you can live. I will allow this to happen upon my dime, says MTS. But I mean, Sentinels now, they've got a 9,000 gold lead. They've got the Baron in every team fight. That was their last call, the Hail Mary from Tribe to try and find Molly. He sits there, he has his patience, and it's something that we were talking about before. Molly's precision versus Starting's clutch factor. In these big plays, it's when Starting comes in, overexerts himself to try and save the game for his team. But Molly, when he finds his angle, he's patient, and he gets in there.
And crucially, I think the change of class of champion that he piloted in this game versus what we've seen all weekend in the Assassins. When you fall behind on Assassins, you go even on Assassins. It's very, very difficult for you to get anything done. But when you're playing a control mage and you have confidence that the rest of your team is going to be scaling up just fine and you are not needed to do anything, then you can make the clutch plays during the team fights, which he has done beautifully on this Orion.
And it's not just Molly, but also MTS. That was something that we were talking to him earlier in the weekend. It was last year I was getting these big leads, but the rest of my team wasn't able to help me secure that and push over into wins. So it's really exciting to see now in 2022 the startup of Sentinels coming in.
For Tribe, they are hoping on a miracle play to save game 1. Max Green potentially looking for Molly here, but the stasis gives him enough time to reposition safely. Shockwave, it's going to be enough damage. Wind Slash comes through. Stasis from Starting saves his life, but is it only temporary because Sentinels are making one last push Middle inhibitor falls. The bottom inhibitor will soon follow. She cleans up another, and they are knocking on the Nexus.
And that's it, Rafa. That is it. Mall of America, game 1. Sentinels.
And that is such a necessary momentum win for Sentinels. Getting swept by Immortals in the upper finals yesterday. People were questioning, even us, are Sentinels broken? Do they need time to recover? Well, a good night's sleep and a little recovery and a review of the draft prep they went into today. This look is fantastic for Sentinels.
And it was some new picks as well. It wasn't necessarily just going straight to comfort. We got some new, we got some of the old. And this is an exciting tale. 2021 was dominated by Tribe. 2022, Sentinels has been on the rise. It's only game 1, but this is getting really hot.
And you have to remember, once again, this is now game 1 of a best of 5. One step closer for Sentinels to not only lock in their ticket to Icons to be the second representative alongside Immortals from North America, but also to be able to get a rematch against Immortals in the grand finals.
Oh man, this is so awesome. I'm super excited. I think we got Sierra on the...
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think, is that famous personality you, Jelly? Oh my God, I think we have an interview. Well, Sierra, take it away.
Thank you so much, you two. You are right. I am here with you, Jelly, streamer for Immortals and for Coca-Cola. First off, love your outfit. Thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thanks so much for having me. Yeah, this looks great. I'm really excited to be here, and yeah, I'm excited to watch the games.
The first one was definitely great, and I have to ask too, you were at the LCS Championship Week in Houston, and now you're here at the WNS Championships Mall of America. Which one's better?
I mean, this event is super, super cool. Like, I've never seen an event at a mall, let alone a mall that has a roller coaster. Right? It's amazing.
It's honestly, it's been such a ride. It's a roller coaster ride, honestly. But I have to ask too, so you're the captain of your Wild Rift Twitch Rivals team. So that tournament experience, how would you compare it to this one?
I mean, this one is for sure more intense because they're playing, you know, competitively. I mean, we played competitively too, but it's like Twitch Rivals, a little bit more like fun, you know, casual. This one, they're competing, so.
Yeah, it's getting honestly really intense over here too. The crowd, everything. We got our serious faces on. So with this championship that's been going on, has there been any teams, any players that have been standing out to you?
That's a good question. Not to be biased or anything, but I definitely think Immortals is looking really great today and yesterday, and you know, they're definitely a tough opponent to watch out for. I think Immortals is doing a fantastic job.
So then I think I know where this is going to go with the next question. I'm going to ask you to predict the winner of the WNS Championship. I think we got a little spoiler already.
Well, if I had to choose, yeah, it's definitely hands down Immortals. I think that they're going to take it all.
Yeah, they've been doing absolutely phenomenal. But before I let you go, first off, thank you so much for coming here, talking with me. And I'm going to let you have the stage. Any shout-outs, any final words that you might have?
Thank you so much for having me and inviting me. Big thank you to Coca-Cola for having me out here. And I'm excited to tune in to the rest of the games and just enjoy the atmosphere. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks again. It's going to be an absolutely amazing ride. Though we're still only on game 1, so it's time to toss it back over to the analyst desk to break down our first match.
Thank you very much, Sierra, and you, Jelly. Famous personality, according to Rafael.
Yeah.
That was a great intro right there.
We had famous personality Sierra Dawn.
Right. Yeah. All right. Gassing everyone up, just like we're going to gas up Sentinels after that first game. Game 1 victory over Tribe. Digon here with Smacks Pastry and Michael Udall. Let's go back to the draft here. When we take a look at these two team compositions, Udall, you had this very big, beefy front line, stun up in front, and then they went with the Morgana and the bot side of the map for Tribe. On the opposite side for Sentinels, the Lux proved to be huge, and then the Thresh was a big talking point as well.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the big adaptations that we've seen from Sentinels that I liked, picking up the Riven in the first 3 when it's up, right, is just such a flexible pick. I felt like Sheesh was showing why he's so powerful on it. But exactly like you said, Digon, rest on Lux is a different monster. Like, I really feel like of all the players at this tournament, I think he's the only one we've seen pull it out. And when he has, consistently getting 2 to 3 person ultimates, but also another champion I want to talk about. I was hyped up about it. Molly delivered. He picked the Orianna, and he did really well on it. It's not a characteristic one for him. And speaking of Molly, he is going to be the star player. 5-1-9 for the KDA, 88% kill participated, and a great GPM, a great damage per minute. Molly really showing up when it matters. That's what I was talking about. We needed Sheesh. We needed Molly to show up for Sentinels, and I feel like they both showed up in a big way in that first game.
And this is the thing for me, like Orianna and I guess Lux in some ways, they feel like enchanters, but they do a lot of damage. And I think like Karma has not been all that hot in the games that we've seen. At least I think you can build Karma comps that are very good, but this is the kind of comps that makes sense to me for Sentinels. Like Molly is really flexible, Sheesh wants to be aggressive, and Rest is best on utility style champions.
Yeah.
So just find a way to float the bottom lane, make sure nothing goes too wrong, even though we did see a little bit of tribe goodness in that side of the map, and then just use your damage, use your utility, and then Sheesh can literally just click on people, tap on people in this game until the game ends.
Max, quick point. Quick.
I love Rest's Lux. I want to see more. I can't believe this is only the second time we're getting it.
There you go. Well, we get to see a lot of it in Michael Udall's replay for us because the Lux made a lot of plays.
Yeah, so I'm going to be breaking down that first Dragon fight. I know it felt so long ago, but this is really, Sentinels was behind at this point. They just left the rift, but there's going to be 3 key moments I want you to look out for. First, it's going to be beginnings Flay, stopping the engage from Galio. Second, it's going to be Mally's positioning. And third, it's going to be Sen's Sheesh making a sick play. You can start rolling the clip, Sam, but really those are going to be the 3 areas that we're looking out for. As you see, Max screen here, going to go in for the Galio. It looks pretty good. This is a potential 3-person taunt, but the Flay from beginnings, the reaction speed is able to push them away, allow Resh to flash out, and this is where we're going to see Smacks, like you mentioned, the power, but Molly is forcing both the damage dealers for Tribe. You saw Starting and Dienzio both trying to hit the Ori, which gave Sentinels the time to take down the frontliner, but keep your eyes on the Riven right here. It's going to be Sheesh. He gets the jungle, or he gets the Dragon, and flashes forward and lays down the slam onto Starting and Dienzio, allowing them to get another kill, just furthering their gold lead.
This is the style of composition that both of these teams are super, super comfortable on. You have the triple bruiser, you have so much damage in your top side, and then your Dragon Lane duo is setting them up with the utility, and I think we should see more of this Lux, and because of this.
All right, back to the board, everybody.
We're gonna me and Pacey, we haven't gotten the chance to do this. I think we're gonna need to do a lot of renovations all throughout the show, but at least for now,
improvement shows.
For now, Lux needs to be on here. I think we have a perfect spot for her, just right up there.
Right, you can just move Ezreal all the way down if you want to.
He's fine. They're matching with the Crystal Rose
TJ pick.
Yeah.
That was the Isher Boa pick. Yeah. All right, Pastry, you have another one that we need to put onto our power
Before we
picks.
get there, though, think Karma has got a... Hey, Zed, what's going on here?
I got him.
Okay, there's a lot of people at A tier. We got to fix that. It's overcrowded. It's not up to code.
We got to show Lulu.
Oh, there's a Lulu there.
See, this is why Sam and I are here.
Yeah.
You people can't be trusted not to hoard all the champions on the board.
It was TJ.
Yeah, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything,
So once
guys.
again, I'm here to help fix TJ's transgressions. What a surprise. Karma, not looking so hot right now. I think you can be here and be. I believe in you. There are comps for you, but not just yet.
Zed's all right.
Zed's all right.
He can probably stay.
I'm a big Zed fan. He can stay in A tier.
Zed's okay.
I'm there for it. Beginnings look pretty good on this Thresh. I think one of the things about this comp that was really effective is like there's so much ebb and flow to the way this comp wants to work out. You saw them like push back and peel, and then they could also get aggressive when the fight was kind of turning back. That was a really cool thing about this. Thresh enabled a lot of that play. He played goalie basically in that Dragon fight we just saw from Udall, putting up the box with all those plays, and then he can also play engage. So I'm a big fan. I don't know how good I think Thresh is. I think it's okay. Can be here in C tier for now. But if there's any more Thresh, can definitely be rising up.
Yeah, and one thing I really liked about this Thresh, and we talked about it in the draft, is that it kind of baited in the Morgana pick for Dienzio. And I said before that this composition that they drafted had 2 tanks. They have Initiation and the utility from Shen. I think that was the perfect possible setup for Dienzio to play a marksman. And then once the Thresh came in, they were like, oh Morgana good against Thresh. We have to pick Morgana. I think that was the wrong move. I think Tribe really did need a marksman.
And that's something that happens a lot in the draft where you start thinking a little bit too much about the matchup, specifically within the lane, and not the composition. And we've seen T-Tigers and the rest of Tribe pick these comps that make sense, but then they always go to teamfight brain, and that's what we saw multiple times, whether it was at the Herald, whether it was at the Dragon, until they fell too far behind, and the Jax that was ahead didn't get to scale.
Look at this here, Digon. Galio is banned.
Ooh.
He has finally hit his rightful place in the ban corner. Yeah, I think this is a really, really smart move.
Well, I guarantee, knowing Pierce, he's like, I called this, dude. After we beat them game 1, they picked the Galio. They're just going to bet it. Like, I called this in advance, which I love. You know, as a coach, you got to be trying to play those mind games, trying to predict. But as Degon mentioned, you got to keep the bigger picture in mind. You can't just tunnel onto these lanes. But we've got the draft going.
That's not Garen.
Yeah, I mean, the Darius, though, this is, you know, when we talked to MTS, he said there's one Baron laner on one champion that he respects and is afraid of, and that is a Chuck on the Darius, and so they're just going to take that away, knowing it's a comfort pick for Tribe.
Which makes sense because MTS basically put Chuck in the recycle bin because he was up by like 4,000 to 5,000 gold. It was ridiculous.
It was just so much. The gold lead in that Baron lane was gigantic, and the gold lead in the jungle as well. I mean, we saw Sheesh in that highlight play from Michael. That was a gross champion that we got to witness from Sheesh. I'm imagining that's going to go to him one more time, and yes, Lux is here!
Dude, these first 3 picks for Sentinels, for me, I'm very happy. It's basically the exact same composition as last time, but instead of Garen, you have Darius, and they fulfill very, very similar roles. They're both very strong champions, and so I think Sentinels have set themselves up for success. The question is, you know, Karma started in the ban quarter on Friday. We didn't see any Karma really, and had slowly
moved her to B tier.
Just moved her to B tier. And the question is, are we going to be moving her to D tier after this game? Is Karma stocks, you know, absolutely tanking? And this is going to be really a deciding game of how powerful this champion is in the current meta.
Yeah, I'm a little worried, honestly, if I'm looking at Tribe's draft right now. Like, Santa basically running it back with super comfort picks, and Tribe are basically saying, we want to play late, we want to play to scale, and I don't know if you can get there comfortably against Sentinels because they are so good at accruing advantages and then kind of bowling you over in the mid game.
This, to me, feels like they're going back to what worked yesterday against Suzaku. I'm expecting a Morgana pick if it is left open for Dienzio, and I think it does work a lot better in this draft too, because they're saving that final pick for starting. It won't be Irelia, as that's been banned away. Very wise move from Sentinels, but he has a lot of other champions that he can pilot very, very well in this strategy where they have 2 enchanters and 3 bruisers.
Yeah, but looking at Sentinels' final ban, the Varus, we saw Dienzio specifically against Sentinels in game number 2 have a pop-off performance, was destroying over the 1K gold minute. Literally, that's a you know, style pick for starting, but really Sentinels identifying the Varus and taking it away, I think, is a very critical component for them.
They're breaking away from that formula that I laid out for them, though, so this is going to have to be something entirely new from what they played yesterday. I really did like that Morgana. It might still come through, but perhaps less good without the consistent DPS of a bruiser, more of an assassin style and burst mage for starting.
And I like the Thresher a lot as well because you know Dienzio is going to be likely playing some bigger mobile marksman.
Oh,
wow.
Okay, I know that they have the Lux, but Rest made a name for themselves as the TF player in North America.
You're not wrong.
It still could flex, it still could be the Lux, it still could be the TF, but the TF Thresh duo combo is terrifying.
Love this. If you can't get Varus, get Ashe. That's another champion. You press R, you hold him in place. And Tribe found success in that first game with skirmishes, not team fights. When T-Tigers roamed down to the bot side, left, came back, and came back in, that's where they found success. That's what you can do in short bursts, but these elongated team fights look way scarier for Sentinels.
More DPS from the Ashe there too. I was worried if they did lock into Morgana. They acknowledged this. They did give Dienzio a marksman. They're giving a lot of faith into him in this draft, and he can go for the initiation plays, he can go for the DPS, depending on what items he goes for, of course. I think this is a great way to round out the draft here for Tribe. And unfortunately, Michael, I was excited as you were. It is Twisted Fate mid lane.
Hey, dude, how am I going to be sad about a Rest Lux, though, after we saw him in the last game? But Sentinels has basically the same draft. All they did is substitute a TF for an Orianna, a Darius for a Garen, which are very similar. I really like their composition going into this game number 2.
The other difference, though, is that starting did get Ari this time, and Ari's a much better complement to Jackson. I think can maybe give Mali a lot of problems in the 1v1.
All right, Ari on starting, TF in the game, Thresh Lux. It's all very scary and all very set up for a scary game number 2 here. Let's send it back on over the casters to see what happens.
Terrifying game, perhaps.
What's going on here?
You guys are so cute.
I just wanted us to be a little closer.
I was not prepared for this bit. it whatsoever. I was ready to do a hype intro, and then I just feel you sleeping on my shoulder.
We can still do the hype intro.
Okay, well, it's game 2, guys, and off the back of that game 1 win, Sentinels are just one step closer to clinching that grand finals spot.
Oh man, it's so exciting. We get a twisted fate. The crowd in Mall of America getting ready for game 2 here, as this is a complete surprise. The desk kind of hinted at it before, but Molly has completely changed up his pool from what we've seen throughout the tournament.
And the other big thing too, with that last Ashe lock-in, this is an original pick from Dienzio back in year 0 when he was still on Enemy. No one else was playing the Ashe. Everyone was pretty much prioritizing Varus in the bot lane, sometimes a Xayah, but the powerful global initiation from Dienzio, even if he's on the other side of the map, can still aid in skirmishes crosswise.
I mean, for me, this is an actual factual marksman. It's not like a Ziggs, not a Morgana. We're not trying to play pretend in the bot lane. It is an actual Ashe. And I love this not only for the fact that it is Dienzio, one of our best team fighting AD carries in North America, but it is also allowing for better pick potential from Tribe. I thought that was one of the things that they were kind of lacking. Sans maybe like a Jax flash in with a leap strike. They needed something like this to find fights and, you know, start up a good couple of picks.
It is a significant amount of single target CC this time on Tribe versus the AoE CC that we saw in game 1. And the fact that starting is playing something like Ahri versus a Corki, he comes online a bit faster. He's going to spike really hard on the first item, which means that Tribe are going to be, I'm imagining, pushing for a very aggressive all-in skirmish around the first objective.
Even that, it is just an assassin as well for starting, something that isn't the Corki like you said. It gives him agency to make those plays, go for the clutch factor that we expect from North America's one of the best mid laners here.
But you also got Molly, man. He's been rising up as well as one of the best mid laners in the best player, as so many of our players throughout the tournament have just given him props and vouches for, saying that, you know, Molly could role swap to any role and he would still be the best.
Yeah, he was famously jungle duo with starting.
Yeah.
And so that's how they made their climb into highest ranks of Challenger, rank 1 for someone like starting. It was Molly right beside him. Brothers in arms now turned into rivals is a really fun storyline to watch as these two guys continue to duke it out here at the WNS Regional Championship.
We're approaching level 5 on most of the characters here on the Rift, which is where things should be heating up. But for the most part, Tribe are just waiting until those ultimate spells, because that is where a lot of the initiation power will be accessible.
And when we talk about Tribe, and specifically their bottom lane, they've done an excellent job of constantly harassing Rest and Beg. We saw it in game 1 as well, and here with the Karma, with the Ashe, the volley poke is just too much. Rest of them, they're down a little bit. They can't actually step up to the minion wave, and it's just this constant harassment. Oh, you have a honey fruit? No longer.
And they've already burned a couple combat summoner spells for beginnings and rest. They still have their flashes, so they should be able to get out of a sticky situation if things get a little spicy from Tribe. But that is putting a lot of pressure on rest and beginnings and giving a lot of priority from Dienzio and Max Green, as they are now preparing for the objective in less than a minute.
Exactly. Dragon's going to be spawning in a minute, and what I want to see is how Sheesh is going to path towards mid lane. He's already starting up his Krugs. I want to see him move into mid lane and allow for someone like Molly, but there's an Ashe ultimate coming on its way through. Thank you, observers.
Will it land? Oh, just barely. And T-Tigers is not going to flash for the counter-strike to guarantee the lockdown. That's the Ashe arrow going.
You have to imagine if that lands, it's a few summoners, if not a kill there for Tribe. Good awareness, good movement coming out from MTS. Again, unlock Molly out of this mid lane. Beginnings looking for a hook, doesn't quite land. Charm goes wide. When you're playing Twisted Fate, that first Destiny ultimate is the most important.
Yeah, and the fact that Molly's being patient, saw the Crystal Enchanted Arrow, made sure not to reactively just burn it out of fear for his top laner. The fact that they now have that ability, they can look for a pick if Tribe don't bring all 5 members to the objective.
Yeah, I wonder, so there's a couple of plays I think Sentinels could go for. They could just go for the standard objective setup where they're all sitting there as 5. They could also potentially make a pick onto Dienzio here, who is still in bottom lane, is not even going for a recall.
Now Dienzio, if he walks and rotates by himself, single target lockdown from Molly, and the Rod of Ages, it won't be enough burst damage by himself. So it looks like he's just making his way over to the Rift Herald. Gold card, pulling right out of the final spark. T-Tiger's starting though. First on that first damage, and then the Crystal Enchanted Arrow barely goes wide from the flash, but it's still not enough. as T-Tigers locks down first blood. But the rest of the tribe, you got to be careful about Sheesh. He's powering up on that Riven. They force out 2 in response.
The start of that was good. Ari came in, found her mark on Tamale. You saw T-Tigers jump on in. The ultimate not quite landing. And again, Dienzio is not there. Molly looks like he's going to be able to pick up this wave as we go into the replay here. This is a 4v5 for Tribe. I think it's really tough to execute on this. Like, as soon as Rest gets here, this is a done fight for Sentinels.
Yeah, and it's very difficult for them to carry on, because the thing is, all of their damage in this fight is without T-Tigers, it's very much cooldown reliant. You're waiting on skull rotations from starting and Max Green, and if Dienzio's not there, there's no sustained damage either. But, big note, Destiny was used by Molly, didn't look for a pick or wasn't able to capitalize, so this is a fight where Tribe maybe can be able to contest it against the Dragon.
Oh, and it's going to be a 4v5, but they find the pick!
Oh, that's huge! Sheesh, fine starting.
That's a great pick from Beginnings there. Finds the hook, takes them out, and Tribe, they've now lost the Rift Herald fight. They've now lost the Dragon fight. Sentinels again making really clean picks. Game 2 here. I mean, what do you do?
Important thing to note, even though Sentinels did not pick up Rift Herald in the aftermath of the first fight that we saw on the Rift, they still have priority. They still have numbers ready in case they want to pick up this objective. But look where Tribe is overloading on currently, on the bottom side of the map, giving plate gold over to Dienzio. T-Tigers just waiting here. Crystal Enchanted Arrow, Counter-Strike to lock him down. Molly, no summoners available. Tribe finds one back.
And there we go. That is exactly what Tribe have been waiting for. Wait for someone to move a little too far up, Ash Ultimate them, and get T-Tigers a little bit of gold on this Jax. It's exactly what I wanted to see. And now, constantly pushing. Let's see how far they can take this, because if they're able to push up onto this inhibitor, you see they throw out the hot shot, they know no one's coming.
Yeah, they should be able to burn this down, or at least get...
Yeah,
never mind.
They've got no mini wave. Maybe if it was a Hull Breaker Ash, we'd see a little something spicy.
I'm going to say no to that.
Okay.
It's okay, Dimitri. And most of your ideas land. You're like 90% on that. That's the one time I'll say.
Depends on who you ask. If you're asking Smacks, it may go a little different on that
Smacks is just mean to you. He does leave you at level 1.
You know who is nice to us, though?
Who?
Sheesh. He's going in for plays. Beginnings as well. Jacob, all of the boys on Sentinels, and to be fair, Tribe as well, but Sentinels got a lot of good boys.
This is a closer game for Sentinels Tribe the last time around, because remember, Tribe was the one that originally had that early skirmish spike, but it wasn't until the mid-game where Sentinels found a massive wombo comboing the Riven and the Orion. And this time around, Sentinels, it's gold parity even, but I imagine that the scaling factor is somewhat equal on both sides. You have T-Tigers on the Jax, but you cannot count out a Riven.
Yeah, the problem that is going to continue to occur is as soon as Sentinels gain control of mid lane and are able to move out, Starting gets found again!
Oh, he has Flash, tries to Spirit Rush away, but dodges right into the final spark, still gets out alive.
And Starting, that is twice now that Beginnings has found a hook, the light binding coming in from Rest. It means that now they've opened up. Can MTS survive?
Meanwhile, on the Baron side of the map, MTS in 1v3, as you said, it's not enough to it's just overwhelmed by the massive numbers amount from Tribe. But they're able to answer back. They have a Rift Herald already crashed through the mid lane turret. They can look for another one here. But Flash binding from Rest, locking down Starting. She's trying to follow up, but it's still not enough damage here. But it's just buying time so that they can knock down the second tier turret. More gold influx on their side of the map. Max Green looking for the Transcendence. It's not finding it, but it's a fling from Chuck and T-Tigers, and they've routed off Beginnings and Rest at double for Tribe.
And right there, we got to see that Sentinels overextend. Yes, they get 2 turrets in the mid lane, but Chuck coming in from the Dragon lane sweeps on through. I don't think we're quite done yet.
Dienzio has the arrow once again, stuns up MTS and Molly, and now they are under fire in this tower. Sheesh is able to get out alive, as well as Molly's able to force them back.
Oh man, it's getting closer and closer. Tribe now finally in a gold lead yet again. Exciting stuff. You saw that flank that we got from them. I love the movement coming out from Chuck and T-Tigers to cut off the members of Sentinels, who after that second mid-tier turret, after getting Starting and flashing onto him, that should have been the end of the play, but maybe feeling a little too much of that momentum.
Yeah, T-Tigers definitely reveling in the fact that he's got a gold lead for himself, has been able to pick up turret plating on both the bottom side of the map and the top side of the map. But you also have to give props to Chuck. This time around, he's not down 3,000 gold. He is well ahead on this Garen, showing the comfortness coming through.
Yeah, MTS has had a small lead every single time, And this right here, I think, highlights some of the strengths of Sentinels comp, is the fact that as soon as they can control vision, it is these picks, it is the Lux, it is the Thresh, that they can just go for these kinds of things, keep throwing out bindings, keep throwing out the death sentences coming out from beginnings. And that's something that Dienzio now, he has Hawk Shot, so he can kind of play a little bit of a pseudo-similar role to that.
Right there. He spots out all 4 members waiting in the bushes looking for a pick. Beginning finds the death sentence, but it's the Crystal Enchanted Arrow. But starting, trying to find the charm, does not hit it, but might be enough damage from Tribe. And Beginning gets out alive. There's an opportunity, but Transcendence pulls 4 members back. And Dienzio with the volley. It's now Tribe that's on the chase, looking to hunt down Sentinels.
Oh my God. They're going to keep going. Molly, you got a gold card.
That's the ace.
You need the get out of jail free card. Tribe find 5 for 0 in the mid lane.
And you can see the reactions from the analyst desk. Tribe fanboy on the left side, Sentinels fanboy on the right side as we take a look back at our Coca-Cola pop-off.
And it looks good for Sentinels here, but watch the spacing coming out from Tribe's bottom lane. Dienzio gets into position, the ultimate from Karma there sets him up so well, and Molly just can't resist the slows, everything. Dienzio, the newest member to this Tribe gaming squad, is making good on the promises to bring them to a championship.
Hey, newest member to the Tribe, you said it perfectly there, and we got another fight here. Crystal Enchanted Arrow on to Beginning once again. He has Flash, tries to reposition to the left side, but there's no one there to save him or bail him out. Tribe now have a numbers advantage to look for the Rift Herald.
Okay, but can they resist the urge to turn? It looks like Sentinels are not going to bother. They haven't made good on the TF teleporting around the map. Tribe are now finding picks time and time again. Dienzio, those ultimates in the first 3 minutes, those are trial ones. We were piloting, we're seeing how fast does Ashe ultimate actually go, and now they are just piercing the heart of Sentinels.
Tribe are now 8,000 gold ahead. A stark gold advantage that now sets them up to be in position to be advantageous for the next team fight. I imagine would be around this Infernal Dragon. If you pick that up, you're going to have an extra stats bonus, which is going to be so crucial in the mid-late game.
This is getting scary now, right? Like the Mountain Drake that they've already gone for themselves, the Inferno like you had just set up. Tribe could definitely still take this. I want to see if they can kind of clean up some of their plays though, right? It is starting kind of taking a little bit of a fall in terms of performance here, but he is still crucial. He's only died once this game on the Ahri. If he finds a Miracle Charm, the sins of this game are erased immediately.
You know, I didn't want to bring up the missed charm so far.
Yes.
But thankfully, Tribe, the other members have been picking up the slack. I mean, props to really Dienzio and T-Tigers, who have just done a phenomenal job. And this Crystal Enchanted Arrow, just fishing for one, seeing if any Sentinel members were out of position. There's still no objective to fight for. Baron is still in 30 seconds. T-Tigers getting locked up here, but has the stasis. And now, look, the charm connects onto Rest. That's the one that you want to pick for. Sentinels down without their burst mage, are lacking a lot of damage, and they're lacking a lot of health bars right now, as it is Tribe that are pushing them into the crevices of the base defense. But they're not going to find any more, but it gives them the whole map to feast on.
Again, Max Green, his ultimate comes through, sets up starting for that charm, and like we just said, you may have missed him in the early game, but who cares if it's right here at 13 minutes. They're baiting for the Baron. I love this.
Oh, two-man counter-strike from over the wall. It gets Molly's flash over. He might get out alive, but he can't say the same about MTS. Beginnings trying to give the Dark Passage. She's just not going to need it. Walks away. Final Spark gets a little bit of burst damage back onto the members of Tribe, preventing them from taking down the Baron.
But the Final Spark, it's nothing. It does nothing, right? Like, it's there for vision. Beginnings. You went too far up. It's no longer your jungle. A Rift Herald will crash. It'll give Tribe the amount to walk in, take this turret, and now set up for a Baron. They're going to probably recall, as I see a few blinking HP bars. I don't think they're going to actually go for this Baron. They'll go ahead, hit the base button, go ahead, redeploy out onto the map, and set up to win this one.
Oh, Molly might be looking for a pick here. T-Tigers and Chuck are isolated.
Okay.
He's looking for it on the Chuck, but he's a big vision boy. You're not taking him down anytime soon.
He's, as Michael classified it, a B-floored. He's just
Is that what he said?
Yes, he just shrugs it off. He's like, I literally don't care that you use me with a gold card. I'm out.
That's based. I like that.
Fantastic stuff from Chuck, just walking it off. And obviously having a much better game this time around.
And look at that, off of that base recall. most of the members of Tribe have just either fully completed a new item or have gone in crucial components and boot enchants.
Across the board, they're ahead in some way or fashion. And Molly, playing a Twisted Fate, it has definitely fallen out of favor as the year has gone by, but is all in that utility. The RFC here for extra range. They need to find picks. Oh, look at the Death Rush ultimate misses.
Arrow goes wide, but you still have the damage available in the follow-up to lockdown beginnings anyway. And then starting and charging ahead, has the Spirit Rush. T-Tigers flashing forward. MTS tries to pull him back in with the Apprehend. Transcendence is not available anymore, but the damage is unlimited supply right now from Tribe as they flashing forward to lock down more members of Sentinels.
Dude, Karma looks broken. You can't walk up into this team composition. It is Ultimate After Ultimate that is pulling members of Sentinels away from being able to do damage. If you take a look at this replay, they're just walking in fog of war. They don't know they're there. And all of a sudden the ward goes down, beginnings get caught out, and I just want to watch this Karma ult yet again because, I mean, Sheesh is already on the run. He gets stunned up by the Counter-Strike. Chuck is on the way, but, I mean, this is just setting up yet again more and more picks from Tribe.
Max Green on this Karma pick. And we were questioning before, how valuable is this Karma to the side of Tribe? Because we were seeing it banned throughout the tournament, a pretty high amount. But so far, Max Green now making it look like one of the best supports throughout the tournament. T-Tigers is starting up this Dragon by himself, and the rest of Sentinels actually cannot even contest it. The Tribe are so far ahead. It is a 12,000 gold lead. The stats advantage is absolutely massive.
They've got Baron, and I was thinking whether or not we would see like a Lux Ultimate come through and try to steal this Dragon, but they just decide, cut our losses and try to hold out on this game. They are down 13,000 gold at this point. It's going to require not just one, but multiple miracles, and maybe this hook is it.
Nice pick, but Max Green, even as a support, is still too durable to take down. Chuck on the left side flank, just buying attention from the rest of Sentinels as the rest of Tribe are able to just do whatever they please to the members of Sentinels. They're retreating, but you cannot retreat for the power of Demacian Justice.
And now they're able to push out on multiple lanes. Is it again a mid turret, again a Dragon Lane turret gone. Tribe putting the finishing touches on this one after completely dominating Sentinels.
And Tribe have even up the series here, Alk, as they have the Baron Cannon minions to push us down. We have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. The series is even up as Tribe takes game 2.
Look at the Enzio pop off. He's like, I do not care. I am here for championship quality gaming.
And you need that from such a vocal and high-spirited leader like D'Enzio, saying, guys, game 1 was a fluke. We got this. We're in this to win it, baby.
And that's why we've been hyping up D'Enzio throughout the tournament, throughout all of this year. His addition to the team coming in, he's been fantastic. And obviously, Tribe, despite their stumbling at the beginning of 2022, they've been getting into better form, better shape, all until now, culminating to this exact moment where we get to see D'Enzio on this Ashe.
Like we said at the beginning of the game, right? You go back to year 0, D'Enzio was the one that brought Ashe to the forefront. No one else in the world was playing Ashe at the time. But D'Enzio was like, no, this pick is good. I made a YouTube video about it. It's one of the best marksmen in the world. So, D'Enzio and the rest of Tribe swinging it back into control to even up the series as we get ready to head back over to the analyst desk with Degon.
All right, 1-1 is the score as Tribe Gaming even things up here. Degon here with Smacks, Pastry Time, and Michael Udall in the Mall of America. And we went from a best of 5 now to a best of 3 as the score gets tied up 1-1. Tribe Gaming able to pull this one out, although we were a little worried after the draft. Sentinels picked a very similar composition, felt very comfortable. They went back to that Lux Thresh, and it looked good before the game started. And then afterwards, wasn't quite the same as game number 1, Udall.
Yeah, I mean, there are really 2 standout players for me on Tribe, and it was D'Enzio and T-Tigers, right? I feel like the Ashe Ultimates got some key picks, but also just in team fights. D'Enzio was laying down so much consistent damage, slowing the opponents, but this was a T-Tigers show on that Jax. I mean, we consistently would look at the gold, and he's 3-4K up on the next closest member, constantly, you know, getting a pick into the first tower. I felt like this was like I said, T-Tigers show. He really put on a performance on that Jax.
Max?
I'm surprised the first thing you mentioned is not that it's an Orianna diff. Because that's the biggest difference in the Sentinels draft to me. They did not have the Orianna. They did not have the team fighting power and utility. They instead moved over to this Twisted Fate, which, in my opinion, just does not hold a candle. In a draft like that, you really do need to make sure you have some X factor, I don't know why I said Z, to make sure that you actually are able to start a team fight on the right foot.
Yeah, I mean, if your plan is to play picks and use Twisted Fate very aggressively, like, you can play that game. I just think that, like, that's not the game these teams want to play. They're both very proficient team fighters. They love to scrap 5v5. So I would expect that. Like, I thought the plan was, if Tribe are trying to scale, let us punish them by trying to pick them in the mid game with Twisted Fate. It just didn't happen. Like, T-Tigers worried me a little bit in the early stages of the game because he's getting very aggressive on a champion that, like, you don't need to get that aggressive on at, like, level 3. But it kind of didn't matter as the game ended because he found so many kills, and then at that point, your Jax is just coasting.
Yeah, he is the go button for the squad. As much as maybe he's supposed to sit back and scale and dish out damage,
doesn't want to.
He's the one that goes in first and uses the stasis to its full potential time and time again, giving me heart attacks over and over again.
I mean, he is the jungler who learned firsthand from the best Jax in the world, Hueva, at Horizon Cup. So if anyone in North America should know how to play Jax, it should be T-Tigers, and I think it is.
All right, Udall, you got us a clip to break on down from that last game, game number 2.
I do, and it's going to be a Zhonya's bait from T-Tigers, and there's going to be another key ultimate that's going to happen here. It's going to be a massive Transcendent Embrace, actually, as you're going to see. T-Tigers here on the Jax, sidestepping out of rest, but right here, Sheesh sees this as an opportunity to engage, but T-Tigers activates the Zhonyas, baits all of Sentinels in the 4-person Transcendent Embrace, and at this point, keep your eyes. You can run it at normal speed on T-Tigers. He's going to jump forward, hit a 4-person counter-strike, and this is where Tribe ran away with it. They were able to, from here, get the full ace, get a bunch of towers, and get a bunch of gold.
That counter ult is exclusive to Wild Rift if from League PC, and it doesn't look that familiar. But you know what it might remind you of? Especially you, Udall? Orianna Shockwave.
Yeah, it does. It does look like an Orianna Shockwave.
I mean, and Karma fulfilled a very similar purpose that we saw Orianna in the last comp, where she's constantly enhancing. She can speed you up. She has all the shields. And yeah, she can help set up the team and kind of keep the fight going either offensively or defensively. So not the biggest fan of Karma so far, but that was a much improved game from Max Green, especially alongside the Ashe with the Ezio.
Yeah, and shout outs to our boy Sam on the replay there. It looks even better in slow-mo. And one player that we need to touch on that we haven't, because I made a comment, the recycle bin in the top side of the map. I feel like Chuck heard him, and then Chuck went right back to MTS and said, it's your turn. Let's see if you like that one, because the Gary and Darius, we see it over and over again, specifically in North America. Lots of trading back and forth. Garen won out this one, and won out big, did not have to buy a Hull Breaker, just was able to just put his money into items and just dominate the lane.
Yeah, I mean, Chuck, playing against the Darius, he knows the limits, right? Like, that's his champion. He knows what to do against him. He knows how to counter him. But yeah, Chuck was definitely getting the Baron differential in this game. And in the last one, we saw MTS kind of run away with it. And I like Chuck slapping back. I like him saying, no, this series ain't done yet. You're not going to be gapping me. And I'm going to be curious to see how that progresses in these next, couple of games.
For me, the biggest difference is ease of execution. It is so much harder to set up a winning Darius team fight because you have to, constantly apply bleeds. You need people to hold other people in place, and then you start resetting. Garen's just like, oh, someone's there, Q. Oh, someone's low, R. Like, Garen is so easy to pick up all these loose kills and just snowball team fights.
Yeah, great that we're talking about this series, and of course the winner of this series will play against Immortals. And on that, breaking news coming straight from the control room right now, apparently the top laner from Immortals, who has been playing remote, Araki Zoro, has landed here in Minnesota. You saw him there, landed on in, getting his stuff. He will be joining the rest of his team as they play for the first ever WNS Season 1 Championship. How much does that affect the team, getting your full squad here, playing through delay, all that good stuff?
It's got to be so much, right? I mean, we know Araki Zoro. We were on the broadcast with him at Horizon Cup, and we've been casting him for an entire year at this point. We know just how outspoken he is about wanting to play internationally, wanting to play with his team. I cannot wait to see the level at which they are playing on the stage, and we'll have to see who's going to be playing against them.
That's right.
I was just going to say, Iraqi, not only a vocal player, about wanting to play in Icons, but a vocal player for this team, right? So having him on stage is going to be a differential. But yeah, like you were saying, we're getting into the draft, and look who's back in the ban corner. It's Karma. They said, Max, no thanks. We don't want none of that, as they're going to be taking away the Yuumi, the Olaf, and the Karma for Sentinels, whereas Tribe on the other side said, nah, beginnings, we don't want to play against the Galio. Getting rid of Camille
not Garen either. And so there it is, first pick, Jax for Tribe, probably going back to T-Tigers. That's 3 games in a row if he plays it yet again. And really a focal point of the squad. And same thing, Riven heading on over to Sentinels. But this one a little different because there are multiple people that play Riven on the Sentinels
I feel
squad.
like you weren't going to lose Jax, so interesting to see Tribe so heavily indexed to wanting this pick so quickly, because this is why. You're losing Garen if you do this.
Could just be that they want to hide their picks for later, but I do agree with you that the Garen first pick seems to be a hotly contested one. Maybe they just don't really care about the swap in the Baron lane. Garen, Darius, it's all the same.
Yeah, but it does feel like the Garen's getting the better of these two. But really, I mean, T-Tigers again, picking the Jax. This is 3 games in a row. They've been highly prioritizing this, and again, they're giving starting Ahri.
And I will say, as the starting fanboy, everyone's favorite streamer, been casting him this whole time, watching his stream, and that is my power-up card. His Ahri did not look great early on. He did a great job escaping a lot of engages, but a lot of those charms in those team fights had great animations that disappeared into the air and didn't really hit a target.
There's a bit of that.
I think he was a critical component of a lot of those skirmishes, though. Like, Ahri, again, such a great compliment to Jax, because she can dance around team fights, find flanks, and just constantly beat disruptive. That's all you really need. You just got to make space for the likes of Darius and Dex. I actually really like Ahri Darius a lot more than, say, something like Ahri Garen, because Garen is so self-sufficient. So I liked it, but yeah, starting as a player that was a little quiet, but T-Tigers was so loud that it's kind of hard to make noise.
Yeah, definitely. But looking at the ban, Sentinels recognizing that Dienzio was a threat, was a monster on the action that last game, and don't want to go against it. 3-0-1. I love how they cross out the O's. Listen, like, we'll adjust as we go along.
Yeah, big shout out to the happiest manager in the world, Cloud9's Vincent there holding up the sign. Here we go.
Ooh, that's
second round. Gragas gets locked in after that marksmen get taken away by Sentinels, and it's going to be Alistair and Diana removed by Tribe.
Yeah, very different champion from what we saw in the last game. And this Gragas has not shown up until this point. It is a denial away from the Dragon Lane duo with this Senna, so Max Green will need to go for a different strategy.
Whoa!
It is
It's back!
It's back!
I mean, looking at these compositions, though, still relatively similar to the last 2 we've seen. And what this tells me is both teams feel like the reason Game 1, for Tribe they lost, and Game 2 for Sentinels that they lost was not the draft. It was gameplay, and both of them are feeling confident in the style that they can pull out, and it's going to be a clash of metas, but really a clash of who's got the quicker hands, who has the better individual decision-making. And the Orianna is locked in again. Mally, I love it. You looked great on it in the first game, and I'm excited for you to hit some big shockwaves in this one as well.
For me, if this is the style they want to play, this is a huge difference maker. Orianna is so much better at enabling the likes of Riven and Garen that was solely missing from Mali last game when he was playing Twisted Fate.
I'll say a little bit of ult dyssynergy if you hit him with the explosive cast first.
If you're bad,
Orianna shockwave. But if you hit it with the Orianna shockwave, then the explosive cast, that's pretty crazy. So we'll keep an eye on that for Sentinels here. As we take a look at this, who do you think comes out better in this draft?
I feel like it's pretty close. Well, I mean, I feel like it's pretty close. Like, it's like a 40-60, could go either way. I give it slightly to Sentinels because of the Ori, like Pastry mentioned. But yeah, I think both teams have given themselves tools to succeed.
Surprise, surprise. Michael Udall likes Orianna. I do too, honestly. I think it fits very well with the strategy. It sets up for that Riven. Both mid laners seem like they're doing that very heavily in this series.
All right, this best of 5 now to a best of 3 as it's 1-1. You got to get to 3 wins. Who will take a closer step towards Icons? Let's find out now as we send it back down to our casters.
Woo! Thank you so much, D-Gon and the rest of the analyst desk. We got game 3, and you know what that means, Zalk? It is now just glorified best of 3 at this point, no longer a best of 5.
Yes, but still, I mean, we're searching for the second team to make it up into that grand finals where Immortals are waiting for them. And I mean, it's the first of 3, right? We got Tribe finally do a kind of a hit back and get them back into the series. Ooh, it's exciting stuff.
I know. We're at a loss for words right now because the way that Sentinels just exploded off the Rift in game 1, we're like, oh my god, Sentinels are back. Then Tribe, especially Dienzio, the pop off at the end of game 2, he's like, forget game 1, guys. We're back in this game. We're back in this series, and we know that we're getting ready for game 3 in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to briefly touch up on the Sentinels, because that's probably the most exciting part of the composition here for Tribe.
And we saw them play up against Suzaku, and the early start was not great. Max Green overextended for a ward. There was a Rengar that got fed very early on, and later on, after their match, after they won, DNZO said, you know, we do a little trolling. We kind of griefed the early game a little bit for
Everyone
themselves.
gets one.
Yes.
Everyone gets one. There's a couple times where Max Green was not in position, but then they cleaned it up, and then the scaling came through. It just goes to show that on something like a Nasus, that Wither ability is such an important cooldown, and the cooldown gets reduced over time as you get more and more cooldown reduction or ability haste stacked on and through items. And against mobile champions like the Riven, it's so important because it's going to be easier to lock her down.
It's especially good versus melee champions, right? Like you get the Wither that's not only movement speed but also attack speed. If you're a marksman or if you're any kind of melee champion, good luck, Esports. You're not having any fun on that one.
Well, good luck to both teams as we head to the Rift for Game 3 and our last lower finals best of 5.
Ooh, and this is such a different style, I think, for Sentinels. Yes, they got the Lux, but it's not quite the same thing as a Thresh for beginnings. It is a full body engage when you're playing this Gragas.
No pun intended. He's literally slamming his whole body into Tribe. And look at this, a 3-man middle wave start.
They want mid priority. They're like,
this look like year 0 over again.
Good luck, brother. You are not pushing this wave. And immediately moving into Fog of War. Good ward there from starting to see this. I wonder if they're just going to immediately try to punish. You have to think as Tribe that they know this is happening.
Potentially rest. The fact that Molly rotated on over too, this is... I didn't think that Molly would be rushed on over here either. And maybe Sentinels were thinking that they could catch out DNZ and Max Green in the river with level 1 CC abilities available. Body Slam and Light Binding could have been enough to at least burn a Summoner spell.
Yeah, so in theory, they shouldn't actually miss all that much, but Max Green takes a massive HP chunk taken out of him by Sentinel's bot lane. Maybe the thought process there is you don't miss any minions when you are able to move so early on, and so maybe we try to catch them off guard. Maybe they're not able to actually push the wave out that fast. You suddenly get priority in both of your lanes, but nothing really comes of it. I mean, we're right now just seeing the bot lanes fight over and over, and I think this is probably the closest in terms of the bottom lanes that we'll actually see DNZO versus Rest for going for aggressive laning phases.
Yeah, for Sentinels, the key thing is that they're sustained. Yeah, you are just living through the laning phase, and the sustain is almost too difficult to break, even as Rest at the beginning.
Oh, wait a
somewhat
minute.
of a kill lane setup. They've already burned Ignite and a couple other summoner spells as well between both parties here, but so far it is Tribe's dual lane that has the summoner advantage.
You said you wanted to survive. Well, Rest and beginnings, but double exhaust. You are not having any fun in that lane. It doesn't matter what range you're at. They are going to make sure that they're not taking any damage. The shielding from Lux is going to feel pretty fine there, but they're getting really into it. That's what we were looking for DNZO and Max Green. We were trying to get ready for this series, is how do these two on Tribe take advantage of Sentinel's bot lane?
I mean, we saw it in Game 2, right? And a DNZO Max Green that didn't necessarily find early kills, but they had the kill set up, the lockdown between the Karma and the Ashe.
Yeah.
This time around, Wither can guarantee the route from Senna being able to land the later the game goes on and the scaling that you benefit from. I think Tribe are just indexing the fact that, hey, we don't necessarily need to blow Rest and beginnings out of the water super early on. They can just wait and let the team fight speak for themselves.
And kind of speaking on the team fights as we get later on, for Tribe, I think the burden of execution has shifted away from someone like Max Green and is now on DNZO and Starting, who have the long-range crowd control abilities. It is the Charm, it is the center snare. Anything past that, it's all melee range. So it's very difficult for them to lock down individual members and go for these picks like we saw with the Ashe.
We're heading now just a minute away from objective fights. And so far this series, there hasn't been any massive fights over the first objectives of the game. I think the closest that we got was that first Rift Herald fight where it didn't result in the objective being taken afterwards because it was such a bloody aftermath.
Yeah, they immediately redeployed and they're just like, you won't go for the Rift Herald a little bit later. We'll pick it up on the second time around. But already we talked about this, and you know, laning phase in Wild Rift, very, very short. Immediately moving out of the lane. That was something actually we got to catch up with Hoon. He's like, if you lose lane, just go to another lane. Who cares? Just like it does, just go on down. You don't gotta opt into that.
It's very rare, especially at the highest level here in North America, for laning phase
to go boom.
Yeah, to go boom. Like if you like lose a solo kill sometimes, it's nowhere near enough that the game is just over from that. Usually massive skirmishes that lead into, near aces is where like things start to look a little wonky. Whoa. As an early flash from Rest. It's not enough though. T-Tigers and starting, linking up for that first blood.
Starting her Dagon all the way from Popeye's point and was like, what do you mean this animation is a little too long going nowhere? I'm gonna get the max range charm onto Rest, and it opens up their ability to take this dragon. That's the exact pick that they were looking for because they invested the flash from T-Tigers.
Now Rest won't necessarily be in position right away, but he still has that global ability in the final spark. He's walking on down, starting with the charm. Doesn't hit Molly, flashing forward. Whoa! That shockwave combo! And then beginnings with the explosive cast sends the members right back into the waiting armors of Sentinels. They strike back.
You saw Molly, patience pays off. Immediately pulls back, flushes forward for the ultimate there, and completely eviscerates Tribe.
That was sick. And that's definitely a Coca-Cola pop-off moment right there. Oh my goodness. Molly waiting out the charm and then immediately sets up flashing forward for the shockwave. Everyone from Sentinels combos right on top of it.
Yeah, and immediately, like you were saying, the dragon gets started up. It seems like the Rift Herald didn't quite finish. We got another team fight.
Oh, Sheesh is able to secure the Rift Herald for Sentinels, but Sheesh is on the run, gets locked down by Tribe. It's one back over to the members of them. Beginnings also lost his life in that early skirmish, but for Sentinels, they are able to get the Rift Herald for them. They'll have some further pushing power. Dienzio, gotta be careful here. Shockwave, not quite available for Molly, so he cannot punish.
Rest almost found a kill on the Max Green there. It was getting a little spicy. I love to see it there. But Sentinels fighting for the Rift Herald. Before we got into that replay, Tribe were the ones starting that up. So they must have had some kind of skirmish. The redeploy back onto the map from Sentinels must have meant they were not going to give up that objective. And like you said, Sheesh may have given his life, but he did end up getting the objective.
Dude, this series is delivering, man.
Yes.
Tribe and Sentinels are just going back and forth at it. And for Sentinels to have prepared an answer, to go back to that Orianna for Molly, I think, Twist of Fate, the strategy was definitely there, but the execution, it didn't pay off. And so now going back to Comfort, going to something that Molly was able to perform extremely well on in game one, the fact that he is snowballing this far ahead so far against something like an Ahri now allows him to maybe pull things back.
Oh my god, there's the shockwave, and it's Dienzio caught out, making good on the promise from earlier. He didn't find him then, but he found him now, starting, using the Spirit Rush.
Okay, but nice body slam for Beginnings. Stuffs T-Tigers, prevents him from getting access onto Molly. Beginnings still falls to Max Green. The wind slash from Sheesh, getting a little bit of bite damage back onto T-Tigers, and Tribe will make their exit.
They get the flash out. T-Tiger's able to escape. Max Green is able to escape as well. It's the Spirit Fire. Nasus summons it from the sands of Shurima and is just barely able to get Beginnings. I really wish we could get like a hot, because here in Mall of America, there's a lot of bass speakers. Just to hear Nasus go, wither. It's so good.
Wither. Dude, it hits different, especially when the sub is just blaring it into your bones.
Exactly, and we got all the 4 rings of the atrium. It's just really sick to hear. But as we get further into this game, Tribe are continuing to scale. The Senna's picking up more stacks. The Fimbulwinter is here for Max Green, and they're setting up this pick. Sheesh is in the wings. Molly, his spider sense kicked in.
And he fires right on back with the shockwave. Sheesh knew that there was a trap, so they laid a counter trap to punish.
An important thing to note there is Molly's Seraphs also activated. So not only did the Archangels finish, but he's also really difficult to kill now as an Orianna.
Sentinels starting to ever so slowly pull right back in and potentially ahead. Sheesh is waiting here, still has the Blade of the Exile for the empowered damage.
Dive,
but getting stunned up by Dienzio. He's gonna think twice about going under the tower for Chuck.
Okay, they had a small window to potentially go for that, but they said, it looks like we don't have Molly's ultimate. We don't have that shockwave. We're not gonna go for it. So good patience coming out from Sentinels, and obviously a boon there for Tribe. They're not quite out of it yet, right? The gold is completely even at this point, but you look at Sentinels, they've already taken that top tier 1, and you see on the other side, MTS, he is just picking up wave after wave.
Sentinels slowly scaling up here. For T-Tigers, he is the big scaling factor alongside now the Dienzio Senna and Max Green Nasus. So they're just buying their time. Tribe are not completely out of this game. It's still a really decent gold parity. Most of them are even. Sentinels, however, they have the numbers advantage for the Infernal Dragon. A nice combat stat boost if they secure it.
And, I mean, Tribe is nowhere near this. T-Tigers, he's on the top side. He's going to try and push this wave, maybe look for something onto MTS. They just want this. Even Beginnings is coming. They use the final spark in top lane to clear up the wave.
Nice.
MTS is going to get a solo.
Oh, almost. T-Tigers forced to use Stasis. Beginnings was fishing for the explosive cast. Doesn't cast it quite yet, though.
Wait. Here they come. Oh, the light binding doesn't quite land. You saw the pinks come out from Sentinels. They're getting itchy to try and look for something.
You know, if that wall just wasn't there, however, Sheesh is going to take his time to look for Chuck, forces the flash and the barrier out, and now Sentinels, they're in position to take this Rift Herald as well.
But important to note, Orianna does not have Shockwave. They put it onto Sheesh and they were not able to land it. Can Tribe make good?
T-Tigers is routed up. Force the flash over the wall. Can he reposition in time? He's still half HP, so he can duke it out. But he has no ultimate either, so no resistances. It's going to be very hard for him to choose his battles here. Looks for the counter-strike. Rift Herald secured for Sentinels. Can they take it on to the left flank? Rest and Beginnings are pushed out of the fight by starting, but Tribe still have to win the fight on the left side because it's Sentinels that power through.
T-Tigers goes down. Max, are they going to look for it? It misses.
Charm doesn't hit, but the root from Dienzio lands and forces Molly to flash over into the Baron pit, but Tribe can't get any more.
There it is, Sentinels boys, they're yelling in the crowd, they're getting hype, and Sentinels keep making it happen. They find more team fight victories, and I like this from Tribe. Not quite giving up yet on the play, get the wave into mid lane, look for some plates.
Oh, Charm lands on the
fine.
Sheesh, but he is fine. I even like the explosive cast from the beginning, just trying to eliminate the wave, not give Tribe any opportunity to get an influx of gold back into their pockets.
Oh, Tribe have to start sweating at this point, right? They got the Rift Herald, the mid-tier one is going to go down, and this Jax is not going to have any access to gold. Starting was looking for a flank, but is going to get routed off. Sheesh and Rest are going to push him away from this river.
And the map is slowly starting to open up on the top side of the map in favor of Sentinels.
Yeah.
And it's going to give them more ways to cover vision control in the jungle quadrant. As we get closer to the Baron spawn, that's going to be so difficult for Tribe to walk through safely because you have Shockwave, Light Binding, Explosive Cast, multiple ways that Sentinels can pick off Tribe if they rotate incorrectly.
It is really cool to see Rest on this Lux because we were talking to him and he's like, one of the things that I fixed from last year was my positioning. Sometimes I got a little too hyphy and I'm like going really forward.
Yeah, because he rolls off from support.
Exactly, but Rest, this time on the Lux, every time, if you watch him, he's flashing forward to hit a light binding. He is going forward to look for something for his team.
You know, that support mentality of being the first one on the front lines has plagued Rest in the past, but he has worked so hard in year one to improve himself, to make himself nowhere near as a liability, and he wants to prove that he deserves to be on this team for Sentinels and bring them to the grand finals for a rematch against Immortals.
And it was last year, 8th place, their finish in Summoner Series. This time around, jockeying for 2nd almost. They obviously still need to win this series, but 3rd is not good enough for either of these organizations.
Yes, Sentinels for them, they've done so much growth, they've done so much improvement over this circuit. If they were to finish 3rd, just outside of the cusp of top 2, it would not mark the growth. It would not prove that they had made that journey from finishing 8th last year. For Tribe, on the other hand, it's the journey to reclaim the throne. They were the kings of North America in year 0. In year 1, it has been Immortals in both of the majors so far. And Tribe, they're the ones that took out Immortals in last year's Regional Championships Grand Final. Tribe want that rematch. They want to reclaim their
throne. And we
throne.
need to see how T-Tigers and Starting are going to win this game for their team, making another dive on Tamale. We saw how this went last time.
Oh, but they land the charm! The stasis! I don't think it's going to be enough. Look, the flash! but it is the Spirit Foxfire from starting. Beginnings tries to answer back, but T-Tigers blinking on HP. Can he get in range? Not quite yet. T-Tigers escapes. Beginnings is not going to be able to get the last tick of damage. Rest with the life binding. Sheesh, Hextech Protocol and the Broken Wings, but it's still not enough range as the flash was burned from starting.
And that's what we were just talking about. T-Tigers and starting. Two of the consistent members for this roster that always step up when it matters. Dragon is here. T-Tigers is in base. Tribe, they need to be able to stop them, stall, buy time for their team members to get back in position. Molly has ultimate, but he's still not alive.
But he has teleport. He can teleport to this. Where's he going to teleport? Right into the middle of it. And he has Shockwave available. It's going to have to be a good one to stop this fight away from Tribe. Sheesh has forced off members. T-Tigers on the bottom of the map. Watching for Shockwave. It hits. It connects. And Sentinels will be able to take out two instantly from Tribe. They're on the run. And they force them away from the Dragon Boot. But T-Tigers still in there. Goes with the fight was early. But Sheesh secures it for Sentinels. And Tribe still can't find anyone else. T-Tigers able to pick up Molly. Can he 1v1 MTS starting still on the left side of the flank. MTS forced to flash. Sheesh picking up Max Green. It's an all-out bloodbath here.
It's 2 for 3 in favor of Sentinels, and the Dragon goes over to them. So the scaling aspect, they got Ocean, Infernal, and Mountain. Feeling very confident about their play, but Tribe, T-Tigers and starting, living, pushing the absolute limits and exerting themselves in this replay.
And this is the late game scaling coming through for T-Tigers, but she's doing such a great job zoning T-Tigers off so they could not contest for the Dragon Pit, and the Shockwave coming in from Molly sets it all up at the beginning.
Exactly, Max Green is unable to do much in this fight. When you're playing this Nasus, you're trying to heal the rest of your team. You're a pseudo-enchanter in that way. And starting, I mean, he's going back into this fight, even though we see T-Tigers getting into the pit. It's aggressive plays, aggressive looks like this from Sheesh that just allowed them to do it. It was that rest, flashing forward, trying to find more light bindings. It's so fun.
But you can see that T-Tigers is starting to scale up into his own right. He has hit that 2 item, really wake up for Jax. This is now where Tribe are going to be relying on the scaling components of this composition to come through and combat against Sentinels. Even though they've picked up the first 3 dragons of the game, as we have talked to many players, famously Demon King from Suzaku, it doesn't matter how far behind you are in gold, doesn't matter how far behind you are in objectives. You get that one clutch late game team fight, you can push and win the game off of that.
They're going to need a miracle, Mark. Yeah, like you were saying, the gold is completely even. They're picking up gold in, I mean, I think interesting ways there from the side of Tribe, right? It's 3 turrets over to Sentinels, and yet somehow, some way, they're staying, you know, in the fight, in the race to try and finish off this game.
And you're looking at Max Green as one of them who gets to farm a large amount on this Nasus, and he's going to be even bigger here. Thimblewinter completed, Rylai's. You're going to have so much crowd control on this champion, and you can lock down some of the mobile carries of Sentinels, even if someone like Sheesh, who has all these dashes, once you're out of cooldowns, you're slow.
Yeah, and think about this. Oh my, T-Tigers at flank would have been sick. But that is the ultimate missing now for beginning. Starting to look for it.
Oh, 3-man root, but no one's in range from Tribe to be able to lock up potentially the members of Sentinels, the backline core there.
Oh, wait a minute, Sheesh. It looks like he has the ultimate available. He's trying to look for something. He's reformed the Broken Blade, but he's just going to move on out, try to take control of this river. T-Tigers getting the scuttle is very important. I think it stops Sentinels for going for this Baron. Jax needs to be able to live. Counter-Strike dissuades Sentinels now.
Oh, God. Oh,
it's getting tense.
Yeah, you can feel the nerves from the players. They're burning ultimates early. They're burning cooldowns early, and they're just trying to see who can win the game of chicken right now. A turret traded for Tribe, but an instant dunk from MTS takes that starting, and they're just going to combo them one by one. Max Green trying to flash away, but it's right into a wall. No way to escape that one. Sentinels pushing forward.
MTS, he is the wall of fate. Crash upon me like the waves of destiny. It does not matter. You will break upon my Garen. And Sentinels, they hold out. They tried to find something onto this Garen, but it wasn't enough. It means now, 20 seconds before the Dragon, they're going to redeploy and look to try and end this game.
And Max Green and starting are just going to spawn just a couple seconds late after the Dragon spawns. And looking at this pick from the rest of Sentinels, Tribe were overextending, trying to get that turret, but the quickness from Sentinels being able to just catch members out is crucial.
I mean, it's a Garen. We've learned all weekend long that this champion is an immovable object, and to try to go for that, I think is a bit of folly coming out from Tribe. So the Elder is being started. Ari is making their way over here. NASA seems to be in the wings, ready there with starting, but Tribe, they need this more than ever. It'll mean a Baron potentially for Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels have to be careful about this setup though. Beginnings is trying to hold this choke point, but T-Tigers can easily link through the bottom side and get away in to go for a potential objective smite steal. Watch Sentinels, they backed off to the Dragon, see if they can get a pick on Danzo. They know he has no flash here. Starting has to buy time onto the backline. Crucial charge, T-Tigers looking for the Counter-Strike flash, forcing Molly to flash away. T-Tigers trying to buy as much time as he can. Stasis onto the backline, but Danzo is already gone. So how much of the damage can Tribe can actually back up to take back against Sentinels? And so far, it's Sentinels that are clearing through. They find multiple HP low members here from Tribe. They're the ones that pick up 4.
And I can see it here from the casting desk. Rest and beginnings, they pop off. You see them running on up. The entire Mall of America erupts as Sentinels take game 3.
All right, well, they have a minion wave here starting. He's going to try to do his best to clear out this minion wave, but Sentinels, I think they have enough damage here. They take him out. That's it. The full ace at 19 minutes, and Sentinels move to match point.
8-2-6. The final scoreline for Molly on his Orianna. And you see right there on your screens, Pierce runs on up. He grabs his boys, saying, good job, but the fight's not done yet. We got one more game before we are going to grand finals.
Tribe. Their backs are against the wall now. No more room for error, no more room for mistakes at this point. From here on in, it is only wins for Tribe if you are looking to advance to the grand finals for that rematch against Immortals, for a chance to play on the international stage at Icons.
It means so much, obviously, not only to Sentinels, but to Tribe. Starting, oh, he's taking off the jacket. He's like, it's go time. I'm in work mode right now. I'm trying to get me back into grand finals. He wants to reclaim his throne.
But for Sentinels, they are the ones that want to mark their growth as well as they move to match point. They are one game away from clinching the last Icon spot, the grand finals rematch against Immortals. But we're going to have to return to the series after this break.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Mall of America here for the WNS Season 1 Championship. We've got ourselves a heck of a battle in the lower bracket finals between Tribe Gaming and Sentinels. The Sentinels take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. Digon here with Smacks, Pastry Time, and Michael Udall. And Smacks, I want to go to you first here. That last game, it was close all the way through until those final fights.
They did follow my advice on Sentinels, though. They got rid of the Twisted Fate. They brought in the Reign of Orianna, and I feel like this is going to continue all throughout the rest of these drafts unless she is just banned.
Right. Molly on the Orianna, huge, but another player that went huge is our star player. It's Sheesh in the jungle, who just took off and took over the game there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Sheesh was looking so dominant and having so much mobility. Like, the man's got Flash, the man's got Proto Belt. Like, he's moving a tablet space, you know, on a phone. Like, he is moving so far across the screen. And you see, you know, it shows in his stats, you know, 5-1 and 5, 63% kill participation, solid gold per minute, solid damage, but always getting on the targets that he needed to. Sheesh, I know you don't have your headset on, dude. I see you. You were balling out that last game. Dude, he's not even phased. He's zoned in. He's like, the series ain't over. I gotta win.
Think about what cool shoes he's going to buy with his winnings as they keep on progressing. Because you do get more money as you get further through the tournament. Always feels good. Yeah, speaking of draft strategy, 2 points, Max, I'm glad you brought up Sheesh because, like, Riven's got to start hitting the bank corner. It's not for every team, but for this team specifically, like, it's clearly too much.
Well, we were watching the game, and you were like, how is he moving
it's
this
ridiculous!
Far, this fast? Your brain couldn't keep up. It was very,
My Riven is not like that. I'll tell you that much.
Another thing in the draft that was interesting that came up, Nasus down on the bottom side of the map at support. We've seen it before here in this tournament. How did you feel like it panned out, Udall?
It was okay. I don't really feel like it was that impactful, but something that Sentinels did at the very start of the game. They cleared mid with their duo lane, right? So you had the Gragas, you had the Lux clear mid. The reason they did that is they wanted an advantage for their bot side. They wanted Lux and Gragas to hit level 2 first, and we saw they were able to chunk out Nasus about 60% of their HP, and from then, it's a winning lane, and that was just a really smart early game macro rotation that I know Pierce J called as a play going into it.
Real quick, Smacks.
And with Nasus, when he's not ahead, he's not really doing a whole lot. If you look across the board at all the champions that Sentinels drafted, Wither doesn't really do anything against any of them. Like, Riven's just going to dash anyway, and the slow doesn't really matter for anybody else. So I just think that champion didn't do a whole lot.
So the early game lead was manufactured there, but this game was close throughout until our final team fight, and we've got ourselves a Udall breakdown special.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be breaking down. We're going to be doing it from the Riven Sheesh's perspective, right? So we're going to be seeing him go all over. Okay, you can start to play it. This fight's going to start out with, you know, you're going to have beginnings here on the Gragas. Look at Dienzio. Boom, we get the cask. It's perfectly timed. Forces the Zonias. Let's run it down to half speed, and let's keep our eyes here on the Riven. It's chasing down Dienzio. You see Sheesh. He wants it. And there's going to be another thing that happens. Right? You see Lux over here. Rest is getting trained. He's getting dove. Look at this awareness, though, from Rest. Recognizing Chuck. If I'm able to ult him, if I'm able to get that final spark, it'll allow Sheesh to just run through the back line. Sheesh flashes forward, is on a rampage, just gets another. But look at this mobility. This is what we're talking about with the Riven. The Proto Belt all the way across. Says, starting, come here, bro. Where you going? Starting, though, on Ari, able to flash out. And she says, all right, I'll just take your support instead. I'll finish it up. And this is where Sentinels broke the game open. This is where they were able to secure themselves a 2-1 in this series.
Just to, like, recap, he started at the front of the Elder Dragon.
Yes.
Basically went to the enemy tier 2 mid lane to fight the Darius. Great play from Rest, by the way. He basically ended up back at the Dragon Pit to catch starting.
Yeah, everybody else is running on feet, and Sheesh has roller skates on. It's just not fair.
Yeah, the broken wings, the wind slash, all of that, just kind of getting them all the way around along with the proto belt. Great job by Sheesh. And it pushes the Sentinel squad one win away from going to the global event at Icons. What does this team need to do to lock in here and secure the victory? I know you want to do this one, Udall. I'm giving this one to Pastry.
Give it to Pastry.
Needs to have Riven left open again, and they should pick it early.
All right,
cool.
Yeah. Have him fumble the bag. All right, Udall, your turn.
Easy clap. Okay, but there's a lot of things, though, for Sentinels that has been going well, right? I think the Garen has also been a pick that we talked about that is just so powerful in the Baron lane. And then Rest on this Lux, you know, we've seen it. It's been doing very well. And Molly on the Orianna. Like I said, Molly was known as an assassin player. You know, when Sentinels first formed, like, we practiced so much with Ori because that was my best champion. And so Sentinels as a team knows how to play around that champion. They know how to rotate and, you know, what your objectives and win conditions are. And Molly is popping off, showing up. I mean, in that game, Molly was like 7-0 at the start. Like, Molly was absolutely dominating. And with Ori, when you start to snowball as that heart of a scaling champion, it is just so hard to beat.
And we're talking a lot about the draft for these games as well, because these teams are just so close.
Right.
And the closer that a team is in Wild Rift, the more that draft matters, because you get those slight advantages with every single champion that you pick. And I'm right there with you at this point, Michael. I think no longer Garen and Darius are just echo fighters of each other, exactly the same. I think Garen is just the superior God King.
Yeah, it has now showed multiple times within the draft that Garen's side has looked pretty good. I will say the teams have played obviously better that game, so we're not trying to be results-based analysis, but Garen has come out on top in those fights a ton.
Yeah, but the thing is, that was a close game down to the wire, right? By no means was that tribe just getting raffle stomped. They were in it to the end, and it was, you know, just one team fight, one coin toss team fight where, you know, one player gets caught out and Sentinels is able to take it off. Like, I really think, you know, tribe for them maybe got to go a little bit to the drawing board. There are a lot of picks for Sentinels that I think they could ban away or take away, and that'll allow them to, you know, give themselves a more advantageous situation in those last.
Yeah, that should be the easy part, right? Adjusting and drafts is very easy for these teams. They're very versatile. They're very well prepared. That's a good sign there. Is yikes.
That's yikes.
Asking Rafa making sure to let him know. Yeah, ban Garen. I agree. Ban Garen. Chuck it in the bank corner there. I think Shockto has been like performing a little bit above expectations, and starting's actually a little bit under. The reason I thought Tribe would have a lot of leverage in this matchup was that I didn't know if Molly could rise to the occasion, and I assumed starting would. He is. I defended his Ari after game 2. I cannot do the same after game number 3. So we'll see if things change here, but starting does need to kind of step up. He's always the force that Tribe kind of backs behind when they're looking for momentum in a series, and they need him here now more than ever.
All right, draft number 3 on the way. Twitch chat, I want to hear you. If you're watching at home, are you hashtag Go Tribe? Are you hashtag Full Send? Put it in the chat. We see you. We love you. We've appreciated this whole tournament, but right now this tournament could possibly end here with Tribe gaming down 2-1 as Sentinels first picks the Camille.
This has been banned away in every single other game by Tribe, and instead, they have decided to take away some of these champions that Sentinels have won on in both of their games, and they even played it in the loss too. The Lux and the Ribbon are gone. This leaves open the Camille. This is one of the biggest priority picks for both Baron lane and jungle if they want to flex it to Sheesh.
Yeah, but being able to trade, right? You get the Camille, we get the Set. Set has been a champion that, you know, Max and Chuck are both very strong on, very proficient. A champion that's really good at catching people out, but they're going for it again. T-Tigers has been balling out on the Jax, and they're giving it to him for the 4th game in a row. They believe in, you know, T-Tigers' ability to carry on this Jax, and I think he's been showing why.
I believe as well. I think this has not been the problem. I thought Tribe we're getting a bit too aggressive with this Jax, but they've found the sweet spot, managed to find a lot of engagement. T-Tigers got a ton of gold in most of the games. It's just they need to, you know, the team needs to play around him a little bit better when he's going, or they need to build a slightly different comp to function with it. So Sentinel's not too surprising here with Garen and Ali. It's interesting what Beginnings has to do. His Gragas look great. Galio for both these players obviously way too good. So looks like Beginnings doesn't want to be left to Gragas again. Takes Ali instead.
I love Beginnings Alistar, and I love this composition too for Sentinels. They're already setting up a very clear fight win condition. They have the engage ready and able to be used on this backline, whatever it may be. Looks like some of it's going to be Ziggs for Tribe. That champion is very vulnerable to these ones like the Camille Hextech Ultimatum, the Headbutt Pulverize from Alistar, even Garen just spinning on you. This is a nightmare situation for Ziggs.
Yeah, and if they're able to get on you, like you said, you're going to fall. Sentinels still needs to get a lot of damage, and we're going to see Tribe take away the Morgana. I'd be curious to see if we see another, bottom lane mage taken away, something like the Orianna, something that Mally could play in mid or Rest could play in bottom. I do know that Rest is proficient and comfortable on that champion as well. But we're going to see, I love this, Sentinels again saying, Dienzio, we got farmed by it last time we played against you in the second game. We do not want to play your Varus. Ooh. And there it is. Tribe said, no thanks, Molly, no thanks, Rest. We do not, no more of Sentinels Orianna.
Yeah, the Ziggs can be a flex here for Dienzio and Starting played that quite proficiently in the earlier matchup there. As you see Immortals on your screen here, they're waiting for the winner of this matchup. But right now, again, just kind of see where this last man goes, and it goes to the Darius on the top side of the map. So no Darius there, just saying maybe in case Set's not playing up there, Jack's not playing up there. A lot of flexes here by
to play it there, it looks like there. I think the thing I like about what Sentinel's doing, I mean, the Varus ban was an obvious one, but you definitely can't let them have Varus and Ziggs in the way Tribe are picking. Especially prioritizing his Jack so heavily for T-Tigers, is that you have to kind of let one of them go. I will say, though, as a reminder, the close 2-1 series that we had already between these two teams that Sentinels won, it was starting Ziggs. It was not quite in the right positions in some of the late game spots, and Beginnings was finding angles with Galio, and starting going to have to be careful here against the alley.
Yeah, but I really think that Ziggs is going to be going in the bot lane. I think they're going to be saving this last pick. I'm calling it now. Irelia for starting. I think it's going to be, he is one of the hard carries on this team, and they were saving that last pick to give him the best chance to carry this game on a Diana, on an Ailish, some sort of heavy playmaking assassin champion.
These teamfights are going to be still pretty difficult, though. With the Diana locked in, that even bolsters it further. Sentinels, they are packing some heat with the brand. All of this damage is gigantic. Very different from the other mages that Rest typically does play. Not a lot of utility here. You're going to be throwing in the Pyroclasm and trying to just burst as many people down as possible. They've got a lot of ways to keep everybody into the bonfire.
The Zed! Even better. I mean, I love Zed. Zed's great. Starting Zed is built pretty different as well. So excited to see this one here. I mean, I wanted Starting to rise to the occasion. I maybe would have preferred Ailish based on power level, but this is at least in the same wheelhouse.
Yeah, and this is, again, it feels very similar compositions. Difficult to get in to fight against Sentinels, but Tribe, if they pick things off, they can find some success and have T-Tigers as your ticking time bomb with the Jacks.
Now, if you recall last year, Zed was one of the most powerful champions in the entire game, picked nearly every single game, but only after Diana was off the board. That matchup does favor Diana pretty heavily, especially thanks to the shield that she gets in combat. So Molly does have ways to outplay this. I'm just as excited as you are, Pastry, about this Zed, but it is a bit worrisome in that specific mid matchup.
Well, it's not just the mid matchup. Look at its targets, right? Who does Zed kill? It's going to be Brand. But I guarantee that Pierce Day is saying, yo, Rest, you're building Zonias after your first items. If you don't do it, I'm going to be flaming you after. Not flaming, but like that is going to be what Pierce is telling them. And I like Starting picking this. I like him going for, a carry champion. I just think it's going to be a very difficult draft that he's playing it into.
All right, our Tribe gaming fans at home currently winning the vote. Who will win? Let's find out by sending it down to the castles. Will it be Sentinels taking it home, or will Tribe battle back for a game number 5?
Thank you, Degon. It is match point for Sentinels. Me and Og, we're pumped, man, because we just saw a Zed lock in for Tribe. It's do or die, man.
Oh, man, it's like comfort. That's why we had to get in close here. They went full comfort with the draft. We've got Rest on a mage. We've got Diana again for Molly. We've got even Shisha's Camille.
Yeah.
And even on the other side of the map,
a year zero pick.
The Zed as well for starting. Exciting stuff across the rift.
And something that I really like about the combo of the solo laners here for Tribe is that Shen delivery system on the Zed. Yes. A lot of times, assassins are so volatile because it's feast or famine. You go in, yes, you do a lot of damage, but you're also going to be taking a lot of damage because you're not necessarily the most durable champion, but you add a stand United Shield on top of it, and you can guarantee the assassination.
Not only that, but it also builds space for someone like the Ziggs, right? It gives them that power so that they can go for those backline plays alongside Zed. You get them low, and then Ziggs does all the damage. And there you go, it's on your screen. 100% win rate for him. So Starting wants to bring us to a game 5.
And we were talking about how some of the champion picks and the champion pools were going to be splashing between both, or overlapping between him and Molly. This is another one of those assassins that can be a make or break to either bring us to a Game 5 or something that doesn't see the light of day in terms of success for Tribe, but they're betting it all on making sure that starting is on something that can make the plays and bring Tribe to one more game.
They're going to need it. They need to dig deep if you're a Tribe. You need to go for all of the international experience you have on this roster. Former world champions on the Tribe Gaming squad.
Yes.
Get in there, look for something that's going to differentiate you from the rest of the crowd. There it is as well. Molly, 82% on the Diana. It's the champion that we had obviously already talked about as we got into the series, that him and Starting really tend to share. But, I mean, even for Sentinels, they have some good experience across other mobile esports.
Yeah, there's experience all around. I don't think there's any player here that is relatively...
in the top 3 for this event as well, even just Immortals.
I mean, I just want to get into the game all. Okay?
Yeah, we do have a technical, you know, there is stuff going on.
I don't know, the camera's panning away.
We got gaming!
Boom, baby! Woo! We're getting into Game 4, potentially the last game of the series. The Sentinels are on match point. And Tribe, it all comes down to potentially this. But Sentinels, they're super confident. You saw Rest and Beginnings popping off as they were closing out Game 3. Momentum is at an all-time high for this squad.
And you also have to think, we had the expert testimonial coming in from Yikes earlier on during the desk. There is a Garen, and not only did it make it past the first set of bans, it got into the second phase of that blue side. So I think Sentinels are obviously very comfortable with what they got.
Yeah, Tribe definitely had other priorities. One, to take away the Lux from Rest, the Orianna from Molly. You're going to have to hope that that was the necessary changes, because they have changed up a lot of things, but one thing that has remained consistent throughout the entire series is this Jax for T-Tigers. Once again, a scaling fighter. Wake up at 2 items, and then you can be a monster in team fights.
And it's such a different look for T-Tigers as well, who all throughout this year has been playing the engaged champions. Lee Sin, the Olaf Vincenzo has been targeted through draft, as well as even his Pocket 5. He is the driving factor for this team, so to have him on a little bit more of a scaling pick, something that doesn't have an obvious go button, is definitely I think a switch for the team.
It looks really, really good in Game 2. And the Sentinels are currently the ones that are leading the charge in series score. They're the ones at match point. T-Tigers, we've definitely seen moments of brilliance from this guy, not just from year 1 throughout this tournament, but also through year 0, where Tribe were the kings of North America. They're the ones dominating on top, but they have to fight against 2 teams to reclaim the throne. And Max Green, was looking for the flash facebreaker, but Molly now spamming, just really rubbing it in Max Green's face.
Feed off the energy of the crowd, feed off the energy in the series. He knows that he's up to match point at right now, and that he's just gonna feel super comfortable. He's in the pocket.
And that was such a good road timer from Max Green. He was just a couple seconds ahead from Beginnings. Had that facebreaker connected, you could have at least burned a couple summoner spells, or just one of them from Molly, but he remains calm, keeps his composure.
Ooh, wait a minute. Dienzio could be in an awkward position here. Max Green is not quite in here. Good satchel bomb coming out from Dienzio. He doesn't have to expend the flash, and he escapes.
That was literally frame perfect. It's just
super good.
Yeah, satchel charge right as the headbutt was coming through. Max Green getting some chip damage on the arrest. Ignite. And then the flash from Beginnings, putting it right back. The turn shot will connect. That's first blood for Sentinels, and match point of this game.
And it goes in complete opposition to what we expect from Rest and Beginnings. It is Dienzio and Max Green who have constantly found advantages, slight if at any. But now they finally find a 2v2 kill. T-Tigers comes to visit, but immediately goes back to base. That is a massive momentum swing.
Yeah, we were talking about how one of the advantages that Tribe could look through was through the Dragon Lane duo. Dienzio and Max Green could snowball and blow this lane out of the water. The fact that Rest and Beginnings are the ones that are finding the first kills and the momentum in this game, it is absolutely incredible, and it speaks volumes about the growth that they've had from year 0.
Oh, even starting, he was maybe looking for something. Maybe he just wanted access to the wave, but Beginnings on a ward here means that nothing really should happen. I do want to talk a little bit about Max Green in this case, because he has really been known for a lot of Enchanter play this year and kind of stepped away from a lot of Engage. Last year at Horizon Cup, Alistar, Set, a lot of these champions had massive impact.
Even Charm was speaking to us about it when we were asking him, are there any other supports that you respect in this tournament? And, you know, Charm, you know, being the
good boy,
but also the decent trash talker, he was like, not really. I mean, Max Green, but like, Max Green doesn't play aggressively enough to my taste. And I feel like if he played aggressive, maybe he would be better.
Of course there were con players saying that. I mean, that just makes sense.
He's in the crowd. You want to talk to him after this? Say it to his face, bro.
And maybe after the best of 5. We'll see. We'll see. But we've got them setting up here for the Dragon. Is an Infernal Drake as well. And you have to imagine, looking at both of these Baron laners, they want to be able to get over to this spot. Chuck obviously has the Shen ultimate to get here when necessary. But you're looking at Sentinels, they could look for a pick. I mean, T-Tigers is not quite in position yet, and we're having the 2 mid laners fight over for bottom lane.
Yeah, big thing here. Item power spikes online for both Rest and Molly, but also for starting. There's no stasis is available either, so this is the prime opportunity where starting could look for an assassination, and outside of summoner spells being blown, could look for a first kill for Tribe.
Okay, and Sentinels just say we want gold over anything else at this point. The Rift Herald is going to be ours to take here. Getting the Infernal Drake, that power buff that you're going to have for the rest of the game is going to supplement maybe some of those missed item timings that we see.
Yeah, Chuck trying to defend 1v2 against this Rift Herald charge. Got to be careful he doesn't stick around too long because Sheesh has ultimate available. He's taking a lot of damage just from the Bomby Cinder and the Ignite coming out. Sheesh can no longer take this 2v1.
Whoa!
Chuck looking for the taunt flash but doesn't connect it.
Yeah, that Bomby Cinder put in work. Like overtime there.
Oh, it was actually just
a full Sunfire, and Sentinels just like, okay, we need this turret, and getting super close to going down. No flashes blown there, but like you said, Chuck expends both of his summoner spells and almost finds kills.
It's actually miraculous for Sentinels that they didn't have to burn anything. Molly inserting, getting a little spicy, no one's blowing the ultimates.
So now we get into the situation where Tribe really needed to have an explosive early game. The bottom lane going down there obviously hampered that, but starting not quite ahead. Zonias are going to start to trickle in as boot and chance are picked
already
up.
from Rest.
Exactly, so that's one member down. The exhaust, the barriers are still up here for Sentinels, and they're going to continue to scale. This Diana is going to be a threat onto someone like the Ziggs, onto the set. So they're on a timer. They're a little bit on a timer as this game goes on.
There is a break point in super late game where starting can just blow up someone despite all the resistances.
There it is.
But here is a collapse. 3-man and the death mark right onto Molly. Moonfall trying to buy as much time as he can, but Tribe find their first kill.
But it's not enough. Can they lock down to the NZO?
He's locked in the Hextech Ultimatum.
But he's alive.
The barrier, he's still alive in a 1v3, and here comes Chunks to stand united, giving him all the relief that he needs. Tribe is able to turn it around.
And that's it. I mean, Rest, he's going to try and chase this kill. It's a double kill for T-Tigers. And Tribe, they completely punish Sentinels on the dive.
Yeah, Sentinels were feeling very confident about being able to take their chances in their own hands. They saw a 3v1 onto the Baron side of the map. They said, okay, well, let's answer to the mid lane. But they forgot about the stand united from Chuck.
Max Green, he's like, I can just flash ultimate. If Alistar can do it, so can I. Molly was never going to survive this, barring a miracle. And D'Enzio, this is just great play from him. The ultimate, the barrier, also the Shen ult from Chuck to save. Everything included there, saves it. And Max Green, with that facebreaker, just completely turns the play. MTS!
Ooh, T-Tigers are getting close to soloing out MTS there. Didn't even pop either ultimate ability there, just raw stats alone from the Trinity Force power spike.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see. What we were just talking about is Tribe right now need to abuse the fact that they are stronger in these first few minutes. They have great teamfight ultimates. You're getting the Rod of Ages from, like we mentioned, from both of the mages on Sentinels. That's going to take some time to scale. It's going to take a little bit more time in the game before you really start to get the full impact.
One thing to know, it's going to be super late game if we get to it, and harping on the fact that we go 15 plus minutes. It's double magic damage from the side of Sentinel, so at some point Tribe will be incentivized to buy some magic resist, whereas Tribe only have one magic damage dealer in D'Enzio. You have to build armor, obviously, for the Zed and for the Jax. But if you're not building any magic resist, D'Enzio is going to get a lot of value if he finds the Infernal Bomb.
Exactly, but he also has to have space built for him. And that's where we saw Chuck there kind of help out a little bit in that case. MTS, I don't know if you win this, but using the Redemption kind of clear out the wave is a funny way to do it, so I was able to survive there.
If it works, it works.
If it works, it works, yeah. Dragon spawning in 30, but I think the big ticket item here is this Rift Herald.
Chuck?
Molly.
dude, the Sunfire Cape damage just hits different when it's stacked up.
It's so broken, though. Like, Chuck is actually abusing this to excellent degree. And I think right now we're actually seeing Chuck, I think, really step it up so far in the series.
It was a big question from multiple people looking at Tribe. Now Chuck just trying to make sure that he knows that he deserves to be on this team alongside such a star-studded roster. And he's pulling it out in what could crucially be Tribe's last game.
And not just that, again, against MTS, one of the most famous and obviously one of the best top laners we have here in North America.
Accoladed throughout multiple mobile esports in the past too.
Exactly. So Rift Herald going to be started here. Shen can even start this Dragon if he wants to, but going to just go straight for this bottom wave. Let's see what Tribe are able to do. Look where Starting's position is. No longer on Vision. Him and Max Green are going to immediately go for a flank. T-Tigers.
Chuck's in position for Stand United as well. She secures a Rift Herald by Max Green, going in with the Showstopper. Links up 3 for the Face Breaker. Stand United right onto Max Green to keep him alive, and Chuck comes in with the delivery system. Hextech ultimate onto the backline, but the NCO, he is untouched. He can put out the bombs alongside Chuck here. Beginnings is taken out of the fight. She's just too low to continue on. MTS, Molly looking to clean up, but now he finds himself in a 1v3. Beautiful talk from Chuck. Tries to lock him down. Tribe are going to be able to clean up 3 for 2.
And Starting completely zoned the rest out of that fight. He got the flash out of him, and the rest of Sentinels could not make it up in this Coca-Cola pop-off. Let's see exactly how this went down. Like you said, D'Enzio is just putting damage down. No one is threatening him. And you could have thought maybe Molly's able to get this, but with Sheesh out of the picture, this is a numbers disadvantage for them.
And as you said before, Starting was zoning off rest, so he could not affect D'Enzio or look for him onto the right side flank. He throws out the Pyroclasm, and that's all that he can really contribute to the fight, which allows the rest of the melee champions from Tribe to clean up the stragglers from Sentinels. As we get into another fight, T-Tigers to secure the second dragon of the game. Chuck, absorbing attention and pressure, gets out with the taunt.
Okay, but Sentinels, they opted into a fight I think they might not had needed to, as Chuck was the only person in mid lane. You just go for the start.
Oh, Max Green with the face breaker tries to clean up the rest of Sentinels, stunning them all up. Starting into the back line, and he gets out despite the Hextech ultimate being burned. The death mark was massive.
Oh my God, Max Green. Maybe he's making his mark. He's like, hey, Charm, what was that? No confidence? There's a flash for you, bud.
I mean, Charm, he's saying you got to win this series before you can beat me first, man.
Final losses.
It's still a long road for Tribe. They have 2 more games to win, where it's Sentinels. Remember, they're the ones on match point, but Tribe are starting to slowly pull ahead.
It's just the tail of the take at this point. As we get the replay, it is win after win for both of these teams. The Rift Herald doesn't quite hit the turret, and I think this is where Sentinels get caught in a bit of an awkward position. They want this turret, but they can't. Huge face breaker there from Max Green. And at this point, I mean, Beginnings is trying to zone. He's got T-Tigers on top of him. He's not the same Alistar that we expect, where he's getting multiple members away, knocking up, setting up for his team.
Max Green just really making up for the early level 1, where he was looking for that facebreaker flash onto Molly. Didn't connect it there, but the Proto Belt facebreaker connects for a Flores 3-man stun. You can see the confidence is starting to slowly be revitalized into Tribe.
That's just the script at this point, right? Like game 1, it's a
Hold on, hey, we can't talk about the script.
We can give a little bit of a tease. We can do a spoiler for the crowd.
You're walking on thin ice here, buddy.
Prod hasn't pulled me yet, so the script is good. Sentinels are still setting up and obviously are still within grasp of a victory here. The gold is negligible at most, and there's Beginnings finally.
Trying to lock down Max Green, preventing him from making any engages, but it's a good shield from the Haymaker and the Stand United. Chuck lands the taunt flash, and they've locked up the front line from Sentinels. They're the ones that are pushing right on back. Molly, watch for the re-engage. He's waiting to choose his targets here.
Wait a minute, but Molly.
Finds it on the Chuck, flashing forward with a moonfall, but D'Enzio flashes away. Molly is deep in there. Max Green once again with the showstopper, punishing Molly.
And every fight, it feels like Molly is just close enough to almost win it for them. But in these small margins where Tribe completely wiped them off the face of the map, and Sentinels again lose another fight, trying for this mid-tiered 1.
Chuck, man, on this Shen has been so crucial to these fights, where Sentinels trying to find that engage, but then the Stand United shield comes in clutch, keeping key members alive from Tribe, as now they have an opportunity. It's a 2v1 onto MTS. No flash available. Tribe pulling further and further ahead, now a 4,000 gold lead.
And again, story here for Chuck. Everybody has been looking up to MTS, saying he is the best Baron laner here. And honestly, Chuck right now is just abusing the fact he has to play weak side. Beginnings, good mechanics to survive there. But still, I mean, now it's starting!
Whoa! And he knows that he has the lethal here. Beginnings even through the... Oh, the damage reduction! Just not enough damage. Beginnings throwing out the emote.
Happy B emote there for Beginnings. It's an ultimate. It's not a kill, so Beginnings will be able to reset and come back out of the map. Let's see how much that actually impacts the fight. Remember, Starting's ultimate, super low cooldown. He can go for another pick like this, and watch where the Zhonya's enchants are. It is Molly, it is Rest. Maybe Sheesh in about 15 seconds that'll be available, but Dragon will be spawning at that same time.
And Sheesh is on the bottom side of the map, seeing if he can catch Chuck out in rotation potentially. But Chuck, he's very strong right now. The Sunfire Cape and the Hull Breaker, he's got enough stats by himself that he'll be too tanky to take down a 1v1.
And this right here could break the series. If Tribe are able to win this next team fight, it is very likely that Tribe send us to a Game 5 and look to face Immortals in the Grand Finals later in the event. Sentinels are still vying to get into Grand Finals. It is this last game for them, potentially.
Tribe is also looking to make sure that D'Anzio has both of his summoner spells available. Flash just came up, starting at T-Tigers, looking to see if they can make a pick onto Sheesh. If they get that pick locked down, there's no jungler to contest for a smite. And Tribe just want to solve this one out because right now Chuck is setting up for the split push wave on the Baron side of the map. Sentinels, they're the ones that are forced to start it.
Look at where D'Anzio is. If they walk into this bush, they will have full vision. He is by themselves. T-Tiger's getting screened away from the Dragon.
Max Green's in there. Whoa! D'Anzio steals the Dragon with a Mega Infernal Bomb. Chuck comes in with the Stand United. That's the Gen delivery system and Sentinels. It's all disaster for them. They're running away, but they cannot escape. A 4-for-1.
You can see it in the player chaos. D'Anzio pops off. He gets the Dragon, and now they're going to go straight for the Baron. Tribe are revitalized. And Mark, I don't want to say it, but they're going to Game 5.
I mean, it's a 6,000 gold lead. Tribe pick up this Baron, and with that, they should have the buffs necessary to start making their way towards the base. The game is not over yet, though. Sentinels, even though they're down quite a huge deficit, it's still not over. There's still ways the Sentinels can come back, and it has to be through the wombo damage from Sentinels, but Tribe has not allowed them to set up for that in the first place.
Good play there, setting up from Sentinels for this Dragon, right? Beginnings made sure that T-Tigers was out of the pit. He was nowhere in range, but that ultimate from D'Anzio clutches the Dragon for themselves. So not only now do they have the Infernal and the Cloud, but they got that Mountain Drake. And so that shield is going to make it worse, right? That damage that, you know, if it's just margins that they're losing by, the shield from Mountain Drake could be important. So now pushing on all three waves, pushing on all three lanes with the Baron buff, what do Sentinels do to hold back?
And that's a big advantage that Tribe have right now with D'Anzio. Now that he's online in the Ziggs, he doesn't have to participate in the fight. He could just chuck out a Mega Inferno Bomb from max range outside of the screens from most of the members of Sentinels, whereas Rest, the way that he gets his damage off, he has to be in close quarters. He needs to make sure that everyone from Tribe is bunched up to maximize the Pyroclasm damage potential.
Oh man, Baron buff plus Ziggs just makes all turrets paper mache. You see Sheesh on a flank, trying to look for something. That's the first inhibitor going down. It's a turret now getting escorted by Chuck. Sentinels, you have to do something here. The ultimates.
Starting Death Mark onto Molly, forcing him to use the stasis here. Chuck is already making work on the bottom side of the map. They've cleared the middle inhibitor. Tribe just needs to survive and be able to regroup here, but they are trading 1-for-1. D'Anzio down for Molly. Tribe, if they have enough members here, if they take out enough, they can just push to end the game. Chuck has already used the Stand United shield, but they got Baron minions pouring into the base. All three inhibitor towers have been taken by Sentinels. Starting recalls, gets the teleport in for a second win to look for Game 5, but Max Green is blinking on HP, and Sentinels, despite losing all three inhibitors, they're trying to do their best to defend. They're making the base defense as high as possible, but it seems too damn hard. Tribe, we are going to Game 5!
And Mall of America, are you not entertained? A Game 5 for the semis to set them up to go into Grand Finals. Tribe, After a disappointing game 1 and a game 3, they're holding on hope. Dienzio again with the pop-off, starting there, getting excited, the whole team getting warmed up.
That's the first time I've seen emotion from Starting this entire weekend. Starting has been a stone-cold killer, just poised. But you know that win meant so much to him. You know that when he locked in the Zed, he said, I can carry on this, believe in me, trust in me. Don't look at the Ari results from the past 3 games. Look at the Zed that I can pop off with between him and Dienzio. They were pulling in so much damage, just buying time to scale on through past the mid game, and such successful fights from all 5 of them.
Oh man, and it was also just that steal. The damage that does, not only just like confidence, like, oh, we thought we had that as Sentinels. It's gotta hurt just a little bit. You gotta, if you're Sentinels now, what do? I mean, you've been winning every other game, but
this is always the most difficult part about being a team that was leading 2-1 in the series.
Yes.
Going to a game 5, I always rather be the team that just won because that's the momentum surge.
Exactly.
Whereas for the team, you were just 1 game away from clinching the spot. You didn't have to be in this spot in the first place. Now you have to regain that confidence to shrug off the game 4 and believe in yourselves that you can still clinch the game 5. But obviously, we have a very talented and intelligent and a very good-looking desk that can break down Game 4 as we head into the last game of the lower finals.
Thank you very much, casters, and there it is, baby. Twitch chat was right. They were like, we're doomed. G-Gon put the jersey on. So I took the jersey up, but I still got it right here. It's folded. All right, we'll put it away so that Tribe can continue their winning streak. Tribe, battle back there. And again, Udall and I were just sitting right in front of the TV.
And we're both like anxious, like biting our nails.
I can only imagine what it's like to be a player in that game. Again, just a reminder of the stakes in this. It was a best of 5. It's the lower bracket finals here at the WNS. A spot at Worlds, the Icon Global Championship on the line, and now it only comes down to 1 game as it is 2-2 Smacks.
Oh, only 1 more game between them and Icons? Like, what more could you possibly ask for? I know the 2 of you were just waiting at the screen, just like, all right, who's it gonna be? And now, there's only 1 more possibility here.
I predicted Tribe. I do love being right, but what I love more than that is playing the maximum number of games in a best of series, especially one with this many stakes. I mean, it's not that surprising, I guess, given that you already went the distance, but given what we've seen so far in 4 games, I can't wait for this last one.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a banger series so far, right? Like, no matter which team wins here and does go to Icons, I'm feeling pretty confident about their chances. I mean, Tribe, they bounce back. Their back was against the wall. They lose that, they're out. And to be able to come back, we were talking about starting going into this game. I said, I think this is a difficult game for him. I think the composition is not good. And he delivered when he needed to most.
Yeah.
Do we still have him in the throne? Is he still there?
He is. He's still chilling.
Yeah, we got the starting throne.
We lost our bear. But.
And it was important, too. There he is. And it was important, too, because you know, as much as he's a huge fabric of this team, you know, you don't know exactly how much in terms of shot calling he's doing. In terms of his play, games 1 through 3 were not his finest moments. He wasn't being the difference maker as much as T-Tigers was and as much as Max Green was, who is our star player of game number 4. Max Green and Beginnings. We'll give them both huge call-outs in terms of their engages. But Max Green on this set was the difference maker.
Yes. That was one of the best set games I've ever seen. Yeah. That was so good. So many different engages from this guy. The Proto Belt face breaker in, displacing everybody with a showstopper. That is exactly what you want out of a set support. Max Green delivered it. And like you were saying, Digon, both supports were really firing on all cylinders in this game. But Max Green's the one that takes it. Max Green is the one that brings them to a game 5.
And this is a very important thing, because if Galio is going to get permabanned in this series, which I think given Beginnings and Max Green is very fair, you have to be able to, you know, if you're going to have high priority on a support, do similarly well. And even though Beginnings is a great ally, and he did look great this game, Max Green just looked better.
Yeah, who's got the flash engages? We even got to see it from Beginnings on the Thresh earlier, where he made a flash engage under tower 1v3, ends up taking a kill, but he showed the potential in terms of how you can use that champion and how both of them work as support engage players. They see the fight, they take the fight right there. And so you got ourselves another replay ready to go in just a second.
Yeah, I got an important one. This is where Tribe steals the Mountain Dragon.
Wait, what? I was here for this.
Oh, you were here. Oh, yeah, you were at the restroom. I was like, what? You got me thinking scared. Okay, but looking at it, all right, Sentinels is on a timer. Shen, split pushing on this top side. They're trying to force something here. You see Biggs trying to push, the smite away, but Max Green, we've been talking about him, forcing this engage, but Dienzio, the perfectly timed Zigzol, steals the dragon, and now all of Sentinels is in just a terrible situation. They're stuck here. They're stuck in this corridor, and Dienzio, he's running away from the alley, but it doesn't matter because it's all Tribe, and I want you, Sam, if you can pull up Dienzio's pop-off reaction. He was hyped up. He was feeling himself in this moment. He just stole the dragon. He just won this for his team, and I believe, I remember we saw the player cams and Dienzio on his face, stood up, was screaming, yelling, feeling that crowd energy. Yeah, there it is. He's looking over at Sentinels. He's sending a message, letting him know he's coming for him.
Yeah, and again, the spark plug of energy. Again, Dienzio, the newest member to the squad, not new as in never been with them before, has played with the squad before, but then wasn't starting here at the beginning of their Wild Rift run here with Tribe Gaming, and then they make the swap, and you could see just the spark plug of energy, the man willing to make those types of plays, and you look just up and down this roster of Tribe, everyone's now had a turn to make a play.
There's always that pressure when you're the new player on a team that has been successful in the past, because Tribe was so dominant over the entire year of 2021. They only made one change. Old School out, Dienzio in. If Dienzio is the guy that is helping them get to international again, that's gotta feel great. But at the same time, the pressure's there. If they don't win, he's got to have a lot of that burden on himself as he's the only change.
Yeah, definitely. But in that last game, just so people know the stats, on that Ziggs, 37% of the damage of his team was dealt by Dienzio on the Ziggs. So
that's to champions, by the way. It doesn't include the dragon that got stolen.
But that is something that Dienzio has done consistently throughout the WNS season.
I mean, yeah, this is, it's funny that you mentioned the new guy. He's very familiar with T-Tigers and starting. This is a call that has been successful in other titles. So TJ, there you go. I gave you your spiel. You're not here. I have to give it for you. But yeah, Dienzio has been a difference maker in a lot of games. In fact, I thought Rest and Beginnings would have more trouble against Dienzio and Max Green in the 2v2, and they've kind of proven me wrong in that respect. They've actually looked pretty good, but Dienzio is a very gritty, very experienced player, definitely a lot of energy behind him, and this is why I had hope and faith in Tribe coming into this, even though Sentinels are the highest seed, is that experience is starting to show. That being said, Sentinels definitely have the chops to take at least one more game, because that's all either team needs now.
Yeah, this has been a very much pro-Tribe Des 4 game number 4, the way that they played. A lot of the engages, giving Max Green some love, finally seeing starting take over a game. Let's give it to Mr. Sentinels himself. Udall, what are you saying to Sentinels here?
Listen, T-Tigers, 4 games in a row, has picked Jax, has performed on it, and I'd like to see him bet it, and they do. Yes. But this means Tribe has the chance to give T-Tigers another really solid S-tier pick for him. The Olaf, I would not be surprised if they first pick it, but Sentinels forcing them to choose. Do you want Olaf? Do you want Set? Who do you want to be your playmaker? Do you want it to be Max? Do you want it to be T-Tigers? And you see Tribe running down the clock, so they do go for Set. Would not be surprised if we see Sentinels take the Olaf here.
That's right. Riven, Lux, and Galio taken away by Tribe. Yumi, no one gets to play Yumi, sorry, Cat. Jax and Karma, both of those adaptations that were made by Sentinels.
I just don't think that anybody here in Minnesota are cat people, unfortunately. Yumi's just never coming. But yeah.
Smax is a big cat people.
Yes, I am definitely cat people. I've got 2 of them. Camille is here again for Sentinels, and this kind of worries me because Tribe did get the better end of this trade, in my opinion. I think Set does work very well against Camille because she jumps onto one specific person, and Set can stand between that person and other enemies and instantly get that face breaker.
I'm here for it if it's going to be MTS's pick. Which with that Olaf,
yes, it is.
Check the speed is. Now, unfortunately, that means you're giving away Garen. Yikes had a very helpful infographic earlier on camera with the ban Garen sign. I'd be shocked if Tribe didn't want to take it up here, but this is a good start for the Sentinels draft.
Yeah, I mean, this is
okay. That's not Garen.
Chuck on Darius.
He said, Game 5, my chance to play on the world stage again. Give me my tried and true. Give me my comfort pick. Give me my Darius.
Wow. That's going to be a talking point as we continue on. There's the Ziggs. Again, Dienzio, massive amounts of damage, plus the big time steal at the Dragon. We'll see how they do there. And again, Cat Flex starting has played this, but Dienzio has shown proficiency. and a lot of the time is forced onto the Ziggs because Sentinels has banned out Marksman in those last ban phase. Orianna getting locked in here for Sentinels. Finally called his number.
Yeah. I want to talk about why this Olaf has been banned every single game, though, because it has so much power and fighting capabilities in the early game. When you pair that with other engage and other utility like this Orianna, it becomes so unbelievably difficult to deal with. And might I remind you, Molly has won every single game today on this pick.
Okay, this is like full circle for Sentinels. Season 0, when I used to play on this team, these are our 3 highest priority champions. Literally, we would sit down and we'd be like, who's our favorite champions? And it was Camille, Olaf, and Orianna. And Sentinels, I feel like, is coming back to that. And part of the strength, part of the prowess of the Orianna paired with these two is that Camille and Olaf are great delivery systems for that shockwave. You throw the shield onto them, they all of a sudden have the ball. You can speed them up, and they run in and can set up an amazing shockwave for you.
Once again, thank you, Vincent, there in the crowd. Still repping Cloud9 despite the bowing out of the tournament. I'm very curious about 2 things here. One, I love that Sen are respecting it, but try picking Ziggs here means that Sen basically have to waste, in air quotes, a ban on this Varus because you know they can still flex it, starting to play Ziggs already this tournament. I like the adjustments. TF getting banned is interesting respect to Rest, actually, because Orianna's on the board. But Beginnings is also going to have to show a champion. Maybe Gragas if he wants to go back to it, but Beginnings needs to have a big game here as well, and he's lost a couple champs already.
So, Michael, for Sentinels, you mentioned that those are the 3 picks for top, jungle, and mid. What are the bot lane ones?
I like Lulu. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, Lulu, another champion to empower the Olaf. Another champion. This is Sheesh. Sheesh, we saw him ball out on that Riven game, and he has 2 supporting champions. I mean, Orianna can carry in their own right, but 2 champions to help him be empowered on this Olaf, and that's really who I'm going to be watching. How does Sheesh do in the early game? If Sheesh starts to get ahead, I think it's going to be hurt for Tribe.
So starting is potentially blind picking Zed here. Because I'm thinking about it, I was like, why are you betting Twisted Fate? There's no way Rest is going to play it again, right? Even though he has played it. I think because they are respecting the flex of this Orianna.
Yeah, it's definitely true. For their last pick, I mean, they do have jungle. It's going to be the Rengar. I like this. A lot of threat for Molly on that Ori, right? T-Tigers is going to be looking to constantly disrupt Mally. Don't let Mally throw out the damage. Don't let Mally be safe. And that's going to, be a factor in these mid to late games. You have a Zed, you have a Rengar. It is a scary Orianna game.
2 assassins into this back line. A lot of shielding, though, for the Orianna and the Lulu with the polymorph on top of it. Some crowd control even added in with this Ashe. I mean, T-Tigers are starting to have their work cut out for them. They did just have a great game on that Zed in the mid lane, but Rengar is a different beast. Now 2 assassins.
Yeah, I mean, Rengar is like first pickable as a jungler, so the fact that T-Tigers is getting it 5th after 5 bans is pretty wild here, but I love this from Rest, going back to something that he's so proficient on. Yes, he's a role swap support, newer to the role in Dragon Lane, but his utility marksmen are so good, and he was, for me, the player that brought Ashe to NA, or back to NA, let's say.
And Resh, in my opinion, has been playing incredibly well this series. We had a lot of eyes on Sentinels bot lane, and they have been delivering. This is going to be a game all about Mally and Rest positioning. If they're out of position just for a moment, a 6-volt's going to come in, a Zed is going to be jumping on you, a Rengar is going to be jumping on you, so their positioning is going to be vital. If they can survive, if they can buy time, if they can have clutch Zonias, I think Sentinels can do it, but Tribe have a lot of tools to take it down. In my opinion, a very even draft. It's going to come down to the gameplay.
When you pick up a phone, install Wild Rift, find yourself at the top of the rankings, maybe Emerald, you get signed to a team, move on up into competition, you join WNS, you find high levels of success, you dream of this moment. 2-2 spot at Icon Global Championship on the line, everyone feeling relatively comfortable with who they got, and you know you've given the best to your opponent, the opponent's giving the best to you, and you got one more chance to pull through and earn your spot among the best in the world. Let's find out who will do it. Tribe Gaming, Sentinels, number 3 versus number 2. Will it be a new team representing North America, or will the old guard hold true? Let's find out now with Alk Battery and Rafa.
Let's go!
Let's go! It's right, baby! It is game 5! It is no longer the long best-of-5 series. It is now just a glorified best-of-1. Winner takes all.
Winner takes all. They get a free booking to Madrid. And better yet, they get to wait and see. Fight up against Immortals, who is waiting for them in the crowd, waiting to play up against them. And both of these teams have a lot to prove. We've talked about it all day long. Tribe, are they going to reclaim the throne? Or are Sentinels going to look to make the push to be the best in North America?
The vindication is something that Sentinels are so desperately seeking. Finishing 8th last year in the regional championships, to be on the cusp of looking for that grand finals rematch, to be at least top 2 alongside Immortals, to go with them to Icons. That is the goal for both of these
They
teams.
want to lift the trophy.
Yes.
The trophy looks so good, man. It even glows. It's so awesome. It's pretty heavy as well. So I'm looking forward to this, especially now coming into this is the last game of the series. I think a lot of people would have expected this to go maybe one way or the other, especially since we've already seen this matchup earlier on in the tournament.
And something so important to note about a Game 5, this is where mental endurance and composure really starts getting taken a toll on. You have to look to the players.
Oh!
And I was talking about composure, Max Green just immediately flash base breaker, looking for rest, just one more on attack, but he gets the honey fruit just in time to survive.
Ooh, the exhaust comes out and it is summoners down across the board. 3 for 3 from Tribe and Sentinels. We talked about it, the pressure has been mounting for these teams as they get closer and closer to this culmination of the series.
T-Tigers already pathing towards the top side of the map. Not going to be able to take advantage anytime soon of the Summoner's Spurn, but once he hits level 5, I imagine, watch your eyes for T-Tigers to come in with the thrill of the hunt and to combo with another CC lockdown for Max Green and Dienzio onto rest.
I think this will be obviously a really big push. As you already see, Dienzio yet again has a lead up against this bot lane. It is a small gold advantage there, but rest on this AD carry. He's able to prove, you know, we're playing a much more traditional marksman. It is a massive win for Sentinels if that's the case.
Chuck's got to be careful about this one. MTS, does he have hook shot available once again? He's waiting for it, but doesn't have it quite in time. The Ignite came out. Chuck showing good fortitude though, not burning the flash or the barrier out of nerves. This is, once again, a question of who is going to break first.
And it's obviously they're just waiting. They're playing in front of the crowd. You saw both of the teams during the draft. They were like, okay, very keyed in, focused on this game. And so now for Sentinels, obviously I was wondering like, okay, we're seeing beginnings on an Enchanter. What does that do for the series? Because all of this weekend has been him on Engage, the Galio, the Alistar. Does this change the flavor of the game? Sheesh is here waiting, but is he going to go for the recall?
Oh, but the recall comes in. The timer is just a little delayed, starting and moving in position, trying to see where vision control is being set up here, but knows that there is no ward on the control bush. Rest is sending out a hawk shot. Does it spawn out T-Tigers?
Oh, he's going for it, Molly.
Okay, wait,
Exhaust.
should there be enough damage? Exhaust. He's going to diminish the damage output, ensuring that starting does not get first blood.
He's looking for it, but bot lane.
Oh, and there it is. We called it. Thrill of the Hunt from T-Tiger sets up on a summoner-less Dragon duo, gets the double kill in match point. And MTS and Sheesh are able to trade back 2v1 onto Chuck. And it's a 2-for-1 leading for Tribe.
So Chuck goes down, but it's an important plate win there for the side of Tribe. The fact that they're able to get all of that damage, kill the 2v2 of Sentinel's bot lane, and not get much of it on the top side. Yes, they got a kill, but what else is there? A replay of how exactly this happened. Is this another Max Green engage? Just max range face breaker.
And just walking up, just taking advantage that Rest wasn't respecting the engage potential there. T-Tigers, we were setting up that was the play. And Chuck, however, trying to do his best to survive under tower, but a crucial flash from Sheesh gets him out. As you saw in the picture-in-picture earlier, Immortals are awaiting their opponent. They know that no matter who wins, it is them that will be taking to the stage to play in the grand finals.
So it's another case where Sentinels are just missing out on a lot of resources at that point, right? They do not have the exhaust. The flashes are available for them. As this Dragon is being started, Tribe have an almost 1,000 gold lead and an Infernal Drake to start. It's going to continue to get spicier.
And it's big note here for both of the junglers, T-Tigers and Sheesh, because of the kills they were able to participate on. Both of them have gotten their first item completed. So both of these junglers, very powerful at this stage of the game, but very dependent on their ultimates as well.
And the people around them, as just kind of following up on that, right? Like if you have Sheesh with beginnings, we have an Olaf that's just going to terrorize the back line. But for Tribe, same thing there. You set up the front line, you have Set and this Darius stand in front, while Rengar is just looking for someone like Rest.
They look for the empowered Bolo, but it's starting with the death mark damage. Almost takes him out! The Ignite, plus I think it was the Skirmishing Saber to burn from T-Tigers, actually just chilling Smite. Both of them
it's
getting
the Ignite. It's the last tick of Ignite alongside the Zed Deathmark, so that is a critical pick to find. They're not going to even start up this Dragon. T-Tigers has to flash. He gets a little too close, had it channeled the recall, but the Dragon hasn't even started at this point. It is still them jockeying for position, looking for power.
I mean, Sentinels may have an opportunity to start up this Dragon. T-Tigers is nowhere near it. Tribe, I would be ill-advised to try and go for it. Maybe you can look for the steal, but Sheesh has the Smite plus the Reckless Swing to ensure the Dragon is secure.
And how fast does Chuck actually take this? Okay, so Dienzio has been here with them. Sentinel's not going to even bother trying to come up and contest, but you have to now think they have a Rift Herald with a Ziggs. What damage can they do? We'll have to wait a few minutes before we see T-Tigers use this.
It's a common combo that we've seen time and time again with Rift Herald, but starting... Starting was looking to break open the first tower, but MTS rotates on in and punishes.
And off of the Garen, now on Camille. He's gotten kills, he's getting gold into his back pocket, he's taking this game into his own hands and saving the turret there. I don't know if he'll be able to kill Max Green, but you see the squad is roaming down, they want this set.
Max Green, I don't know if he's got a way out of this one. He's looking for the showstopper, dips and dodges and weaves, and the Mega Inferno Bomb from Dienzio clears out the wave.
Fantastic escape, a display of mechanics and fortitude from Max Green. Saves his life, stops the play from happening, and Sentinels, they have to back away, slink back into the river, and go back, pick up the mid-wave. Chuck!
Looks like he was trying to flash forward. He had the max guillotine stacks for the dunk, but not quite in range to get the ultimate off here. Motley is able to escape.
A much slower start this time around for the Orianna. Last time, he was almost deathless. 8-2 and 6. This time around, bit of a slower start starting, is definitely exploiting this. And they just want the turret. They use the ultimate, get right into range.
I mean, the thrill of the hunt guarantees that, hey, is there anyone around here to prevent us from taking the turret?
Okay.
Good.
Awesome.
Good.
Exactly. Now here for Sentinels, they're going to continue to run into this problem where not only is Rengar in there, but this poke from Dienzio is going to be very difficult to deal with. The shielding from beginnings is going to have to kind of mitigate that before it happens. But Ziggs is just throwing bombs into the backline, and Rest, his HP bar is getting whittled away out.
The Rift Herald, as you already said, is still available, right? So I imagine there's a set play that they are waiting for. Once they see enough members from Sentinels on either side, you can send the Rift Herald, combo that with a satchel charge, you open up this map. And when you have double assassins from the side of Tribe, I want to echo back the thoughts and sentiments from Michael Udall on the desk. He knows how critical it is for Molly and Rest to be protected in this backline core. You're going up against double assassins who have so much mobility. If they catch them without stasis, without any allies to support them out from getting picked off, that is going to be Tribe just surging forward in this last game.
And it's problematic because T-Tigers is really far ahead at this point. He is almost finishing his second item at this point, and he is super fed. It's a Rengar that we haven't really seen from them all tournament long, and to pull it out here in Game 5, definitely exciting stuff.
Tension is building up here. We already know. Crystal Cannon arrow onto Chuck. MTS still haven't used the Hextech Ultimatum. Finally waiting for the Proto Belt. Truck has no way out of this one. They layer the damage down, but that opens up an opportunity to send the Rift Herald into the turret here. Flash from T-Tigers, just zoning them off away. Mega Inferno Bomb. The Rift Herald will get one more crash into the second tier turret.
So that'll definitely look really strange to anybody who's watching. Why did I just see T-Tigers flash? Dienzio did not time his satchel bomb, so it doesn't blow up the turret, and so they want that so that the Rift Herald is empowered, still has a little bit more HP, and maybe Sentinels can't really burst it down. Definitely a little bit of a misplay there from Tribe, and I think still a winning play because of their efforts.
Sentinels, thankful that they didn't lose anymore. It was Reston super low on HP there. Had T-Tigers decided to target him instead of the tower, could have been another kill for Tribe in addition to the tower falling and taking additional damage. This Dragon is coming up. Sentinels are the first ones here.
Let's see what exactly happens again. Starting really far ahead as well. He is on the flank with Max Green. Chuck is here.
Oh! Proto Belt flash facebreaker stuns up two. Rest is right in the middle of it. No way to get out. Already used the stasis, but no flash available. Sheesh is able to secure the dragon, but they're the ones that are on the run. Tribe has easy pickings, finding Molly to the backside. Rest is on the run as well, but the throw of the hunt has him locked down. Realizes that Rest is out of range. They're going to lock down Sheesh. Starting goes Golden Drive, picking up two more.
Starting, he puts so much damage out onto Sheesh. He then recalls back into the middle of the pit thanks to his shadows. Rest was able to buy space. You saw Molly with a massive ultimate, but it just wasn't enough. It landed onto all of the tanky members of Tribe. And so they get the dragon, but at what cost? They are still bleeding gold out onto the map.
Tribe now have an opportunity to look for this Rift Herald. Sheesh is not available. No smite contest that can be had from the side of Sentinels unless there's a lucky breakpoint, but the smite is available. Another Rift Herald available. And now Tribe, we go back to the Ziggs Rift Herald combo. This is how they break open turrets. This is how they get large influxes of gold snowballed into them, and that's what you need as a double assassin comp trying to threaten Sentinels.
More and more gold in your back pocket, create longer lanes so that these assassins can have the time to actually go for 1v1s, take out key members in team fights, create fog of war so that your opponents do not know which angle you're going to come from. So important for them. T-Tigers is continuing to snowball the lead that he already had. Level 11, but you know, we see right now 1,000 gold lead for him, and Starting is still a massive threat despite the fact going even with Molly.
And right now, this is a position where Sentinels, they're not too far behind, but they're definitely at a deficit. Tribe putting everything onto this double assassin comp. T-Tigers, he was playing Jax for the entirety of the series. Sentinels finally say, you can't have that pick anymore. What does T-Tigers go to?
The Rengar.
It is the Rengar. Something that Sentinels, they were prioritizing first. And Max Green on the flank, finding Molly, forcing him to go stasis. He still has flash available. Watches how he uses it. He's still going golden. Shockwave onto two. It forces back, but it's still not enough to overwhelm the power of Tribe. They're the ones that are running down the Sentinels. This was the former kings of North America that had to watch the two best teams throughout the year one in Sentinels and Immortals, but it's now Tribe and the Coca-Cola pop-off turning things back.
Yeah, they don't have damage. They need to be able to buy time, and that's why we see so many stasis come out. That's why we see the Ashe ultimate land. But the damage is still there. They have a good punch, and Tribe, their follow-up is even stronger. Yes, you avoided the death march, but Ziggs is still so much damage in this composition. So Dienzio has to be feeling super, super motivated here. We talked to Tribe, they feel like they have the land buff, and right now, it's kicking in Game 5.
And is so crucial. I mean, it came through in Game 4 when they were the ones that had their backs against the wall. Sentinels were one game away. They were the ones on match point, but it's Tribe through thick and thin, pushed through, clinched Game 4, and now they find themselves 2,000 gold ahead against Sentinels. Sentinels still have to remember, they have to remain calm and have the composure to know that they are still not down and out of this game.
Yeah, but Olaf right now, we haven't really seen Sheesh link up with Beginnings all that much. It has really been Beginnings following around his AD carry and following Molly throughout the map. And more importantly here, MTS is fully committed to staying on a side lane. He will not group with his team for the time being. He has a teleport in case they absolutely need him. But with the Hullbreaker and the Divine Sunderer, he is trying to engage in more 1v1s. And that's why we see him actually in this lane constantly. You see how long this lane is without two turrets? He wants to try and pull Tribe over here while they're looking for fights.
Next objective fight as well, this Dragon. Tribe, this time around, they're the ones in position, and they're on the hunt. Talk battery. They see Molly on the right side. He still has exhaust available. Crystal Cannon Arrow, Mega Inferno Bomb right on top of it. He goes golden, starting, looking for assassination picks. Has the blink back with the death mark. It's super low, though, on to starting, because can he flash away? Rest and Sentinels looking for the re-engage. Tribe, they don't find anyone, and now there's a moment for Sentinels to re-engage, look for the second win, look for the second fight.
Oh, you even see the desk. It's getting close to Dienzio. Caught, he flashed. He needs the shackle
but he has the assassin charge. It pulls MTS right over the wall. Can Sentinels green over, but MTS finds Dienzio there. Max Green and T-Tigers have to fight back. MTS is the one that can turn things around. They take out the Ocean Dragon on the backside, and MTS, can he get out? But T-Tigers from the beginning, but he hasn't gone too far. It's now Chuck. He's called in with the teleport, and Chuck is fighting the stragglers from Sentinels. The dunk on ground for Sentinels!
Pierce, you can't see it. We'll get it in the replay, but I mean, their Pierce is almost on the stage yelling at his boys, giving them congratulations. MTS, he comes into this fight and makes a massive difference.
It's a surge of second win for Sentinels, recognizing that Tribe had expended so many cooldowns in the initial chase into the jungle, and so they look for the re-engage, and T-Tigers and Chuck.
It's so close, but someone that we've, had some reservations about, Rest on the Ash, spaces this fight amazingly, not only against Chuck, but the entirety of Tribe.
And now Sentinels are the ones that are in the lead. They're the ones with the momentum swing, and they have built up 3 dragons on their side. The stats bonuses are starting to pile up. Tribe, they were somewhat ahead, but now they find themselves back in the deficit corner. They have to regain composure
So
here.
Sentinels, they do have a gold lead. However, Tribe still have the ability to find assassinations. It was them overextending to try and find Molly in that last play that stopped them and gave Sentinels the second win in this game. And now setting up into the mid-wave, we have to watch where MTS is going to impact next, because his teleport is going to be coming up rather soon. He's finished the 3rd item, and here for Rest, he still has both of his summoner spells, and it's going to be really, really impactful with this build he's chosen for.
Now Rest immediately flashed away. As soon as he saw the throw of the Hun logo pop up, he knew that he was in range. He is not taking any chances here in Game 5.
So here's the really hard part, I think, for Sentinels. They have incredibly shallow vision. If you look on the minimap, it is almost all blue wards across both sides of the river. So they know Sentinels are not going to be going for a Baron, and they're now having to clear all of this out if they want to try and look for a pick. Thank you, observers, for showing this.
Yeah, this is so tough.
Yeah.
This is so tense. And for Tribe and Sentinels, at this point, it's starting to feel like the gold lead for either team is not going to matter. It comes down to who is team fighting better, who has the spacing, who is timing cooldowns, who is keeping track of vital movements from either team. And Sentinels are preparing. They're taking a lull in this part of the game where they know that the crucial objective fight for, not necessarily the Baron. You can take it if you win a team fight. It has to be.
They have our second team for Grand Finals.
Just maybe with Elder, you know that it's damning of this. They're trying to solve things out, but Chuck cannot do anything about it. He gets taken out. Sentinels, they find themselves in prime position to ascend to Grand Finals. The NCO Mega Inferno Bomb cannot steal the Baron away.
And for everyone at home, if you missed it, Sentinels, they found 2 picks. They got the Elder, and as you see on your screen, they're wearing purple. They've just now controlled the Baron and are looking to face off against the Immortals, who have been waiting.
They have been watching a grueling best of 5 between Tribe and Sentinels for the past couple hours. At this point, Sentinels, they're on the cusp of Crystal Enchanted Arrow. On to Diencio. Remember, this was the team that finished 8th place last year, but it's this year that they are vindicated for all the tears, all the disappointment through trial of fire. Sentinels soar even higher, will advance to the grand finals, and will join Immortals and Icons.
Let's go, Sentinels. They need to fight their demons, immediately bounce back, and try to push Immortals. It was yesterday that we saw them get 3-0'd. I'm sure Immortals are still confident, but obviously for the guys at Immortals, or for the guys at Sentinels, they're elated. Going 8th last year was a massive disappointment. They rebuilt part of the roster. We see them taking selfies now.
Hell yeah, you gotta take that selfie moment. You just booked a ticket to Icons, boys. How do you feel?
There we go.
Yes!
Cheering for them.
The elation on all their faces. Pierce coming in, joining with the boys. They know how hard it was. Tribe pushed them to the very brink. You could see the concern and the worry from their faces after game 4, but they pushed through thick and thin. And this, moving on to the grand finals alongside Immortals, allows them to be redeemed for everything they had to go through in year 0.
Oh man, you guys couldn't see it, but we were watching Pierce sit down, and you just constantly up in his chair, excited, and also just sitting down head in hands.
And we do have Sierra on stage with Sheesh, the winning jungler with Sentinels.
Thank you so much. First off, let's get some noise. Congratulations for moving on into the grand finals, making it to Icons, and this was a battle to get to this point, all the way into game 5. After being on match point and losing the next one, was there any nerves from you and the rest of the squad?
There was definitely a lot of nerves, but we knew we had this in the bag.
Especially it looked like it during that last game there. That team fight around 12, 13 minutes where all of a sudden things started going into your favor with MTS, then followed up. You could see the energy on that stage. Was that a, oh, we know that we won this game moment?
Yeah, for sure. We knew we could beat Tribe since day 1.
Amazing. And then going on forward, this was an amazing showing. But it's not over yet. You're moving on into the grand finals, and now you have to face Immortals. This was a team that knocked you down yesterday, 3-0. What are you guys doing, without giving away any secrets, of course, but what's that like going into this matchup, and where's that mentality at?
I mean, yeah, yesterday was a big disappointment, but I feel like we're ready for Immortals now. They've definitely caught us by surprise, but I feel like we can beat them now.
It's all about that redemption arc. We love it. And of course, this win today now means that regardless of the outcome of the next match, you are moving on to Icons. How is that feeling, knowing that you made it there with this team?
Definitely a lot of emotions, a lot of good emotions. I'm super excited to represent NA.
It's fantastic. Now, before I let you go, again, congratulations. Thanks for talking to me. Is there any shout-outs, any words to the crowd, anything that you want to say?
Definitely shout out to my team. They did super well, especially the bot lane and top lane. Got in their lanes. And mid lane, of course. And, you know, shout out to my parents watching from the stream. And yeah, that's about it. I coach too. Big coach.
I mean, also shout out to you because you did fantastic. And real quick, actually, before I let you go, I just want to say good luck going forward. You're absolutely amazing. As for going on, we are going to be throwing it over to the desk to break down a little bit more about the matchup that we just saw and what we should expect going forward.
Thank you very much, Sierra, and congratulations to Sentinels going all 5 games and earning the 2nd spot for North America at Icons Global Championship. What Fantastic series that went the distance, y'all.
Wow. Like, what a best of 5. I mean, hats off, props to Tribe. It hurts, but they played really well. But Sentinels delivered. They have been talking about this for the last 8-9 months. When we first formed as a team, when we first got together, the goal as a team, we sat down and we all talked about what it would mean for us to play on the world stage, what it would mean to be able to represent North America. And I am so happy for you guys. I'm so happy to see you. You did it. You put in the hard work. You put in the effort, and it is all paid off. You guys deserve this, and I'm so happy for you. You see it on their faces. You see them so happy for this, and I'm happy for them too, you know?
You know, I could have just sat here all day instead of a best of 5 and watched a best of 55, honestly. That was just an amazing set of games. Hats off to both teams, but for Sentinels, they reign supreme. We have 2 new teams representing North America internationally.
And this is such a fun one to watch. I mean, I don't know where I want to start, but I think I'll go to where my heart wants to go. Like, this always happens. This is another TJ thing where, like, MTS is so consistent. He often, like, he's getting ganked, he's getting pressure, but he's just chilling, he's laning, he's playing Garen, and he's like a couple 100 gold ahead, which when you do it in literally every lane is very impressive. But sometimes he digs deep, and you just have a game where he's like, guess I got to carry this time. They give him his Camille, he definitely shows up, he brings that game to the point where Sentinels can actually contest and have a game plan through the mid-game that they were losing pretty horribly. So MTS, you are very, very good, and I'm glad he showed up this game.
Yeah, this one, star player going to the jungle role there. A man in the interview was Sheesh on the
Hard to
Olaf,
argue.
finding ways to make things happen. 11, 2, and 4.
Wow. The Olaf.
Oh my goodness, the damage.
It's banned every single game. This is the reason. I think Immortals are probably going to ban this every single game in the finals as well.
Both at Rivendell.
Maybe both. Maybe it's both.
What about Rengo,
She's got a deep champion pool. Okay, he plays a lot of different ones. But seriously, we were talking about it in the desk beforehand. With the Orly, with the Lulu startup, I know Shish's stat line looks sick, but he also had the teammates having his back, you know, giving him the wild growth, giving him the speed, and giving him the opportunity to be the unkillable God King in these mid to late game team fights.
Yeah, credit to beginnings. Like, engage God is like, yeah, Lulu game 5, sure. Why not? I'll take a back seat. You can carry Sheesh. Let's go.
It's quite a statement to make, too, because for me, my impression of this team was that Beginnings needed to be on that engaged threat. He needed to play the Galio, the Alistar, the Rakan. They won without it. They did it still. Even though he's on this Lulu, he does not have to do that for his team. It's got to be a sigh of relief for Beginnings, and it's got to just feel so good knowing that they have that in multiple different areas.
All right, Udall got us our final replay of this series. We take a look at it one more time.
The moment, all right? We were sad. We all were sad. This is what happened.
Never
all right? The
before seen footage.
Yeah, never before seen footage. Sam, you can start to play it. This is all going to happen off of Mally hitting the shockwave onto Dienzio, and now
Rest,
with the follow-up. And good job from Dienzio to actually be able to get here. But look at Sheesh. We've been talking about him. He's flashing forward. He's all gas, no brakes. He wants Dienzio. He wants to go to Icons. MTS coming in as well. And at that point, that's the big damage dealer down. But Sentinels, they're just going to run it all the way down. They're going to chase them. They don't want to stop. They get chucked. MTS will lose their life. But at this point, Tribe is full retreat. They're feeling it. They're, pit in their stomach, recognizing that this is the moment when they've lost it. But Sentinels all off of Mally, hitting that shockwave, rest with the follow-up, and that was their chance and their opportunity. They punched it to go to Icons.
And off that, it's like those 2 players that we needed to see more of, right? Mally, very flexible, a carry player, but has gone to more supportive picks a lot of this tournament to kind of enable his teammates, especially his jungler, and Rest, a player that has been under pretty constant criticism for his inability to play marksman. Very different look on something like the Ashe. He had an incredible game, and that is, even though he's got a very tough opponent coming up against him in the next match, it's great to see Rest of Beginnings have a great 2v2 performance because they're very good outside of lane.
Yeah, here, again, we've talked about it since the top. Early on in the life cycle of Wild Rift Esports here in North America, very cool to see the passing of the torch and see Tribe Gaming put their best foot forward. They did everything that they could. They played through their win conditions, found starting a champion that worked with him and Zed. They relied on T-Tigers as they did all during Horizon. And although they didn't quite get there, they put everything out there as now Sentinels takes over as one of the top 2 teams here in North America.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got to hurt for Tribe. It's got to hurt, but really, if they watch this back, like, you guys played your hearts out, and you were so close, and I feel like in the next season, Hopefully NA gets 3 slots, because I feel like Tribe on the world stage seriously would be able to deliver as well. But Sentinels, I mean, they were the better team today. But the North American scene, I feel like as a whole, this weekend, my biggest takeaway is how strong NA is. Right? We're not Korea. We're not China. That's not what I'm saying. But I feel like we have the chance, we have the opportunity, if we continue to scale as a region, to potentially at these World Championships take games and maybe take series.
If you want to see just how strong North America is, though, you better get excited, because we're about to see Immortals play today. And they did not drop a single game yesterday or the day before. They've not lost any tournaments in the entirety of this year. And now Sentinels gets one last shot to try to take them down.
Perfect segue into what it will be our pre-show. Our pre-grand final show will be coming up. It is Sentinels. It is Immortals for the first ever North American Championship here in Wild Rift. Who will win? We'll find out after we take the short break. See you in a few.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
But can they get in position to fight back? Reds and Molly are onto the back line. Watch for the shockwave here. Molly wants to see if he can lock up members from Tribe. MTS trying to front line for them. Shockwave! Comboed with Sheesh. Blade of the Exile. Swipes out Tribe.
Oh my god, in the hero's entrance, they may have saved it.
It's not enough. That's the ace for Sentinels. sentence, but it's the Crystal Enchanted Arrow. But starting, trying to find the charm, does not hit it, but might be enough damage from Tribe. And beginning to out alive. There's an opportunity, but Transcendence pulls 4 members back. And Pienzio with the volley. It's now Tribe that's on the chase, looking to hunt down Sentinels.
Oh my God. They're going to keep going. Molly, you got a gold card.
That's the ace.
You need the get out of jail free card. Tribe find 5 for 0 in the mid lane.
But it seems too damn hard. Tribe, we are going to game 5.
And Mall of America, are you not entertained? Yo, Cotty Flash, you need the shackle
but he has the Sentinel charge. It pulls MTS right over the wall. Can Sentinels green go over, but MTS finds the NCO there. Back screen to T-Tigers, has the 5-10. MTS is the one that can turn things around. They take out the Ocean Dragon on the backside, and MTS, can he get out? But T-Tigers right beginning, but he has gone too far. It's now Chuck. He's gone in with the teleport, and Chuck is finding the stragglers from Sentinels. The dunk on ground for Sentinels. They still have the shields to outlast them. Sentinels ace Tribe. Sentinels are on the Costa Crystal Enchanted Arrow. On to the NCO. Remember, this was the team that finished 8th place last year, but it's this year that they are vindicated for all the tears, all the disappointment through trial of fire. Sentinels soar even higher, will advance to the grand final, and will join Immortals at Icons.
Let's go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the WNS Season 1 Championship. Sentinels took a series right to the limit and are securing their spot moving on into the grand finals. A series, honestly, so hype that I had to come along and join y'all on the desk. That's been absolutely amazing. I want to talk more about this. And in this 5-game series, Sentinels pulling out at head. I saw you on that little camera. I saw how excited you were.
And in the fashion they did it too, I got 3 Oriana games. You know, it's like, it's not just the Sentinels won, they did it in style.
It's like you're right back there with him.
Dude, seriously, it is. Right? I'm watching these shockwaves, I'm like, I couldn't even do it that good. You know, and it was Mally at the end there getting the shockwave onto Dienzio. What do you mean that's true? You said that way too confidently, but I agree it is true. I think that Mally has crowned themselves as the best Sentinels Oriana player, and I'm so happy to pass it on over to him. I am so proud of that team. I'm so happy for them, and it's an amazing thing to see. Going from 8th to now potentially, 1st or 2nd, but at the very least securing their spot at Icons. I love it. I love, we're scaling.
It's true, but by this time next year, you guys are just going to be the best team in the world, the galaxy, everything.
I like that.
By this time next year, why don't we try and see if that maybe how this tournament ends up? Why are we waiting?
Your head's at. Yes.
Yeah, right? Maybe I might betray you later on, but we won't talk about that.
Foreshadowing?
Right? It does mean, though, that we do say goodbye to Tribe Gaming, though, and they really did take the series the distance as well. Of course, Sentinels were on match point, and Tribe, with that comeback, my initial prediction was for Sentinels, but I honestly started to doubt in that moment.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty easy to get a bit shaky about that with how close that series was. I remember hearing Rafa and Alec Batter, they were like, well, Tribe won game 4. We favor Tribe now because they have the momentum advantage, and they did put up a fight in that 5th game, but the 5th game is all that matters, and that's the one that Sentinels win.
Yeah, I thought there was a moment where, Tribe might be back. I even said it at the top of the day where it's like, hey, maybe they're creeping back in a second, maybe back to the top where they have been for so long, but it's not that Tribe are a bad team. In fact, I think they've shown a ton of improvement. It's just that, like they've said themselves all year long, the region has just gotten that much better.
I mean, it makes events like this super, super exciting to see that, over time that these teams are getting better. The competition's getting fiercer.
And when Sentinels needed him most, MTS, their most experienced player, their most decorated player, stepped up to the plate and delivered on that Camille. I mean, Sentinels was down T-Tigers was so far ahead on Rengar, was an absolute monster in the jungle, was terrifying. But Camille getting the TP boots, getting the Hull Breaker, able to split push, able to get gold, able to buy space, buy time. And even in that last team fight, the turning team fight, in the backline 1v3, getting 2 kills and surviving and then baiting T-Tigers into a bait situation where Mally can come back into the game through the shutdown on T-Tigers.
But speaking of Baron laners arriving when they need them, I just saw on the stage, Araki's there. He's here with us in Minnesota in the Mall of America for Immortals. I'm so excited to see my boy.
I mean, everyone has to show up to finals, right? That is literally it. That is the moment. And I think that really just answers the question, too, that we've had all weekend, because obviously the comms are a little bit different when somebody's, remote. But now being able to have Rocky on stage should be absolutely amazing as we're looking into this grand finals matchup. And I do think that we need to touch on, before we get into it, this lower bracket finals, that did actually decide our second team going to Icons.
Yeah, of course it did. Sentinels, I mean, they've been number 2 for a very long time. They were, by seeding, the expected team to go through. They will be a very good representative. I know you all said a lot. I appreciate you. And yeah, I think if you went by the numbers and just tried to predict that way, you would have been correct, as it turns out. And I think given what we've seen all year long, it's not a surprise that Sentinels have come this far.
Yeah, well, we got our Icons teams, but most importantly, this is the WNS Season 1 Championship.
Absolutely.
We're getting closer to crowning a victor and looking at this bracket. It's been shaking up so well, but what really draws my attention, I'm looking at that upper bracket, and just the fact that it was Immortals that were the one to send Sentinels down into that lower bracket in the first place.
It always is.
It always is, right? But I want to emphasize, this tournament's not over. We have another series, and it matters. It really matters. The winning team will go immediately into groups at Icons, at the World Championship. The losing team will have to go through play-ins. That's another difficult round. And so there's a lot of stakes at hand. Sentinels just expended a lot of energy, and you saw Immortals. They were sitting in the crowd. They were studying. They were watching, and they want to crown themselves. They've won every major leading up to this. They want to finish the trifecta. They want to get all the victories for Season 1 of WNS.
And I said already, as much as I love getting maximum games, I was very excited for the whole Des to go on the log ride. I think if we go 7 games, the log ride dream will be officially dead, and I will not be happier with the result of that.
But that means then we got a series that went the entire distance in the 7 games.
Worth
and the
it.
fact,
Win-win.
It's sad because I would like to go on the log ride.
I mean,
but
well, America, you want to stay up and lane.
I mean, the fact before that it wasn't necessarily a close series when we were looking at that upper bracket final, the fact that we could look at maybe going the distance in this last finals could be absolutely amazing. It's something that I'm really looking forward to, looking over at the event. But over the event, we've had some fantastic moments too.
Oh boy, have we.
I'm talking about the Verizon top 3 over the entire span of the weekend.
Yeah, we're going to be getting into another replay special. Shout out Verizon for making this all possible. And the first one, I mean, it's one we've been talking about consistently. It's one we've been hyping up. It's one that, been maybe in your mind, but this is going to be the Verizon top 3 moments, and it's Johto to start us off. 1v4 on the Baron, saving their team. A great Zhonya placement here, and there it is. There's the ult, and Johto just balling out, gets the triple, loses their life. But look at the mini-map. Suki's just split pushing, and this is what we just saw. This is Sheesh going beast mode. This is Sentinels punching their ticket all the way to Icons.
I loved it in the last play. Johto didn't have to do that, but he did it to him anyway. As Sheesh, I mean, he's going to have to go off like this if they're going to have a good chance up against IMT, but Sentinels really making them work for it there for that last slot.
Yeah, and the Larry won the first play. Look at the players popping off, though. We love it. Pierce running up on stage, giving hugs, telling everyone how proud he is. But number 1, this is going to be Hoon, the redemption from Charm. And that is Sheesh going down. This is Hoon. This is Immortals giving themselves, the upper seed. This is giving themselves their ticket to Icons, as this allowed them to get the Baron. This allowed them to win the game. And Immortals also, going to be the other North American representative.
This is the thing that Sentinels now has to overcome. They didn't take a single game against Immortals. It's because of plays exactly like that. Sentinels, we heard some confidence from Sheesh about this matchup. He said, after we've just beat Tribe, we're feeling ready. We're feeling okay taking down Immortals in this series. But that gameplay tells another story, and Immortals might have something else to say
Yeah,
about
they don't have to feel too bad because no one is taking a game off Immortals this tournament.
Yeah, Immortals have been looking fantastic, and I'm looking at individual players as well. There is one player that was just in that Verizon top 3 moment, one that we have talked about nonstop. He's been cracked over the span of this weekend.
All right, Smacks. I think we've got some renovating to keep doing.
We have one more bit of renovation for the board. Everybody's favorite tier list here.
You'll know this region. This is the band corner. You mean...
We're fixing it up.
Still here?
We're fixing it up here. Oh, yeah. You know what, Pastry? Yeah. I'm tired of seeing the cat.
He's over it.
We haven't seen this champion played in the last 2 days. I'm done. Get out of here. This is now no longer the band corner.
We're rebranding.
Is the Hoon corner. Bam.
And specifically, the Hoon band corner. Because there are a ton of champions you have to take away from Hoon.
All right. First of all, one of them is already on the board. We've got this Yasuo. This
From
Yasuo,
B tier
we're only in the grand finals now, so nothing else matters. Yasuo, you got to ban it against Hoon. We got a couple
90% win rate. Yeah, you do.
We got a couple more. Here you go, Pastry.
Oh, all right.
One for you.
Hey, look, it's Ari. What a surprise.
Right in that Verizon
Get him out of there.
Right there. We got one more. I think you should ban the Gragas, too. His Gragas was way too good, the full AP Gragas. We have completed our Hoon corner. You get 3 bans in the first phase.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, he's got a bigger champion pool than just this, but this concludes our renovations of the tier list. The Hoon corner is complete, and yeah, you're welcome, everybody else on the desk. We've finished our job.
And this is the problem, right? Is because when you're looking to attack Immortals, they have 5 superstars in basically every lane. To be fair, Sentinels has a lot of firepower as well. Yeah. But Hoon has been going off this tournament on champions that not that many players are piloting this event. And in fact, for Yasuo, he's the only one piloting that champion in mid lane. So what do you do? Because like Smax is saying, like the band corner is showing us, like the Hoon corner is showing us, you don't get that many bans.
Listen, Hoon's going to do Hoon no matter what champion is on, and that's just my opinion of it. So you can spend 3 bans, you can spend 5 bans trying to ban out Hoon. It's not going to matter. He's got a deep champion pool. When we saw Immortals and Sentinels the last time, the champion that I think was absolutely dominating was Lebmon on the Jace. 3 games in a row, top gold, top KDA, was way too scary. And I feel like Sentinels, if you're watching those games back from yesterday, you cannot let that through.
And I was wondering if the other junglers in that last series, the lower final, would be keen on picking this Jace. We didn't see it at all. So this is just specifically a Hoon or a Lebmont jungle
Maybe
pick.
a Hoon champion.
Hoon might play it too, but so far it's only been Lebmont. I think the other teams around the world, and specifically Sentinels right now, need to take note of this Jace and maybe remove that one too. It puts a lot of stuff in the Hoon corner there, though.
I mean, at this point, too, there's only so many bans you get. And with these amazing, talented players, there's only so much you can do to try and counter them in that stage. So then it has to be something that we're looking at in gameplay to try and make this difference. And where can that be here for Sentinels?
That's a very, very tough question to answer.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I think you have to combine forces. Like, the obvious one is maybe Iraqi, but he's so rock solid in top lane that you need, like, she needs to go somewhere. So whether that's going to mid alongside Mali, whether that's going to top lane onto MTS, I don't think bot lane, I think bot lane's doomed. Like, I don't think you can do anything other than try and survive. So I think you have to attack the top side for Sentinels.
Julian, I'm going to disagree with you on that one. I feel like Rest and Beg showed up big in that last series against, Tribe. And I won't disagree. I think that going into this, most people would consider Immortals bot lane to be the superior one. But what I saw from Sentinels in the last game, what I saw from Rest in particular, he's someone that's gotten a lot of flack in the community, and he delivered. He showed up on the Lux, on a lot of those different champions. And that's something that I think that Sentinels, don't be afraid to play around your bot lane because they have been delivering today.
And I hope you're right, because if that's true, the dynamic of this matchup changes completely.
It really does. I'm right there with you, Michael. I'm hoping that we get the peak gameplay of Rest and Beginnings in this year in WNS, in the grand finals. As a reminder, everybody, this is a best of 7.
Yeah.
We could get 7
If you're new to Wild Rift, welcome.
Yeah.
And one thing to note, this is both of these teams' first best of 7 in Wild Rift ever. Right?
Really?
At least to my understanding in competitive,
yeah,
I don't think either of them
be a 5.
Well, exactly.
Immortals did play in the finals of Summoner Series last year against Tribe.
But BO7 too? Okay.
It was BO7.
I'm trolling that. This is Sentinel's first BO7.
First WNS BO7.
There we go. But that plays a factor. They just played 5 riveting games, right? If we get to 3, we get to 4, we get to 5 games, fatigue is a factor, and that's going to be something that I'm going to have to keep my eyes on for Sentinels. How are they managing their emotions? How are they managing their fatigue? Because, Immortals is fresh coming into this.
Especially with young players, right? Sheesh has to deliver this series if they're going to have a chance against IMT. If they even want to do the first thing that they need to, and that's take a game, something that no one has done. Sheesh already put in overtime in order to take them to Icons and win that series, so I would be worried too, but I'm sure, again, Sentinels, Pierce, the coach, they have it all together. They'll be able to reset.
I mean, at this point, too, you can also look at the momentum that they've gained during today, because looking at that last series and just the players popping off on the desk and how excited they were, they've also talked about this matchup. They're looking ahead to today. They're confident of getting to this point. That momentum that they're carrying forward and the confidence, that's something that the resting Immortals don't actually get to have.
I mean, we were talking about how fresh Immortals are, though, and Iraqi's fresh off the plane here to Minnesota. So they have that extra advantage on the side of Immortals as well. I think this is just going to be such a cool, different dynamic, because Immortals, they've played all their matches on that stage. Iraqi was not there. What does that change here, and how much better can they actually be?
It doesn't feel balanced because he looked really good when he was playing remotely.
He's playing Shen. That's a lot of communication you have to teleport across the map. Now he's sitting right next to you.
Yeah, it's nice and easy.
Yeah, I think it is definitely going to be a buff for them. Going to be, not a blue buff, not a red buff, an Iraqi buff. And I love that for IMT. As, having to be able to be here, not only is it going to be nice for the games, but if Immortals is able to crown themselves as the champion, being able to, as a player, hold that trophy up and be there for that moment, just as an individual, personal, human level, I think will mean a lot for Iraqi and for the team.
I stood next to that trophy. I tried to pick it up, by the way. It is very heavy.
They need his guns. They need his arm strength.
If you're a player on that stage listening right now, you're going to need everybody to pick up the Kaisa helmet.
It's a 2-person at least.
It's like 40 pounds.
Yeah, we'll get Kangas down there to hold it up for everyone, because it's very pretty. It's a very nice trophy, but I think that thing can take off some toes. That has some weight to it. But I think regardless of whatever team is going to be able to lift that trophy at the end, this is going to be meaningful. This is the first WNS Season 1 championships. This is the moment, and this is a chance as well. Both Immortals to claim, yes, we are the best. We have shown we are, and we're going to continue. Sentinels, this is a redemption arc.
This is a redemption arc. I mean, in the last major, Sentinels, I believe, is the only team that was able to take a series off Immortals, right? Yeah. That 2-0 in, I believe, Major 2, but they got reverse swept, right? They got reverse swept in the finals, and that hurts, that stings, that's in the back of your mind. Even if you do get up a game 1 or a game 2, I feel like Sentinels will be better this go around if they do get ahead in the series of, not taking their first off the gas pedal.
Yeah, mental is a real thing, right? We talk about it a lot in sports and in esports as well. Playing a team that hasn't lost a game yet, when you've never beaten them in a series, especially one this long with this much pressure, does wear on you. But again, I hope that Sentinels can dig deep and kind of find their way through. They have great infrastructure, they've got great sports stuff. You can see them all preparing up right now on screen, talking about the game, I'm sure resetting as well. Because again, if you're going to beat Immortals, it's going to be a long one. And sometimes when they beat you, they go home very early, and Chum gets to do his homework.
Yeah, a quick trip for Iraqi if that ends up being the case.
Good for him.
Immortals. Yeah, honestly, for Sentinels though, they did just taste victory just a few minutes ago when they beat Tribe, so they know what that feels like. They know their winning formula. This is definitely not an unwinnable series against Immortals, despite their pedigree in this year.
It definitely isn't. I mean, Sentinels have come out through the competition, and yes, the last time they faced Immortals in this competition was a little bit of a different story, but we're looking back at the previous series, looking back at their previous wins. This is a team that has a lot of Irelia. They have that skill, and I do love the combination of this dual lane and the support too, and just this teamwork that goes about with it.
Yeah, I mean, teamwork is going to be the name of the game. How well can you play together? How well can you, rotate around, do objectives? And I just think Lebmont, in particular, for Immortals, just sets up a completely different pacing, right? He's a jungler that we saw in their last series was, gets top tower, backs, gets bot tower. Like, there were just moments where I feel like Lebmont just rotates in a way that is so much different than everyone else and is very difficult to, prep for or to, be prepared to, rotate with him.
Yeah, one of the things I credit Immortals for watching them this year is they are very deliberate in how they play. Sometimes that translates to slower games. They're very patient. They're very understanding of what things they should and should not take in different situations. But when they see the opportunity or know something's coming because they've set it up so well, they are very quick to react. So you get lulled into a false insecurity sometimes against Immortals where they will play slowly on you, and then suddenly the flip the switch flips and that your game is over, I think Sentinels should play a little bit faster if they can. I think they have like Mali and Sheesh who are great at doing that. Obviously, both these teams are excellent team fighters, so if they just want to kind of handshake to 15 plus minutes, we can get there as well. But if I'm Sentinels, strategically, I think I want to try and attack them a little early.
The fastest way to make map plays, though, is with globals, and that is something that Iraqi and the rest of Immortals have done so well on picks like that Shen that I mentioned from Iraqi, the Senna from Gume, the Galio from Charm. Whether that gets through the bans is another story, but they have that possibility all across the board, not to mention the roaming champions like the Ahri in mid lane, and, I mean, Ledmon's just everywhere. So, Iraqi and, I keep saying Iraqi, I'm super excited he's here. Immortals are so good at this.
Well, I'm glad that you're excited that Iraqi Zora is here.
Excited,
and he's actually going to be one of the players that's featured in the head-to-head that we have going on. We're looking at the Baron lane for this one, and this is going to be amazing. Obviously, you're super pumped about Iraqi is here. He's actually in person, and MTS is also coming off of a fantastic series, especially in that Game 5. This head-to-head should be absolute dynamite.
These are some built different players, to be honest. I mean, but it's fun. They're both kind of similar in a sense, like very consistent. I mean, Iraqi often will lose resources and just play weak side because he wants to enable his team and use his shot calling and be happy to play on tanks. But we've also seen Iraqi kind of go off in some games. In this event, he's looked excellent. One champion in particular that I think is really interesting, actually, is Shen. I know, Smax, you're excited about this one as well.
Yes.
Because I think Iraqi has been probably the best Shen in the tournament.
Not probably heads and shoulders above.
I mean, Zenith was good, but I think Iraqi is even better, and there are very few players piloting this champion correctly. So not only do you have this surprisingly potent duelist and 1v1 threat and great side laner, but you also have that global, which Iraqi loves.
It seems quite good into the Garen as well, and that was a big pick in the lower finals that we just saw Sentinels win. So that's going to be something to keep in mind for the Shen matchup. Maybe that hits the ban list also. It seems like it'd be pretty good into Camille too, which was also an MTS big winner.
Yeah, really. What I'm going to be curious about, though, is what are the bans for Immortals? We just, they were sitting in the front row. They were sitting in the crowd watching that 5-game series. So they just got to see, Sen pull out all their firepower, right? Sen was holding 0 punches. They needed those victories. They watched Mali continually pick Orianna. They watched it go well. They watched MTS do good on the Camille. And so I think that is definitely, from a strategic standpoint, an advantage for IMT.
I'm curious, on strategy, if we're coaching these teams, what side do you want in draft? I want blue side for either of these teams.
Yeah, I think I want blue side too.
I think I want blue side definitely for Immortals. I don't know if I want blue side for Sentinels, though.
Okay.
I think Mali might want counterpick a bit. But I feel like for Hoon, his champion pool is so big, and you can go for a bunch of different stuff. Like, if Ahri's up and you're on blue side, you can just first pick Ahri for Hoon, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I like the blue side is...
I need real bans. I don't just want to ban QB every game.
That's true.
Well,
You're not wrong.
That's true, and also I think the Galio, if it makes it through, right? I think Galio all of a sudden, is going to be very highly contested in this series. And if it's not banned, from the red team, like you mentioned, Yuumi is kind of forced to be in there. And, other champions, Camille, Set, like there are a lot of different champions that people are going to be looking to ban. And, getting your first pick priority, especially on something like a Galio, I think is something they'll be looking at. But one thing I do want to note, Hoon, we were talking about his really large champion pool. In my opinion, one of the best, if not the best, Orianna. I know I was kind of talking about Mali as that, but no, seriously, before I watched Mali play it, Hoon is someone that I consider to be, the best Orianna in North America. Picked it out consistently, always has dominant performances. I think he likes to play the more mechanically intensive champions just because he can dictate the pace of the game a bit more. As we see IMT, we see Immortals. These are the player cards. They are looking serious. They are looking ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, too, we have been talking so much about him. We've been talking so much about Arky. This is a 5-person squad, y'all. We need to give everyone else some love as well, because realistically, everybody on this roster is stacked.
I really love this team. And they've won every single game in this tournament, every single tournament up until this point. And there have been a few players on this roster that I've been personally a doubter of in the past, Gume in particular. But when we got all of the interviews in, and I did some more VOD review, and I've been watching him this weekend, everybody's like, Smax, you are trolling. There's no possible way that you don't think Gume is a tier 1 player on this team. And yeah, I've got his card right here.
I'm trading with Smax. You can have Gume.
I've got him. I've still got beginnings too somewhere.
Okay, fine. I took an L.
I
there.
like both.
That's the worst trade I've ever made in a card game. Feels bad, man.
Oh, Michael stole it. Michael's got beginnings.
Oh, never. No, I took it back. Hey, I need that. I need to get Gume back after game 1. He's good.
He's so good. Gume's amazing.
The value is going up.
He's the only player that has picked Senna that I'm like, yep, you should definitely play Senna above anything else.
I agree. It's funny, we've gone through almost the whole roster. I accidentally forgot about Charm, which is kind of offensive given that Charm has solo won games for this team as well. Like, Sierra said it already, like, this team is stacked, and when you're the #1 team in a region, that's probably going to be the case, but it is truly impressive how good this team is individually, but also how clean they are as a team, especially around playing around the map. I think if there's one reason why Immortals have been so dominant, they just play the map better than anyone else right now.
Yeah, and when we talk to Charm in particular, you know, the support for IMT, he was unabashed talking about how he thinks up against Sentinels, they have a bot gap, right? Him and Gume, he was very confident. He was very serious and just letting us know that's how he feels. You know, personally, I feel like Beggs and Rest were doing really good in that series versus Tribe, so I think they have the potential. But, you know, going into this, there's a lot of confidence from the duo lane of IMT, but we got the player cards for Sen.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals, they definitely have the confidence. Then they have the teamwork. We got to see that earlier on in the day. We can see that dual lane. We see Beginnings. Beginnings was also doing absolutely amazing in the set. We did get to see. And as we were talking about the star power that Immortals have, I mean, you can look at any person here and be like, oh, actually, they're also really talented.
Yeah, after that last series, there is no doubt. I think, yes, Rest has some criticism. Yes, they have some weaknesses, but they've shown everything. They are more than capable of competing here against the Immortals. I, again, hope we get a 7-game series and we wave goodbye to the log ride as it closes, as the Mall of America does have to close at some point. It is unfortunately not open all the time. But we talk a lot about the youngsters, and like, yes, Shishimasu are important parts of this team, but the rest of Sentinels is veterans. Like, very, very experienced veterans.
It's funny, we heard in the interviews with the players like what they each thought was the best thing about their teams. It's very different for these two. For Sentinels, they really had high praise and confidence in their preparation, their teamwork, and their coordination. And then we heard from Immortals, and they were like, well, we just want to focus on each other being the best possible player in the entire world because we know we are coordinated. We're already at that level. We just want to be the best players we can possibly be.
Well, and I like that as a player mindset. You know, what are the variables you can control? And it's your own actions. It's your own decision-making. It's your own mechanical plays. And I think IMT does that better than any other team here. You know, they want to win, but they're focused on what their individual player, their individual character and champion can do. They're not stressed about their other teammates. They're not stressed about the overall vision. They have trust. They have belief that their team is going to deliver and that their team has the same mentality as they do.
You were talking about how Charm had a lot of confidence in their bottom lane against Sentinels. That is true, but it was even bigger than that. He had confidence in his bottom lane against anyone. He said that they were the best Dragon Lane duo in the world right now in those interviews. So that's a big statement.
Thanks, by the way, Michael. You just reminded me of my 27-minute solo queue game from yesterday. You're like, individual performance matters. I'm like, you're right.
Yeah, when you bought Hullbreaker as your last item as Zed.
I was like, I got to split.
And you got 2 inhibs.
And then what happened?
You took the L.
I lost.
You took the L.
The
and
accidental
then you ran to
burns
ARAM.
over on the
Feels
desk
bad,
over here. They're really targeted. I swear I'm just talking about the teams. I'm not talking about you, Pastry. I'm talking
still
about the teams.
from yesterday. It's none of you. It's just... Anyway.
See, but the great thing about Wild Rift, you can do it anywhere. You know, you can play it anywhere.
True.
I feel like that is what I love more than anything about
Catch
mobile
me at the desk, get my OP back.
Yes. You know, Pastry and I might be duo queuing. He said nope. What about on the log ride?
I think I can hear it. Oh! Wait. Will they let us?
We just don't have to sit.
You know,
we can't sit in the front because then you get your phone wet.
That's true.
Wait.
You sit in the back, play Nami, and then
we'll
do IRL tidal wave.
That'd be very fitting.
When we go down the slide.
If we get time, that's the real question.
Come on!
This desk is so mean to you, Julian. I'm so sorry, but it really does come down to that because I really hope that we don't have time. Maybe that's a tomorrow thing before the flights, but this series should be absolutely hype. And talking about just that you're going back on the conversation, because I did actually want to bring this up. Charm had the confidence in the dual lane. Charm also just had the confidence in the team, had the confidence that Immortals just are the best, frankly the best, and that's it.
Yeah, well, and he also talked about Gume and Lebnot specifically by name and saying he believes, you know, one thing he loves about IMT and playing with this team is that he never thought he'd play with someone that cares about Wild Rift, cares about winning more than him. And he said Gume and Lebma in particular want to be, more than anyone, the best Wild Rift players. And when I asked them about it, I was like, where does that passion come from? Where does it care from? You know, is it because you want to go down in the Wild Rift history books? They're not men of many words. You know, they looked at me and they said, yeah, that's it. You know, like, and that's what they want. That's why they grind. That's why they're playing this game 12, 10, 14 hours a day. That's why they're putting it so much time as far as WAD Ryu goes. And it shows in their mechanical play, in their understanding of the game. But I just thought that was awesome hearing from Charm. You know, it's amazing to play on a team that cares as much as I do. As we get a, TJ.
Peak.
Hi, Thomas James.
Looking clean.
Wait a second. Sunglass off.
Oh.
Wait, none of us brought ours, did
Wait
we?
a second.
Yeah,
No, I didn't.
I feel this has been a cruel
display.
Double trouble.
Okay, for your production, can you please run sunglasses
can TJ
up
even
to the
see?
desk?
He's got his glasses off. He has sunglasses. I don't think those are prescription.
Oh, true.
I don't know if TJ knows he's on the screen.
Hey, at this point, you have to sacrifice a little bit for the fashion. That's about it. And considering I think the caster desk at this point might be beating us in the fashion department with the sunglasses, they're looking pretty good up here. But I have to say, the sunglasses have been
that
nice.
sign I agree with. Thank you, Just Mobile Gamer. Chilling in the crowd, watching. It's nice to see the teams that have been eliminated. Right, we started with 8 teams when we started on Friday. Felt so long ago now. Now we only have 2, and it's nice to see the team still repping there in the crowd. And I don't know if we'll see it because it's not that common of a pick, but if there's any time I'd like to see a Rakan, if it's not going to be a mid lane, I'll take Charm's Rakan.
That was one of the earliest pieces of trash talk that I ever heard from Charm. And that's saying a lot because he does it all of the time. But he said on Twitter, if you don't ban my Rakan, you are going to lose. You are trolling. And, he's got more picks than just the Rakan, of course, but that's just how confident he is in that champion. And also, I asked him about this. He didn't name himself after Rakan, and Rakan wasn't the champion that he picked because his name was Charm. That was just a coincidence.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Oh,
Worked out
look
well.
at this over in the
Timmy's.
caster desk. Damn.
Is that Tibbers' 2 Secret Service agents? Making sure that Tibbers is safe and okay?
The security detail over there.
Yeah.
Make sure no one steals them. I wonder who would do that, right? But
Wait, why are we letting the security cost our games? They might be good, actually. I'm here for it. They've been great around the rotunda, making sure everyone stays orderly. So, you know what? I'm excited for new cost to enter the ring. They look a lot like Kangas and TJ, but...
Yeah, that guy on the left was kind of bald, too.
look at that close
That
up.
is style.
I'm just waiting for Tibbers to, crack open that Coca-Cola, take a nice swig.
I'm not. I'm a little bit terrified if that happens. I'm not going to... That might be a little bit too far.
Tibbers is going to get all sticky then. We don't want that.
That's true.
Nah.
We're going to need Tibbers back, too, at some point, so we'll sort that out.
We are, yeah. We got to go steal it back.
Yeah, I just got to say, too, with everything that's being shown in production here, I'm loving the fun vibes this weekend, too. I mean,
Wait
you
a
have to
second.
say, we are in All-America, and just with the roller coasters, that whole fun that has been had over this weekend with this Wild Rift event has been phenomenal.
Has Tibbers got to go on a ride yet?
Oh, no.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
A lot of us have, right?
Yeah.
We got the opportunity. It was great. Rides are really cool here, actually. It's, again, wild that there's that theme park behind me in the mall.
Yeah. I mean,
But I think Tibbers deserves an opportunity.
You got to see me and Steve go on the spinny ride.
We saw
that was...
we did
You
get
should
to
go
see
back
that.
and take Tibbers on the spinny
You know,
ride.
that was fun. I don't think I am physically prepared to go on the spinny ride again anytime soon. I think
Are
I'm
there
still
teacups? Can we
still
take you
a
on
little
those?
dizzy.
I love all these crowd shots, everyone waving, everyone getting hyped up. Saw a couple people throw up their phones showing that they were actually in a Wild Rift game, taking a moment to be like, hey, I'm queued up, I'm in a game right now. And so, if you're in the crowd, make sure and give it a little download. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I've been playing MOBAs since I was like 12. I'm 26 now, and I have to say, Wild Rift is my favorite. Boom, I said it.
Wait, Michael, you busy right now? You want a 1v1?
Smax, you don't want these hands.
Yeah,
I heard
think I do.
Sam, I heard he's pretty good. So I don't know. We might save you that pain over on the desk.
Ariana Mira? How's your Ori?
I'm planning on challenging
My
who?
Ari?
Your Ori.
That
Oriana.
Okay. I mean,
I like
my
that.
Oriana is untested, we'll say.
Untested.
How do you feel about your
I don't
chance
think I
to
own the
get
champion.
untested Oriana?
See, but if he beat me with the untested Oriana, I think I'd have to retire from the casting desk.
you'd have to
I
let
already
him
retired
stall
from
right
pro
there.
play. Would have to just be done with the desk. Yeah.
All right,
So-
well, I don't want to risk that. I don't want to be the one to cause your
yeah,
demise.
that's what it is.
Thank you, Smax.
I'll
I
give you
appreciate it.
I'll give you the gracious.
He's showing mercy. That's
the
very
grace
nice.
to not 1v1 you. Was it Kangas who lost a 1v1 to Yumi yesterday?
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
My
it
Yumi.
was. Yeah,
Your
no,
Yumi?
that was a great
Yeah, my
matchup,
Yumi.
honestly.
What's your secret?
I don't know. Pick Ignite, tap on them.
We were trying to make it a fair matchup,
Yeah.
too, because
Yeah.
they
I did
kept
not pick this champion for
winning.
myself.
So we were picking the champions for it. I was like, okay, we're gonna put them on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Yumi.
yeah.
Like, this is gonna be really difficult, and then watching that play
Yeah,
out.
it turns out the matchup was not balanced, and range versus melee is a little too good, especially when the melee is Braum.
Yeah.
Not the best 1v1
Wait,
champion
it was
in the
brought
game.
into Yumi? That sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the most
yeah.
boring 1v1. Not to
It was
flame,
pretty.
but like,
I mean,
did it take
it wasn't
20
very-
minutes to actually have anyone die?
Yeah, it did
I mean,
a little.
there's a reason I threw Yumi on the ground earlier.
Yeah,
I
I
just-
don't know where she is over there somewhere.
Y'all, I just want to say the matchup was really boring, and I think talking about the matchup might actually even be worse over here. So we might deviate from this one a little bit. I'm catching word that there's actually going to be an interview with Hoon himself
let's go!
down over at the Rotunda.
That's my favorite streamer.
We're going to throw that one. Oh, it's just a video, apologies, but still, interview with Hoon. Check it out.
They're looking at Hoon, but they just can't kill Stand United. Immortals are 2.
Sentinels like more focused on a team fight, and I think our team fight is really good compared to any other teams in NA. So I think we might play well against Sentinels if they come up to the final. So we kind of want Sentinels to come up instead of try, but if they do, we'll try our best. We will just stick to what we're good at instead of just trying to guess what they're gonna do.
Too well positioned in this fight. It's all the volley right into the charm. She jumps on. They're trying to take down Hoon, but Hoon can reposition.
Yeah, I think we'll have no problem beating them again if they ever come up.
Well, you heard it there. Just no problem beating them again. That's just a straight shot. That is a straight, like, yeah, this is the facts.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, they have a lot of tape and a lot of experience against Sentinels. So, I mean, in some ways, like, you're already there. So you maybe don't worry as much because the international part of the tournament for you is already done, right? You are going to get to go. But the seeding does matter, as Udall has pointed out. There's a very
really
big difference in the tournament. And, of course, Immortals, especially Immortals, you don't show up to a tournament not to win.
Yeah.
Right? IMT haven't lost yet. They're not looking to do it now.
Of course, and there's a lot of things that matter other than just representation at Icons. There's a bigger prize pool. You get to be the best team in North America officially, and while they have held that title the entire time, this is the exact moment where it is solidified for all time.
Yeah, I mean, they've been holding the title, but it's whether they can remain carrying that forward as these teams are looking to take them down. And there's that extra pressure being at that top. Everyone's gunning for you. Everyone's prepping to take you down. That's a lot.
I'm happy you bring up that pressure because I asked them about that specifically in their player interview because I've always been a believer, I've always been a proponent that being the underdog is an advantage, right? You're going in, zero stress, no worries. And I asked Immortals that, right? You've won the last couple of majors. Do you feel some extra level of pressure? And their response is one that I really enjoyed. They said, no, the fact that we've won the last couple of events proves to ourselves that we can do it again. And it's kind of this idea that, no, it's not extra pressure. It's more, you know, the proof's in the pudding. The proof's in the fact that we've been able to do it before. That means we're going to do it again. And when we're in those, you know, back up against the wall situations, we have the confidence that, you know, myself as well as my teammates will be able to deliver.
And that interview we just heard from Hoon really solidifies that too. He said, we're not really concerned about what Sentinels are going to do. We're just going to play our game. We know our game. We know our game wins games, and that's just what we're going to do again. I love that confidence.
Yeah, I agree. Like, the styles are quite similar. Like I said, I think Sentinels does have to play a little bit faster.
Yeah.
You're trying to gain some traction against IMT. And my other worry kind of at the high level is just that, yes, you've beaten them in a series, but you've never really beaten them when it matters. And that is a truly, like, mentally tough thing to overcome. That being said, if momentum starts getting built for Sentinels, then it starts to get real. Because, again, you haven't even taken a game off this team yet. So once that happens, it will get a lot easier.
Okay, Pacer, you've been watching esports. You've been watching people, you know, not even just watch. You've been yelling about people playing video games for a very long time. And so what do you think it is? Do you think if Sentinels is up 1 game, 2 games, like what do they need to be up to have that full momentum?
I think the first game is going to... The first win is a huge difference maker, right? Because you start to prove to yourself that you can actually do it. Actually, I kind of think that's all they need. Like,
number one.
They've gotten it close. Like, can they do it in the clutch is going to be the question because they couldn't last time they got reverse swept. But I think this is a different Sentinels from that major. Again, both these teams actually skipped Major 3 because they did so well in Major 2. They auto-qualified to this tournament, and now they're sitting here in the Grand Finals. So I think Sentinels are ready. They just need to take their first game.
Yeah, they do. And what a beautiful trophy. We just saw a couple of shots of it, and I'm like, you know, as a player, I'm like, I wish I had one of those in my trophy case. You know, like that would be something different. It is a work of art, that's for sure. And I'm sure Immortals, the organization, wants to add that to their collection. You know, a historied organization, played in LCS, played in a lot of different games. And I'm sure looking at that, you know, title, looking at their roster, they're thinking, you know, they're salivating. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I want it.
I mean, these camera shots are absolutely stunning, but still seeing it in person, up close, seeing just how it sparkles, how amazing it is, it would be an amazing collection. That's the title that you want right there, the trophy right above it, that you are the WNS Season 1 champion.
I love that for them. I also love the person in the front row there in the crowd had a sign that said Sentinel with a very, very big L. And then the sign next to him was IMT. So I think I'm pretty sure I know what that corner of the crowd is going for, but it's been so fun to see the crowd. And there's been some great signs all weekend as well.
I love their puns.
They're quite funny, actually. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
And the artistry has been pretty good. Also, I liked the one where someone just like draw a girl and then a fish. It's like a plus. Like, oh yeah, that's.
I was thinking of the Jinx one when I was thinking of the artistry. I don't know if y'all caught that, but there was like there was a really nice poster down there. Someone spent some time like. That was nice.
Someone spent talent. I don't have to do that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have talent either. My personal favorite was the Yuumi. I mean, we haven't seen much Yuumi this weekend, but the Yuumi sign was so cute. Just a little kitty in the,
I missed that.
Wow, it was a good one. It was rewatch the last couple days, and you'll be able to see it. Boom.
I have them somewhere probably too.
My favorite sign was the one that said something like, "I love the hit mobile game Wild Rift."
Oh,
I know.
Oh, you made that.
I made that.
That was you? I thought someone holding that.
Yeah. I don't know who took it, but I made that on the first day. I lost it when I had to come up to the desk the next day, but
it's been floating around.
Thank you. I love the hit mobile game Wild Rift. I just have to. Yeah.
It's a good game.
It's a good game. Yeah, I concur.
I
already said that I think it's a good game, but I concur. It's a good game. It's a great game, you know. And what I actually love about just League of Legends and Wild Rift is the fact that it's so head-to-head, right? There's the analytics to back up whether you know if you're doing good or not. I'm a mid laner, I'm 6-0. My opposing mid laner is 0-6. Who's better? It's very easy to understand. It's very easy to know. And you can really carry off of that, right? If you're having a very strong game, a very impactful game, you feel it as a player, and vice versa, right? It hurts when you know that you're kind of getting gapped, kind of getting that difference. And that's what I love about Wild Rift is the ability to shine, the ability for players to really show up and show what the superstars they are.
I thought you were going to go the other way because I love getting carried. It's one of my special skills as a League of Legends and League of Legends Wild Rift player. I'm very good at identifying when I need to get carried.
Maybe you should stop playing Zed then.
No, it's so fun.
Maybe stick to the Yuumi. It sounded like it worked for the 1v1.
In my ARAM, it was really
just
good.
Just get Hoon or Mally or one of these players to duo with you and just Yuumi up.
Hoon said he would do it with Rafa after this.
That's true. I think it's not possible for him to do it with me. I don't think he has. I don't think he has an account with any MMR close enough.
Maybe
to even
not.
Maybe ARAM.
Yeah.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day someone will carry you up to a point that you can.
It's not possible. Do you have any idea how good Hoon is? It is not possible. I promise you.
He's up there.
It's not possible.
I guess there is a section. The only player to have a section on the whiteboard for a reason here. I gotta say it too. I love how this has been shaking up. I was a little bit critical yesterday when I was up here about how this was, but there's been some nice
If it's a long series, honestly, we might just have to take everything else out, and the whole thing
I kind of like that.
might just be the
This
Hoon
is
board.
just the
this is the
board.
end result of the week, and this is how this is shaping up. Like, we are right here now on the desk. I like that.
If anyone's wondering where Oriana, where did you go?
I took her off. She was chilling here for a little while, but then she kind of fell down. But she's right here.
She's sticking to her robot buddy. I see.
You see that catch? Gamer reflexes.
Where was she?
You should become a gamer.
Where do you want Oriana to go now? After Molly's
I think she's A tier. I think she's really strong, but...
Oh, wait, that's Hoon's corner.
I think it's kind of hard. Okay, can you please take Ezreal? TJ really wanted Ezreal to be super...
No,
Ezreal's not very good, okay? I know we like Ezreal, but please put him in C tier
and
for the love of goodness.
They've got the matching Crystal Rose skins. They need to be together.
Okay, someone's going to take the L's. Lulu? Is it Zed? Zed looked all right. I don't know.
Zed was pretty good.
It might be Lulu.
Riven? Okay.
No. It's Darius. It's Darius. Move Darius to B. I really have not thought that Darius has been doing that well. In comparison to the Garen, comparing to the Shen, I really do think...
I think you're right.
In fact,
No,
I don't know about much. That's a little much.
No.
Yes.
There we go. I think this is right. I think.
Okay. I like that.
I think looking at this, is there anything else that we need to quite edit, get out of the way, or are we pretty content with how this is shaping up?
I think we can lock it in.
I can flame Ezreal again, but it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, no, he's stuck. He's right in the middle.
This is your chance. Cheat isn't here. Just move it down.
I guarantee when TJ goes to the castle, he's going to be like, Michael, whoa, how dare you move Ezreal lower?
We should run it down to him, actually.
I'm going to be the TJ representative, the Thomas James agency. I'm going to keep Ezreal up here for him.
All right, that could be the one. That could be the one, like, watermark on the otherwise perfect tier list that we have going on here. But just, I love how this has evolved too with, like, talking about the ban corner, just the fact that over the weekend we've seen Karma go from that corner down to B, despite the fact it's still getting picked up. It's not getting banned out. All these different little metas that shape up over the weekend has been really interesting.
Yeah, I've been fascinated to see it, and something that I've really liked is it going to be an Enchanter meta? Is it going to be a tanky engaged support meta? And I feel like really the takeaway this weekend, like we did see Lulu, we have seen, Karma, but I feel like the tanks in the support role, the Gallios, the Alistars, the sets are the ones that we've been seeing do the very best.
No, I approve. I approve.
TJ.
Ladies I approve. Darius does not need to be an A tier.
Okay, we'll get to that. First of all, I can't see very much right now.
He's
but
completely
I can see
blind.
This monitor right here, where you were talking about moving Ezreal down a tier?
No, I saved him for you, TJ. Don't worry.
Sam, I don't have a problem with you. You're doing great. No notes. Michael, you don't. I've been away from that desk for maybe 10 minutes.
What?
And you're already changing our perfect. We compromised on
TJ,
that.
the problem is that he had to be on the desk with me the first day. So I tainted him already. I corrupted him slightly with my take of the tier list.
I understand.
Yeah, so now he's torn. He's conflicted.
Julian, Sam, you're doing a great job. Stay in between
I was going to move it. No, I was ready. I'm sorry.
I trust Sierra. I think Sierra's got it, but this guy. No.
I was close.
Here, I'll distract you over here for a second while y'all make a couple of changes.
Sam, there's really cool roller coasters over there.
Roller coasters going on?
The roller coaster's behind us. I was going to trust Pastry, but then I remembered that they publicly stated that he beat me in a 1v1 with Yuumi. Pastry, I want you to know I've been practicing.
And
I'm ready.
You're screwed next time.
I do have
you're
an
going
excuse.
down. Are you ready to do it live on air? Would you do it live on air against me, Pastry?
Sure, let's do it.
He's upside down.
All right, I don't know if I just asked something that production can absolutely not do, but I'm confident.
I do have an excuse for you, ready-made.
Okay.
Because if you're watching SEA, you would have seen that what the Jess actually pulled out a Yuumi that went full AP and did like 60,000 damage in a single game.
See?
So I'm pretty sure it was just one of those. You were experiencing the pro meta from the really strong Asian regions.
Also, I might have forgotten to change my summoner spells.
Don't mention
but no
that bit.
excuses.
Keep that
No
bit
excuses.
out
I've been
like
training.
an excuse.
No, I've been training, and I'm gonna beat you with Flash Ghost this time, Pastry. All right?
TJ, I've got a full solution that I think everyone will be happy with.
Sure.
I got this printed specifically for this bit.
I can't see that. Can you hold it up closer to the camera?
It's an E.
Okay, I see that.
The E stands for Ezreal. We're making an Ezreal tier.
Put it at the top. What is
Ezreal.
this?
And there's a very specific reason it's below F tier, right?
Beautiful.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
That is the compromise that we've all
You'll
been
hear
looking
from
for.
me again.
Ezreal.
All is right in the world. All of the elements
You
are
better
now
watch out.
in sync.
TJ's taking his mic off. He's going to run up there and mess with you guys. All right? Yeah, TJ, we need you here.
No.
Man. All right.
No.
Give him like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in the mall, all right?
So
Look for a tall guy with an accent.
You'll hear him coming a mile away. Don't worry about it. Here's something I want to do while we're waiting for the games to kind of kick off. So we've done a lot of champion talk. I want to talk more about the players, but through the lens of champions. So we got Gume here, we got beginnings here. Hoon's already there. We're done with two. We have Lebon somewhere too, right?
Starting is in the throne still, I think.
Yeah, it's all right. We got starting here as well.
Oh,
we're
good.
We can get and
All right. Well,
Lebon's gone somewhere.
We're gonna find a couple of the cards first.
Okay.
We're gonna get them all together. We're actually gonna toss into a quick break first as we get things a little bit more settled. But after that, we'll have a couple more cards and maybe a game up for you. See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the WNS Season 1 Championship. We're going to be starting up with our grand finals match shortly. It is Immortals going up against Sentinels. This is a rematch of many sorts, a big redemption arc for Sentinels, and we have been waiting.
We're so close.
We're so close.
We're so close.
We're getting there.
We're so close, yet so far. But this is going to be absolutely a phenomenal match, and I think one that's honestly really worth waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of having we're so close to the games, we've been waiting a bit. We are already at a point where we're going to match or surpass the games that happened yesterday because it was all sweeps. There were 9 total games. We had 5 in the first series.
Yes.
And this is at least 4 here.
Correct.
So
we're there. We're already there.
We're already there.
I mean, I was just going to say the stakes couldn't be higher as well, right? Like, of course, both these teams are qualified to Icons. Of course, they're very happy about that. But they don't want to just qualify to Icons. They want to win at Icons. And if they don't win, they want to at least represent and show that they deserve to be there and that their region deserves potentially another slot. And whoever wins this will go into the group stages instead of the play-in, which, you know, as a competitive player, that is a big difference. That means you get to, you know, potentially hide some strategies. You get to scout. You get extra time to practice, extra time to adjust to, you know, the time zone change since they are going to be flying over the sea to Europe.
And not only that, there's all of that, plus you want to be winning out now so you can be the WNS Season 1 champions.
Yes.
That is the biggest part of this weekend. It should be absolutely phenomenal. And we got to see the teams. We got to see the walk-on. We got to send it down to Sion over on the stage.
All right, thank you very much here. Hey, everyone here in the Rotunda at Mall of America, how you feeling? That's what I love to hear. That's what I love to hear. All right, so we have ourselves our 2 representatives from North America going to the Icons Global Championship, but we still got some business to deal with. We got to crown ourselves the first ever champion of North American Wild Rift. So let's get it started here with our team introductions. And starting with the higher seed, the #1 team coming into WNS Season Championship Season 1 Championship. There we go. We got there. It's Immortals! Starting at support, at duo, Gume! In the mid lane, Who! At jungle, Lemont! And joining for today at Baron Roll, Hiraki Zoro! The #1 team, Immortals! Their opponent, we just saw them claw their way into the #2 spot, representing North America, it's Sentinels! At support, beginning! At duo, Rest! In the mid lane, Molly! At jungle, Cheese! And in the Baron Roll, Matthew Taylor Stover, MTS! Your Sentinel squad! Now it's time. Who will be the first champion of North America? Immortals, Sentinel starts right now! Gentlemen, take your seats.
The first WNS champion. Oh, it's finally here.
I'm so excited. I see the little dances of joy. I see the excitement over here. We have been waiting, and I cannot be more excited for this matchup. I cannot be more excited for the stakes that this holds.
We have official confirmation that Iraqi Zoro has legs. I've never seen him before. He's always
That's true. Even during Horizon, yeah.
Exactly. He was on a screen the whole time. He has legs. He's so tall, too.
He is really tall. Why is everyone so tall?
I'm sorry. I mean, there is something special, too, about seeing all the teams, like all the players be able to walk onto this stage, especially after Immortals have been playing with only 4 on the stage, playing remote, and dealing with that issues of that communications and stuff. It's amazing that they all got to be here for Grand Finals.
Feels right.
It feels right.
That's what it feels right. All the teams are here. They're ready to play their best of 7. It's going to be a long day, probably, for these two teams. I mean, Immortals may just show up to play 4 games. If you're INT, that's what you're hoping. But Sentinels have very different plans.
I'm not going to lie, pretty chatted of our man, Iraqi Zoro, just showing up for the finals. He's like, you know what? I'm just showing up to lift the trophy.
Yeah.
That's all I'm here for. But really, this is the final series of the weekend, and what a weekend it's been. But this is what it all comes down to. Yeah, they both have qualified to Worlds, but they want to now crown themselves as the North American champion, the first ever WNS champion, and I'm excited to see what games we've got ahead.
This should be amazing games. I'm a little worried for Sentinels and just the fact that we have seen this matchup and we saw how it went. They have regrouped. They've talked about it. They're coming up with a different plan and to take down this Mies that is Immortals. And if it's time for them to show up, it is now.
We saw this matchup on the stage. We've also seen this matchup online. And right there, Sentinels have taken victories in that realm. They're going to need to do it on that stage as well against all 5 members of Immortals. We're seeing some Immortals fans in the stage as well, in the audience. I love the Sentinel signs there too all throughout this weekend. We've seen signs for both of these teams, a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, I know which way they're predicting. I know which way they're betting. I'm curious about the desk, though, how we're going. So, for myself... I
almost forgot what it was.
I was looking... Pastry,
welcome to the squad.
It hurts because Sentinels have had such a run to get here, too, and I think this would be an amazing arc. I think this would be an amazing story. But just seeing how Immortals have played consistently through and through, it's hard to bet against them.
I'm not smart. It's all hard here for me. I think Sentinels might have some momentum from the lower bracket. If they can take a game, I think they can certainly take the series, but it ain't going to be easy.
I'm also voting with my heart. I mean, I think anyone that's watched the first season of WNS, betting against Immortals is not, if you're a gambling man, not the move.
Yeah, don't do it.
Right? But Sentinels, I think, like you said, Pastry, has the chance, has the potential to carry their momentum, beating Tribe. It was a close series, but that has to feel good, and that has to give them energy going into this series, and I believe that the boys can do it.
I mean, I want to question a little bit further on this. I mean, we've seen which way we're voting. We've been talking about a 7-game series. Do we think it's actually going to go the limit in this 7 games?
I think it's like one of two things. It's like a 4-0, 4-1, or we get 7. I don't think Sentinels get out without taking a lot of games, and I think Immortals might have an undefeated run at the WNS Season 1 Championship. Just let that thought sink in. That is ridiculous to win a tournament of this caliber without dropping a game.
The last time we had a best of 7 in the North American Wild Rift space, it was a 4-1 victory for Tribe over Immortals. That is the only other best of 7 that we've had ever in North America. Immortals lost that one. This is now their time to fix that record and win a best of 7. They have to do it against Sentinels.
We're here. It's the first game of the
We're here. We're finally here. We talked so much about the importance of the draft and the bans coming out and the fact that Immortals, their players are stacked, their champion pools are deep, and there are some picks that just cannot get through.
Yeah, this is why, at least I think Michael and I both went a blue side when we were talking about draft. It's like, let them ban the Yuumi, let them ban whatever else they want. Jace, Shen, Ari, you gotta get him out of there.
Yeah, and I really like this adaptation from the series yesterday from Sentinels to Immortals. And we've talked about this pick so many times in the beginnings to charm head-to-head, right? These support players are both so impactful on the Galio, and I love this first pick for Sentinels. It's already gotten me feel a little more confident about my prediction.
This is something that was debatably more important than the Yuumi in the last series for Sentinels and Tribe. Neither one of them wanted either support to get their hands on it, but this time in this best of 7, 7, it's Beginnings who will open up the series on that signature champion that he has won so many games on.
Right, this is the flip side though, right? Blue gives you a little bit of space to ban some of these champions that you really feel like you can't play against, but the trade here does not feel good. Galio is incredible, but for Garen and Lemon's Olaf is terrifying.
Yeah, that's a lot of tanky champions, but Sentinels response, I like this. They say, okay, I see that you have high HP bars. What we're going to do is we're going to get a Corki with a Gatling gun. We're going to get some armor shredding. We're going to get some 2 champions that are so good at taking down those high health bar, heroes or champions. And Brand, as well, does a lot of percent damage with that Leandry. So I like this response from Sentinels.
Rounding out the bottom side of their draft here for Sentinels means they have not picked a Baron laner, they've not picked a jungler, and this does mean that MTS might get handed a couple more bans. The Darius already starts it off. We haven't seen him play a whole lot of champions today or in the rest of this tournament. Camille's already gone. Garen and Darius. He's gonna have to dig deep.
Has he played a champion that isn't one of those 3 this tournament?
I think he played Riven, but you can still ban that one also.
Yeah. I mean, not a lot in the tank, certainly here for MTS. So very curious to see where he wants to go.
Ooh.
Yeah, can't give that one away. You got a chance to ban Rengo, I might as well take it.
Riven is up though, right? And that is a champion
Wait a second.
that could go for the Baron lane or go into the jungle. We saw Sheesh having so much, dominance, so much power on that champion earlier on. But also MTS was the original Riven player for Sentinels back in the day, back in Season 0, so that is a champion I know he is proficient on.
This is either like insanity or genius from Immortals, because giving Riven away after what we've seen today feels very risky, but does speak to IMT's preparation as a team. They know what they believe they can handle as a team, and apparently they believe they can handle Riven.
Hoon just found a champion from the Hoon corner, though. It's going to be the Gragas in the mid lane. Support, jungle, and Baron lane have already been selected. We know this is not going to Gume, of all people. So Hoon gets to pilot this one more time. Full AP Gragas, you deal so much damage. The displacement is amazing, and it's so difficult to kill you.
Any team fighters in the chat? This looks like 2 compositions that want to brawl.
10 of them in this game.
They want to, exactly. They want to go head to head. They want to fight, and I like that. This is going to be an explosive game number 1 of hopefully a best of 7 that goes the distance. And there it is. There's the Riven locked in for Sentinels.
Ooh.
With this pick, the question is, who is going to play it? Is it going to go to the Baron lane, or is it going to go to Sheesh in the jungle?
Jarvan Baron lane does exist, but I'm feeling like it's going to go
MTS likes it a lot too, though.
Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong about that. I'm feeling, my gut is telling me that this Riven is going Baron lane to MTS. It goes along with what we were saying before. MTS hasn't played too many champions in the WNS this weekend at the very least. We're about to find out, though, as I believe they're going to swap it.
Yeah, but Gume getting the last pick Lucian, right? That is a champion that has a really high skill ceiling. You're either going to, pop off, have a great game, or it can be a difficult one, and I like it in response to the Jarvan, allows them to get out of the Cataclysm.
This is a very confident game from both these teams. IMT basically throwing down the goal and say, yep, we saw your 5 games, we saw that Riven, have it in game 1 and see what you can do.
Let's go. Game number 1, the draft is done. All 10 champions have been picked. And like I said, it's going to be a slugfest. It's going to be a team fighting one. And it's going to be any
Definitely
swappers?
not Beginnings Riven.
Oh.
It is, okay, it is Jarvan Baron lane.
So it's Sheesh rocking out the Riven
Still
again. I like it. Give it to the Zoomer.
I mean, this is going to be absolutely amazing. I love this draft that we saw coming out, too. The fact that these teams want to start this out with a bang, want to make sure we have been waiting for this. We have been waiting for this championship match, and they're going to make sure to try and put on a show to start things out. It is a best of 7. You can make sure that you can start things off on a explosive note, but it's time to finally get into game number 1 down at the desk with TJ and Kangas.
Thank you, Sierra. Everybody, the wait is over. I'm ready for a grand finals. Are you, TJ?
I can't wait. This is what the entire season has led up to. And if you're not here in person, the cameras don't do it justice. We're at the floor of a 4-story atrium. Everyone's gazing down on this stage.
Now, before we get too much into the game, I got to see your prediction for this match, TJ. Let's run it.
There's nothing I could do. I had to go with the boys. Sentinels all the way.
Sentinels in this best of 7. All right, here. Okay. I got the notes. I got the script.
Right.
It says I.
Right.
It says MT. The camera didn't catch it. I got IMT, baby. I've taken too many L's predicting against them, but here we go, loading into game number 1 to determine the best team in North America.
And both these team compositions, like the desk said, are all about team fighting. So I hope you're ready for some fireworks.
When it comes to team fighting, usually that means it will scale up towards those big objectives, but I'm also looking at the Lucian for Gume, a champion that he likes to get aggressive, and in general, Immortals, they do like to play through their bot lane too.
They do, and this is what we were talking about coming into this series. Sentinels, of course, have Rest, who's been a little bit quieter on traditional AD carry picks, so how do they kind of mitigate that weakness? It turns out, game number 1, Immortals are taking advantage of the weakness not by smashing the bottom lane, but by saying we can afford to put a Lulu down bottom here. That's a little bit weaker early traditionally, but they know Rest and Beginnings, or at least they feel confident, Rest and Beginnings aren't going to be able to bully them.
And of course, Rest is that, he used to play support, then moved into the AD carry role here when he switched to Wild Rift. And he's been playing a lot of those majors rather than the traditional marksman.
Yeah, so we can expect this bottom lane to be a little bit weaker, a little bit quieter earlier on, but the benefit Immortals are getting from it is that, of course, that Lulu can be present in the late game team fights, amping up the damage. And, of course, the Lucian will be ready to go as soon as we get our first dragon on the map in a couple of moments.
And the junglers taking their way into the mid lane here to help push out these waves and try and get that priority for these early scuttles. Looks like Sentinels will go for the top one.
I do want to flag something. So we talked a great deal about the top lane in this matchup. Arakizora, of course, racing off the airplane to be here. MTS, after a pop-off in Game 5 of the last series, proving what we've been talking about all tournament long. They tried to ban him out. He pulled out the Jarvan top, something I haven't seen since the SEA Finals last season. And he is showing that it is still one of his picks. You cannot ban out his pool. He's up 300 gold.
Very rare that they try and ban him out, but let's catch up to the game right now. We have a dive. The taunt comes through from Beginnings. The Ignites are down. Beginnings goes down. 2 kills to Immortal.
A perfect gank by IMT. It's messy. Sentinels nearly hold on. But because of how well IMT played it, because of how textbook they played it, they get the gold in return for their investment.
Yeah, you said it was a little messy, but hey, it works out. 2 kills over the side of IMT to start off game number 1. They got to watch the entire 5-game series that just happened on stage. Sentinels had to play in it, and that means Immortals, they're coming in prepared.
And they learned the easiest lesson that I think everybody learned from watching Sentinels play, and that is you can score points on the bottom lane during the early game, and you certainly want to, because once Sentinels can get you into fair team fights, 5v5s, that's where Sentinels thrive.
They were doing so well against Tribe, setting those battle lines, repositioning when they weren't ready for the fight. But, like you said, early laning phase, that's where Immortals was also able to take advantage of them. In their last series, they played a best-of-5 in the upper bracket finals, and Immortals did not drop a game.
So let's talk about Sentinels' team fight, because that is their hope to get into this game. We're going to have our first dragons up in about 40 seconds, our first team fight of the game. That's going to all come from their front line. Watch for MTS and Beginnings to hard engage, tank up hits, and build space, tie people together so that Rest and Mali can do massive AoE damage.
It's going to come down to MTS and Beginnings to get that combo, that engage, that big 1-2 punch.
And that's why you have Sheesh on this team as well. He can follow up, diving in on the Riven, landing massive execution damage, and also stunning people up for, again, the Rest Mali combo.
Yeah, factor in Mali on top of that when the package is up, which 15 seconds, that's where we're expecting the scrap to start.
Our first objectives of the game are spawning now. It's going to be Cloud Drake down bottom, so the less important objective. Both these teams will very likely pry out towards this Rift Herald in the top side.
And Immortals setting up the vision around that first. Now I'm looking, where's everybody else resetting to immediately? We have an engage under the mid lane turret. That's Wild Growth out.
It's Wild Growth gone. A massive teamfight ultimate already spent. The Rift Herald was started. It'll wander down as Sentinels look for position.
It's Sheesh Flash for Gume Flash. Now that means some of that follow-up engage from the Riven will be down, but less escape tools now for the Lucian.
Sentinels on vision starting this Rift Herald, so Immortals know what's going on and they're letting it happen. Sentinels taking the trade offer, turn down here towards the Drake. Can MTS do anything about it?
No, it's just a handshake. Both teams decide we're not going to fight over the early objectives. We will do the 1-for-1. Arakizora, though, not winning the trade against Mali, who packages underneath the turret. Demasi Justice does not do enough. Mali
with the 1v1.
We were worried about him. One of the younger players looked a little out of sorts during his earlier stage games. What a statement of confidence, Steve. He gets onto the stage for the grand finals and does that.
He's been ramping up throughout the event. In the upper bracket finals, was playing the Assassins, was not finding success. In the last series, we saw Sentinels pivot Molly more towards the mages, and now on their Corki picking up that kill. That is a confidence booster.
With that big engage, they've repaired the gold deficit they lost down bottom. Part of that, about 1,000 gold, is sitting in the pockets of Sheesh right now. He's carrying around the Rift Herald. Knowing Sentinels, they'd like to be efficient about it. That means they want to use it to get gold onto their carries, Molly and rest. Look for angles where they can deploy it against a turret, get that first turret break, and the break gold onto those two key carries.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of focus on either side of the map. It's been a lot of handshakes after the 2 kills bot side and then a single kill, but now we see a scrap here in the jungle. Hooven throws out the explosive cast, and now everyone from Sentinels are on the wrong side of the jungle. Beginnings with a big ult from Rest, follow up. Pyroclasm onto 3 as Molly joins in on the fight, but the Rockets are missing 1-for-1 trade.
I think IMC like that trade. They lose Iraqi Zora, but he's Garen, he'll be fine, and it's Sheesh's Ribbon that goes down.
Now Lamont can get into the jungle. He can take away some camps, try and get Sheesh further behind.
So Immortals quite pleased with that 1-for-1 trade, and they're even moving quite quickly across the jungle, taking away all of the jungle camps they can, and setting up to stop this wave under turret. Sheesh, of course, is respawned.
Yeah, he sees this, but he's a level behind Lamont because of that kill. Spotted on the ward. So Immortals probably won't go for the full turret dive now that they see Sheesh.
Beginnings rotating in as well, Sentinel shadowing the play across the map.
But Molly's still in the side lane against Iraqi Zora. It's interesting the lane assignments that Immortals are actually buying into this.
Yeah, so Sentinels really like these lane assignments because, again, Molly is their carry. He's the zoomer they picked up to do exactly this. And if you look at his gold, he's thriving right now. 5,500. All that coming from sitting in the side lane, farming against Iraqi Zora, who can't do anything meaningful to him.
He was the one change from Sentinels in summer of last year into now the season 2022, the first official season of WNS, and that one change has skyrocketed Sentinels to the top of the standings, but Immortals are still that one team they've yet to be able to topple in these big best-of-5s, best-of-7s.
Look at how safe Molly's playing that as well, making sure not to make any mistakes. If he goes down, it would be disastrous for them. IMT very aware, pressuring against Molly, keeping a secret charm in the bush up there, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a game of waiting right now. This next dragon is spawning, so it's both teams seeing, hey, can we get a pick beforehand? Can we find any kind of advantage before the big fight?
And we still have this Rift Herald. We're waiting on the usage of the Rift Herald. It's in Sheesh's pocket. This Mountain Drake will be worth fighting for Sentinels. Unlike the last Drake where you could trade, look, these teams will quite badly want the Mountain Drake.
Iraqi Zora's got the best danger sense of most top laners here. Maybe Tsuki is the only other one. The rivals. But look at this! Rest just face checks a brush and punished for it. Immortals will lose the turret, but they get a kill, and now they're straight on the Beginning, so this could easily turn into 2. The explosive gas goes a little wide, though, so Beginnings is out.
That was an inexcusable mistake from Rest. He just walks right into a bush. They don't have warded. They know there are players in the area, and he pays for it with his life.
Yeah.
Some Grand Finals nerves getting to him.
I thought maybe he was the bait. Maybe he was the old brand walk-up press R hit Zonia's, but he doesn't have it. So now this should be a dragon for Immortals. They're on the Molly, though. Package used defensively. Beginnings can't get onto anybody with the taunt. So Immortals are out.
Because bottom turret broke, because the respawns are short, IMC can't take the dragon. So gold gain still to Sentinels, and they're looking for the fight. The composition favors them in a straight 5v5 right now. Watch Molly in this fight. Watch Rest in this team fight. What Sentinels are so good at doing is setting up pockets of safety for those carries, but they're not in the pit right now. As Immortals look for the fight.
Lamont has ult. Iraqi Zora's ult just came off. Hoon's about to get it. Immortals, they have their cooldowns. They're getting ready to fight. Sentinels have their battle line drop. They're so good in this position, but there's a game from Beginning. Just flashes right in, and it's a front to back in the truest sense. But it's actually Immortals that walk out on top. They get the kill. Dragon over to Sentinels. Sheesh actually secures it.
Sentinels only lose MTS in that fight, and I think they're okay with it. only losing their front line while simultaneously getting the Mountain Dragon. Immortals need to get something out of the whole exchange. They're going to turn immediately onto this Rift Herald and start burning it down.
Yeah, so it will be a trade of objectives throughout the long trade, but let's take another look at this engage.
Watch how badly split Mali and Rest are. As soon as this engage happens, they're out of the fight entirely because of that explosive cast. Who denies Sentinels a team fight win by forcing those carries miles away from the action.
And again, it's not the engage that I necessarily expect with this comp. You think MTS is going to go in, Beginnings would layer on top, but Beginnings sees an angle and says, I'm just going to flash taunt onto as many as I can. Beginnings is usually that trigger pull for the team.
Beginnings finding a good engage, even getting out with his life. But MTS is demonstrating the first of what is going to be many of those plays, jumping in and then hoping it works out. And if the rest of the team can't follow up, if somehow Rest and Mali are separated from the team fight, then there's no real way for MTS to get out.
I mean, we heard Hoon saying that their team is confident in their team fight ability. We know that Sentinels are confident in their team fight ability. This is the strength of the team, so more often than not, they are on the same page. And they're not too far behind Immortals right now, still undefeated in this tournament. Sentinels only 2,000 behind with this big team fighting composition. I mean, they still can win these fights.
Here's the rotate from Sentinels, spoiling for some action on the top side of the map. Rift Herald is in Levmont's pocket. Should it make an appearance
Everyone's
here?
up here. That's explosive cast used early from Hoon. Trying to keep the turret alive, maybe seeing if they can get Mali.
Sentinels are so patient. They're okay with that. They go, hey, we burned a major cooldown. We'll back away. This is free gold for us.
Nothing to fight for on the map right now in terms of neutral objectives, though. So presumably that ult will be up before it matters.
And if I'm looking at these two compositions, Steve, I have to say, I do like Sentinels much more in late-game team fights. Immortals are going to have their work cut out for them. They need to split these fights. Use things like the explosive cast to guarantee they don't lose full 5v5.
Nicely done from Sentinels. Actually kill the Rift Herald before it charges the turret.
Yeah, it's a complete waste of a Rift Herald. I think they thought Sentinels had fully reset, but Sentinels were on the ball. They rotated fast enough. They're able to grab themselves the free Rift Herald. That basically neutralizes the objective that was gotten in exchange for the Mountain Drake.
And hey, you know what? If Hoon had explosive cast, you can knock everybody away. The Herald gets the charge, so that didn't actually matter quite a bit for Immortals. Nicely done from Sentinels to say, hey, let's hold onto this mid turret for as long as we can. Commit the time and the resources to stop the push.
Steve, I'm so pumped. Here we go. 12 minutes into game, no major team fights yet, but I think we're about to start them.
Redemption's down, Hoon has the flank, but burning from Rest. Turret's about to fall here, it doesn't. Holds on, MTS goes for the engage. Follow-up from Beginnings, but the flash was expended from Lamont.
IMT have just seen so many players on the bottom side of the map, they know it is just Mali up here. That's why Charm and Gume start shoving it against this turret.
Yeah, it's a scary position for Mali to be in. That's why we see the Corki back this far away, but that will be a turret over to Immortals.
Very well played by IMT, showing some patience of their own. No, they can't get that bottom lane turret, but they know from the amount of resources committed to defend it, the top one is theirs for free.
And now the Baron's on the map. That is an objective that you could fight over. And with these team fighting compositions, if you win a team fight, you get that close to the game.
Infernal Drake on the map as well in just 15 seconds. And I would argue that's even more impactful on a game like this, where we're going to be going to the late game team fights. This Infernal Drake and its massive damage stat boost will be all important.
We expected this game to come down to the team fights, and it looks like it's going to come down to a pick on the Lamont. They force Ragnarok out from the Olaf right before the objective spawns.
Sentinels starting the Infernal Drake here.
That was a really good timing for Beginnings to be right there. Force out Lamont. That means Immortals, they're going to have to go for the split push instead.
Top lane pressure from Iraqi Zoro trying to take down a turret in exchange for this Drake.
The engage from Sentinels, they have the package from Mali, they're on to Hoon. He jumps away as the wild growth, so Immortals are fine.
This is huge for Sentinels. They get that Infernal Drake for free. Immortals try to get fancy on the map, and it looks like they're going to trade a blue buff for the Infernal Drake.
I mean, they did get a wave push in on the top side. Oh, did they actually get that? Yeah, they did. All right, I thought it was stolen from Beginnings for a second right there. They are still ahead in gold, but you're right, Sentinels, they're getting these objectives, and they're finding these positive trades.
We do have the Baron hovering on the map. That's going to be a constant source of pressure for these two teams. Anytime someone wins the team fight, it's going to immediately turn into the Baron. With the amount of turrets these two teams have protected, very likely it'll take two massive team fight wins to end the game.
A big point I want to touch on right now, TJ, is the fact that the last time we saw these teams against each other, turret taken as well from Immortals there on the Dragon side of the map. but it came down to a sweep from Immortals, oftentimes playing around Irakizor with the Hullbreaker in a side lane. This time, Sentinels have done a much better job of actually answering that Hullbreaker push.
And they've changed how they're doing it. Rather than having MTS in the side lane basically useless as a tank, they're having MTS rotate with the team much of the time, and they're sending Mali to the side lane to get some farm. When it comes down to it, when it's time to team fight, they let Irakizor sit in the side lane.
Ooh, but a pick from Immortals. This could be big. Polymorph onto beginnings, but he's a little too tanky to kill.
And this means Irakizor is getting free farm in the side lane, but they say that's all right, he's Garen, who cares?
Yeah.
The difference is, of course, he was on Shen last time, so there's a little bit more teleport threat, but they're still leaving Irakizor alone to do his business.
But Immortals are still playing the same game, essentially. And now they're just grouping up here. All ultimates are available if a fight breaks out.
Immortals looking for a pick. They just want a single target to step out of line, to make a mistake, so that they can turn immediately onto the Baron. Sentinels, the opposite. As long as this game keeps going, their brand gets bigger, their Corki gets bigger.
But we see Immortals window. It's when Hoon has that ultimate available. They need that explosive cast to actually pull somebody back into their team to start it.
Especially with Lud and Zeko complete, who's going to do so much damage on that initial engage.
Yeah, and then you can just pop them if you follow up with something like the Lucian jumping in. Love him on the Olaf. But when Hoon doesn't have that, it's Immortals just backing off, so it's kind of turning into we only see the 5v5 when the big objectives are spawned.
And Sentinels, after playing that massive 5-game series moments ago, have reset. You can see very cool heads in this game, not feeling the need to force any fights, playing it slow and steady to their win conditions, to the team fight. Immortals haven't given them a team fight. Sentinels haven't given Immortals a mistake.
It's game one of a best of 7. You want to start off with that win. It gives you a lot of, high spirits going into the rest of it. When we talk about having that mentality, having that ability to close out a long series of games, you want that first one.
Mali doesn't bring the package with him.
Oh, here's Hoon. There's that explosive cast. Beginnings is the one that's picked off. He flashes the wall. Pull it up. Beginnings is alive, but he dies to the tick from Hoon's Ignite.
The burn from Hoon finds an advantaged kill. Here's MTS trying to get it back. Has he gone too far?
I think he has, because now he's away from the rest of the team, and there's no beginning to follow with the ultimate. He's locked in his own ultimate, and now Immortals go forward. Sheesh has to flash the wall. MTS is down.
2 players down as Immortals find the picks, but they're so low on HP, they can't turn that into the Baron. That's got to be enough. They've got to be happy with the gold, because if they stay on the map for a moment longer, the Elder Ocean Drake is going to come out. And that means the stakes are higher than ever. Immortals aren't going to take that risk. They would rather take a 50-50 slightly advantaged team fight with their gold lead than spend the time taking a risky fight around Baron.
And Immortals will have every single ultimate available for this Elder Dragon. MTS just got teleport, but he's still dead for 15 seconds. Exactly. Immortals have a window.
Here we go, 4v5 on the map. Immortals burning the Elder, trying to lock in game number 1.
Can Sheesh get this? It might come down to a steal. Mali has the package, he can split the fight. Give Sheesh that avenue in. Explosive gas from Hoon. Ooh, Mali goes into stasis, he still has the package. They gotta go for it. Teleport coming in. Sentinels can look for the engage. Immortals have blown their biggest ultimate. 5v5 front to back. How does this play out? Immortals go forward. Beginnings with the zoning ultimate, but Mali holds backwards. The package not in, but there goes Siege! Onto the jungler, and the Brandol just shreds through Immortals. Sentinels win the fight.
They protect their carry. They play for the backline.
Oh, but who's up?
They win the fight. It's
Who's
all
up?
down to Hoon.
Charm's there too.
Down to Hoon and Charm.
Sheesh is still pretty healthy, though. He's got the smite. That's Elder Dragon. Who did get the steal? Who can't survive? And Sentinels win another fight.
Sentinels benefit on the late game. They played a slow, waiting game. And here it is, the rewards for their patience. A massive lead coming from that Elder, even if the gold still ticks in favor of Immortals.
This entire game was one long line ticking down until this explosive fight, as we see with the Coca-Cola pop-off.
Watch Mali, watch Rest. Yes, he spends the package backwards, but they are safe in this pocket, protected by Beginnings, who spends his HP bar as a resource to ensure Mali and Rest can do the damage.
And we cannot count out Sentinels in those team fights. Immortals saw the window where MTS was down, but picking up that teleport saved the play. He was able to join in, and then Sheesh survived. That's what you need, the jungler alive for the objective.
And you might be a little shocked we haven't mentioned, oh dear. Okay, we're fine.
He's fine. He's out.
You might be a little shocked. We haven't mentioned the gold differential. That's because Sentinels have been keeping it relatively even. Even though the gold favored IMT, the Sentinels' composition is better in team fights, and you see it there. Here's the Baron.
We're going to have another fight right now, TJ. Immortals approaching the Baron River, but Sentinels, they have their battle lines drawn. This is where they are strongest, when they can get to the objective first and set up this line of scrimmage.
It's also where they're most aggravatingly patient, Steve. So we might be here for a bit.
All right, I won't get too excited, although the Baron has started.
They're doing this on vision, so IMT know what's up. Sentinels very likely to pull away.
They have to send Iraqi Zoro back in, though. This is not that Shen Hullbreaker game. He was trying to get the bottom wave, but like you said, Sentinels are patient. They just back off the objective.
They're waiting for Immortals to give them a mistake, and Immortals are a darn good team. But Sentinels get mistakes out of everyone eventually.
The bottom wave is going to continually push in. So Sentinels, I think they're waiting for somebody from Immortals to show there.
Yep.
They can catch this mid wave. They can just answer these. The side lanes are shoved, so they are not in a position where they need to make anything happen.
And I talked about the compositional advantage in team fights. Immortals previously played for pick compositions. They don't have anything to
look at Iraqi Zoro.
Sentinels.
Iraqi Zoro's all alone. He's pretty fast, though. And he flashes. Okay, that summoner's still down.
Flash burned. Sentinels pull out their pocketbooks, make a little note.
Oh, but watch out. Immortals, they're looking for the flank.
Flash
Tries
burned.
to flash away from the Cataclysm. And Hoon doesn't find anything in response.
So with 2 flashes down, the Sentinels, they know they have a window. And they're going to go for it. This is an advantage the team fighters they're going to get.
They burn it so fast.
Go.
Brand plus Corki, they can force Immortals to answer at any time. They engage onto Lamont, has to spot the Ragnarok. Hoon ultimate's big, MTS is the load, but beginnings, again, repositioning the fight. Sentinels are drawing their battle lines, and now they go for the re-engage onto Iraqi Zoro, but Shisha's alone, has a Guardian Angel, health bar's low on Immortals, Gume's down! The burn from Brett finds it! Zoro's in trouble as he's chased down as well over the wall. Hoon flashes back for safety. Sentinels, they just got a 2-for-0.
Very clean team fight from Sentinels. It's what they always deliver, front-to-back organization. And now, finally, for the 3rd time, they will turn onto this Baron, and this time it's for real. In the meantime, Immortals are trying to get something back. They're burning through that bottom lane. And watch on the minimap as they approach an inhibitor turret.
If they can get the inhib.
Quick recall.
There we go. Oh, I love this.
MTS
the Ragnarok pops. They're just going to go for the attack speed. Oh, but can Lamont survive? That's the wild growth. Flashes out of the Cataclysm. Sentinels might continue the chase.
Sentinels now need to do something with this Baron. That's why you chase.
Lamont's gonna get picked right now. Sentinels, they're hard committing. Can they get the Olaf? He's too fast.
They have to do something with this Baron. That's why they're trying to find kills. Because if Immortals can wait out the Baron, they've just gotten an inhibitor for free. So Sentinels need to, at the very least, respond by breaking an inhibitor of their own.
They're never going to have that same side lane setup as they had around that Baron, where they could be patient, where they could wait because they had side lane priority. Now Supers will always be pushing in, but with the Baron, they're pushing mid and bot.
So here is the shove. Molly farming up those super minions. The rest of Sentinels here in the mid lane, looking yet again for a mistake the beginnings can pounce on. This time, though, on a timer, that Baron buff ticking away.
They have both waves pretty well synced. They should be hitting these turrets around the same time. So Immortals, they're split right now. Watch Hoon. He's hanging in the middle. Hoon is the engage for Immortals. He's waiting for somebody to step up.
Poke in. Sentinels biding their time as always, needing to do damage to these inhibitor turrets, but letting the siege minions do it for them.
Yeah, they're going to take an inhibitor for themselves. Sentinels, well done there, managing the waves. They get one, and Immortals have no response. They're going to lose 2 inhibitors.
They're going to get 2. Here we go for the engage.
They have Baron of Power Cannon minions. 2 in both lanes, pushing in onto the Nexus right now. Immortals are defending. They got to go for the big engage, but Hoon has no ultimate, so just focus down the Nexus. They're all Sentinels, they're going to do it! Sentinels take game 1!
A very clean game 1 for Sentinels. Everything went exactly to plan. And I can't help but wonder, Immortals gave them a very good draft if that's ever going to happen again.
They gave Sentinels the composition that Sentinels love. We were looking at what they did in their last series, TJ. They were drafting the mages for rest. They were going for the team fights. The front-to-back style is what Sentinels is known for. If you're going to play into that style, you have to be able to win those 5v5 fights. But we saw again and again Sentinels, they have that patience, like you were talking about. They wait until it's the right moment.
With 3 shot callers on that team. They have such a clarity of vision when it comes time to stay communicative, to stay alive in tense team fights. They will never make a mistake there. And if you want to pick them apart, if you want to find an advantage for Immortals, it needs to come from splitting the team on the map.
Exactly. That's how they dismantled them in the upper bracket finals. It was not the 5v5 big team fights. It was always Iraqi Zoro on the hull breaker in a side lane, splitting the map, splitting the pressure. But to break down that game number 1 even more, I'll send it back over to Sierra and the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, you two. You're absolutely crushing it down there. Not the only ones. That was such a great game to start off our series. We were talking about a series that's going to push our limits. What about a game 1 that's going to push the limits?
Well, I mean, we were talking at the desk that it might just be all that Sentinels need to win that first game, just to prove it to themselves that they can do it. We're already here after game 1.
Yeah, it took 23-ish minutes, which is a very long time in Wild Rift, but I am very impressed that Sentinels, especially in that game with they're down like maybe 4K, managed to find team fights, because I knew that that's how the teams wanted to play. That's kind of been the meta, honestly, here at this tournament. And I didn't think Sentinels could meet Immortals in that game with the deficit they had in a 5v5, and I was very happy to be wrong.
And you hit the nail on the head. They were down 4 or 5K. That was Immortals' game. They were winning. That's a game that, if they do lose this series, they'll go back, watch the replay, and they'll be kicking themselves, because I feel like that was Immortals' game to lose. It all came down to that, Elder fight where Sentinels was able to take it out and just... Really, for me, Sheesh on Riven this tournament has been a monster. He's been someone that I feel like is a bit unstoppable. Maybe it has some cheat codes or something, because I swear he moves way faster than anyone else.
Yeah, I don't know if we have. I'd love the win rate. Even in this tournament, I don't think he's lost on it yet.
I don't know. I think he lost game 2 of the other series.
That might be true.
Yeah. So maybe
it's
not
good,
100%.
whatever it is.
It's still really good. And something that you guys mentioned before was that blue side's really valuable in this series because you don't have to ban Yuumi. Yes. So I'm feeling like Immortals probably want to move over there just so they force that burden upon Sentinels. Maybe that frees up the Riven ban.
It was really costly, I will say. The trade was really smart. Like, Galio was the pick, I think, in this game, and I think we'll continue to see that if it's not banned. But NCS looked a lot different on the Java. Not bad by any means. It did combo well with the Galio as well, but it looked real rough in that game when he had to give away 2 power picks. So it's very costly. I think Immortals, if they think that that trade is worth it, could do it again. But I'm glad my theory played out. Like, you get a little bit of extra space on blue side. That's why you want to take the side.
Yeah, and like you said, it felt like Iraqi was getting the better end of that trade consistently. I mean, the Garen was getting so much value done. That was our marquee matchup going into that. We wanted to look at the Baron lanes. Iraqi, flew in on a flight this morning, and he showed up today in that first game. They weren't able to take it out, but I really feel like Iraqi came to play.
Yeah, I mean, not the only one that came to play, though I guess the only one traveling to LA, so I will give the credit there. But we do have our star player of the game, and starting off, it is going to be Ras for Sentinels, and I have to say, deserved.
Yeah, this is a player that is consistently improving as the tournament goes on. Already very good, but again, we had some questions, some qualms, maybe some doubts, maybe some weaknesses we thought teams would attack, and the longer the tournament goes on, the more Rest proves them wrong. Yes, this is on a mage, which obviously he's very skilled at, but this brand was a huge difference in winning the 5v5 that Sentinels had to win in order to take this game 1.
Can you say that maybe he put their worries to rest?
All
right.
Getting in on the puns, yes.
I leave the LCS, and Freak's still here somehow, in spirit.
In spirit, right? No, but for such an amazing game, too, I want to throw down to the other end of the analyst desk, because I'm hearing there's some star power replays down here.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to break down. We've got to rewatch that fight around the Elder Ocean Drake. This is where the game completely turned, and I want you to keep your eyes on Mally. On the Corki is actually going to bait Guman. You can start playing the clip, Sam, as, the fight's going to start to unfold a little bit. You see Beg kind of, taken out here, but keep your eyes on the Corki, keep your eyes on the Lucian. Gume flashing forward here is now in a difficult position, is isolated from their team, can't be putting out damage, and this is what allows, you see Sheesh on the Riven, going in, getting a 3-person stun, taking down Lebmon, and Rest on the brand. Our star player shuts down their opposing, lane. Gume and this is what allowed Sentinels to win the game. I love this moment. Hoon thrown in the barrel. I mean, I know people are probably like, why is Mally still there? This is a hectic moment. This is the moment to win the game, and there it is. Sheesh gets the Elder Ocean, and this is where Sentinels was able to really take the momentum and take the lead.
They get Elder Ocean, they get Baron, and those two objectives are just so strong in Wild Rift. They are meant to end the game, and that's what Sentinels did with them.
Yeah, it played out actually in the rest of the game as well, because, you know, they got that, but then Baron was kind of the next big thing, and they did something that they could not do without the Elder Ocean, which is constantly bait in and reset around the Baron. They just farmed summoner spells and ultimates off of Immortals, constantly baiting in, and the Ocean lets you regen, and then they were finally able to find a decisive fight around that objective and kind of go from there. So without that specific play, you cannot play the game out the way Sentinels did, but kudos to them for figuring out the correct strategy in a very long, very hectic game.
And talking about correct strategy and long hectic, I know IMT lost, but their play, Lebmont and Charm in particular, when Sentinels was on the Baron, to go take that bottom inhibitor
really
was
good.
A beautiful macro call, right? It didn't end up winning them the game, but you're in a do or die situation. There's like not really much you can do there, and most players, lesser players, would stay around Baron, would, you know, kind of just hover there, potentially get caught. They recognize, they have the awareness to say, hey, let's go get an inhib, and maybe if we get a kill or two, we can, you know, on our defense of the Baron push, we can actually win the game. So, you know, props to them. Didn't end up working out, but I like that heads up call.
I mean, it's wild that, like we said, that Sentinels needed to kind of win a game to kind of reset themselves and prove that they could do it. That's what it took. Just to take one game from Immortals in this tournament. They finally lost the game. So, like I said, it's not going to be easy for Sentinels if they want to take this grand finals.
I mean, you guys predicted Sentinels. Does it get easier for them after they win the first game? Is it going to be better?
No. This is the thing that Immortals should be praised for. There are no easy wins.
Yeah, well, even just listening to the analysis, a lot of it is still, well, Immortals was doing so good with this. They were doing so good with this. Did you see this person? Did you see this play? There's still so much good to be said about a loss, and it comes down to those decisive fights later on. It comes down to those objectives. So then looking forward into this game too, are they really looking at these major switches? Like, where is this headed?
You know, really for Sentinels, a couple of key things. I think Mally, one of the best Corki players in North America, and I really like that adaptation, giving it to him. I felt like a lot of those team fights was able to get packaged, was able to get a lot of damage down. So for Sentinels, I'd like to see them pull that up as we have the drafts. We've got the bans coming out. IMT said, we don't want Camille. We don't want to play against Set. We don't want to play against Galio. And on the other side, it's Hoon's ban quarter in some ways. I mean, I guess the Jace is a Ledmont respect, but we've got a Yuumi, we've got an Ari, we've got a Jace gotten out of the game.
There are a few big changes here. Other than that, the Shen and the Garen are still up. And to me, that tells me that Immortals are wanting Sentinels to pick Garen because they have been selecting Shen as the counter matchup to that lane. I would like it if Sentinels still did go for the Garen, because I think it is just so strong for MTS, but Immortals are prepared when that happens.
I actually love this from Sentinels again. I mean, Lebon Olaf first pick makes sense. Galio being left up's a little sus to the champion's real good. Oh, that's bad. Never mind. They're geniuses. Don't worry about it. I apparently can't see. Gragas in again is a curious one, likely going for beginning to take it away from Hoon. But Mali, in 2 different series now, showing a ton of flexibility. Basically relegated to like a very income-heavy support on the Orianna in a lot of the last series, and now he's like, all right, carry pants on, I'm ready for the grand finals.
And really, back in the day, Chonk Chortle, in my opinion, was really carried by Mally's Corki. Seriously, like, when he made a name for himself in the North American scene, it was on the Corki. It was like very, very impressive and very oppressive to play against, as we're going to see Charm once again on an Enchanter. I feel like, you know, this is something where Charm did play very well, but Charm really one of the main key playmakers for IMT, setting up those plays, and is going to be on the Lulu, but we got it. We get a Hoon Orianna. I love this champion, and I think Hoon has the potential to play very well this game on it.
Michael, I didn't know you loved Orianna.
I know.
This is news to me.
I know, it's true.
I can't believe I haven't heard of this before. Again, denying that away from Mali, who's been sort of the Swiss Army knife for Sentinels, just picking every single champion that they possibly could imagine him picking, and looks like that is going to be the Corki again, 2 games in a row with Brand locked in. We know that's going over to Rest, doesn't really work anywhere else, and this Gragas still remains as that flex pick, can go in any of the other remaining roles. I'm expecting it to go to beginnings, as he has been the big engager.
Yeah, giving Rest Pyro instead of Sheesh though means Riven is almost assuredly going to get banned in one of these two here, and I think they're really setting up for Lepmon. I mean, they have the Lulu again to combo in. I feel like they're doubling down. They're like, all right, you know what? The more aggressive pick for Hoon didn't work with Agragas. Pick is Orianna. He's just as good, if not better, on that champion. But now this makes Olaf terrifying.
Yeah, it's like they're taking a play from Sentinels
Exactly.
playbook in the last series versus Stride. This is exactly what they did. And so, you know, I like it. I feel like really empowering that Olaf is a good one. But Jarvan actually going to be a target ban. They said, MTS, we don't want any more of that. So a lot of Baron bans coming out here so far. Garen still on the table, not hitting the ban table. It's kind of interesting to me that they're prioritizing Shen and Jarvan as bans over that.
Sentinels, well, they're banning the Shen because it's good into the Garen.
True.
So they're trying to set up for a Garen pick themselves. Immortals haven't banned it yet. I would expect that one is going to hit the table very soon. The Varus priority also trying to remove that away from Gume, who we saw in that highlight play from you, Michael. He had that sort of game-losing positioning. It feels bad to say it that way, but he was the one dealing all of that damage in the team fights, and when he was isolated, he was picked off. That's when Immortals lost the game.
Wow, no Riven ban from IMT.
No Garen
or Garen. Yeah, that's interesting to me. I mean, they do take away Rengar, so putting some respect on Sheesh's name. But Sheesh, the last couple of games we've seen on Riven has been very, very powerful. So interesting to me that they prioritize taking away the Rengar when in the last time these two teams met, they were able to continually shut it down. Maybe this is Immortals signaling to us that they feel like Jace really is the linchpin to counter the Rengar in the jungle.
Garen's here now. This is why
this makes sense.
Sentinels banned away that Shen, and I'm surprised that Immortals didn't catch on that, unless they have something else prepared for this champion, which could be the case. We'll have to find out.
And maybe something else in their own pocket. I mean, they still got 2 picks. They could have something up their own sleeves. And,
okay.
Jinx from Arcane. She's here. Someone to get the sign.
She's been here all weekend. She's
We have the signs. We have the signs.
She's a giant character
the big
down
banner.
in the rotunda here in the Mall of America. But this is her first appearance in-game.
Yeah, and Pastry, you were saying all of, you know, the Lulu, the Ori to help buff up the Ori. It was a bait. It's the buff up the Jinx. Gume, you know, one of the superstars has like a 9.3, 9.4 KDA, the highest or one of the highest of all of the players in North America, and said, yo, team, get on my back. I got this. Empower me, and I will run away. I will deliver you a victory. I like the confidence from Gume. I like the confidence from Immortals, but they still, you know, got to get in the rift and got to take Sentinels down.
Riven makes a return for the jungle here for Sheesh. Again, a bit of a surprise that one wasn't taken away either. It seems like Immortals, you know, we heard from the interview that they're not worried about what Sentinels are doing. They just want to play their own game. Sentinels are being allowed to play their own game, though, with these last few picks.
Not a lot of differences. Different G engaged support there for beginnings. And Garen instead of Jarvan for MTS, which is an upgrade given how many bans he incidentally ended up taking in the last one. So definitely kind of handing it over, but IMT obviously feeling confident. I like the swap here for Gume. If you know you're going to play 5v5 teamfight, if you believe Hullbreaker is not the way forward anymore, at least in this meta, that seems clear from the North American teams. They don't want to do that right now. Then Lucian is great, but Jinx is different.
Yeah, Jinx is very different. And IMT scales, right?
Yes.
We're getting 13.
To the moon.
We're getting 14 minutes into the game, and I think IMT is going to be scary. If Orianna hits 3 items, if Jinx hits 3 items, I think it could be curtains for Sentinels. But they've got a good composition. They've got a comfortable composition, and they may go up 2-0.
Yeah, they got a comfortable composition, and they also have a game to work around with. It's time to go down to the casters, though, for game number 2 of Immortals up against Sentinels.
Hey, TJ. Yeah, I think we found her.
Oh!
Yeah, I think she's in this game.
Game number 2.
I think Immortals just drafted Jinx when
In
they're
the
down in the
finals?
series in the grand finals.
That's crazy, Steve.
That's nuts.
You know, that would mean we had some really good team fights in that game.
I think so, because Jinx known for ramping up into those ones. I'm happy we got to use that sign at least one more time. But we also get the Orianna. Michael Udall, I blame you. You've been hyping her up so much all weekend. Nobody played her until today, and now it's like, oh, I guess Orianna's just meta. Okay.
And we highlighted the differences between these two teams. We very much gave Sentinels the advantage in the team fight. Last game, looking at the draft, Sentinels would always win those team fights as long as they didn't make any horrible mistakes. This game, Immortals have the ultimate team fight comp.
And they have a lot of scaling with that Jinx coming in, as opposed to the Lucian from game number 1. So if we get this long game, like we had in game number 1, I don't think it's going to be necessarily the same result for Sentinels.
They can't just play their own game anymore. That was very much business as usual in game number 1. Sentinels showed up to play. They delivered what they were expected to. They set up those patient objective takes. Game number 2, if they go for those team fights in the late game, they're toss-ups. They could go any which way with a Jinx amplified by Lulu that needs to get shut down, and also less lockdown on their team to do it without that Galio.
Absolutely. I do also want to double down, though. Gume was the one, like the analyst just said, got picked at the end there. Jinx less mobility, so it shows that Immortals, they still have faith in their superstar AD carry as we're into game number 2.
Game number 2 of the WNS Finals, the first ever. Sentinels with a 1-game advantage over the team that has dominated this entire season. Sentinels, a team that has never won a Wild Rift Major.
One of the, I mean, it's kind of tough when Immortal like take the first 2 and you qualify in that second one along with them. But you are right, technically.
And of course, Tribe Gaming all of Season 1.
True. And then they also took in the Major 3. Season 0, yeah, there we go. The numbers are tough, everybody. But we are into the game right now, so it's important that we did highlight that Jinx is one of the primary win conditions for Gume, but not necessarily where we think the action's going to be early on.
No. Early on, this should be a safe lane, but the exception of if Labmont shows up, both these junglers should want to put attention down here in the bottom lane. For Immortals, that's because this game is all about boosting Gume out ahead. For Sentinels, that's because this game is all about stopping Gume from getting out ahead.
So, we expect maybe both junglers to be looking bot side.
Well, here's where there's a question mark there, which is that normally Sheesh plays to Molly. He lets Rest and Beginnings manage their own lane and puts his emphasis where they can carry, and that is Sheesh themselves and Molly waiting in the mid lane to be a mid-game teamfight carry.
Now on the Corki yet again here, and remember that last time they also matched Molly up against Iraqi Zoro, but it's no longer that same matchup. It is a very different style for Immortals, with Iraqi Zoro on the carry in the Darius into that Garen, as opposed to this full Hullbreaker split push. So we're already seeing adaptations coming in this series.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a cursed matchup for Iraqi Zoro last game, because he was playing Garen into Jarvan, which is just a nightmare. You get poked with a flag all game. This time round, Iraqi Zoro can sit and properly teamfight MTS, and MTS on the Garen is the one who's going to have to play it a little bit more passively. However, that is also Iraqi Zoro opting into fights against MTS, who is one of the best team fighters in the league.
Ooh, Beginning's actually taking a lot of damage right now. Has
a lot of damage. Had to burn the flash in order to get away. The exhaust and ignite from Gumi and Charm were burned in exchange. So that'll prompt a reset.
2 for 2 Summoner Spell trade, but the flash is the big one. That's less engaged from Beginnings, and it shouldn't be up by this next dragon.
No, first dragon of the game as well will be quite an important one.
How so, TJ?
Because it's an Infernal.
Oh, and that's the important dragon.
Yeah.
All right, that makes more sense. I thought there's going to be like a bigger tie-in right there, but
sure.
It is just the OP dragon. All right.
It is just the good dragon that Sentinels will want to fight for. And Immortals will have an advantage in Summoner Spells, a disadvantage in basically everything else going into it, because they're short on CC in the early game until those spells come online.
And Rest on the Brand. We saw the damage that this champion can do in those clumped up team fights in that last game. When we look at an early dragon, Jinx shouldn't quite be able to output as much.
Yeah, I think Brand starts pretty slow as well, so we'll have a little bit of a pillow fight, which we skipped on game number 1 because we traded objectives. I think that's less likely this time around with an Infernal Drake on the cards, but it's also possible that one of these teams decides to seed the all-important Infernal Dragon and instead go for that Rift Herald up top.
And it's about 30 seconds until both of those spawn, so this is generally when you see those resets come through, and you kind of get an idea of which objective the teams are prioritizing. Gume and Charm just completed theirs, and they're running towards the mid lane right now.
And I don't believe Rest needs to, because he did take a little bit of an early back down in the bottom lane, so everyone's at maximum efficient gold, meaning they've spent all the gold in their pockets. Ooh, late one for Rest.
Oh,
interesting. Ready to fight.
And he also did a lane swap right there. Sheesh is showing topside, but Lamont's there too. Do Sentinels realize this? Do they expect the Olaf to be hovering their side of the map?
This makes a lot of sense for Immortals. They're going to try and just burn through this Rift Herald because they saw the aggression in the top lane, and they know Sentinels will have reset off the back of it. So they figured they can burn through the lower priority objective and still get a swing at the Infernal Drake. And I think they're right. Here is the Rift Herald picked up. Infernal just getting started down bottom.
Yeah.
2 IMT rotate for it.
I think IMT are going for the turret instead.
Wow.
They say we're going to give the dragon. Let's just funnel gold into Iraqi Zoro.
That's a play you don't make unless he's on stage with you, Steve.
And that is the big story, of course, is that he is on stage right now. Gold onto a Darius is a scary thing to do. They don't even need the Herald, actually.
No.
They're just loading onto this turret, but that means a Valkyrie dive underneath the turret onto Hoon, who's all alone right now. And that's first blood for Sentinels.
Turret traded up in the top lane.
Look for Gume. Look for Gume! Sharp with the flash, no wild growth, and Gume can clean up the kills. Van Jinx with a double in the early game.
So much gold to Gume. Here's Rest. Does he dare step into lane?
Charm with the flash self-ult. That was insane.
Rift Herald summoned here in the mid lane. Immortals want to keep this momentum going. They're dropping the Rift Herald.
It looked so good, but in a Coca-Cola pop-off, we see the dive start in Sentinel's favor, but it's Charm turning it.
Hoon spends Shockwave to clear waves, slowing down the immunity. Marley goes in as a response, gets the kill,
Watch this.
and then it's this wild growth you're talking about.
Oh!
Boom! Flash, ultimate, Charm guarantees the teamfight win. All the gold on his AD carry, who is lurking over the wall.
That's the support you want, everybody. Even on an Enchanter, Charm will be the engage. As Sentinels are trying to siege the bottom turret, Immortals push them off.
So mid-turret did fall during that play thanks to the Rift Herald that was summoned right before we handed into our Coca-Cola pop-off replay. That mid-turret did fall, which means that Immortals will run the map at this point. And I talked about how they had just as good a scale and team-fighting composition as Sentinels this time around. That'll be all the more important. With the mid-turret open, they can take jungle farm, lane farm away from Sentinels and scale much faster.
And it also means Gume with that double kill is scaling faster too. Already with an item completed, the BF sword on top of it almost steals away the blue buff with the mega rocket, but does not actually secure that. But still, regardless, Gume is off to the races, a full 1,200 ahead of Rest.
I love it to see it. I love it to see the cheeky little play there. Gume misjudging by a little bit, but he can afford it. Look at how much gold he has compared to everyone else in the game.
It's a lot. That's what happens when you have a support like Charm. Again, I know the AD carry gets the kills, but it was the Lulu that set it up, so credit where it's due.
And if you look at what that Lulu spent their assist gold on, Charm has bought Ardent Sensor, which means that every time he drops the Wild Growth, makes Gume real big in these team fights. Gume is not only large, he is doing more damage than ever before.
Which means that this Jinx is going to scale even faster. It's kind of like an extra buff on top of the Jinx that aren't coming from her own items or even the Lulu kit. As now Immortals, they have multiple members in this bottom turret, but because Beginnings comes down, they can again absorb the wave.
And I want to flag MTS's use of the Redemption, that big AoE healing circle. It's just spending it to clear a wave a little bit faster. Worked out very well for them.
As now Sentinels fight to get priority in whatever lane they can, which again, hard to do because of those turret deficit that they have.
Rift Herald up here in about 50 seconds. That'll be on the top side of the map. The Drake staggered behind.
Yeah, they're not quite synced up because of what happened with the first two. So if Immortals read this...
Really disappointing.
Yeah, they can actually utilize this gold lead in that fight, whereas before we were like, first objectives, maybe they win it, maybe they don't, but now with this lead, they could be favored.
I think they are favored. This is Immortals in a proper lead for kind of the first time this series. They're going to have the advantage on their key carries. They're going to have the advantage in team fights. And all they want to do is just shut this game down. Sentinels on the opposite side want to force a team fight now while they still can. And here we go.
With Molly on the Valkyrie Corki. Has the zonies completed already, so Stasis is available. Molly can go in, stay safe, reposition. That is going to be the big tool. Molly is the player that we went into this tournament hyping up for Sentinels. And now he's already taken on starting. Now he's up against Hoon, another of those big mid laners. But Sentinels first to the Herald right now. They're not quite confident to position forward, though.
Vision check with that Redemption.
Oh, it goes over the side of Immortals, and now we have the fight afterwards. But Sentinels, they don't get the engage. They don't blow up Iraqi Zoro, so that's just a free objective to Immortals.
Lepon just walked up and smited it.
He walked up and found out.
and he's going to go ahead and set up now to drop this anywhere on the map. Sentinels scrambling to get control, need to get defensive, and as a result, they can't contest this dragon, at least not yet.
Choke point controlled.
Set up the choke point, set up for the team fight.
With the Orianna ball, it's so hard to check a blind river. They have vision on the dragon, though, so Sentinels know it's not being taken right now because of the scuttle from earlier, so they don't have to face check yet.
And Immortals are going to wait it out. It's their turn to be the patient ones, as Sentinels need to find some kind of miracle engage, and they have fewer tools to do it than last game. It's all down to beginnings in those big barrels.
Oh, but Molly, pulled over the wall, has the Valkyrie away, very low. Mega Death Rocket almost finds the execute threshold. Molly barely alive. The Sentinels, they're resetting. They're giving the dragon.
And this is now a massive lead in Immortals' favor. They could be answering right back, Steve. We might have a 1-1 tied series in just a few moments.
And it wasn't the way I expected, where they index into the split map. This is them winning the fights. This is them setting up at objectives first and saying, we will take these objectives if you're not willing to engage on us.
Well, critically, they got the lead in the lanes, which is what we had always asked them to do. It did happen from the early rotate into the bottom lane, where Sentinels are vulnerable, and Sentinels haven't dared take a team fight since.
It comes down to beginnings finding the right team fight engage. But oftentimes, like you've said in the past, Sentinels are so patient, they won't take a fight until they are confident they can win it. When it comes down to a 50-50, they're not the type of team that's going to pull that trigger unless they're in a desperation situation, which they haven't yet been. But 5K behind, they're getting there.
We're at desperation station.
All right, so we've arrived.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Now, do Sentinels realize that? Have they identified they need to make something happen?
They appear to be very calm and very patient about this. And that might be the right play. I'm not a pro player. Maybe the decision here is just we're going to wait and see if they make a mistake. And the odds are going to keep getting worse for them. So why would you force a play now when you can see if they do something silly and you can punish it, climb back into the game that way?
It's just so scary when you're staring down this scaling Jinx. 2 items completed now. Working on that third, 3,000 ahead, or rather, 2,500 ahead of rest right now. And again, the later this game goes, the scarier Gume will be.
And despite kind of a lackluster laning phase, Rakizura has quietly ensured a massive gold lead, staying in the side lane, farming up a storm. So he'll be a real threat in these team fights as well. Darius in team fights, an extra threat to be reckoned with as Immortals set up for these games.
More resets from Sentinels. They have the Corki package. It's always a question, do they save it for the objective or use it for an earlier fight to take their opponents by surprise? They're opting to save it for right now, but Araki Zoro very far forward. Sheesh jumps forward. That's flash out of Zoro. Now Sheesh in the 1v1, hard committing for it, but we do see a dive on the bottom side here. The turret focused down. Araki Zoro's in trouble. Looks like Sheesh is winning that one. Under the turret. Sheesh with the 1v1, and Sentinels, they hold the line in the tier 2 bottom.
And it comes down to Sheesh finding an angle on the side of the map, saying, I'm the jungler, I have the challenging spot, I can take a 1v1 and come out on top. As Araki Zoro with that massive gold lead gets shut down, it's extra gold over to Sheesh, extra gold to Sentinels on their key carry.
You had just been setting up, Iraqi Zoro is ahead of MTS, but as Michael Udall has been hyping up on the desk, everybody on Sentinels plays the ribbon. Sheesh in particular, he's the one that takes the 1v1 and he's the one that wins it.
And look at how much gold he got from that kill. Actually remarkable. So now Sentinels are a little bit closer, and you can see kind of the game plan for them. Find these little mistakes. Find Araki Zoro overextended beyond range of both a flash and a protobelt, and send your zoomer up to beat him.
I'm watching Gume going for the reset right now. Yeah, that's a third item. That's 3-item Jinx right now. This is scary territory for Sentinels.
And I also do want to highlight how important it is that Sheesh get fed, because Sentinels kind of only have Sheesh as a tool to get onto that Jinx. Who is going to stun up the Jinx, dive the Jinx behind both Darius and the Lulu
Maybe
ult?
package, but that's conditional.
Marley will have to either ult in, or you send Sheesh.
Yeah, Sheesh is the one that they can rely on in these high-pressure moments. Sheesh has been consistently delivering.
Dragon in 30 seconds here as Sentinels need to figure out if they're going to fight for the Mountain Drake or let Immortals keep scaling towards the end game.
Already early focus from Immortals here. They have some deeper wards, but Sentinels are actually fighting for control over the top river currently. They don't have any vision on this dragon. It is spawning right now, and even Molly and Beginnings, they're in the top lane. So yet again, Immortals should have first say at the dragon.
And this is a I think, solid call out of Sentinels. I'm not going to say I agree with it, but it's a perfectly reasonable one to say we're going to look for the fight elsewhere on the map. Lebamon's going to focus down this Dragon. This is a window for Sentinels to do something. Here they are on the top lane.
Well, can they get the turret? Molly actually could be in trouble right now. Iraqi Zora chasing him down. Beginnings is there to play bodyguard.
Full rotate. IMT are here.
IMT are backing up their Baron laner, so Zora will survive.
Sentinels just doing the math on their calculators again, saying, okay, well, let's take a turret up here, see if that turns into anything.
Yeah.
Extra gold over to Molly, never hurts.
We're only 6,000 gold behind right now, so let's find it where we can. 3,000 of that is on Gume in particular. Once they see the Jinx show up, they call off the play. They're like, all right, let's get away. We're not giving Gume more kills.
Well, they don't see a reason to start fighting, and Immortals aren't giving them any, so I think as far as Sentinels are concerned, if we want to keep running this clock for 10, 20 more minutes, that's fine by them. Eventually, everyone will have full build, then it's an even game again.
All right, place your bets, everybody. Is this going to be longer than last game? 23 minutes.
I'm going to say 17 minutes. I think this goes 17 minutes. Sentinels will be forced to team fight, and Immortals will run it in against the next.
I mean, they are favored at this current game state. And when Baron's on the map, yeah, the Jinx, she takes that very quickly, especially as you're approaching 4 items now on this scaling 80 carry. I think Immortals can start to force the fight once that's up.
They're going to have to. I already predicted it would take them 17 minutes. Not going to disappoint me.
Yeah, there's no way you could ever be wrong.
Look at how they're cleaning out the jungle here as well, making sure to get every little bit of gold Sentinels could. MTS walking through his own jungle. It's all empty. It's like the Mall of America at 5 a.m.
We have had experience with that. We've had some quite early call times, or some late times leaving the restaurants to get back to our rooms.
Yeah,
so it's weird when you walk in the mall.
Yeah,
it's empty.
It's like a school after dark.
Yeah, no one's missing anything. If anybody's ever wondered if you are missing anything in the mall after dark, not really.
It's better when there's people in it. Stores
Just
open.
a general unease, I guess.
I was pretty comfortable. Just like, wait for it, just like Sentinels seem to be in this game.
They seem to be, but again, have they earned it? Because they are behind in gold, and we have been waiting. When will Sentinels go for that big play? Looking at Beginnings, looking at Sheesh, looking at the Corki package. Again, Ops did not pick it up.
Leaving that Corki package in base. And you can see it there on the minimap. Every couple of minutes, Corki gets a little bit of artillery that he can lay down on the map for big team fight damage. He's left it in the base, which indicates Sentinels don't think they're going to team fight. Immortals do.
Beginnings just flashed, so now he's in trouble here over the wall. Lamont catches him out, and now Immortals with the team fight. Double kill onto Lamont. Molly trying to reposition, flash under the turret, goes into the stasis. Immortals have won it in the late game. Double kill onto Hoon. Immortals strike back.
It's going to be a while. I don't think they could actually end here. 1 minion wave in. 40 seconds on respawn.
No, they got it. It's 20 seconds till Beginnings. There's no way anyone from Sentinel spawns. Immortals tie the series and take revenge for their first loss at WNS Championships.
The Penguin question mark. That's all it takes. IMT, slow, calm, clinical. They found the kills they needed during the early game, and they ran the clock till they spotted the window, till it was Sentinels who made the mistake and allowed them to team fight for a win. A tied WNS Grand Final.
1-1 on the scoreboard. I don't know how many people were expecting Sentinels to pick up that first game. They had the hype coming off of their win in the last series, but now it's an even scoreboard, and this is a best of 7. Now essentially down to a best of 5.
Yeah. And this is the thinking man's Wild Rift so far. Not a whole lot of teamfight action. It's been all about playing the map, playing slow and stalling out. That's very good for Sentinels usually, but IMT beat them in the draft.
Yeah, IMT this time, they opted in to that late game scaling with the Jinx. So to hear more about their opinions on that draft itself, let's send it back over to Sierra and the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, you two. I mean, Sentinels definitely did have the hype headed into that game too, but they're going to need a lot more if they want to be trying to take some games back in the series, because honestly, that game 2 is a very different look than we saw here in game 1.
Yeah, that was shockingly different and much faster as well. About 6 minutes faster if I did my math correctly. They tell you not to do math on air, but hopefully that was right.
It's all due to Jinx from Arcane, you know? Gume snowballing, getting ahead.
Powder!
Had the 4-item power spike in the end there and was like so scary in those team fights. Spoilers? Wow. Ooh, no spoilers, no spoilers,
no spoilers. No spoilers. I mean, can we talk about that pick though, that Jinx pick?
Yeah, we can. I mean, I liked it.
That's not two spoilers for you?
It's not at all. I mean, with an Orianna, with a Lulu, with a frontline Darius, and a frontline Olaf, Brain.
Yep.
It is a really good Jinx game, but really the big play from Charm on the bot side tower is what opened up, what started that snowball for the Jinx.
Good. I mean, this is, again, like the difference in these two games, and you are about right for the timing, that is most apparent to me. It's like, I love that Immortals changed it and decided, like, all right, we're not going to opt into to try and pick you. We're actually going to, like, meet you in team fights because that's where you want to go. Fine, we'll pick scaling. We'll have team fight ready to go. But the difference in, like, 6 minutes is the difference between how hard it is for Sentinels to win games in these situations and how easy it is for Immortals when things line up. You know, when things go how they're supposed to go, like they maybe should have gone in game 1 in some way, and Sentinels did a very good job of making sure that didn't happen. Immortals, again, when they're in control, they don't let go. They're so good around the map.
Yeah. 2 games in a row, 2 early games, 1 in a row for Immortals, but this one was different because they did have that scaling, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to talk about the star player of the match, though. This time around, it is going to be Lemont. I mean, this is someone we were talking about a little bit. What does that look over there, Udall?
I mean, Lemont, a beast, a monster. I don't know, my face was, I thought Gube was also balling out. That was my face.
It's hard to choose.
But, like, you know, Lemont creating a lot of the space. And oftentimes, you know, Smacks, what you were talking about, IMT almost always gets off to an early game lead, and it's off of the back of Lemont. Yeah. You know, 80-90% of the times just because of his rotations, his ability to, you know, affect the map, play around the map. Lemont, definitely a scary player to look out for.
When I think about actually kind of how the early game even happened, you mentioned Charm's play. Before that happened, the reason Charm did what he did to kind of really break the game open was because Sentinels actually did a really smart thing pressuring bottom side. They pull Molly down from mid lane, they 3v1 dive. Probably Hoon shouldn't have been there farming at that point, but he gets picked off. They take the tower. They take the first tower too. Actually, I can get first blood. No tower, but first blood. We're getting there. Brain's working, which is a great play. The problem is that IMT are like, okay, we can let Hoon die. We understand the map state. We're taking top. We go mid. We take mid. And you actually just lost a trade that was very well set up by you because Immortals just understand the things they need to do in order to keep gold and keep themselves on the map. And then Charm did the thing.
It again comes all the way around to those interviews that we heard from Hoon and the entire gang where they know they're very coordinated. They're just worried about being the best possible versions of the players that they are. And I mean, the plays worked out really well. The casters talked about it in the game. Nobody engages on Lulu quite like Charm.
That is for sure. But I know we were talking about spoilers earlier. I think it was for the replay. Is that what's going on? Spoilers for this replay
these are some spoilers for the replay that we're about to get. I mean, there's no surprise. We're going to highlight that moment because that's the moment that opened up the game. Keep it paused here because one thing I want to circle on this map, this top tower is currently being taken by Olaf as well as the Darius. They're also going to get this mid turret. And Hoon, here, he's playing weak side. His job is to kill this minion wave. That's why he's down here. He's trying to defend the tower. So you can start to roll the quip. And that's why you're going to see Hoon up here. He's going to throw out the shockwave onto the minions. He's trying to save the turret. He's trying to make it so that they don't mitigate their losses, and recognizing that you see the package come in. You see a good engage from Sentinels, able to get the pick on Hoon, but keep all eyes here on the Lulu, on Charm. He's about to go right here. He's about to wild growth himself and flash on in. Here we go, Charm. Boop! And the follow-up from Gume, and this is where the Jinx from Arcane was able to get snowballed. You know, Sheesh here recognizing, hey, I'm dead. I'm going to at least trade 1-for-1. So a smart heads-up play there from Sheesh, but really, that play was all Charm.
And the redive looks a little greedy, but there is a cannon creep there, so they're actually just seeing a plan, thinking Charm's just like running it in the bottom lane, and Charm was like 10 steps ahead on that play. He's like, nope, I can defend this very easily.
We're not spoiling Arcane here, but I think Gume playing Jinx did just spoil the clean sweep for Sentinels. No longer can they do that. They are back up to that immortal state. They've taken one blemish early, but again, a reminder, the last best of 7 that happened was 4-1, and if that repeats, then we're gonna have a clean 3-0 from one of these teams from here.
I mean, you were talking about, you know, we're no longer going to see a clean sweep. But I didn't expect to see a clean sweep from Sentinels coming into this in the first place. I think if they were to take a win, I would love to see it. I think it's possible, but I do think it would be a full 7-series game. I think that's something pushed to the limit. Immortals would be a little bit of a different story, but that already ruined up with this first game.
You have to earn it. You have to earn it. Like, you see what happens in these games. Like, you do everything right, setting up a play, and Immortals still beat you on the map. Like, they are so punishing. It's a mark of great teams in many different esports, Wild Rift included. Like, IMT's individual skills are obviously there, but the way they understand what they can and can't do in certain situations, the amount of mistakes they make are very few, and they're just such a tough team to break, even with all Sentinels' talent and team fighting, and also excellent map understanding themselves. IMT are just tough to crack. So unless something dramatically changes in how the teams want to approach the draft and the game, Sentinels are going to have to grind for every single win.
Yeah, they're going to have to, because Immortals, like you said, don't make a lot of mistakes and consistently are the ones in the early game, in the mid game, opening up leads for themselves, opening up the first turret, opening up, you know, the potential to just become more oppressive on the map. I feel like Immortals, more than any other team here, is the best at once they have a lead, not letting it go.
I mean, what I'm really curious about going forward as well, of course, Immortals took that first loss, but Immortals are a team that they play their game, they stick to their game, they know what they're doing, it's fine. My question is for Sentinels now, being the team that we're looking at this, that have to really fight to earn that spot, do they have to switch something up? Are they forced to be making that change, or do they still have to stick to it, just their plan?
They've kind of been trailing Immortals for this entire year. It's hard not to with Immortals winning everything, and I think for Sentinels, you do really need to keep in mind what the best team in your region is doing. Whether or not you try to emulate that or respond to it, you have to find some way to overcome them and actually be victorious. We've seen that a little bit in Game 1, and I think that was mostly just off of a spur-of-the-moment great play in the middle of everything to catch out Gume. If Gume is going to be playing these marksmen, then it's not about the draft for Sentinels. It's about finding ways to kill him and make sure that that win condition doesn't remain.
And it's not easy to do it. If you can, finding leverage early is going to be really nice here, whether that's a bit more early game from Sheesh, whether that's Marley swapping gears and not getting off the corking, getting on something more aggressive, whether it's beginnings, just back on something like the Galio or MTS getting aggressive. Lots of ways Sentinels can approach this game, but I think you do need to meet them earlier, and probably by fighting them, because I don't think you can beat them around the map.
Yeah, Sentinels does have one thing in their favor, and that's the blue side buff. Both teams that did have blue side so far in the series have one, as if you look at the screen, we've got the draft going. We got 3 bans for Sentinels. No longer wins. I like the Olaf. But yeah, they take away Jay still, take away Shen, take away the Gragas, and for IMT, Camille, Set, and Yumi have been pretty consistent, their bans from the red side. But yeah, the Olaf first pick, recognizing that Levmont was very powerful on that in the last game, and I like this. They're swapping up what they're going for. Even though Galio's up, they are going to choose the Olaf.
Olaf does also make it a lot more difficult to play a marksman here for Gume, one of those hyper carries like the Jinx or even the Lucian as well, because you have no crowd control you can use to stop the Olaf from getting on top of your marksman and getting all those undertow axes. Roar, the rampage.
Interesting that Mali is going to have to change things up here. Corki could be either for Gume or for Hoon. We'll see exactly where it wants to land, but clearly valuing that pick. Garen very obviously still high in priority here, but Galio's being given back over if they want it, but hold the phone certainly. That is adorable.
It's so cute. We got to pick Brawl.
It's also so cute. It's
bring it back. I don't want to talk about the draft anymore. Bring back the borrow.
We got our priorities like straight over here, right?
True.
We see a poster, we have to stop for the poster. I just hope both teams have fun. Oh, wholesomeness was from the crowd.
Wow.
Wow, it's savage down there.
I thought it was wholesome. I still like the beginning, the opener of that sign, because, you know, there is a bit of an element after today, where after this, they are both on the same team at Icons, because, you know, it's Team NA, baby.
Exactly.
USA.
I will say, you know, going along with that sign, though, one of my biggest regrets as a player is that I didn't really stop to smell the roses that often at tournaments, right? I was so focused on trying to win, so focused on trying to do my best that I forgot to actually enjoy the moment. And so, you know, for all the players here playing on the main stage, also they were able to come, you know, enjoy it. This is a fun, great event. We're all here to play video games together, but back to the draft. We've got some enchanters. We got Lulu paired up with the Olaf. We've got the Darius against the Garen matchup. Here we go again, but IMT have Karma. What are they going to be able to do with this champion? Someone going into this weekend that we all consider to be a fan corner level champion, but has really plummeted in priority, and let's see what IMT can do with it.
I mean, if Charm can engage with Lulu, then Karma should be easy, right? She's got a gigantic green donut of engage that you can drop in a team fight. It's really good.
Like, it seems a little silly the first time you use it, and then you see it and actually like, oh wait, why is it so good?
This is Orianna Shockwave, but I don't have to move a ball to get there. I just drop it.
Yeah, I was going to joke as well. It's funny that we have two of the best engage supports in the region, and this is what it's come to, Lulu and Karma. You're right, there definitely are ways that you can find happening. Hey! That's a sign I can get behind. LCS Costa Kobe has been petitioning for a cat for a very long time. Travis Gavitt, if you're out there listening, you know what to do, buddy.
I tried to convince Kobe to do some Wild Rift casting with me because we did one event earlier, but you know, he's getting ready for MSI. He's got stuff
He's busy boy. He's trying to get that cat still.
He's too busy. You know, maybe one day he'll come back.
But looking at the bans, Rest really going to be the target from INT. They take away the Lux, they take away the Ashe, and Graves, the first time in this series, I think the first time in a while for INT picking this up. Feel like that's most likely going to be for Levmont. Generally, Graves, when picked up, is going to be in that jungle role. And I like this paired with the Karma, right? Karma, someone that can speed up the Graves, can really empower that hyper carry. And we've continually talked about how strong Levmont is and how when Levmont is on a champion he can carry with, that Immortal looks unstoppable.
It's definitely a huge carry for Levmont, and one that does secure some scaling advantages too, because Graves really appreciates having those items later on. It's kind of like a ranged Jax in a way where you're a jungler who kind of just wants to farm. You farm very quickly, and once you get to that later stage, it's super, super difficult to actually match that champion. Riven, it feels like, probably can do that though, especially early game. I like this pick a lot.
Ooh, and this is finally something different, probably. I mean, it could be MTS's Olaf, but we've talked so much about the flexibility of Sen and their Riven, right? They can play it in 3 different roles. But we haven't seen that yet. We've just seen Sheesh going off on the champion. This, I think, is going to be a game.
It's
going to be a different...
I think it's Molly, yeah, because they've got Darius.
I love that. I love that for me. Ooh, that's a Kali. Let's go!
That's pretty cool, too. I really enjoy the champions that we're getting. Immortals throwing out some new stuff for us. It's been a while. They've mostly just been trying to secure these wins and make sure that they remain the best team in the region. I mean, Akali is still really good, so I think this is a good sign for IMT.
My one criticism of IMT's draft is they don't have a lot of crowd control, right? They have a lot of mobile champions, they have a lot of champions that, you know, can poke, put out good damage, but they don't have a lot of lockdown, which who knows, maybe this is just a counter into the Olaf saying, you're just going to Ragnarok it anyways. But yeah, that's something I'm just noting of maybe Sen will be able to, you know, bob in and out, weave in and out, and be able to escape since they don't have that hard CC.
It's funny, I was talking about it before in the last game actually, but like Sheesh ignores CC. Doesn't have any to ignore this time. He's going to be unleashed.
Oh, it's definitely going to be interesting, especially the fact we do have a tied series at this point. Now we have to see if Sentinels can bounce back or if Immortals are going to take the lead as we head into the grand finals. But it's time to throw it down over to the caster desk. It's going to be TJ and Kangas.
Thank you, Sierra and TJ. We got the mid lane matchup that we've been hyping up all weekend right now. It's a skill match now between Molly and Hoon.
We got the Akali versus Riven in the middle of the map. We have, more important than that, Rest forced out of his comfort zone. Yes, he's still playing a mage, but it's now a flat-out carrying mage. No funny business. He's never played Brandon support. He's going to need to step up as we're back on the floor of the Rotunda with our third game of the grand finals.
And a reminder, 1-1 on the scoreboard. So the winner here takes the lead in the series. A lot of pressure now put on these players. The deeper we get in, fatigue starts to set in, especially for the Sentinel players that already played a full 5-game series right before this.
Here we go. Tied 1-1, Steve Kangas.
Ooh, already. No trades coming in from Immortals. When we went into the series, one of the first things that we were talking about, DJ, was, hey, we expect Immortals bot lane to be aggressive.
Is that Karma in the bottom lane?
Yes.
I thought she was in the ban corner, Steve Kangas.
Well, okay, you know what? She's definitely not C tier like some people would put her in, because look at what this is doing. Charm getting aggressive, does have to flash away.
He's got to do more than flash away. Both supports need to recall after that one.
All right, so again, like I was setting up, we expect this from Immortals. They like to get aggressive in their 2v2. Not necessarily from Sentinels, but I mean, when Immortals is going to run at you, you're going to take the trade.
Sentinels have to be a little bit uncomfy with what's going on there. The reason you draft a Ziggs here is because it allows Rest to keep that lane at bay, to just not engage.
Look at Charm, though. Okay, doesn't actually amount to much. Molly does back off.
Molly had a spider sense of what was going on there.
Knew that, hey, I don't see the enemy support, and Charm likes to get out of lane.
Lepmon stepped out of the bush. He was like, I'm out of here. This lane has bad vibes.
Charm was like, come on, why'd you have to show, man? Just wait for me a little bit longer. I'll join in. We got him. But Sports, when I get back into lane, that will be a slight CS deficit for Charm, but Gume still gets all that XP.
Yeah, and so far everything's working as designed for Sentinels. The Ziggs is going to shove in team fights, and for now can hold this lane at bay, play static, and that means that you get to cheat a Lulu past early lane. Lulu very bullyable by aggressive kill lanes, but the Ziggs' wave clear and the distance at which he can access farm means the beginnings doesn't need to take as many risks.
So I'm not expecting as much action down there, but we do see MTS push in Iraqi Zoro. Now it's MTS on the Darius.
So the reason I just said wow when a wave pushed was because of how big that wave was. So that means MTS had been managing that for a while, and he built up as many minions as possible in the hope that it would throw Iraqi Zoro off his game, force him to lose some minions. Iraqi Zoro responds here, keeping the wave under turret, so that the enemy minions, the blue minions, are killing some of the red minions for MTS. He's not getting that gold.
There's a small window here where MTS is up a level, though. I'm wondering how aggressive he wants to get.
And that's the biggest testament to how well MTS was playing that lane so far, why he built up such a big minion wave. He has a several hundred gold lead, he has a level lead. MTS has been killing it in the top lane all tournament, and he's literally killing Iraqi Zoro in this lane right now.
Molly as well against Hoon in this mid lane, a level up. Hoon's about to hit level 5, so it won't be for that much longer, but has that slight gold lead as well, so these solo laners doing pretty well.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have another quiet early game if the vibes of this first couple of minutes happen.
You're all about the vibes this time, TJ.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been on TikTok too much, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you do. You're part of that generation, so we will give it
What
to
can
you.
I say? I am the youth.
It's what you're always saying, TJ.
All of
You're
this
all the time.
farming does mean that we're headed towards a really explosive late game. But the big thing is neither of these teams have any reason to start fighting. Both of them scale pretty well, both of them team fight pretty well. So as we've seen throughout previous games, if Sentinels or Immortals reckon they win the late game team fights, they'll wait for the late game team fights.
And keeping track of what's happened so far in the series, Immortals have been opting for the handshake, but they'll go for the Herald as that's coming up in 20 seconds. So let's keep track of that. Are they going to do the exact same thing again where they just say, all right, we'll give you the dragon, but we'll take the Herald?
Worth mentioning, get out your D20s. We rolled a nat 20. It's going to be an Infernal Drake at the bottom side of the board.
Again? 2 in a row?
Yeah. So Sentinels did show priority towards the last game, did get it last game. Immortals were willing to give it up in exchange for a Rift Herald.
And again, Immortals are on this side of the map. Lamont is seen, though.
Yeah, Sentinels rotate their jungler up here as well. We've got a 3v3, and Sentinels starting the Rift Herald as we speak.
Immortals want to push in this wave. They have the Corki package. Can they get there in time?
Here's the full rotate. Akali and Charm now in the pit as well. A 5v5 on the top side of the map.
Immortals don't have their battle lines drawn, so they have to reposition. Hoon's going all the way around from the back. Down to 2,000, but the eye's actually facing Immortals! And Immortals get the objective. Starting it off, Sentinels try to fight. Sentinels still fighting as Molly goes in. Package for safety. MTS on the front line, but he's getting shunked down. Immortals, they hold strong. They hold the line.
Wants more.
He really does. I don't think he can win this. I mean, he has beginnings behind him, but there's too many members of Immortals.
Wow, that was really aggressive chase by Molly. I'm very surprised by it, but not as surprised as they were when Lemon just walked right up to the Rift Herald and yanked it away.
And that's the thing. I mean, if you have the Herald aggro, the eye is facing the enemy team.
And of course, we are going to get another one of those. So if you liked that little 5v5 skirmish, the reason both teams backed off from it so quickly is because the Infernal Drake still hangs in the balance of any kills given over. So Sentinels reset, get their HP back up, and they're ready to do it again.
Very similar to what we saw in game number 1 of this series, where Immortals now have this Herald. They can drop it before they go for the Dragon.
And I do want to highlight Rest's mana, which is getting kind of low, so he resets, because he can't stay out on the field without running the risk of running out of the ability to spellcast. the dangers of playing an AP mage during the early game. He resets instead, completes his first item looted in Zeko, and he'll be back here in time.
Yeah, has control of the mid wave again, and Immortals didn't hard rush that dragon. They're playing patient as well. They have vision on it. Actually, they don't. Now that I look at it, they don't see if Sentinels started from the bottom. Oh, okay.
They have a little baby
They
ward
just
there.
dropped it. They just
Funny,
dropped it.
yeah. That was Hoon over the ball, sliding a little bit of vision over in. So Sentinels and Immortals both know what's up with this dragon.
Ooh, they actually see Sheesh right now.
Let's
So
rip
Lamont
Scuttler over.
Runs forward. So Sentinels, they see the health of this dragon, but MTS is behind the rotation.
Yeah, he's very far away, MTS. Sentinels start this with a man
Oh,
disadvantage.
Molly's in. There's the wild growth straight onto Sheesh. He's traded. Molly's down, but not before the double. Actually, it's Hoon that gets the double kill. Now here comes MTS. Nothing at the reset, but takes down a kill regardless. 2 for 2.
He shielded the guillotine, which stops the aggression. Sentinels nonetheless can't play aggressive. They'll need to reset in the middle of the map and reset their HP bars as well because their jungler is dead. They didn't feel confident flipping the coin.
2 for 2 across the team, but look where the kills went for Immortals. It was Hoon. The Akali gets the double kill, gets out, now has the item completed. So if this happens again, watch Hoon. This Akali's the one that we need to track in these early fights.
And IMT don't go immediately back to the team fight. They send Iraqi Zora all alone up to the top lane. He's going to be hard shoving in that wave, chewing on the turret, forcing MTS to respond.
And oddly enough, even though Molly didn't get the kills, still ahead in gold right now. But
here's
like you say, Immortals drop the Herald. They're going topside.
And MTS will back away. This means Sentinels should get the Infernal Drake. It's 4v3 on the bottom side of the map as the Rift Herald crashes up top.
Immortals are so willing to do this. Both teams have been so willing to do this. Trade the dragon for the turret. Trade the dragon for an objective on the opposite side of the map.
Stone cold Coach Pugh in the top corner there for Immortals.
And now we realize, hey, acknowledge the camera, but only for a second.
Focused as ever. Pugh was actually one of the members of Rest and MTS's team when they competed internationally in previous mobile esports. He played the AD carry role for Rest, so his experience playing with the Sentinels members, no doubt he'll be deploying here.
And again, Rest, that player that has role swapped from the support position in previous titles to now playing the carry in the bottom lane for Wild Rift. Still on the mages, and it's been working out for Sentinels. It's a very different look for them as they've been moving the Riven around, and that's what I want to focus on too, because again, this game will kind of come down to Molly versus Hoon.
It is very much the mid lane duel. Speaking of duels, I don't know, I'm stretching here. Gume did pick up the package, so very aware that Immortals are intending to fight here, and the only objective they could fight over is this Rift Herald. Sentinels not interested, instead on the bottom side of the map.
They're looking to dive Hoon, who actually goes in for his own fight.
Both
supports are there, and now the dive comes in from Sheesh! And the big engage from Molly brings the damage. That's 2 to Sentinels.
Wild growth spent underneath the turret. They'll find the 2 kills. In exchange, Immortals get themselves another Rift Herald, which they will very likely slam into this mid lane if they can.
Do they drop it immediately?
No.
They're actually holding it. They sell the package too. They might look for a bigger play.
Wave was cleared very effectively there by Rest. Aware of what Immortals wanted to do, doesn't give them the opportunity. Because Immortals don't get that, they run straight through the lane, show up down bottom, and that will stop this turret take. You can see it's still sitting on exactly 1 plate.
And now we see Iraqi Zoro plus Lamont actually pushing. Okay, they drop the Herald. They're going to pull Sentinels down.
Shelly making an appearance to charge against this turret, and this turret's just gone. Sentinels know it. We've seen what happens when you give Immortals this kind of map control, though. They're going to try as soon as they can to start sweeping up the jungle, to start coming in at unexpected angles on Sentinels' defense of that mid turret, stealing away as much farm as possible for their late game scaling jungler Lebmon, who's currently leading the gold for the entire game.
That is the terrifying factor. Lamont has been carrying Immortals. I mean, everyone's had their time to carry Immortals, but more so than most throughout the season, throughout this WNS weekend here. Lamont is the jungler to beat, and they're giving him the tools. But Molly, who's going to answer this player in the side lane? That's my next question.
Iraqi Zoro slides down to do it. He's not really a damage threat at this point in the game, but he certainly is a pain to take down. You don't want to have any pain underneath the turret, so Molly backs away.
Check in with your medical professionals. Yeah, most of them will say 9 out of 10. Pain under your turret is a bad sign.
That 10th one's silver, so.
don't listen to your silver doctors, everybody. They don't know what they're talking about.
Wave pressure here defaulting to Immortals now because those 2 turrets have been pushed down. They can keep farming gold, keep this about 1,000 gold lead in their favor. Sentinels so far doing a very good job of mitigating that, but it will only go so far. If Sentinels want to even this back up, they need to organize a team fight. That team fight happens around Molly's engage, the wild growth from beginnings, and Rest staying alive in the backlines, dumping out damage.
And physically on the Rift, it's probably going to happen at this Dragon. 15 seconds till this is up. Everyone from Sentinels just went for their resets.
So watch Hoon in this upcoming fight. He's going to be the player to dive. Sentinels, what they do so very well is protect their carries. Rest is the one who needs to stay alive in the backlines of this fight.
But he's on the opposite side of the map right now. I mean, Hoon's not even nearby. Pushes the wave and now looks to join in.
He'll be rotating down. Drake is up, a Mountain Drake, which would be quite nice for both teams. Sentinels sieging, poking, seeing if they can get an advantage. They'll push in this mid-wave during this time.
But they don't have control over the choke point right now. Immortals actually have more control over the river as we speak. And we have the fight already breaking out. Redemption comes down. There's Hoon right onto the back line, into the shadow. Now, who's going to frontline for the rest of Sentinels? They've repositioned. Sheesh was the first line of defense. And everybody's low health bar, so do they want to take this fight now?
And look at how well Sentinels responded, resetting, defending Rest. Hoon went in, Hoon was rejected, denied and shut down. And now all of Immortals reset to go for another try. Or no, they bait it, they faked the reset.
They have
just
bigger
Hoon
health
who
bars.
goes back.
Yeah, Immortals, they're healthy. Sentinels were not.
Only 2 members of Sentinels are still in the area. Sheesh and Beginnings over this wall. They will not be able to contest. Immortals fake the reset and walk away with a dragon as the prize.
And the most incredible part, they didn't even have package on Gume. That was up. They could have actually opted for picking that and then going for the fight, but they were ready to take it, and it was Hoon that started it off.
And these are the kinds of things you notice in best of 7 series, maybe even the fact that you're playing them for a second time this week. You start to notice that actually, when it comes to those team fight situations, Sentinels are far more likely to back away.
True.
And if we give them a window where they think they can get away with it, they'll reset and we'll get a free dragon.
Sentinels fall for the bait, and Immortals have a slight gold lead, but the big thing is, of course, that dragon evening out the 2 of them. Ooh, Molly has a death brush, though. Does Hoon stick around? There's no shirt.
Does he kill Hoon here? I don't think he can. Not with Lemons in the area.
He has no one from his team nearby either.
Yeah, he agrees with me, so he'll reset. Baron is on the cards now, so Sentinels need to be very aware of the top side of this map. Lemon takes advantage of that to steal away a blue buff, taking every little bit of gold he can.
He's going to take the Gromp, too. This is actually pretty big for the power farming jungler. You had already been highlighting it. Lamont's ahead, and now he sees Molly all alone right here, but the rest of the team is coming in. The stasis is used. Redemption comes down, but Molly has the wild growth. It was a trap, but for Immortals. Molly's down, though. Wait, Immortals, they've done it. They survived the first run through. Charm's there to keep Lamont up. Sheesh in trouble. Gume's here. Valkyrie's up, goes forward. Oh, good bombs thrown out from Rest there, trying to peel back the damage, but Lamont is the real damage, and MTS is down.
Hoon for MTS and Molly is the end total of the trading. Immortals still going.
Immortals, they were so patient with all those plays. They were waiting for Molly to step up, and he did.
And all the while, here's Iraqi Zoro. The Iraqi Zoro camera provides us with the side lane.
But the Coca-Cola pop-up was not tracking the Garen in the sideline. It was looking at this play from Sentinels.
Good recovery attempt from Sentinels, but Molly just avoided so much of his damage was avoided by that well-timed stasis. They still cut down Hoon, and then MCS gets stuck. Rooted by Charm, can't do anything on the aggression, needs to just tank this damage. Despite a very good play from Rest in beginning, silencing the aggression of Gume, they still lose their second player.
And because of the power farming of Lamont, he was just that much further ahead. Even though Molly can answer Hoon or Iraqi Zoro in the side lane, Lamont on the Graves plus Hoon do way too much burst damage, even through the shielding and the extra health bar from Beginnings.
I do want to note that quietly Beginnings has been getting some of these kills. He's actually got he's tied for the most kills on Sentinels right now.
Hey, the support needs 2 items, okay?
True.
And Spooky Ghosts.
Well, it's worth noting that all those items are going towards his teammates, right? This is Arctic Sensor and the Staff of Flowing Water.
Yeah.
So all of that means that Molly, when he gets Wild Growth, is getting kind of an extra 1.5 character boost. So the theory is very much still here. This is a Molly angle. This is a Sheesh angle. If they're able to get out ahead, if they're able to position well in team fights, they'll receive the wild growth. And hopefully for Sentinels, be able to carry.
If you can survive the burst, and that's the next point though. 4 items on Le Mans.
And I hope you've been enjoying these late game team fights, Steve Kangas. I hope you've been enjoying these late games, because at 15 minutes into game number 3 in this grand final, you do have an Elder Drake spawning.
Ooh, Molly again finding Le Mans right now, or rather Le Mans finding him. Like, look at this damage! Molly has to retreat.
And that tells the tale. Ever since Immortals took down these turrets, they've been growing the gold lead. This time, Sentinels don't have a massive compositional advantage. They've got a hope and a prayer, and it's named Marley.
Le Mans and Charm can two-man this Baron. Like, yeah, all they need is his Graves for damage.
Marley's back in base. Sentinels don't have what they need to properly fight.
And even Elder's up, so this is going to be a free Baron. Sentinels were not prepared for this. They're not set up for this. And do they take the fight afterwards? Maybe they just go for it. Sheesh pops a Ragnarok Wild Growth on top of the engagement. Yes, Sentinels, they found their front to back, but Immortals just punched my way through. Molly with the engage. Diving, trying to be the hero for the team, but he doesn't have the health bar to survive. Immortals weather the storm.
Rest couldn't re-engage. He had no mana. He was running for his life. He had nothing left to fight with. And they pay the price as Sentinels let their hero go in alone and die.
This might be the game ending push.
For the game. TP's back into it.
They're going for it. Only Rest and Beginning's alive, and that's Baron and Power Cannon minions. Immortals
20 seconds.
Controlled the game so beautifully. And at 17 minutes, 20 seconds, they're looking for the end. Sentinels can't do anything. They're trying to get the kills as they watch their Nexus go down. Gume with the final auto. Immortals up in the series.
Fist bumps all round. Immortals quite happy with the result of that one, but not celebrating quite yet. They know they won that slowly, steadily, but by no means dominantly.
We're not going to see Immortals celebrate until they win. That's something that we know about Immortals, TJ. They're here for business. We saw a little emotion when they qualified for Icons, but now they got one more step, and that means 2 more games to win.
That's right, they do have a 1-game lead in this series in the grand finals. They're most of the way, only 2 games away from being the first ever WNS champion.
2 games separate Immortals from that victory, but we're going to send it to a short break before we are back for game number 4 right after this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Game 3 is done, and Immortals are going to find themselves in a lead in the grand final series. It's been such a good series.
Yeah.
I know we were rooting for Sentinels after that first match, but Immortals, once they get going, it's a little difficult to stop them.
They're too good. They're way too good, guys. I don't know what to
Great
tell you.
analysis. Thank you.
You're welcome. They've only lost the one game, and at this point, like Sentinels, they might need a miracle at this point to actually take down Immortals. They're feeling rather immortal to me.
Yeah, and it's the Lebmont show, in my opinion. I mean, that last game wasn't a lot of super brawly team fights, but what it was, for me, the analyst, it was a, masterpiece on how to split push, on how to maximize gold onto your graves.
Yeah.
That's why it was a slow game. That's what IMT wanted to do. That's why they're such a formidable team. I mean, Lebmont got top tier 1, got bottom tier 1, was 0-1 and 0, and was like top gold by like 2,000.
Yeah.
Right, and that all comes down to his ability to have really crisp farming patterns and also like maximizing damage on turrets and getting himself gold.
I mean, another thing that he got was star player last game, and to no surprise, is going to be star player again going into this game 3. I mean, you have to be having a fantastic time. Okay, I have to stop myself. Look at those stats. What is
You're not allowed to have 100% KP. At 1, 2, and 6, wow, that game was so slow. But these stats are ridiculous because this is such a different kind of game. But that tells you, that GPM is absurd. That tells you how much of an influence Lebmont has on a game when it's going Immortals' way. This is why they're such an impossible team to beat, is because even when you feel like you're winning, even when you're making the right plays, the map is just owned by that man on your screen.
And we see a little smile from him. He recognized he was up on the cam.
He knows.
Pretty rare when you get Lebmont to style. He is very serious about wanting to be one of the best Wild Rift players. And I'm sure if they're able to take this, if they're able to crown themselves as the WNS champion, we'll get some smiles from him when he's holding the trophy.
I love that this time around, because the first time as a star player, you're like, there are so many people we could have talked about. Now it's like, no. We love Lamont. This is a difference maker going on in these games.
He is the big reason that the Immortals map gap exists.
Yes.
Where they may lose some skirmishes. They also may win some skirmishes, which makes it easier. But the point is that it does not matter. They will win the rest of the map just by getting more gold and more experience, more resources overall than their opponents. It's just such clean gameplay, and it's coming from everybody, but mostly Lebmont.
And now I don't know what to do if I'm Sentinels, right? Do I try and outscale you? Because, Sentinels have clearly shown that, we're very good at team fighting. We believe we can beat you 5v5, but, oh, man, if you have to win every 5v5 team fight at 22 minutes, down 5k gold, that is not a game you want to be in playing Wild Rift. So I don't know if they're supposed to lean on more scaling, because my worry is if they stop trying to attack IMT earlier, that the gold gap, the map gap, is just going to explode.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation, but I actually want to be calling on you for one of the replays on one of the reasons why this was such a difficult game for Sentinels.
Yeah, and the replay I'm going to be showing you all is going to be that last fight around Baron, so keep it paused here. You guys aren't going to see it on the replay, but what happened, what allowed the go button for IMT is a couple of things. First off, we got a Corki package for Gume, and Riven, you see Riven and Darius, they are running. They are only at the tier 2 in the mid lane, and that's because Riven got chunked out very low by Lebmont, and he recognized that as his go button. You can start to play it as this is going to be IMT able to secure the Baron, But from there, you know, it's just, you know, we kite out as a team. The package comes down. Gume laying down a lot of zoning, as well as, you know, keep your eyes on Mally here. On the Riven, in the bush, is going to look to turn it around, going to get the flash forward, and this is like the saving grace. This is the redemption for Sentinels, but it's not enough as IMT has the team play and are able to keep each other up, are able to save each other. But really, Lebmont is just like an unkillable juggernaut in these fights. If you don't insta-gib Lebmont with, you know, him having 5, 6 items in comparison to everyone else having 3, there's just no way you can win the team fight.
And at one point, Mali did have top gold in the game. And then Lebmont dropped a Herald and it didn't matter. And that's the thing. If Mali's ahead in that play, that might be a 1v3, 1v4 win.
You said drop a Herald. He dropped 2 Heralds. He dropped 2. It wasn't just 1, all right? He got 2 Heralds, got 2 towers, and was just funneling all the gold to himself.
It's very reminiscent of Horizon Cup.
Yeah.
Doctrine Gaming, where they just gave every single possible resource into their jungler, and then that jungler just so happened to be the best player in the tournament. That's exactly the script here.
I mean, it's a script that, you know, it's clean, it works, and I mean, if something doesn't change, it's going to be a script that's going to be winning the WNS Season 1 championships, because Lamont 2 games in a row has been insane, and Sentinels, sure, there's still a bit of room to work around. This is a best of 7, but this is the point at which I start getting a little bit scared.
Yeah, and I feel like they need to swap it up, right? They tried to take away the key picks for Immortals, right? They tried to take away the Olaf, tried to take away the Lulu, and it didn't have that much success, right? It's like, Lebmont, just like Hoon, has a really large champion pool. You can't really ban him out. You can't really pick him out. As we are going to be getting into it. This is game number 4 of this best of 7 series. And we got the bans. For Sentinels, they said, Karma, get back into the ban corner. What did we do letting you get out of there?
Sentinels did switch over to red side here, though, as they did lose that last game. They're not content playing on blue. This is something that we were expecting them to want to do for the entirety of the series, just swapping every single time. Whoever loses the game just picks blue every single time. But Sentinels, they're moving over. They're looking for some counter picks. They're trying to react to things that are happening in the draft. And they're saying, hey, if we can ban Yuumi, that's okay. We don't need the 3rd ban as long as we have the counters.
Yeah, so Camille opens up as a result. Obviously, I think you have to take this one away. Both Sheesh and MTS very good on this champion. I don't know if it's going to go jungle or Baron for IMT, but they certainly have options there. They are going to be sticking to the Olaf. The thing that I'm kind of off what you're saying, Smax, that I'm interested in, I think Sentinels just need a little bit more self-reliance and not as many combinations. Like Mali, Sheesh, and Beginnings are all players that can open up a game. So instead of like trying to draft Olaf and going for Lulu, give Beginnings something else you can be proactive on and kind of let your hands do the talking.
Yeah, and that's true. And they're actually going to be picking up the Shen. I mean, a champion that we saw a lot of prowess on from Iraqi's Zora. Okay, but one thing I want to know. I know Beginnings play Shen. All right, this is not a locked-in MPS pick. This could be flexed into the support. We'll see how the rest of the draft plays out. But when we're talking about playmaking champions, this is a champion that would allow Beg to, you know, global over to the other side of the map, and also has a taunt, also has a flash taunt capability where you can make those flashy Galio type plays that he does like to do.
Gotta stop Gume somehow. Just put a Shen on top of him. Gonna be very rough in to deal with that.
Can't even auto attack when the Shen's on top of you. You're taunted, and there's the Spirit's Refuge, so your attacks aren't even landing. For Sentinels, that's a really powerful champion that we haven't seen a whole lot of. If it does go into the barrier lane, I mean,
it's unleashed.
It doesn't even matter about the Shen anymore. Hoon's army is here.
It's scary.
Do we go game 5?
Oh no, come on.
That's the feeling you get,
so
right?
Good. He's so good on this champion. He's just killing everyone at the same time with these charms, with the spirit rushes everywhere. There's some pick options, though, to lock him down on Sentinels now.
This I like. No shade. Rest brand is really good, but I think if you're going to shift the power dynamics a bit more in your draft, Rest is a good person to give the more supportive pick to. This still gives Sheesh the support he wants when he's running in on Olaf, but it gives Beginnings power to like open up and play something like Gragas. Obviously, Galio is banned. I'm sure he's going to eat a couple more bans here as well, but I'm expecting Beginnings, if it's not the Shen, to get another engaged support champion.
I don't know why. I'm just really feeling like it's going to be a Beg Shen. I could be completely wrong, but a Shen Lux matchup in lane also sounds pretty scary, right? Taunt into binding, binding into taunt. That's a lot of CC, but really, Rest has been making a name for himself on this Lux. I mean, already had a name before this event, but really, the Lux, I feel like, has been his standout champion and also gives him double global potential. Shen'll coming in, you know, big beam across the map. That's something that I do like for the side of Sentinels, but the question is going to be, you know, with the Graves and Lulu taken away, what is Lebmont going to be playing, right? What is going to be the go-to jungle for IMT? team.
I mean, it could be Camille. It could definitely already be on our screen right now. Araki Zoro has a lot of champions that he can pull out in situations like this. And if Immortals do want to see that Sentinels are going for more of these combination plays and throw in a rock like Malphite, that could be a pretty easy and simple way to cut all of that out.
I'm seeing some reactions on the desk over here. Face your
You guys don't like
explain this
Malphite?
look.
I love Malphite, especially AP Malphite. I'm going to figure out what Beginnings is doing with this Thresh. I mean, we had Shen as a possibility. Alistar's been banned, Galli's been banned, Gragas is open, but I think he's weakest of those 3 champions that he's shown up already.
Mundo!
I don't know what you're pairing it with, but you know what? Don't worry about Shen, because we got Mundo now.
Should be Mundo Senna here, I think. No, they've got Corki. I'm wrong. But this is still a charm champion that he does really like picking into Thresh. Yes, that is Mundo support. It's a really big tank for your front line. It provides a lot of damage with the cleavers in lane, and it works very well with Font of Life.
Yeah, but also a great... Ooh, Kha'Zix for Lebmon, a carry-style champion. Not going to be split-pushing, not going to be hitting all the minions and winning through that. Going to be winning through one-shotting champions. Lebmon, you know, in the last game was just hyper-farming on Graves. In this game is going to be looking to kill champions. And I love that. Honestly, last game, I like it as an analyst, but I feel like it's way more exciting when we get the brawls, when we get the team fights, and Sen pulling out there, tried and true, locking in the Riven again, and I believe that's going to be for our main man, Mally.
It is, and this is what I was trying to figure out for the Thresh, because typically you don't just want to pick Thresh for his hook, because you're not really maximizing the champion's kit. Lantern, you want something to pair Lantern with. The Olaf is like decent, but like Olaf doesn't really need extra help. But either of these melee champions that do want to dive in and get out, I think now the Thresh Lantern feels like it has enough good targets to kind of really abuse the mobility that it can give you.
Definitely really good against Kha'Zix also, to lock someone, or make sure someone is not isolated by the bug here, because this is so much extra damage. This is a strategy that Immortals have played many, many times. You pick R, you pick an assassin, and you go around the rift, killing people one by one. Camille does that very well also. Immortals, they have just so much power at that aspect of the game.
They have so much power, and right now it's going to be difficult for Sentinels to try and match up because they are down in this series. It's all eyes on them as they look to try and tie things up. Or is it going to be Immortals to try and push ahead and start to run away with the grand finals here? Time to throw it down to the casters to find out.
Well, Sierra, I can't wait till we find out, but I am happy we have adaptation in a best of series, TJ. These are not the same comps that we saw in the last games.
It is a return to what we expected, though. Immortals pull out the pick composition through which they dissected Sentinels with the last time we played. What do Sentinels do? They double down. They've got a death ball, and it's rolling towards Immortals. They figure they can force those team fights they've been looking for all series long.
And it's Molly back on the ribbon. That is the champion. He found some clutch engages last game, but it did not get them that win. I still have faith that this pick can work out for Sentinels, and it's also rest onto the Lux. Had a lot of success on this in their last series today.
He did, and we were having a conversation whilst we were watching them. Would you care to fill people in on what I thought would happen here?
So you thought there was a pretty easy strategy to counter the Lux in the Dragon lane.
And it
ban
seems
the
like
Lux in the Dragon lane.
It seems like Immortals haven't felt the need to do it yet, but of course Rest carried those games on the character earlier, so I'll be interested to see if the strategy, if the super secret strategy, thankfully they have their headphones on, they can't hear me leaking strats, will come out here on stage.
Tribe never thought of that strategy, so
no,
maybe Immortals haven't.
Didn't.
No, not quite. But regardless, let's see if it works for Sentinels here, because it did before, and now they're behind in this series. They want to pick up some wins.
And this is, of course, a casualty of Rest being a role swap support into AD carry. He's not as good at the AD carry champions, but I like this strategy. They're leaning into what he does do better than other AD carries, which is pull out these mages, these control mages, through which he can be a second support as well as a scaling damage dealer. So Rest is going to do significant damage in the late game on Lux. Also, during the early and mid game, if he lands those light bindings, he'll be able to pin people down and you can CC chain off of it. Hit them with the taunt, hit them with the hook from the Thresh, and just keep people rolling in stun.
But we're talking about Immortals composition. They are also looking for those picks. They're the big one who will be throwing out all those, any isolated target is in danger of Immortals just popping them. But it also is important to note, MTS on the Shen, Immortals were actually the one that were playing the Shen compositions into Sentinels yesterday in their upper bracket final series.
Correct, and I did want to talk about the top lane matchup. I know the desk was setting it up. MTS, one of the most experienced mobile players in the world, is kind of on tank duty a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Which takes away somewhat from his mechanical abilities. Here on Shen, he'll have the ability to find kills, but it's his lane opponent who's pulled out one of his favorite champions. It's Araki Zoro on the Camille, the sort of ego pick, saying, I can win duels, I can be an assassin duelist for the team from the top lane.
Exactly. And important to note also, MTS piloted the Camille in Game 5 against Strive.
Oh boy, did he.
He was the primary carry in that victory. So it feels like a take away from MTS as well, because Sentinels will opt for that when they're behind in the series.
Sentinels can unleash MTS at a later point.
Yep.
Doesn't need to be just yet.
We know he's got it. We know he can do it.
The Stover is still on tank duty for now.
The Stover.
The Stover,
I like
himself at the top lane.
Taylor Stover, as Degon's always so happy to remind us.
He really is. I think he just likes the rhythm of it.
It does have a good bounce. But I like the Stover even more, if I'm being honest. We'll see if we can incorporate that into a call here. Gonna be difficult on the Shen, though.
He's turning up the heat on the stove.
Ooh,
we workshopped it. We went
he's
back
even
and
got
forth.
the Bomby Cinder, too. See, it's canonical now. Sheesh is nearby, but Hoon's actually the first one out of lane looking for a roam. And there we go, the flash forward, MTS.
He dodges it
survives.
all!
Still has flash. Can still look to turn, but here's Sheesh looking for the turn. Who's in trouble? First blood to Sentinel!
You do not get MTS! He dodges everything!
The charm goes wide. He sidesteps the sweeping strike as well. Oh, MTS, what a thing of beauty. They're staying alive.
He didn't even spend flash!
No, like it's still up. He was limit testing, TJ. The Stover. The Stover is heating up.
Working it in real fast. 10 seconds on these objectives. It's not the only thing heating up. We've rolled another nat 20. Right there as an Infernal Drake on the bottom side of the rift. 3 in a row.
We're getting spoiled.
Normally, that means really exciting early games, I must say.
You know, we actually haven't seen too many fights around these. Actually, we have. They just don't amount to these like big kill fight counts.
Disappointing Infernal Drake fights. Here we go. This time's different.
Sentinels are on it first, and now Immortals are approaching. Rare that we've seen this series. Wow, that's gonna actually just saving Lamont's life right there. Who didn't walk up and steals it again? You can't let Lamont approach, but maybe you can win the fight afterwards. Double kill to Molly, triple kill to Molly. 1, 2, 3, and they win the team fight.
4 players down for IMC as Sentinels lose their first Infernal Drake in this Coca-Cola pop-up play and immediately strike back with the kills they need.
Lamont was so confident. He's like, no hook. He's charmed. I'll get the objective, but watch Molly.
That's what they forgot. Watch Rest land the light binding, follow up with the damage. Molly synced up with Rest's needs in that team fight, synced up with the opportunities that were being found. You cannot let Sentinels 5v5 you, or they will do that every time.
And now Sentinels have a gold lead in this game. A lot of it on Molly, the superstar mid laner we have been hyping up on the broadcast, and he is delivering in this game.
This puts the onus over on IMC to make the plays necessary to get them a lead back in this game. Because Sentinels will quite happily sit on this lead.
Okay, no fight. I was going to say Charm can't approach, but we know that. Wait, Iraqi Zoro did not get the memo. He goes in. The team backed away, and Immortals lose their Baron laner.
And they didn't have a wave in mid. It gets laser beamed by the final spark from Rest.
Oh, they still get the turret, though. But do they get picked afterwards? The Charm lands there, but the death sentence. Molly on the 2. Rampage for Molly. Another life fight down to Gume as well. Lamont still in the fight, though. He turns it back and at least equalizes a kill on the beginnings.
1 for 1 at the end of the fight. Rift Herald in Sentinel's pocket, but IMC find an opportunity to open up the middle of the map with that turret take. Sentinels to respond here in the top lane. They get 1 turret back. The theory for Immortals was that Araki Zoro's sacrifice, he's going back in. All right, he backed away. The theory was that Araki Zoro's sacrifice would get them a mid-turret. That would be a tangible advantage on the map. You can see that here leveraged by Lepmon to take away farm and ensure that Molly and Sheesh don't become turbo carrying monsters, at least, any more than they already are.
That's the goal. But of course, 4-0-3, 2-0-3, they're approaching that right now, TJ. And it was good for Lamont to at least go in, find that trade kill as the Kazakhs, but that's just kind of a condolence right there.
Yeah, it does help that they have a 1,000 gold lead at this point, Sentinels, but it is not huge. And I think that is indicative of what Immortals did with that mid-lane turret play. They got the turret break first of the game and immediately turned it into extra gold in the jungle, shrinking everything that Sentinels had just earned elsewhere.
And with this small of a gold deficit, with the pick composition, they are still a threat. If you ever walk into a blind brush, the charm can fly out. The Kazakhs can just be waiting there. You can still get blown up.
You know who isn't as much of a damage threat as he'd want, though?
I'm sure you're about to tell me.
I am. Hoon is fallen behind right now. He's been the victim of almost every fight so far, and that means that you don't have the Ahri burst that they're hoping for.
And that goes back into the conversation we had at the top of the week, TJ. There's 3 primary mid laners that are fighting for the title of best in North America. Starting's already fallen out of the tournament. Hoon and Molly were the 2 remaining, and it's been a pleasure to watch these 2 duke it out in this series.
We do get a moment to breathe here. We're just 20 seconds away from our next dragon. Sentinels and those 2 aforementioned mid laners will be skewing their way towards it. They have the gold lead now, which means they can do what they want to do, set up around fights and take them on their own terms. It's Immortals who have to force their way forward into this dragon pit and make a fight happen.
But this makes sense that MTS is up here. He sees Iraqi Zoro. Sheesh is actually on the top side of the map, clearing as well. Okay, now he's starting to come down. Yep. Just one of those camps. Now we can see them approach the dragon.
And Immortals are allowed to start it. 2 Sentinels rush in here.
It's dangerous because they don't have vision control. Again, you have to phase check into the pit composition.
But their mere presence is enough. They have the Rift Scuttler so they can see what's happening on this dragon at all times. And that is allowing them to take some risks here.
Actually just a ward down, but either way it makes sense. But the dragon goes over, now the team fight starts off. Sentinels are in the pit. Charm frontlining. Watch for Gume, can you do stuff? Molly's down. And now Sheesh on a rampage.
Immortals are doing it.
Immortals are fighting back though. They defended the pit. Hoon reposition. Flashes forward, does not get a charm, but Rest has a flash away. Immortals are chasing Sentinels into their own jungle, and they get a 1 for 4.
Oh, a perfect team fight, followed by the question mark. That's all they have. Immortals respond to Sentinels, taking control of the Rift Herald pit and turning it right back into this dragon fight.
Again, you cannot face check the pit composition. They approach, but they're too late.
And Molly jumps into the pit, just gets CC chained. It's such good focus by IMT. They don't let Molly or Sheesh, the 2 carries on this team, operate. The entire team ignores everyone else, gets rid of the Zoomers, gets rid of the threats, then turns for the old men in the back line.
When Molly is all alone, Kazakhs, Ahri, Corki, everybody throwing damage just pops it. Oh, but now we're back to another fight here. Beginnings could be in trouble. Isolated for the rest of the team. Slowed down, and he's picked.
Beginnings didn't have flash. No way out of that. So IMT get a free pick here. And Sentinels go from on top of the world to now behind. Yet again, this time in the 4th game of these grand finals.
But you know what this game is not, TJ? It is not a snooze fest. No. This is high action. 10 minutes in with 16 kills on the board. This is what we wanted to see.
Now, IMT will burn down this Rift Herald, checked by Sentinels.
And again, secured Immortals. They're just quicker at these plays as Charm. They should be fine here. Exhausted down, pops the ultimate. Sentinels actually look to chase him a little bit further, but he walks away.
They get Charm's ultimate. Not the worst thing in the world. Charm, of course, on that support mundo. Popular in Asia, doesn't see as much play here, but you run Font of Life on it, and that means anytime you engage, you give your entire team healing.
And at some point there, Molly had gone down, as we see the death timer. So Sentinels are trying to defend this top turret. Immortals, they're nearby. Can Hoon land a clutch charm right now? They don't get the kill.
He got denied. Beginnings landed a really good death sentence that stopped the Ahri play.
but they have another wave, and they have the Herald. So this turret's going
5v5.
down. Rest does not land. That's that. There's the charm. Irakazor over the wall. Now Shisha's just jumping forward, but there's no backup. Molly and FTS in full retreat, and Immortals, they just got a 3 for 0, and they still have the Herald.
And it comes from Irakazor leaping in and finding the assassinations they need. The Rift Herald claims another turret, and here comes the push for Immortals all the way up to the inhibitor in the top lane. They own this map, Steve.
It took 3 minutes for Immortals to turn a 2,000 gold deficit into an 8,000 gold lead, nearing that right now. But
Molly
might have stuck around for too long. Oh, Final Spark doesn't land. Now Molly's in trouble. The isolated damage, he was not expecting that.
Yeah, Molly was really hoping the Final Spark would land and he would get a free kill. We all do that.
Yep.
Unfortunately, his hopes went astray, and so Sentinels had to retreat.
Lamont getting all these kills, Hoon getting kills as well, right back into the game here on this RE pick. We were hyping up Molly so much, but Sentinels, they have been struggling in this mid game to maintain their gold lead, and now they're in full, hey, we gotta fight from behind mode.
And what a series from Lemon. This is now the second game in a row. I would put him quite handily as my personal star player. Char.
Yeah, you know, you sometimes think of the take, and sometimes you just survive. All right, Charm lives. Oh, wait, Lamont, that's crazy. You can't do that, man. You can't do that. Maybe you can. Irakazor is nearby. Charm's back in. Irakazor is low, though. He goes down. Gume had the package. Gume's doing the damage. Lamont looking for the reset. He's over the wall. Double kill to Gume. But Sentinels, they keep fighting back. Can they survive it? It's up to MTS. But Gume's got the rage. He survives.
MTS, the only player left standing after Immortals dive behind the tier 2. They'll claim a turret, and they're gunning for the inhibitor, which would be a nail in Sentinel's coffin.
MTS is going to try his best to defend this. There's relatively low health bars. He can't clear the wave, you're right. That's an inhibitor down.
And what a prize for Immortals. They get the inhibitor and they're able to back away. What an insane set of plays from Lemon, just as we're talking him up. He leaps through the backline, finding pickup after pickup, and ensuring that Immortals get to benefit from every little skirmish.
On the analyst test said Lamont is a psychopath, and everyone's like, what does that mean, Kangas? This is what that means. He just goes in, and the team follows him up.
Gume splits the fight, drops everyone low. You need an assassin to clean it up. There it is.
And he will go down at the end of the play here as he just keeps diving in for kills. But MTS cannot do anything against Gume. He's too far away. Yeah, and this is not the split push Shen that we saw Immortals play against Sentinels. Sentinels have not gotten themselves into that position.
The re-engage versus a full HP Shen, little optimistic.
Ooh, and it looks like Immortals want even more. Like, look at this gold lead, 11,000. They control this rift.
They really do. And so much of that gold lead comes from the same thing they've been doing all series. Every time Sentinels lose a couple of turrets, Immortals just start choking them out. They start grabbing every little bit of jungle camp they can, every little bit of gold they can. And it's so hard to turn a game around from that position if you're Sentinels.
There have been 2 different times in a row where Lamont just took the blue buff, took the Grom. And I think this might be the first blue buff that Sentinels are going to get for a while.
All right, can they do it?
Blue buff? It's about the little objectives.
1,000 HP,
12,000 gold behind. Oh!
Char
almost stole it.
Char very nearly stealing it away.
Who? But hey, again, it's the little things, TJ.
Well, it's indicative of the fact that IMT know exactly what's going on in Sentinel's jungle, and they're willing to take a crack at it. Why wouldn't they?
They have so much vision down, they see it taken, and they also know where Sentinels are not. They go for the plays, and now it's like, what does Sentinels even have in the playbook? It feels like this game is so far away from them, so now it's up to Immortals. How quickly can they close out?
And if IMT win this one, they're just one game away from being the first ever North American champions of the WNS.
That's history. That's the first ever in the history books. And Immortals, they were second last year in Season 0. Of course, a different tournament circuit, a different event, but they were always that right up at the top. This is their opportunity to take that #1 spot.
And for Sentinels, who've for so long been a second-place team, almost good enough.
Oh, Lamont, again, he's all alone right now, and he's still alive. As the stasis Hoon joins in, that's beginnings down. They're trying to fight back. Sentinels just have nothing in the tank.
Stay
they
safe.
can't even kill Lemon. Finally, he goes down. But Gume repositions, takes down Sheesh. Molly in trouble. Domination for Hoon and Immortals. MTS is on a killing spree as he does take the 1v1 against Arakizora in the bottom lane, but Rest cannot escape. Stasis used, no flash. That is another kill to Immortals, and that should be GG. Again, it's just the Shen watching, saying, where did my team go? I guess I'll try and clear the wave. He flashes onto Gume, but does not get the kill.
Looking for the flash taunt, MTS still deadly. We've talked about it so many times when Sentinels are at the darkest moments of their career. That's where MTS, the most experienced player at this tournament, tends to step up.
3-0-5 on the Shen, TJ. He is trying his absolute hardest, but the team is just struggling in the 4v4 without him.
They're missing him in the team fights, and Sentinels are now down 2 inhibitors in this game. It's almost impossible to see them coming back into this one, and you've got to start talking about the final game here. Potentially IMT's punch card, their ticket to lift that trophy on center stage right now.
This would put them at match point, and Immortals, that would be 3 in a row that they have won. This time, importantly, with a different look. They've been matching the team fight up to this point. Now it's about the pick. But with this gold lead, they're still going for the fights, and they're absolutely dominating there as well. And it goes back to Lamont. This Kha'Zix player is just so confident to go for these plays. And again, it's netting them everything on the Rift.
And I'd give credit to Charm as well, who hasn't died in several games, it feels like. He keeps being this frontline tank.
Ooh,
Flay interrupts.
Played back. Oh, the death sentence not quite timed right. And that means beginning is picked off. Immortals, they find a kill.
And that's very well timed. Arakizora sets up the play, Hoon finishes it. And here's an Ocean Elder.
It seems so long ago that Sentinels were up in gold in this game, TJ. It seems so long ago that Lamont walked forward to smite steal that first dragon, and now they're on the 4th. Elder Dragon started up, and Sentinels, they gotta go for the Hail Mary play. Maybe they can find something, but Charm's too tanky. He's the frontliner, and the rest of Immortals are just grinding down Sentinels. And there you go, game 3, pretty much in the books. Double kill with the emotes. Lamont leading the team, Charm unkilled, and everyone doing their part as Immortals will go up 3-1 in the series.
The
One
team
win
that has been dominant all season long is now, as you were about to say, 1 win away from being our first ever WNS champions.
And what a look from the #1 seed coming in. They've only lost 1 game this entire tournament, TJ, and that was game 1 of this series. I think it made them mad. I think they wanted that undefeated streak to continue, and now they're like, all right, let's show them what we really got.
Lemon, Charm, they're playing angry. Looking at Charm, well, maybe Charm's having a little bit too much fun to be angry. Occupying the front line, flashing those emotes. Lemon, though, dancing through the entire team and just picking them apart. You have to look at the heroes that we built up over on Sentinels. They need to dig deep and find something for this potentially final game of their tournament lives.
9 games played on the day. Sentinels about to go into their 10th. As we send it back over to Sierra and the analyst desk to break down that game 4.
Immortals now 3 games won in a row. So close to closing out the grand finals here, which brings around the biggest question of them all. What time does the log ride close? Because if they keep playing like this, we might make it.
Oof. I think, yeah, people are still coming down.
Okay, it's all right. The log ride angle is still live, which is good. But like we kind of alluded to, if Sen were going to win, it was going to be a grind. And now that Immortals is taking more games, they're building momentum, you can see what happens. These games get away from you so quickly. Even that was a 17-minute long game, which seems kind of long. When you look at the gold diff, you're like, never mind.
Yeah, it was just as many minutes as thousands of gold in the lead, I think, by the end. Which I believe, in the words of Steve Kangas, is the slip and slide effect, where you have 1,000 gold over your opponent every single minute of that game. The Immortals map gap is still here.
Immortals looking very, very dominant, but there were signs of life for Sentinels, right? The early game was theirs. There was a moment where it was 2 kills in Immortals camp to 8 kills in Sentinels camp. But a key thing to note, they only were up like 1,500 gold. When we talk about the Immortal map play differential, that really is what comes to play. Even though they're losing champions, they're losing things all over the map. Like a critical moment for me that I was thinking, you know, Iraqi Hextech ultimatums into 5 champions, instantly dies.
Yep.
I was like, what is he doing? That's a bad play. And then I realized, I looked at the Immortal players, and they got the mid turret for that. A 1 death for a mid turret is worth any day of the week. And that's just something about Immortals is they know when they can sacrifice their lives. They know what gives you more gold and more map pressure.
Now, in fairness, I imagine in the comms, Iraqi was probably also saying, what did I just do?
Yeah, the plan probably wasn't to die. But the overall play was very good. And IMT continuing that. I mean, like, Hoon's always looking good, even though it was kind of like not the main thing that was happening in the game. Lemon still topping gold somehow, finding every camp possible, finding every kill on the Kazakhs. But, you know, to the Sen side, Rest looking excellent once again on the Lux. He was playing his heart out trying to win those fights. And MTS also looking good on Shed, a champion that we haven't seen from a lot of North American players. Araki's been one of the good ones. Zenith, of course, from Ailish. And now I think I will add MTS to that list. It's just, you need more than that to beat Immortals.
I mean, we're adding a bunch of players to the list, but I actually want to go back to Immortals because we do have our star player. It's not going to be Lamont for the 3rd time, though. That would have been really fun to see.
That would have made sense to me.
It would have, but instead it is going to be Gume this time around. And I think this also does make sense because this was a really strong game. Look at the KDA at the top here, Smash.
Nice.
Nice.
Little Gume gap for everyone. He's real good, and he's been taking Hockey away from Mali. And to be fair, Mali's looked good on Riven as well. Like, I don't think Sentinels champions are the one things really undoing them. It just feels like the games are slipping away from them because it is so hard to arrest control of the game from IMT. So I don't know what has to change. I think at this point you can't look at draft unless you have something very specific and very special prepared for times like these. I think you just have to look at the games and be like, we need to play tighter around the early game objectives. We cannot let Immortals arrest control that quickly.
I think specifically the turrets is what Sentinels really need to make sure don't fall to the wayside, because if you go back and watch that game and really take a look at what Lebmont is able to do, it all happens after those outer turrets, the outer ring of turrets are dead. Once you take the mid lane turret, the top lane turret, and the bottom lane turret, all the camps are just for free for Lebmont, and you can watch him in that game. If you go back and look, he is taking like the blue buff every single time off of cooldown, the Gromp, the red buff, the Raptors, not quite everything, but it feels like it for Sentinels, and that's the biggest driving factor for them not keeping up in gold. Lebmont's just taking every opportunity to deny that.
Yeah, no, it's just been absolutely nuts. Like, we talked about it before, Immortals is not a team that you could be making mistakes against. But I want to be throwing this down to you because I know that you have this expert analysis. I know you have that illustrator out to break down one of these plays to see where things are going wrong for Sentinels.
Yeah, and this really is going to be a play where things did go wrong for Sentinels. They kind of chose this. They opt into this fight, all right? You're going to see IMT has all of the positioning around the dragon. Can we pause here? Okay, so IMT has all position around this. Sentinels cannot get here in time. They cannot get this before the objective is gone. Corki has package as well. You see Gume here. He's set up in a position. He is going to have this beautiful package, this zoning package, and what the side of Sentinels is trying to do. Let's take a look at Molly. Molly is going to flash in, and what he's trying to do is deliver a Shen plus Molly bomb, right? They want to try and blow them up. They want to try and get the clear. You can play it, but I would like if you could, do it a little bit slow. Gume here. You're going to see there's the package. There's the zoning. Molly going in. The Shen is going to ult on top of him, and they're trying to, have that wombo combo, but at this point, Gume has laid down so much, positional advantage, and Hoon in the Dragon Pit is just going to be kiting Sheesh, and this is just coming up all IMT, and I really have to say, this feels a little bit like Sentinels is feeling desperate. They're feeling the weight of being, at this moment, down 2-0. They are now down, 3-1. They need to rally. They need to come back, and when you're feeling that way, when you're feeling that desperation, you start to make more desperate plays, and Immortal just punished them.
Yeah, I mean, that desperation really shined through in that match, too, because that wasn't the only objective that they were late to. It wasn't the only time where you see the play happen. You're like, they were there 5-10 seconds sooner, maybe something could happen, but then not recognizing to maybe back off of the moment. The moment's passed. It's okay, we can't go for it. Instead, they go for it, try and make a play, and then they get punished heavily for it.
Yeah, I think a change I would like to see, I don't know how many first dragons have been in Infernal this series. It feels like a lot.
Everyone.
Which is unfortunate because I think what Sentinels want to try and do is get the Herald instead of the Dragon.
Yeah.
I think Lemon is getting away with too many Heralds and getting some gold. Like, your gold's running away from you. So get Herald, which typically guarantees you a little bit more gold, guarantees you damage on a tower or just a tower itself gives you a little bit more early map control, and then you can try and play the game on a bit more even footing, because Sentinels can play very controlled.
I mean, as we're going into the draft too, a couple of things to note. I mean, Hoon, the band corner, we're getting champs out of that. Immortals are getting picks that they're good at, they're comfortable with. So going into this, what do you want to see different now?
I mean, I'm kind of in the same camp as Pastry. I don't know how much of it's draft, right? It's going to really come down to having more clean, crisp play. I mean, we talk about Hoonzari. Hoonzari was in the early game not actually doing that well. He was 0-2. That fight that I just showed, he got a shutdown kill on the Riven. He also got the kill onto the Olaf. Those 2 kills is what then catapulted Hoon up like 1,500 gold. And all of a sudden, he's even with Mali. His, early game losses is completely neutralized because of Sentinel's over-aggression. So it's like, yes, I think that there's a lot of things we can look at in draft. There's like a lot of different things. But at the end of the day, Immortals is going to get a good draft no matter what you do. They've shown that to us. They've shown that they have so many different styles they can play. They have so many different power picks. And so it's like you can't necessarily rely on draft as the way to win it. You have to have more clean, crisp play as a team.
You do want to set yourself up as best as you possibly can, though, and this very well could be the last draft of the day, of the finals here in WNS, in the Mall of America. And I'm sure that Sentinels are looking to find the best possible avenue to success. I think going back to the basics in the game is also going to be really important. It's very reminiscent of what Tribe was doing in 2021, where they just took every objective. They were there first, and that's how they won the game. That's how Immortals are winning these games.
All right, well, speaking of, I like this. This is kind of back to basics here for Sentinels. Back to first pick Galio. The change I really like is not only is Lebmont's chase continuing to be banned, but Olaf is being taken off the table. Sheesh is a perfectly good Olaf. Lebmont's obviously very good in the champion, but I feel like Sentinel are hurting themselves too much in draft by taking the Olaf to deny it from Lebmont rather than unlocking Sheesh. So I think this is a better look for Sentinels already.
Yeah, I agree. But talking about denial picks, IMT continually taking the Corki away from Mali, and I like this. A very powerful champion. I mean, we saw in that replay the value that a zoning package can get. It is one of the strongest abilities, especially in the early to mid game, and Gume has been playing it in tip-top shape. So I like that from INT, and they get the Karma to pair along with it. We saw Charm earlier, having a lot of success on this champion, and the question is, will IMT maybe pick Graves for Lebmont in this third one, because the Graves Karma pairing was nasty.
Most of Sentinel's wins today have been on the Orianna here for Mali, and that's still available. It would feel like a really strong teamfight composition if they go ahead and lock that one in with all the crowd control that Galio provides to multitude of targets. Rengar's the greatest ball delivery in the game, it feels like, in many cases, as he does just jump directly onto that backline. Helps with the Orianna ultimate, helps with the Galio ultimate. That's what I want to see as this third pick.
I want to see Lux, personally.
Yeah,
I think they would both be good.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Rex is so good on this champion, and I think you just can't let it get away from you. Like, the other lanes are a little bit too tricky to navigate. Like, Gume will play Lucian and try and kill you if you want to give him a lane that's a little bit soft. So I think, and I'm sure Hoon can play Corki, so I think this is a nice way to kind of put the Sen strategy together, and it does complement the Rengar as well.
And we saw how powerful Rest was the saving grace for Sentinels in the last game. I felt like a lot of the plays, a lot of the moments where Sentinels had signs of life was off of Rest's Lux. So I really like this. Galio plus Lux, such a strong lane duo. The only other champion I would have looked at was the Garen, but that is going to now be taken by IMT, but I still like the Lux over the Garen. But now we're going to have a bit of a Baron lane choke with Shen already taken out, with Set, with Camille, and now IMT banning the Darius. MTS is going to have a bit of a choke on his champion pool. If we see a Jarvan or a Riven come through as well from the ban, it may be bottom of the barrel scraping for MTS.
Not a whole lot of options there for MTS. They are the ones that banned away the Shen too, so we'll see what he decides to go for. I like the strategy that Immortals can bring if they ban one more Baron laner, and I think that's just exactly what they're going to do. Okay.
Mali's Diana.
I'm 0 for 2 so far in this draft. My predictions are not great.
Maybe next time, if we get to that point.
Listen, I teach you
I don't
up,
know
I
if it's
baited
going to
you.
be a next time at this point.
I hope they ban Graves based on the tape we've seen already today, but Kazakhstan, I mean, that's the other one, right? It's one of those two junglers is most likely, but you have to push Lebmont down. He's too good.
Yeah, I mean, but like you said, Graves is still up, and I would expect IMT to pick it up. The Graves, Karma, just such a powerful duo. But I think Sentinels does have some better... Okay, yeah, there's going to be the Graves. Yep. Pastry, prophetic, knows what's coming, knows what Lebmont wants.
I remember when he played the series.
2 games ago. But Sentinels, I feel like, has some better tools into the Graves in this game in comparison, right? You have the CC from the Lux, the CC from the Galio, and Smacks, you called it. You're not 0 for 2, you're 1 for 3. You get your Orianna, and I like it.
It's finally here. The same things that I said before are still true. It's still really good with the Rengar and the Galio in these team fights. And I feel like Sentinels just need one more ringer in those fights. The Riven is here. That's what I wanted. That's going up into the Baron lane. More DPS, more front line, and more crowd control, and more ways to break Pastry's brain with all the movement.
We've done it. We've finally done it. The full 3-person flex from Sentinels on the Riven.
Yes. I said it yesterday. The 3 best Riven players in North America are on Sentinels, and it's time for MTS to show up. It's time for him to, like that Camille game against Tribe, put the team on his back in this do-or-die situation. He needs to come up big here. It's hard to do it into the Garen, but there are lots of squishy champions as the game goes on where he'll be able to make some stylish plays.
Such an interesting thing. MTS is one of those players that seems to scale, the further down his team gets.
Yes.
He's always good, he's always consistent, but he really turns on when he needs to win games.
They talked about it in the caster pair as well. TJ was saying it in the end of that game, that MTS, with all of his experience, the most experienced player on his team, he tends to be the morale booster and just the big leader for the team in these instances. On Riven, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, but talking about experience, talking about talented, Hoon, again, on the Ahri, we've seen continually, time and time again, how powerful he is on this champion. So Sentinels has a very tall mountain to climb. Can the comeback start here? I'm unsure.
Unsure, but it needs to. Immortals are 1 game away from closing out this series and becoming the WNS champions. This might be the last time we're tossing it down to the casters, but I know you guys can do it. Take it away.
It's been hard to handle, Sierra, because as we've gotten closer and closer to crowning our first ever WNS champion, the trophy is shining brighter and brighter, and it looks like we've had to put on our sunglasses just to deal with it.
Oh, I thought we put these on because we were throwing shade at Pastry and Udall for expecting Sentinels to win the series.
I was putting them on because I was throwing shade at Udall for giving up hope on Sentinels winning the series.
Okay, that was it.
This draft is actually really good for them. You get MTS on a carry champion, like they were talking about. You get the Orion.
Is real in esports. They've been up on that stage a lot, and they're just going right in for the fight. Sentinels, they're going for
2-5-2!
A double for Mali!
And that's where they need the gold. Yes, it's even trading. 2 for 2 as a cleanup happens on the opposite side, but it does mean that Mali, the Orianna, who's damaged this entire composition is reliant on, is off to a really good start.
And the reason Sentinels were able to go for that is because Hoon opted for the push and then roaming into the bottom lane, as we'll get a replay of that to see exactly. Look at the mini-map. Actually, it looks like Hoon was up here, so we might have started a little bit later after the pause than expected.
And I think the really big thing we should watch out for that we didn't talk enough about during that little delay.
There we go. Okay, so Hoon got the kill up at the top side, and then it was just a 2v1 bot.
But the thing we didn't talk about is Beginnings has Galio again.
Yes. And we all remember what happened with Beginnings Galio yesterday against Tribe.
I don't think you can give Beginnings Galio, at least not if you want your AD carries to be safe.
Or really anybody, honestly. Beginnings has been strong on this.
Oh my god, Steve Kangas.
Yes?
Is your dice doing all right? Is it like loaded?
Oh, there's no way.
Yeah,
there's no way.
It's literally another First Drake Infernal Drake.
That's 4 in a row. I don't believe first game was an Infernal Drake.
No,
that is
we
4
started Cloud
in a row here for the grand finals. That means, again, always the chance of a big scrap happening there, because that is a juicy dragon. A lot of teams will opt for that one.
Infernal Drake online. Immortals 1 game away, potentially 1 or 2 good team fights away from being the first ever WNS champions. Sentinels, the pressure has never been more on them as they make their resets, intending to scrap for these early objectives.
Important to note, Immortals, their strategy is to go back to what's already worked for them. Lamont power farming on Graves, Hoon on the Ahri for pick potential and playmaking, and Iraqi Zoro on the Garen.
Rift Herald matter. Everyone up here on the top side of the map, knowing Immortals will prefer it. Sentinels wanting an early team fight against a Graves composition. It's going to take time to come online. She starts the Rift Herald.
Oh, but the hook! Plus the Transcendence Embrace on the Mali, so the Orianna is picked off before the fight can happen to Herald. But, Sentinels still want it. Beginnings is straight in, that's a lot of burst damage! They can't kill Lamont, and Gume splits the fight with the package. Iraqi Zoro repositioning around the backside. Immortals, they don't get the Herald though. Sheesh secures it.
That'll be 1 kill exchanged for the Rift Herald. Sentinels, of course, have to reset.
Wait, you can win this MTS. You're gonna go for the dive? Oh, doesn't want to flash for it.
He had ult, saving it here. MTS now chasing with the wave, will chew on that turret.
Immortals are on the dragon, but they actually use the collateral damage to jump away.
2 players are on the top side of the map. This is player advantage to Sentinels.
Who's in trouble? Molly's chasing them down, has the flash, might just go for the flash kill. Charm lands. Come on, go for it, Molly. There we go! Molly takes down Hoon. Sentinels still in this series.
And it's MTS in the top lane as predicted, drawing the attention of 2 members of IMT, guaranteeing the first 2 objectives go to Sentinels. And there is the first turret break as well in their pocket.
Massive for Sentinels. They get the dragon, they get the Herald, they win the fights. It's even on the scoreboard in terms of kills, but not in terms of gold. That is a 2,000 lead at 5.5 minutes.
The second time this series, Sentinels have had the gold lead. The last one was mere moments ago.
Yeah, okay, let's remind the audience of that, TJ. All right, this is the moment to celebrate Sentinels.
I do just want to be aware that Immortals are real good at coming back into these. Last time it was through a dicey dragon fight. This time Sentinels have had the advantage so far in team fights, but that will not be the case forever, particularly as this man on your screen right now is farming up a storm. Leftmon in the late game team fights will be the primary damage dealer.
And Hoon has also gotten kills, so this Ahri is not behind. We saw what an Ahri that was behind 0 and 3 last game was able to do. So, not to sound like a pessimist, but you might be onto something, TJ.
Well, it's a close game. Sentinels do have control. Mali in particular has a lot of gold, which is a very good sign for them. And with this mid-turret exposed, Sentinels can start stealing away Leftmon's jungle, trying to starve him out.
That's the way to deal with the Graves. Do not give him jungle camps to clear. Don't let this Graves scale. So I like this adaptation from Sentinels, from Sheesh.
Sheesh. We'll get out of there real quick. Got a little bit dangerous with the arrival of the rest of Immortals. They were hoping that maybe MTS and co would be able to dive this turret, get a little bit more gold onto MTS, who's one of their carries this game, as he always is in these defining moments for Sentinels.
When we looked at the player cams going into the series, MTS
going.
he did not look scared at all. he was just like normal MTS. He's like, yeah, I'm used to this.
And he was giving a pep talk. I would pay money to know exactly what he said. Oh, there's a lot of people in that bush beginnings.
Stop the backs. Okay, yeah, they're not going to go for any play.
I think Beginnings was hoping there was maybe 1 or 2 people in that bush. There were, in fact, 3 people in that bush, which is 1 too many.
Charm did have the Transcendent Embrace, so it's interesting to see that Immortals didn't actually try and punish that. Maybe thought there were more members of Sentinels nearby because they didn't realize that Brest was resetting.
Yeah, Sentinels keeping their numbers hidden on the map here as we reach another Sentinels mid-game, stalling things out. Good for both teams here.
Maybe look to push the bottom side. Rest is here. Sheesh and Beginnings. Although he's just going for a back. Charm's going for a back. And we have another game pause. It's that moment in the series, TJ. Any little thing that happens, of course, we don't know what happened, but pauses do start to happen when it's 1 game away from elimination. And that is what's on the line, the trophy for the WNS Season 1 Championship. So we don't want any issues with tech delays on the stage. It makes sense the players are willing to pause.
Yeah, you want the final game to be played out as honestly as you can. Some words being exchanged between the players on the stage, I believe, explaining what's going on. There's Coach Pugh of IMT. Stone-faced as ever.
Of course, it's always business, but it's good to see Sentinels players still smiling, still happy. Obviously, they're in a good position in this game, so they should be happy with the way this one's going, but even if you're winning in a game, if you're this far behind in a series, you know, again, nerves can play a role, so it's good to see that they still have positive mental.
Yeah, I think it's very important that Sentinels are still in this series, that they're still taking leads in games. We were talking earlier during the last series about how I vividly remember one of Rest's former teams in other mobile esports folding under pressure. You know, being one of those teams that tilts out of matches. We haven't seen that here. Incredible resilience for Sentinels across, what is it, 10 games today?
This is their 10th game. We are in Sentinels' 10th game on stage in 1 day of competition.
And we're standing next to that stage in the bottom of this atrium. The bookstore behind me has closed.
Yep.
It's getting real late in the evening here, and the Sentinels are going. They outlasted the bookstore.
The bookstore had the closest bathroom, so now I have to run all the way down the hallway if I gotta go. But it's important to show on screen right there, Iraqi Zora was a player who flew all the way in to be with his team for the finals. But going back to what we had said with Sentinels, not only has it been 10 games played, but the first series, a lot of stress. It went all to 5 games, and that was to get a spot at Icons. Now, down in the series for a chance to take first in North America and be the first ever WNS champions. These are high-stress games, so it's not just like, oh, it's impressive because of how many are played. It's also impressive because of the position that they've been in.
And they've got to sit there at the back of the stage looking up at 4 floors of spectators, the crowd assembled in front of them, and yes, the trophy sitting dead center of the stage.
Zor's looking at it right now.
He knows it's his if he could just close this game somehow.
He's like, all right, let's strategize. Remind yourself what you're doing it for.
Oh, he's got the thumb guard.
He does.
So this is really interesting. These were really popular a couple of years ago in mobile esports in Asia. People started showing up to events with
I love
these
TJ
thumb
history
sleeves
lessons.
that would give you an advantage in game because no matter what happened in the series, your fingers couldn't get sweaty, couldn't stick on the screens.
Sure.
And they were really important to me because, in mobile esports, we don't have a lot of customization. There's not like peripherals you can swap out in the same way. So I've been really waiting for the thumb sleeves to make it big here in the West, and they didn't for many years, but I will say, here at the first WNS Final, I'm starting to see some NA thumb sleeves.
This is good news for Icons. Good news for us at international competition. Whatever the other teams that have been beating us are doing, let's try doing it. That probably the only difference.
And I will say EU players have had thumb sleeves for years.
Oh, and they're still not that good?
Yeah, it's kind of rough. Imagine having the thumb sleeves and still falling short.
Right? That's a little unfortunate. But you know what and this isn't really a peripheral, but the camera's not on me right now. We got these little finger stretchers. This is another good one for gamers to use.
Didn't you ask for those specifically?
I did specifically ask for these. Again, the stream can't see. Maybe people live in the audience can see. If you
Look
want
at
one,
Steve Kangus's
let me
hands.
know. I have a couple extra in my bag.
He's
These
giving
are great
away
for warming up before a gaming session.
Because he's really into arm wrestling, so he has these rubber bands.
Hey, I'm just into hand and wrist health, man. We're gamers. It's important to think 10 years in the future, 20 years in the future. You don't want to have issues.
What should I invest in?
Well,
don't answer that question on broadcast.
I was gonna say, that's a trap right there. Invest in Wild Rift Esports,
Sure.
TJ.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
what you should invest in. All right, I think the camera might be on me now. So here we go. For anybody at home, make sure that you grab one of these. All right. I don't actually know. I got these for free because I have friends that are physical therapists. But you can probably find them online.
Humble brag, but all right.
No big deal. You know, I just have doctor friends. So.
What are they good for? What do you know the names?
So
of the
thing is, I do.
Oh, are you going to show off your party trick?
I'll show it off. It's a pause, TJ. Let's let the players figure out what they're doing.
Demonstrate what's going on.
So I've been training a lot of this motion, where you squeeze in because this is beneficial.
Can we get closer
training.
on his hand? Can we do that?
So this is 100 pounds of force that I'm closing right here. TJ, let's demonstrate.
No.
Let's see if you can close it. All right, fine. That's fair. But what this works is it's the opposite side. So it balances out the hand, balances out the wrist.
But you did those on opposite. So one of your hands is really good at closing.
You're right. You're right, TJ. I should actually balance them out right now. But the important part is that this will help get blood flow stimulated to the fingers, to the hands, so that way you don't have as many cramps when you're playing games because you're in this little position.
I'm going to do a segue. You ready?
You're ready. I'm ready.
Players who have been playing on stage for 10 games in a row will be wishing they had Steve Kangus's hand tips right now, as Immortals are still one game away from their tournament victory.
And I'm hearing that we're getting ready to get into that game as well, TJ. So they all had these. So I don't see any on stage right now. I was hoping that they would be demonstrating them right now if they heard me. Like, yeah, Kangus, thanks for the gift. We'll pull them out too. But maybe I haven't had the effect I thought I did.
It is IMT who need them right now, because they are slightly behind in this game.
True.
And I think the main focus of their turnaround efforts needs to be on Hoon, needs to be on their star players who've been so good at finding picks all season. This is back in the IMT wheelhouse now. They need to pick apart the Sentinels team fight, stop Sentinels from getting the 5v5s, the organized fights they want so much.
But Sentinels have been doing a really good job in this game of pushing that envelope forward. Molly getting the double kill early on is really good news because Molly is a flexible player. He can pivot from those carry champions like they've been piloting early in the series, but as we saw in the last series, he can also play the control mages like this Orianna. And when you put gold on a Molly, usually that means good things for Sentinels.
And we're absent of Lebmont this series so far, or this game so far, very present in this series. As we're finally getting a game where it feels like Lebmont should shine.
Coach Pierce, how you feeling? How you feeling about your team right now?
Three more games, he says.
All right, I'm ready for it.
Coach Pierce, very confident considering they're on their elimination game.
Well, I mean, I think you have to be, right? I mean, he's the one that drafted this comp for them.
I was waiting for him to shoot me a dirty look, and credit to him, he didn't.
He just winked instead. I caught that. But now let's talk about it from Immortals' side, because you brought up Lamont, the jungler who's been power farming on the Graves, but now Sentinels are invading. They're taking away those camps. So what does Immortals need to try and do to get back in this game?
Well, critically, there are these really squishy targets in the backlines, right?
Sure.
You're looking at the key carries in the Lux and the Orianna, who are going to be protected in team fights by Sentinels. That's their entire game plan. If you're Lebmont, if you're playing over on IMT with any kind of assassination or pick power, you're trying to get through the front line into the back line, past MTS and
past
beginnings
Galio
in particular.
All right. That's a tough task.
Yeah.
It's usually rare that a Graves can get past the Galio.
And that's why we're talking about the Galio as such a power pick for beginnings, because he is such a good team fight support that whenever you can get in position with Galio, you can define an AoE area, this massive circle that you just can't get through.
Yeah, it's the no fun zone. That's what we call that Galio circle. Well, fun if you're the Galio, I suppose.
Yes, I play Galio and I have a lot of fun.
The closer to the middle of the circle, the more fun you have.
True.
Maybe there's like an equation of like radius of inner circle to outer circle and fun zone versus non-fun zone.
I also have noticed that we're in a giant circle here at the atrium.
This is a pretty fun circle. I've been enjoying this circle.
It's like a Galio taunt, and I've noticed this because anytime people have started walking up as the games have been going, like a Galio taunt, they just get pulled in. They got to pay attention.
Well, they see a bunch of handsome gamers on the screen. Of course they have to. I mean, look at these guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and it's also just awesome having this event in the Mall of America in general. It's such a cool venue. You can play Wild Rift anywhere, even a mall. So it's it's canonical.
Did you ever get to do the thing you were going to do where you played Wild Rift on rides, or did they shoot that down?
No, the ride operators
Health
don't
and
like
safety.
it when you do that. Yeah, there's a safety issue there. Although what we could still do, although they might be closing up now, is get on some of those like little animal rides that are in the mall with the wheels.
I wanted to do the
electric ones.
carousel.
That would have been good.
Because, like we were talking about roller coasters, I was thinking maybe not the roller coaster, but I feel like I could get on the carousel and play some Wild Rift.
Well, at least you're not in danger of like dropping your phone and flying out and hitting somebody, right?
I was checking the specifications on my phone, and it's waterproof, so I figure I can go down the log flume, but when this game is over.
I mean, all right, for anybody in the mall, this is not us condoning pulling out your phone on ride. I want to be very specific right now. This is purely hypothetical. I see you clapping your hands. I know you're thinking about it, but no.
Don't clap for the log flume. Very dangerous. Sentinels players on stage looking like this is getting sorted out, I hope.
Yeah, they're speaking with the officials right now, so still no word on what the reason for the pause is, but we'll keep you updated if we hear anything on our end. But we're told that it shouldn't be too much longer until we're back into the game. So, we're just taking a little bit of time with this one. Real quick, again, I just want to gauge the audience. We'll see if we can pick it up on the microphone.
Okay, very good.
Because I'm curious. I've been hearing some cheers. Cheer, make some noise, everybody, if you're a fan of Sentinels.
That's like, we've divided ourselves. I mean, we'll see, but that's the closer half of this room.
Yeah, it makes sense that they would sit on the side of the stage that they're rooting for. It's like a wedding. It's like a wedding.
Yeah,
you know?
true.
It's like, are you on the Sentinel side or the Immortals side?
Who is on the Immortals side here?
Make some noise if you're cheering for Immortals!
That's the other side of the room!
But that was louder. That was louder.
I don't actually know if it was more people. I think they were just more enthusiastic.
Well, yeah, maybe they were ready for it because they knew it was coming at that point.
You led into it pretty slowly the first time round. If the Sentinels fans aren't ready, then they're like Sentinels in games 3 through... Okay.
Well, I was going to let you finish, but I was pointing because I wanted to point out that Cloud9 was initially cheering for Sentinels, but then I think they changed their sign to say JK Immortals at some point during the series. So I think maybe Cloud9 moved over to that side. But let's give them a second chance. Let's give them a second chance, all right? So Sentinels fans, you know it's coming now, and you know how loud Immortals just were. Make some noise if you're cheering for Sentinels.
That was better. That was a much better performance from Sentinels.
We got some thunder sticks. We got some actual thunder sticks in
do
there
we still
as well.
have ours underneath?
Oh, we do. We do. Do you want to grab those while I ask this next one? All right, Immortals. You know the competition. Make some noise if you're cheering for Immortals.
So these are... I want you to explain the physics of these.
Oh,
because
okay.
if you've never been to a live esports event, you haven't seen these.
You didn't grab mine?
These are yours.
Okay,
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. So, I think the camera's about to come. Yeah, there we go. So these are thunder sticks. Obviously, you want me to explain the physics? I have no idea the physics. All I know is that this makes no noise.
True.
But this makes noise, baby.
And every esports event I've ever been to, if you're hearing that loud clanging noise, that's these. And they make so much more noise than clapping.
And we have them for free. They're over there on the table.
Go
grab them, everybody. Everybody go grab some thunder sticks.
If you just lost the cheering contest, I've got the answer for you.
Oh, you're just throwing... You're not even throwing them in the crowd. They're full of air, TJ. They don't go that far.
No, it didn't work out very well.
All right. Rafa's in the front row right now, and he's reaching for it in a sad manner.
He could get one. I don't understand.
Maybe we put Rafa in charge of handing out thunder sticks to everybody, just to make sure they all get them.
Well, it's important because it's been a long day, and if you're doing the old meta clapping with your hands...
Your hands are going to get sore. Well, the thing I love about
you got to build items.
Oh, wait, Alk is proving that you can make a lot of noise with your hands.
No, it's a very simple meta strat. You have to build items in order to maintain the clapping even throughout the late game.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's scaling. Thunder sticks are essentially scaling IRL in esports crowds. Thank you for breaking that down, TJ. I will say they've been saving my voice because if you couldn't tell, we've been screaming a lot so far. But with the thunder sticks, you can let your voice rest a little bit.
and we were sitting at the very back of the crowd area. And I will say, during those games, it's like loud enough that if we were talking to each other, we'd had to shout.
We did.
When we were on the desk yesterday, I was passing notes across the desk because that was kind of the only option to communicate without shouting and using
Well,
your
especially
voice.
when you have your headset on and you're by the roller coaster rides.
True.
Yeah.
The people on the log flume were very nice, though. I don't know if it's in the camera shot. I think sometimes when it's on Michael Udall, you can see the log flume behind him. And they would like wave as they were going past. And Mark Rafa Arambile was having entire conversations with them. Mostly conversations consisting of, yeah!
Well, see, that's funny because the only conversation I've had with anybody in the log ride was I was walking past and they said, "Save me!" And I looked and they were going down, looking at me, terrified. So I don't know if they were ready for that ride or not.
Well, my thought was maybe we can change up the meta here, bring the Thundersticks on the log.
Ooh, I like it. But you don't have to hear our voices anymore, everybody, because we're back in the game. Well, you'll still hear our voices. But at least now we're talking about the video game that is in front of us, as Immortals still on match point in this series, but they are down in gold. Sentinels have controlled the early game in this Game 5.
A must-win Game 5 for Sentinels. Immortals 1 win away from the title of WNS Season 1 champions.
And Sentinels in their 10th game on stage today. It's just impressive how much energy they still have on stage.
Yeah, thank you very much to everyone in the crowd who bore with us throughout that. As we do break back into the action with the pressure exactly where we left it off, here on the Rift Herald, which has just spawned, and the Drake that's coming up.
Second Herald as Lamont goes forward, but it's notable Lamont is not as fed on this Graves as he has been in previous games of this series. So while Immortals, they hold the entrance to the river, they're running away because they're on vision and they know, hey, we don't have the stats necessarily to back this up. I'm happy we got the coach picture-in-picture. How's Coach Pugh going to respond to this approach?
I'm going to be honest, Coach Pugh has kind of been giving us the same energy all day today.
It really hasn't changed much. It's just analyzing, just the mind of a coach. But the package is used to go towards the Dragon, so we have another objective trade.
Coach Pierce in the front row looking anxious on the opposite side. As the objective trade does come through, it will be the Rift Herald picked up by Sentinels. Immortals grabbing themselves a Cloud Drake.
And I won't be surprised to see if Sentinels just go for this top turret immediately. They already picked up the first turret mid lane. Big power play from them at that moment. And now they don't have to wait to push in on Iraqi Zoro. They're giving a lot of time for Immortals to respond here.
Rift Herald summoned up here on the top lane. Gold being passed over to MTS. That's their mission. Get MTS as fed as possible.
And now the dive
Charm!
on the bottom lane.
Stasis!
Boone hits the charm, but the stasis keeps Molly alive. Just barely. The Galio shield, a barrier. Picture perfect.
He self-shields at beginning though, gives him the magic resist to survive Hoon's pressure.
He pulled the old tribe, surviving with like 10 health. That happened so many times this week, but now it's Sentinels. It's rubbed off on him.
You play against Tribe for long enough, you'll survive a bottom lane skirmish with 1 HP. Those are the rules.
That's it. We don't make them. We just explain them, everybody.
Sentinels.
That was big for Molly.
Regrouping, they got the top turret, they didn't pay any price because IMC, that was the game plan. They saw so many players up in the top side of the map, they said, well, Molly's looking kind of free. And they were wrong.
They were wrong, investing all that time, which means more advantage now to the side of Sentinels. They have finally opened the map. I think that's the first time this series, TJ, that we can definitively say that Sentinels have a map advantage over Immortals.
Yeah. Well, apart from game 1.
That is fair. That was so long ago at this point, we had to pause. I didn't remember that.
Sentinels setting themselves back up here in the mid lane. To control the map, as you were talking about, with the mid turret down, they can kind of run things. They shove that wave in, force Gume to respond, and make their way down to the bottom side.
They could go for a dive. It's dangerous.
It's spotted. Labmon knows they're here, I believe. So, yeah, they cancel the play, go back to shove this mid wave in once more.
And now it seems like we're back to that patient game that Sentinels like to play. Don't overforce, don't overpush. Play for the objective, set up your battle lines, and it's up to Immortals to actually try and break that setup.
It's also, shield it.
As I say it, Sheesh goes in, immediately CC'd and popped. But the shockwave under 3 means very little without follow-up from Rest. Did not have the ultimate to throw out on top.
It was a big shockwave, but IMC walked right out of it, and Sentinels Only 1,000 now in their gold advantage, and only one mistake away from the end of their tournament run.
If you give Immortals a play like that, they will run away with it. Not only do they get the kill, but also Irakizora finally gets a push in this Baron lane and can go for a reset himself. And they did that without package. They can still look for another fight at this next objective.
Yeah, it was Charm waiting on the corner of the bush. Sentinels figured they would luck shield Sheesh. He would walk into the bush and look for the play, but IMT had read the play, knew there was a gank coming, had a ward in the bush. Charm hit it with the Transcendent Embrace, the Karma ultimate, pulled everyone in, guaranteed that Sheesh was locked down, guaranteed they would get the pick they needed to keep this game going.
And of course, Hoon also following up with a Charm, so they chain CC. So now Sheesh is back to farming duty. He does have 2 items completed, is still ahead of Lamont. So let's not get like too far ahead of ourselves here. Sentinels still have the lead, but they cannot make plays like that. They cannot give Immortals this way back in the game.
Because Sentinels aren't too far ahead of IMT. Here they go, trying to force something.
Sheesh is just going straight in yet again. Final Spark misses.
That's
Immortals, they absorb the play.
Yeah, that's a lot burned, and Sentinels need to fall away. They were hoping to get something there as the dragon is coming up. This will be an Ocean Dragon, very important as the Baron was coming up. Maybe if they'd gotten enough kills, they would have felt confident taking that. Unfortunately for Sentinels, they don't.
But now it's 10 seconds for this Dragon, so Sentinels are actually first to set up at the objective. They're getting control over the Dragon, over the approach into the river. But Immortals, they just walk in, Sentinels give it right on back. They don't have the ultimates to actually contest this, but Beginnings goes in. But Gume just splits them. They can't engage over the package.
But it is package burned. That's not going to be available during this upcoming fight as Sheesh starts on this Dragon.
Yeah, they don't have too low of health bars, so Sentinels can get right back onto the objective.
Back up for
Watch
Molly.
Hoon on the flank. Watch Hoon here on the Ahri. We could see a Spear Rush coming off cooldown right now. Maybe look for the play. Beginnings goes in. That's a ton out of 3. The engage was massive for Sentinels. With no Lemon, Immortals cannot steal this Dragon.
And Sentinels keep their tournament hopes alive for one more Dragon fight as they manage to scoop up the Dragon, win the team fight, burning down Lepmont with the combo.
And they get that gold lead right back, TJ. It was looking dicey when Sheesh gave that 1 kill over, but after that play, oh no! MTS, he could give one back. Oh, Hoon Spirit rushes away. MTS survives.
MTS lives, burning everything in his kit to do so, but getting to safety. He was also sitting on that stasis. Nerves of steel.
True. At the death stance too, so it's ticking down with that damage over time right there. But will get back safely, does not fall, so they're holding that gold lead.
You see the final spark used across the map there to clear wave, stop Irakizora from just split laning.
Beginnings also roams up to try and push him away. Immortals, they've done so well to control side lanes throughout previous series, even to an extent this series, but they're at not a game state where they can comfortably do it.
15 minutes now into Game 5 with Sentinels at a 2,000, 3,000 gold lead that they need to maintain if they want to stay in this tournament.
Ooh, Charm lands on the Molly. Should be fine. Doesn't have the summoner spells, but here comes Charm. Here comes Irakizora. Everybody from Immortals are converging onto this turret. They get the objective. Now do they look for the fight? They're going forward. Stasis plus the Galio ult, and Lamont is picked off. Immortals lose their jungler again. Molly! Oh! Flash! But the sombrero. Now they get onto Gume. They lock down the court. Gume's down, but Immortals aren't out yet. They trade one back at the beginning, but a killing spree for Molly. Sentinels win the team fight!
Sentinels win the team fight, and they keep powering forward, taking down another turret and turning back to control the map.
What a performance from Sentinels in their 10th game on stage for this Coca-Cola pop-off.
They pull back, receiving the pressure well. She stasises the Transcendent Embrace, and then Beginnings takes to the front lines. He's playing Galio yet again, and that single-handedly stops IMT from their play.
Sentinels absorb Immortals' play. They have their own, and now they are rewarded with the Baron, but Immortals are approaching. There's a TP coming in. All right, it's secured. Sentinels get it, and Immortals, they have no answer.
Immortals burned teleports there. That was Lepmont teleporting in order to contest. Sentinels responded very well. Res spent his final spark, the very important Lux ultimate, which is on such a short cooldown at this point, in order to guarantee they would burst the Baron. Now Sentinels have a reprieve, a period where they run the map uncontested. Immortals have to receive this pressure and survive it for the duration of the Baron.
Now, all series long, we've been hyping up how patient Sentinels are as a team. They will wait for the proper play. At this moment, I want to see them go aggressive. They have the Baron.
This is
if
it.
they get a pick, if they get a couple kills, they can close out the game, and they're on to Lamont! Charm onto 2 under the turret. Lamont is out. Charm still alive. Transcend into Brace, locking people down. Gumi comes in. Who's in? They turn it. Immortals get 2! And it's off of who's Ari? Molly, though, trades one back for the Rampage.
MTS on the opposite side of the map, receiving pressure from Iraqi Zura, will be forced to back away as Immortals hold outside their turret into the Baron. They now need to defend their inhibitors against Sentinels.
They still have the Baron push. Will they stay? They back off.
We're going to have a very special treat here.
Oh my goodness. A second
A
Coca-Cola Papa.
Check this out. Hoon at the very back of the team fight sees the pressure, sees the opportunity as people get locked down. Him and Gune press forward, and Hoon lands the charm, dives past Molly in order to find the kill. It's Molly playing defense here, aided by Rest, who feels confident enough to step forward and equalize the fight. But for IMC, every even trade is a good one.
Hoon saved the play, but Sentinels are still ahead.
Now, as Sheesh respawns, Hoon respawns, all 10 players are back on the map, and so is this Elder Drake.
It's going to come down to this, TJ.
So many times it has.
Can Sentinels find their approach? They love the battle line, they love the front to back, and they do have control over the choke point.
A gold lead for Sentinels, but Immortals one team fight away from the championship.
Can Immortals make it happen? They're so close. They're behind in gold, but they have the package. Watch for Gume, watch for Hoon. These two need to step up because Lamont is so far behind in the jungle clear.
Zoning here. Sentinels just trying to stall things out while she starts the Elder. Molly doing poke over the wall, needs to back away.
Sentinels are repositioning.
The carries for Sentinels are out of the fight. IMT spot the pincer, spot MTS now all alone. Sentinels trying to find a way to get in, and IMT benefit from it.
Yeah.
They're able to grab the mid turret.
Immortals call the bluff. They say, all right, we see 3 members of Sentinels not on the Dragon. They're not taking it, but now Beginnings is far up. He's going to engage on to Iraqi Zoro. No one else from Immortals follows up.
Sheesh looking for a flank around the side as Beginnings tries to bait IMT into
in.
the play. And now as Immortals back away, they're going to grab the honeypot and try and reset their HP. Beginnings zoning. Here's the Elder Dragon started.
Hoon popped the Spirit Rush. Sheesh popped on the hunt. And
For
that
the
means
title.
The Sentinels, they can try and defend this. Iraqi Zoro goes forward. Charm lands, but it's onto the front line. They're still alive. Iraqi Zoro into the Guardian Angel. The Elder Dragon about half health, but Sentinels, they're holding the line. Beginnings, full health bar, walks forward to be the front line. Watch for Molly. Watch for the Orianna damage. Dancing around beautifully, and Immortals, they're 2 low health bars.
Half HP on the Elder. Immortals are very low, but Beginnings is not able to zone them all out. He's poked very low.
He's chunked down, and Iraqi Zoro's gonna heal up. He goes right in for the engage! Iraqi Zoro's in, but now he's down. Sentinels have won the fight, and they earn the Elder Dragon.
They press forward, and they might have kept their tournament dreams alive for one more game.
10 on stage, and they're going for 11. Sheesh has the flank. Immortals cannot retreat. They're going down, and Sentinels win another massive fight. They're gonna push through the mid lane.
Rest shoving down the mid lane as there's Samimos back from MTS, and there's Sentinels striking back in game 5.
20
30 seconds of the latest respawn timer, 20 on the nearest. That's Iraqi Zoro and Lembot. First back on the
they
field
go for the end?
as the inhibitor is broken.
They're gonna
Here
go for the
comes
end.
Sentinels looking to extend this series.
They're pushing for it on max point. Sentinels, 10 games on stage. They still got it. They're pushing Immortals to the limit.
Sighs of relief and fist bumps from Coach Pierce as he steps up on stage, and our series, our grand final continues.
What a performance from Sentinels. I know Immortals had a lot of loud fans, but I think Sentinels heard theirs. They have been reinvigorated.
Game 6 coming up.
I cannot believe how many games Sentinels are about to play on stage. But they're not out yet, TJ. We thought, all right, Immortals, they're in their zone. They won 3 in a row. Why not 4? We liked their chances. But Sentinels, you can never count them out.
Not in a long series either. They took Tribe all the way to game 5 of a best of 5. Now they're in game 6 of a best of 7. closing the gap, but Immortals still one win away from being WNS champions.
That man on stage, Coach Pierce, he signaled it to us. 3 more games. TJ, 1 down. They got 2 to go.
He's got to make it happen, because on the other side, I see an equivalently focused coach. That's Coach Pugh. Getting back on stage with his team, pulling out his giant draft notebook. I don't know if you've seen that thing.
I have not.
It's the size of a Bible. It's huge.
That is a thick book right there. But you know who else has been reading up the analyst desk? Sierra, talk to us about game number 5.
I didn't think we would get to talk about things too much more because Immortals were looking really good, but Sentinels, they made it here for a reason, and they're coming here to show, hey, we're not a pushover. We came here to play too. If Immortals want to win, they have to earn that.
They really do at this point, because Sentinels are they're on their, what is this, 11th game on stage?
Yep, 11 or 13 possible games today.
Yep. They're definitely earning it right now. They are definitely making this very interesting and keeping us doing our job right now too.
I actually just adjusted my headset because I had it quite loud because it's quite loud in here, but the roller coasters are all off. The long ride angle is dead, unfortunately. But thankfully, that means we're still getting some more Wild Rift. And a very different, very impressive game out of Sentinels. I think it's tough to simplify because obviously so much matters in a game, any given game of Wild Rift. But the plan of shifting to the top side and taking that Rift tail, Michael Udall, seems to have been the difference. I didn't think I had it in me to actually make an intelligent macro play, but here I am.
You did it. And really, that call is, I feel like, what differentiated this game. That plus the early game, right? We had that first, scuttle fight where Mally was able to get 2 kills. It felt like the Orianna from pretty much that moment on was a very difficult champion for Immortals to deal with, and that's how that champion works. If you start to snowball a lead, you really are able to deal so much damage in these fights. But really, I like the macro change from Sentinels. I mean, they had Graves for Lebmont, right? When Graves had so much success in the previous game, it's because he got both Rift Heralds. He was able to open up 2 turrets with that and able to fund so much gold onto his pocket. So I like Sentinels adapting and saying, hey, we cannot Lebmont just like play around the map and do whatever we want with these Rift Heralds.
Yeah, especially, too, when we were talking about the last draft, we were talking about, like, we have to look for something beyond the draft in terms of the differences that could be made here in that game. And the macro decision to actually go for that Rift Herald, deny Lemon just being able to start stacking that gold was huge. And that was a huge momentum shift that we really needed to see here because Sentinels, there was a couple games where Immortals were kind of running them over, but that was a completely different stand from them and something that I'm hoping that they can really grow into in this next couple of games.
Honestly, with the way that Immortals won the last 3 games in this 5th one, I didn't quite believe that Sentinels were winning until the Nexus exploded because Immortals have just been playing so well. But they did finally do it. They're back in this series. I'm really excited for Sentinels. We're at a game 6, Poggers.
Yeah, I don't know who our star player is, but I definitely have to shout out Molly in this game.
I know who it is.
You do know? Let me know.
No, I didn't know. I might as well let you continue with the shout out to Molly because that is exactly who our star player is. Your predictions, you're spot on today.
Let's go. It's getting later. I'm getting more delirious and somehow more accurate. I don't know what that says, but we're going to play Wild Rift later. It's going to be great.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to ball out. We're going to be building Hullbreaker on Zed. But Pastry, I actually, before this, organically was going to give you another shout out because you talked about how you wanted Sentinels to, not play into picking the Olaf, right? And I think Mally played exceptional, but the other carry in this game for Sentinels was Sheesh on the Rengar, right? And we saw in the first, series, or the first time these 2 teams matched up, they picked Rengar first pretty much every time. But the key difference is that Lebmont was playing Jace. Jace felt like a counter in the jungle to the Rengar, but when Sheesh is able to play Rengar not against a Jace, he's able to put on a clinic. He's able to get so much done, and so I really like the draft adaptation that you were calling for of not picking up the Olaf.
I'm really glad that the Jace has been banned in all of these games because Lebmont did just look way too good on that pick, and I think you're 100% right. This is a very big difference maker, and it might mean that we see even more Rengar in the following game. Maybe games, if it actually does
Hopefully
work
games,
out.
I believe.
We're right into the draft here for Game 6.
It does also look like, based on how these teams are playing, the blue side is the side you want to be going for. I think at this point, the pools are very deep. You're trying to really deeply target people here in draft and put specific combinations together. So, I mean, Sen are going to run out of jungle bands. I think one of the reasons the last game was so much easier is that Lebmont was playing fourth string. Yes, it's still Graves, but like he basically got narrowed into a single option, so Sen had a bit of a better plan.
Well, and talking about target bans, I'd like to see IMT ban Lux, right?
Yes.
I feel like Rest, the last 2 games, has been having, okay.
Woo.
Hey!
Good there you go.
Good
Y'all
ban.
are so good on this desk right now. Your predictions, except for Smacks, I'm so sorry, but other than that, have been really spot on.
Well played, Sierra. Well played.
I'm sorry, Smacks.
But seriously, I really like this ban on the Lux just because, you know, Rest, I feel like, has really shown up today in their series versus Tribe, in this series as well. And that's been one of the champions where he's been able to really make so many plays. And taking it away from him, I think, is a really solid move. But no surprise here for the side of Sentinels, banning away the Jace, banning away the Olaf, and I'm pretty much positive it's going to be a kitty cat as the last ban. They're probably going to get rid of that Yuumi. Who knows? Maybe they'll throw us for a surprise, but yeah, okay. That's what I assumed.
I already threw it on the ground, Michael. They can't pick it anymore. It's not in the game.
I mean, the other problem is that, like, it's not just that Yumi's really good. It's like, I don't think cat-powered Lebon is bounced at all. and so I just don't think you can let it through, as Galio kind of expected, going to be the first pick here. Trump's first play on this champion, I believe, this series at least.
It's a good one. It was one of the big things that helped Sentinels win that last game too, with all of the team fight power that I was hoping to see with the Galio and the Orianna and the Rengar. It just really was a picture-perfect composition for a team like Sentinels that really thrives on team coordination and communication. This one likely will be a bit different, and you know, the Riven, yes, it is that big flex, but it does feel like in the last game, they went more for the utility early on and saved their power picks for later.
Yeah, I mean, but Riven, like you mentioned, is going to be flexed. With the Corki pickup, though, expected to go into the Baron lane or the jungle, but I really like this Corki pick. You know, has been very powerful this entire series and really one of Mali's strongest champions.
Also interesting that Hoon is getting Ari again, but I think Sentinels decided that of all the possible evils to give over, this is one they can accept. And again, credit to Mali. He has been playing exceptionally well against a very experienced, very scary opponent, but this is a shift. The best center in NA has just arrived.
Have we seen this pick in this best of 7 yet?
No.
I don't think we have.
Not.
They're saving it until game 6. This is absolutely phenomenal. With the Galio as well, this likely does mean that Charm is going to be the one with all of the golden experience in this lane. More damage for the Galio, more engaged strength, and maybe more tankiness as well. These are all good things for Charm.
Yeah, and for the side of Sentinels, securing the Garen for MTS, a very powerful champion this entire weekend. Really like this getting picked up, and off of that, going to be taking away Iraqi Zoro's Shen, saying, no thanks, we don't want to deal with that again in the side lane. Doesn't want to allow, you know, the double global pressure for IMT, and likewise, they're saying, Rest, no Ash for you. We don't want to have to deal with you sending arrows all the way across the maps. And really, this is the meta developing. This is the meta changing as we're in the 6th game of this finals. It's really exciting to see the different champions and you know, ban priority as the series goes on.
Yeah, I like Ash as a takeaway a lot here. I think Lux has been Rest's best champion, and then Ash is maybe the one right under that. So I'm curious what they are going to put together in the bottom lane. It could be Rest Corki, definitely something that has been left lacking a little. And obviously Mali's great on the pick, so I wouldn't expect that, but it is an option they have. Orianna, also a great ban, right? Double duty on both Rest and Mali.
Not too many options left for Iraqi Zoro, as a lot of that's been taken off the board. Garen, Shen, and Darius, and even the Riven, too. He did play that Camille earlier, but Immortals were the ones that banned away Camille, so we're going to be seeing a newer champion for Iraqi Zoro. I know he's got some fun ones in his pool that he likes to brag about being very good at, not necessarily ones that fit Immortals drafts very often. I'm talking about Irelia and things like the Akshan. That might be what we're seeing here.
I also think of, you know, Malphite. I feel like we see a lot of Malphite and Gragas, kind of those weak side, powerful, you know, champions, very difficult to dive. When I think of Iraqi and I look at the comp of what they need, I feel like we're going to see maybe something a bit more tanky, something that can, you know, survive on the weak side, can survive these Riven ganks, and it's going to be the Gragas for Iraqi, as they already have the Galio in the bot lane. I mean, Lebmont could play this in the jungle. We've seen that before, but I'm going to assume that that's going to be the pick for Iraqi, and they're going to last pick something for Lebmont. There's a lot of, you know, different jungle options, but really when I think of Lebmont, there's one champion I think of. It's a blind man, it's a Lee Sin, and there's gonna be, I mean, Lebmont has made a name for himself as the best Lee Sin in North America, and when push comes to shove, in the 6th game, in the chance to qualify and make themselves the champions of North America, he picks such a mechanical champion.
Back to the very beginning for Immortals, as they are known for the Ahri Lee Sin. This is what they used to pioneer this Ahri pick. Back in last year, in 2021, they were known for this. So this is a big throwback. I'm sure Yikes in the audience is getting excited because he was one of the Lee Sin players that liked to play with Hoon in that mid lane back when he was on the roster playing jungle as well.
All right, well, I didn't say I loved it, but it is going to be Rest Corki by the looks of things here as well. It's going to take Diana. Again, Rest is not bad on this champion by any means, but I think his teammates are a little bit better. But Rest has been rising to the occasion all weekend long. This day in particular, Rest has been on fire. If there is a time to trust in a former support, now back on a true marksman here on Corki, it's going to be now.
It has to be now, because we might not get another at this point.
Yeah,
Sentinels,
that's true.
yeah, they did have a fantastic game looking at that game 5, but the thing is Immortals are still on this match point. They're still just one win away from securing that grand champion spot, so there can't be mistakes made. Immortals will punish that. It is now or never, and it's time, maybe for the last time today, for realsies to throw it down to the caster desk with TJ and Kangas.
It's game 6, baby! Let's go! I gotta watch out, my mic is flying around, but game 6! Where's the energy? Sentinels did it! We got it in stage right now. Sentinels fighting their lives, fighting their hearts out for their lives right now. Going into this game number 6, their 11th game on stage. And Immortals, if they were expecting an easy series, they are not getting it.
11 games in a row today for the Sentinels players, and they still managed to keep this series alive. Immortals 1 game away from being our first ever WNS champions. Sentinels need 2 to claim the same title.
So let's focus in on the game now, TJ. When we look at these drafts, when we look at the players on these champions, where are the win conditions for the teams? What do we need to pay attention to as to who is given the pressure of carrying the games?
Well, I'm looking at Hoon in the middle of the map because he's the one that so much of this early pressure rests on. You're going to see Lebmont visit lanes early. He's right now indicating preference towards bottom side, but I suspect we'll see the Hoon-Lebmont duo as this game bears on, trying to find early game opportunities. Should Sentinels manage to stall out the game again, then IMT's hopes will rest here with Gume, who is the latest scaling character in the game in that center.
If it goes late, they have the insurance, but like you said, Hoon and Lamont, we know what they can do with this specific mid-jungle combo.
Want to call out the opposite side of that, though. Rest is here in the mid lane, or sorry, in the bottom lane, playing Corki. And that is a hard AD carry champion. We've talked about Rest preferring characters he's maybe experienced as a support main. This is not one of those. This has looked like his best AD carry, but he's still going to have to deliver in a way that has been inconsistent on stage.
When he has to pile the AD carries, he does go for the Corki or the Ashe, which was banned out. So no big surprise he's opted for this one, but it does mean that, hey, what just worked for them before, okay, I'm going to get back to that. Beginnings might be cut out here. Sonic Wave, yeah. Has to flash away underneath the turret, but the engage from Charm!
Double Charm! It's
Double
Charm again! It's Charm again! And he delivers! IMC finds an opening double kill!
Nice read from Immortals, seeing Beginnings on the roam, catching him as he's trying to get back into the lane.
And it's exactly what Immortals should have been aiming to do this entire series, what they have been aiming to do this entire series, bully the bottom lane.
Again, Beginnings sidesteps the Sonic Wave, but crucially, Gume lands a CC, which sets up Charm.
That's the rare mid-charge flash there. It's mid-dash that he flashed to get that range extension on Galio. One of the plays most possible here in Wild Rift.
And it also got him far enough away from the turret so he doesn't take that last shot to die. So that's 2 clean kills picked up by Immortals.
He's so good.
He's so good. 1,000 gold in the lead.
That puts the pressure on the opposite side of the map here. Yes, with MTS and Iraqi Zoro, MTS surely looking for ways he can generate a lead on Garen. but also on the Zoomers, the stars of Sentinels, Sheesh and Molly.
Oh, I could hear the whole groan of the crowd right there.
I heard that as well.
I don't know if the microphone picked it up, but we have another pause
and another
match
here going,
point game.
Really?
Yeah.
Can we take that a pause in another match point game? In a game 6, we're going to pause?
I just made eye contact with the beginnings, and he's like, yeah, we're doing it. There's another pause, everybody.
Who's to say what has caused it, but it does seem like there were some tech issues bothering the players, and of course, in a game of this magnitude, we would rather it be right than fast.
Yep, exactly.
But I would also rather it be fast, so hopefully not too much.
You know, in the best of both worlds, we could have both. You know, it's correct and it's fast. But if we could only choose one, of course, we go for the most competitively viable game possible. Which sometimes when we're in a LAN, when we have all this tech set up, we'll have pauses because there's issues that will arise.
I will say, Immortals is somewhat of a magnet for it, if you remember their very first. Because then Arakizori was playing remote, so there was like an excuse. There were a lot of moving parts there.
We don't talk about that pause. No, TJ, we don't talk about that.
You're right. I should not invoke that while we were at
That
pause.
was my first game of the entire WNS cast, yeah.
Welcome to the WNS. Maybe get used to this while IMT are on stage.
Well, now I'm trying to figure out, I think I might be above 50% pause rates in the games I've cast.
Really?
I actually think I might be the problem.
Well, could you unplug your mic? Because we have other casters.
We do. Ralph, you want to hop up here just to get the game started? I feel like Ralph is the saving grace. Like, the games don't pause when he's going. That's not true. I did see his Friday games with Smacks where he was frozen in place multiple times. So it has happened to every caster. But also, most of the teams have experienced those delays. But if you're wondering why we're filling it right now, we are into game. Not too much has happened other than Immortals getting 2 kills early on in the bottom lane. So they are ahead in this pivotal match point game.
A very good start for them in a series where whoever has gotten the lead has managed to gain access to the enemy team's jungle. That's been kind of the secret of the series so far. If you can take gold away from the enemy farming jungler, you can win. Both these teams rely so much on Lebon and Sheesh, respectively.
But importantly, Lamont is now off of the Graves, off of the Kha'Zix champions that could look to just power farm. Now Lee Sin can make early plays like we saw, and it was a short one, everybody. So we are back in the game.
I was going to start looking at how much time had passed, but the watch store, and this is true, across the way had closed. And I had been looking at the big clock inside there, and it's no longer on.
Well, you have a watch on your wrist.
True. I don't know why I did. I looked at the watch store first.
Maybe you're just not satisfied with your watch. You're in the market right now, TJ.
Game 6 here. Sentinels playing for their tournament lives. As MTS spins up on the top side. Oh my lord. Will you take a look at that dragon, Steve Kangas?
There's no way.
Another infernal dragon.
It's not statistically possible. It's anything statistically
It is statistically possible because we're living it.
No! I deny your truth. As Lamont denies Beginning's life right now, finds a solo kill.
He goes back for more. It's the same play that got them a kill earlier. This time it's even cleaner. And they're going to turn immediately onto this infernal dragon. Here comes Molly.
Oh, Molly, okay, he dodged out the charm. He goes in. Moonfall into 2. Rest is repositioned, but Molly just gets popped.
Yeah, Molly all alone there, but it is enough to force IMT to back away.
Wow.
And MTS, sheesh, they just start burning the infernal dragon.
Beginnings is coming in as well. Immortals, they have low health. They got him! That's what Sentinels needed. Take down the jungler. Now get the dragons for yourselves.
They get Lemon and turn immediately onto the dragon and turn a disastrous situation for Sentinels into a win. A narrow one, a tiny one, but one that is marked at the top of the board with that Infernal Drake, with that damage scaling for the rest of this game.
Michael Udall has been saying all week, Sentinels have the 3 best Riven players. Sheesh flashing in right onto the Lee Sin. Immortals, they were backing away because they were low health bars and they get punished for sticking around. Now Sentinels, they also have inside track for the Rift Herald.
Oh man, he's just going for it. Sheesh burning the Rift Herald, trying to make up some of this gold deficit, still sitting around 1,000, 2,000 for IMC. And that means Immortals need to force this. Here they go with Lee Sin. Powerful early game champion.
She does, but now Lamont's very far forward. The packaging from Red. Immortals get the objective. Now they're on the beginnings. Can they get the karma? Flash over the wall. Immortals trying to reposition. Sheesh is down. Sentinels, they're fighting a 4v5. Lamont is now backing up. He's coming back into the fight. Charm lands. It's on to Sentinels. Lamont out of the back line. Moonball land. Rest. Can he do anything right now? He has to flash. There's just no hope.
Bali lands a sick moonfall that stalls out this fight, gets the 1 kill back over. Lemon falls. Beginnings and Rest trying to regen some HP here. You have low HP bars to work with the exception of Gume. Gume's presence is enough, it looks like, to scare Sentinels away.
So, Immortals, they push in the wave. They don't get the turret. Mid-turret barely lives through the minion wave push there.
But they do get the kills and that Rift Herald in an excellent return.
Not too bad if you're Immortals fans, and they did have a lot of fans out there in the audience tonight. And it's off of Lamont right here. Lands a Sonic Wave onto Sheesh, follows up on it into the pit, and then picks off the Riven. Gets the objective steal. Now 3,000.
You steal my objective by killing me in the pit? I'll do the same to you.
Yeah, that looked like fun. Let me try it out.
Lemon, returning the favor, now has the Rift Herald. Will be using it to take down the turret. My money is on this mid turret where IMC, should they be able to break it open, can just immediately access anything on the map.
Now I'm wondering, because I don't see it in the input.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's a visual bug.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was summoned.
It's positioning around the bottom side.
Maybe we missed it.
I actually don't see the animation. Yeah, there's a chance that we missed it and it was cleared out. Maybe that's what went into the mid lane. Oh, I bet you. Yeah, I think he dropped it in the mid lane. That's why it's so low on health.
CSI Caster
Desk. We figured it out. With our powers combined, can Araki Zoro, though, survive with the power combined of Hoon with the flank? Charm on the Molly. Araki Zoro surviving for very long. Moonfall. Molly almost lives. She's burned down. The Ignite. He's alive.
And who can't chase him down? Here's Gume trying the same thing. She's recalling in the bush.
There. You can't back there. You can't. Oh no!
It's the easiest kill in the world for Gume. He steps out of the bush.
Sheesh, if he had had a little more patience, might have actually pulled that back off. That is heartbreaking right there. But props to Gume for roaming up at the correct time to find that kill.
Now Sentinels are yet again at a gold deficit, this time in an elimination game, this time in a championship game. Immortals have the lead with one more game, locking them in as the WNS champions.
The biggest difference when Sentinels have backs against the wall, it's oftentimes MTS that steps up to the plate to be that carry. It's going to have to be Sheesh this time around.
Yeah, because MTS is on Garen. It's just not happening. All of the pressure is on Sheesh.
One of the youngest players that we even have left in this tournament that was even participating in this tournament. That's a lot of pressure on a very young competitor. But also, there's Rest to back up here.
And he has the package, signaling that Sentinels want a team fight.
Dragon's up.
Head towards this Ocean Dragon.
They've started it. Immortals will have to walk in. Gume
they're split.
Puts Hoon invisible, goes forward, lands the charm there. Onto Sheesh, who repositions. Sentinels, they got the battle line drawn.
Wasted ult by Beginnings, but does buy them space. Here come Sentinels trying to keep themselves alive. Here come Immortals ready to claim their championship.
Lamont's in the pit. He's silenced. Can they take down the Lee Sin? He jumps out, he jumps back in. Lamont, he's focused out, he flashes away. That Dragon picked up by Sentinels. Can they survive the fight? Immortals are positioned perfectly for this. And they will punish Sentinels on their way out.
Molly dead as well. And Sentinels lose 3 for 1. It could get worse.
Rest, there's no way you're getting out. Yeah, you're gonna have to die into the turret. And I think Charm landed some damage there. Oh no!
He did!
It was an execute!
Charm recall spamming. Lets the gold get away from him. Here's your Coca-Cola pop-off play, though. It was here in the pit.
Yeah, I was watching Lamont, who gets the dragon, but Iraqi Zoro actually, big ult there to kind of just cause chaos. And then Sentinels, they just get clumped in the pit.
And there was no way out as IMC didn't need the dragon, they felt. They played more careful, more safe, waiting to sweep in and claim the kills after the team fight.
And if we look at the composition Immortals drafted, we highlighted at the beginning, watch Hoon and Lamont in the early game, but who were we saying is the late game threat?
Gume on the Senna. 5-0-7. This is not what Sentinels wanted.
That's a very, very big Senna for one of the best AD carrying players in this tournament in the world.
Immortals are poised to take this. TJ, again, 1 game win means that they are the first ever WNS champions.
They're sitting at a 5,000 gold lead right now. It's climbing. Now significantly higher as Immortals continue to claim turret after turret, map control after map control. They run the jungle of Sentinels, which time and time again has decided these games. Sentinels need to take some big swings if they would like to turn this around.
And I'm curious if Sentinels, if they still have the confidence, because the last couple plays they've gone for, they have not walked out ahead, but it feels like the only way out is to fight your way back in. So do they have that trigger pull? Does Sheesh have the decision-making, Molly as well, to find those engages?
Sentinels wanted game 7. It comes down to picking off Gume at the start of fights and limiting Lebmont, Hoon's access to their own backline, keeping Rest alive.
Molly's got to get on top of Goom. That's what that means to me. Sheesh can follow up, Rest can follow up with that package, but it could just come down to one clutch Diana engage as we are into the late game here. Immortals, they're in Sentinel's jungle, and Hoon goes in. Charm lands there onto Sheesh.
Half HP. That should call the play. It does. They back away.
Hoon's just so willing to set up these death brushes.
Irakizora on the opposite side of the map teams up with Lebmont. They've got that Rip Herald. It'll get dropped here, and they're going to slam into this turret, try and get some more gold. The Charm playing bodyguard around the side. There's nothing Sentinels can do.
Immortals are playing the map. This is what they did in the upper bracket finals against Sentinels that made Sentinels' job so hard. They were struggling to come back in it because they were just pulled everywhere, and that is what Irakizora is doing right now.
Ooh. The late hour getting to Lebmont. He's unable to land Sonic Wave onto beginnings, who sidesteps it masterfully. And all the IMT players have to reset, but you can see them fishing for it, fishing for the engage that could win them a championship.
The Baron spawning in 30 seconds as well. And that means that if they find that pick, that is probably just game over. If Immortals get another couple kills and they get that Baron, there's just no chance at all for Sentinels.
And that is the stakes here. Immortals need one more team fight to be the best team in North America.
And they're one of the best, if not the best team fighting team. So I think that they're feeling pretty good right now.
The nails are beginning to edge towards the coffin for Sentinels.
Reminder as well, Immortals have won everything that they've participated in.
True.
First place in the first major.
Undefeated
first place
this
in the second major. Undefeated in games leading into this series. Sentinels are the first team to take a game. They got 2, but I think we're all being reminded just how good Immortals are.
Rakizoro in onto MTS. Doesn't win these trades, but this is all skirmishing set up for the Dragon, which has just spawned, and Sentinels yet again would like to try their luck.
They're getting a little desperate. They're just setting up these brushes thinking, okay, if somebody walks up, if Immortals make a mistake, we can punish.
That's what they need. They need someone on IMT to make a massive mistake, and Immortals are playing more careful than ever.
Charm, who's been farming, is actually pushing waves in. The Galio can ult to join the fight. So again, Immortals are playing the map.
Gume caught out.
This could be big. Gume all alone right now. Sentinels have to send everything onto him. They can't get onto the Senna. And that means that it's rough for Sentinels. Immortals, though, they're in a precarious position. Can they get back in? Hoon runs in. They're going to take down MTS. He survived with a sliver of a health bar. Sentinels, they're flashing out. Beginnings is down.
There is. Beginnings goes down, and that might be the championship to IMT as they get immediately to turn onto the Dragon, and Sentinels have to reset. They have 30 seconds before their support is back on the map, and this map is run by IMT during this time. The gold lead is going to just explode for Immortals.
It doesn't just mean the kill, it doesn't just mean the Dragon. You're right, TJ, it means the blue buff, the Gromp, all the waves shoving in. Sentinels, they just run away. They say, all right, let's try and correct top lane. Let's try and correct mid lane. Anything we can get on the map.
It was a good play by Sentinels. They found Gume caught out, but the rest of Immortals responded in kind. Gume able to navigate behind the entire team's effort. Rakizora, Lebmont coming in, providing the safety. Charm, huge in that fight.
But what it does mean is Gume does not have flash and exhaust for a Baron fight. I don't know if Immortals will take the fight until at least the exhaust is back up, because like we've been saying, if Gume goes down, it is not looking as strong for Immortals. They need to keep the Senna safe.
I mean, you also have Hoon, the most farmed member of the team right now. Not as effective in team fights as the Ahri, but At this point, when you have this much gold, still deadly, worth focusing down. Those are the two keys. We'll see if Sentinels can gain any access to them. They played that last team fight almost perfectly, but as we've seen in so many games in this series, the gold is just starting to slip away from them. Being taken away by every single invade from Lebmont and Iraqi Zora. Every single time that Immortals can claw away a jungle camp, they do.
It's been a minute since we've said this name, but Suzaku had this theory. All it comes down to is the final team fight. It doesn't matter how far behind you are in gold. If you take down their Nexus, you win the game. That's what Sentinels need to have.
If
that
you're
mentality.
a Sentinels fan, you'll be clinging on to that theory right now with a 10,000 gold advantage to Immortals as they look to secure their championship.
And this is what Immortals do. They choke out your vision. Sheesh is going to get hit by a charm right here, and there's the pig. That just might be it! Immortals take down the jungler.
The jungler's dead and the Baron's on the map. You don't need to be a genius to work out what's going to happen next.
Again, 11 games on stage for Sentinels, and that is a lot of energy they have to put into thinking about the game. These kinds of things can happen. They will happen. It's now Sentinels. They have to approach the Baron. If this goes over, that's probably just game. Teleports in. It's going to be a 4v5. Hoon on the flank. Hoon just jumping straight in. Chard now frontlining. Nobody can get onto Gume, and rest will go down. Guardian Angel onto Lamont, but on the left side of the fight, Sentinels are still clawing their way back. Oh my goodness, Molly's in! No! Beginnings gets picked off, and TF is down! Immortals wipe the team fight!
Immortals have done it, I think. It's just Sheesh respawning. The map is all for Immortals. All 5 players survive. A dicey team fight.
Teleporting.
They go back to base.
They're
They
going
team
for the
it
end.
back.
It's
Full
just
HP.
Sheesh. It's just Sheesh. Can he survive? Can he do anything? He engages in. He's down. Immortals have done it. It took them a while. They were pushed to their limit, but history is written. Immortals claim their rightful throne, and they're your first ever WNS champions.
What a game for Immortals. What a game for Lebmont Hoon. The series fell to them so many times, and it is them and Charm and the entire team who stepped up and delivered in a Game 6. A series that went well after dark here in Minnesota.
Immortals so strong at controlling the map. Once they have that lead, as we get our selfie, they might need another one. All right, there we go. That one's a little better. Let's see how many they decide to take. They can take as many as they want. They just won WNS.
Iraqi Zoro on stage at a tournament he didn't start on stage at, playing remote several of the first 2 games. And now he stands here with his team, with his coach, to raise the trophy.
A heavy trophy at that.
They are your WNS champions.
Such a strong season as they'll take turns raising the trophy. Well earned. Undefeated in matches, except for that one major where they had to get dropped into the lower bracket. But we don't talk about that one, as Sentinels did give them a 2-0. But let's cheer for them.
Losing a tournament, and now they stand here, one by one, raising the trophy, knowing they are our best team here in North America.
And they will represent us proud at Icons. But for right now, it is about North America. It is about Immortals, the definitive best team in the region.
And I do believe we'll have a couple of words with them, so do hang around as Dagon is approaching the stage, approaching Iraqi Zoro.
Yeah, don't trip on any of the stuff on
There's
stage
a lot of
right now.
confetti.
Yeah.
In the
There's a lot of confetti. Make sure that you're watching your step, everybody. I know you just won. Let's keep it up. But Immortals, what a season again. They won the first 2 majors. Now they've taken the WNS championships. So let's hear from them as D-God is on stage with the victorious Immortals.
All right, one more time for your first ever champion of Wild Rift North American Series, Immortals! And let's start right here at the top, brother. Last year, when I got to see you after the first time I'd seen you in 3 or 4 years, we were casting together Horizon Cup, and you could see every time you gave such great insight, you could see how much it meant to you that you weren't there. Now you can say not only will you be going to Icon Global Championship, but you are the best team in North America. How does it feel, Rocky Zoro?
I mean, it feels fantastic. It's all thanks to these guys. These guys are so exceptional at what they do, and I'm just happy they're bringing me along for the ride.
Charm, I need to know, how does it feel, again, topping the charts, knowing that you've been #1 this whole time, the pressure's been on, but you've still been able to work things through?
I mean, I'm used to being at the top, you know? So this feeling is not that new, but I'm very happy that we are the best in North America for this first season, and our goal is now going to be Icon Series, and like I said the other day, I hope we're going to do well at Icon Series and hope we make everyone proud.
Absolutely. Now pass that one down to Lamont. Now, I know Lamont doesn't normally say too much. I'm going to put him on the spot. Lamont, if you got to choose one word on how you feel right now, how do you feel?
Excellent.
All right, Lamont feels excellent, everyone. Thank you, Lamont. Gume, there's been so many different AD carries, bot laners, and you have put yourself at the top. How does it feel to know that you are the best in North America?
I'm just happy that we won.
And a lot of that had to do with you, and a lot of it had to deal with our man in the mid lane, Hoon. Now, Hoon, you said that, or it's been said that North America didn't quite have the showing that you wanted. You now have the opportunity to go to the global stage. What do you have to say to everyone else on the global stage of Wild Rift, knowing that North America's champs are coming?
Now that we actually won, I'm not sure. I just want to celebrate, but one thing for sure, like I said, we're going to beat EU. And I'm gonna put this on after we beat them. That's for sure.
All right, again, one more time, your champions, Immortals. One more trophy race for everyone as we go ahead and throw to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much. I mean, after that performance, yes, round of applause. Immortals definitely going to be a fantastic representative going on to Icons. The confidence is there, the trophy lift. Yeah. This is a team that's fought so hard. And honestly, at some points made it look easy. This is a team with skill. Yeah. This is a team with confidence. They earned this.
I wanna hear from Kangas on the beard meter at this point, because we're sending these two teams to Worlds. He said that he was at full confidence just yesterday. I feel like he probably just broke the scale at this point.
Much like the puck behind us, it's off.
Oh,
completely off the charts at this point.
Yeah, it's been amazing. That the beard meter's off of the charts, and also off of the charts was just this series in general. Boy. It is time for the Verizon top 3 moments of the Grand Finals.
And what a grand finals it was. Let's get into it. Starting off, it's going to be Immortals, the recently crowned champion, making a sick play. Keep your eyes on Corky. Keep your eyes on Gume coming with the flank. There's the package. And this is going to be the Ledmont show from here on out on the Cossack. Keep your eyes for this flash.
In a good way.
Where'd your ankles go, bro? He absolutely jukes out the taunt, jumps in, gets another kill. And this is the moment that IMT broke open that game.
Absolute spice there. As we'll have a look at this one now as well. There are so many fights. This one, though, I think it was going Sentinels' way at least.
Yeah, Gume a little bit of the overextension, going for the flash. And this was Sentinels in game number 1, being able to turn it around. Sheesh was putting on a clinic with the Riven, able to secure some kills. And this was one of the glimmer of hopes for Sentinels. And this, we just saw it a moment ago. Sentinels trying their best to survive, trying their best to take it to a game 7. But what they were able to do was not enough.
Gume's not balanced.
Dude, he is not. No one on Immortals is balanced, let's be honest. And this is Mally, desperation play, trying to do what he can.
Never missed a skill shot in his life on center. Can someone check his PC? His phone?
His phone.
Check everything.
We're playing a mobile
Check
game.
everything.
Oh, man. Look at all the streamers on the stage.
The streamers, just the trophy. I mean, it's been such an amazing weekend. We knew going into this Immortals, they had so much to live up to. They were the defending champions here going through, and they earned this spot. It's been a good weekend. We're wrapping things up. It's been a good time.
All those streamers on the stage, but I only have one that I want to see more of. It's Hoon! He's going to Worlds. He's the champion. There he is. Look at him. Stone Cold Killer.
Yeah, if you want to get good like Hoon, make sure to tune into his Twitch stream. He also has got a YouTube channel. Support these players, support the content, because, you know, if you want to learn, you want to get good. That's the best way to do it.
Genuinely one of the funniest human beings I've ever had the pleasure of hearing from. So Hoon's great, not only the gameplay, but the personality is wonderful as well.
Yeah, but with that, the WNS Season 1
he's stealing the trophy. I guess it's his. He's off with it.
I don't know about that.
He's like, WNS Season's complete. We're going. We're taking this. We are getting out of there. I mean, so well-deserved. But with that, gotta say, the WNS Season 1 is complete. Congratulations to Immortals for winning the first ever WNS Season 1 championships. We wish them just the best of luck at Icons, and of course, Sentinels as well. It has been such an amazing season, an amazing group of players. And of course, we do have to give thanks to our founding partners, Coca-Cola and Verizon. But that does it for all of us here at Mall of America. Thanks to all the talent. You guys have been great. And thanks to everyone else on production. And with that, WNS Season 1, it's complete. I hope you all have a great night. Thanks for tuning in.
Woo! We did it!
Love you all. Laters.
Tigers have to fight back. MTS is the one that can turn things around. They take out the Ocean Dragon on the backside, and MTS, can he get out? But I think Tigers at the beginning, but he has gone too far. It's now Chuck. He's gone in with the teleport, and Chuck is finding the stragglers from Sentinels. The Sun Gun round for Sentinels. They still have the shields to outlast them. Sentinels ace tribe. Sentinels, they're on the Costa Crystal Chanonero. On to the Ezio. Remember, this was the team that finished 8th place last year, but it's this year that they are vindicated for all the tears, all the disappointment through trial and fire. Sentinels soar even higher, will advance to the grand final, and will join Immortals at Icons. Let's go, Sentinels!
Immortals do. Beginning's just flashed, so now he's in trouble here. Over the wall, Lamont gashes him out, and now Immortals with the team fight. Double kill onto Lamont. While he's trying to reposition, flash up to the German. Immortals have won it in the late game. Double kill onto Hoon. Immortals strike back.
Immortals ready to claim their
Lamont's in the
championship.
pit. He's silenced. Can they take down the Lee Sin? He jumps out. He jumps back in. Lamont. He's focused out. He flashes away. That dragon picked up by Sentinels. Can they survive the fight? Immortals are positioned perfectly for this, and they will punish Sentinels on their way out. But can he do anything? He engages in. He's down. Immortals have done it. It took them a while. They were pushed to their limit, but history is written. Immortals claim their rightful throne, and they're your first ever WNS champion.